Remember to give them a little extra, Xue Ling reminded. Her mother nodded. 10 yuan each. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, just for half a day? Her mother replied quietly. It's actually a bit extra. It's fine, Xue Ling said. It's only 2 afternoons anyway. If you pay a bit more, people will work harder. If the place is cleaned well, we can move in right away. Her mother nodded, glancing around the room. This place is actually quite spacious, but it's surrounded by factories, the air isn't great and it's noisy. It's not good for you to do your confinement here. You might not rest well, and that's not good for the baby. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. That's why industrial zones are on the outskirts. This is just temporary. The real place to live is in the city. Dongfang Garden is very close to Aheng, her mother explained. Just the next building over, a few steps and an elevator ride. In recent years, all the new buildings in the capital have elevators. Xue's mother always listened to her daughter and only bought elevator apartments, never low floors. The elderly can't climb stairs, so elevators are a must. Xue Ling, however, didn't think it mattered much and said quietly, Heng works during the day and only comes home at night. I'll probably only stay here for a month or so. Before mid-autumn in August, I have to hurry back to sell the apartments. The baby is too little? Flying isn't good? Her mother frowned. I heard that if a baby's eardrums are too delicate, flying can hurt their hearing. Really? Xue Ling was surprised. I've never heard that before. Her mother glared at her. There's a lot you don't know. You rushed over here with a big belly. Did you even think about the baby? Xue Ling was scolded and gave an embarrassed smile. Then maybe my in-laws can stay here longer. Yuenga and I will go back first. Little Ranran should stay too, her mother said. You'll be busy with business and selling apartments. How can you take care of the baby? Leave her here. We'll help. Xue Ling was still uneasy. Dad needs to recover. Can you handle it? Don't worry, her mother said confidently. Maybe you won't even be out of confinement before your dad is discharged and walking around. I'll watch the factory. He'll stay at Dongfang Garden with Muhai and the others. Babies just eat and sleep. Your dad can help. It's the perfect arrangement. We'll see, Xue Ling said. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Her mother looked at her big belly and sighed. That's all we can do. Your dad's accident, you about to give birth. My mind's been a mess these days. If I were alone, I'd probably go crazy. Ha ha, Xue Ling couldn't help but tease her. Aren't you handling everything just fine? The factory's running, Dad's cared for, I'm cared for, and you even went out twice today to shop. Her mother thought about it and laughed softly. That's true. Whatever comes, we'll deal with it. There's always a way. They went to bed early. The next morning, Xue's mother got up early to ask the cafeteria ladies to make breakfast. Xue Ling slept until about 7, then got up and washed before heading downstairs. Xiao Xue! Xiao Xue! Cheng Tianyuan called. Seeing him on the first floor, Xue Ling quickly asked, Uncle Zheng, what happened yesterday afternoon? Weren't you going to take me to pick up the new car? You must have been busy, right? Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Sorry. Did you wait long yesterday? My friend called and said to come in the morning to sign the contract and drive the car away. The license plate will take about a month. Just use the temporary plate for now. But the money, we haven't paid yet, right? Xue Ling asked. Cheng Tianyuan replied, Yesterday morning, after I left the hospital, I swung by the bank and paid it for you. Thank you so much, Xue Ling said. No need to thank me. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. I still owe you money from last month. I'll transfer it to your account soon. You don't need urgent cash for your real estate investment, right? No, Xue Ling replied. I won't need to invest for at least half a year. The sweater factory's profits are still in the account. I haven't even had a chance to spend them. Buying a car is spending, Cheng Tianyuan said. That's a big chunk. Ha ha, I almost forgot, Xue Ling giggled. A while later, Xue's mother brought breakfast for her. Cheng Tianyuan had already eaten. After they finished, they took breakfast to the hospital to visit Dad Xue. Then, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan left to pick up the car. Dad Xue reminded his daughter, They've done us a big favor getting the car so quickly. Be sure to thank them and give a red envelope. Okay. Xue Ling nodded. Cheng Tianyuan wanted to go too, but since his father-in-law needed his dressing changed and no one else was there yet, he stayed to help. Xue's mother tried to feed Dad Xue porridge, but with little experience, he ended up complaining. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "Mom, let me do it." Dad Xue preferred his son-in-law and mumbled, "Ah, Yuan feeds me just right." Xue's mother had no choice but to hand over the bowl and spoon. Cheng Tianyuan was skilled, feeding at just the right pace, only offering the next spoonful after his father-in-law swallowed. Xue's mother couldn't help but praise, "You really do feed better than me." "Little Ranran still needs to be fed," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "I got my practice with him." Both in-laws laughed. Just then, Xue Heng and Xue Jilan hurried in. "There was a traffic jam at the hospital entrance. We waited a long time to get in." Xue Jilan apologized. "Brother Wu, did you change your dressing? Sorry we're late. After taking third brother's medicine, I slept so well I forgot to get up." "It's fine," Dad Xue said. "The doctor came earlier. I asked him to wait and he said he'd come back later." Xue's mother quickly invited the father and son to eat breakfast. Xue Heng thanked her and explained sheepishly, "I couldn't wake up, and my dad slept so well after the herbal medicine that we were both late. Just had time to wash up and change." Xue Jilan glared at him. "There's nothing to eat anyway. Your kitchen only has a kettle, no stove at all. Last night we just drank cold water." Cheng Tianyuan was surprised that Xue Heng, who looked so polished, was so rough in private. "Drinking cold water isn't good. Luckily it's hot now. If it were cold, you really couldn't do that." Xue Heng said wryly, "I don't know how to cook, and I'm never home. There's no point keeping the coal stove burning. Might even get carbon monoxide poisoning, so I don't use it." "In that case, use a kerosene stove," Cheng Tianyuan suggested. "They're small, not enough for cooking, but great for boiling water. Get a thermos, boil water in the morning, and keep it warm for the evening. One boil a day doesn't use much kerosene?" "That's a good idea," Xue Heng muttered. "Where do you buy a kerosene stove?" "They sell them at the market," Cheng Tianyuan said. Xue Jilan sighed. "This kid? His life skills are really something else?" Dad Xue couldn't help but interject. "He's a boy. Of course he's a bit rough around the edges in daily life. It's not just Ah Heng. Ling Ling isn't much better at living on her own." Xue Jilan was skeptical and said quietly, "She's married now. She should have learned a thing or two. Ah Heng really has nothing going for him. His apartment is only good for showering and sleeping, nothing else." Dad Xue gave a wry smile. "Ling Ling hardly ever has to do housework at her in-laws, and she's not good at it anyway. If she had to live alone, she'd probably be just like Ah Heng." "Haha." Xue Jilan shook his head. "It's our fault for not teaching them better, not letting them practice. The kids just aren't very capable in daily life." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled softly. "Then we'll have to make sure our kids help with chores, so they don't end up like their mom." Everyone laughed. Xue's mother looked at Xue Heng and said gently, "Ah Heng, when you're looking for a partner in the future, remember to ask if she can cook and do housework. If she's like you and can't, you'd better think twice. What will you do if neither of you can manage?" Everyone laughed again. A bit embarrassed, Xue Heng said, "I'll remember. I'll definitely ask next time." A while later, the doctor came to change Dad Xue's dressing. Xue Jilan helped, personally applying the medicine and bandaging with practiced hands. The doctor smiled. "Dr. Xue, we're working on a small research project in the office. Would you mind sparing half an hour to give us some advice?" "Of course." Xue Jilan smiled. "It's always good for colleagues to consult and improve together." He followed the doctor out of the ward. Uncle San brought over some medicine he'd brewed and set it aside to cool. "Where's Ling Ling? I haven't seen her." Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Uncle, she went with Uncle Zheng to pick up the car. She should be back soon." Uncle San reminded, "Don't let her run around all day. In her condition, she shouldn't be out and about." Dad Xue gave a wry smile. "She can't sit still. When she gets back, we'll keep her here." Uncle San smiled. "When she comes, make sure she drinks more water. It's hot. She needs to stay hydrated, or her amniotic fluid might get low." That's what the OB doctor said. Oh, Yuan, come with me to tell the doctor about Ling Ling's condition. They need to set up her file, and if there's time this afternoon, she should get her fetal heart checked. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and followed Uncle San downstairs. Xue Ling leaned back and started peeling an apple. Auntie, I heard the in-laws from Rongcheng will arrive tomorrow, right? Yes. Xue's mother smiled. They're coming to see your uncle and help take care of Ling Ling during her confinement, and Fang, Yuan's sister, is coming for cake-making training. Training for cakes and bread? Xue Ling asked. I think I saw an ad for that, but I forget where. Dad Xue said quietly. I signed her up. Not many people want to learn, but the teacher studied abroad in the West. He bakes bread for promotion. It smells wonderful. Xue Ling explained. Bread with milk, cheese, and baked. It's especially fragrant. When I was studying abroad, I loved bread. Xue's mother thought for a moment. There's a new shop downtown. Lots of people say it's good. Sometimes there's even a line in the evening. That's great, Xue Ling said. It's good for girls to learn a skill or some cooking. Dad Xue smiled. That girl is studying hydraulic engineering in the provincial capital. I thought she was a science type and wouldn't be interested in this, but she asked me to sign her up. Hydraulic engineering? Xue Ling nodded. That's a rare major. Should be good for finding a job. Xue's mother asked curiously, Where can you work with that? Water or power companies? Doesn't seem suitable for girls. Not at all, Xue Ling replied. There are lots of office jobs in the power company. Those are mostly done by women. The work is easy and the hours are good. Dad Xue thought for a moment. She's already finished her first year. When she graduates, we'll see if she can get a job in the capital's power company. There's a shortage of talent in that field, so it shouldn't be hard. Shouldn't be, Xue Ling said, still peeling the apple. Xue's mother smiled. When I saw her at New Year, she'd really changed. A world of difference from the chubby little girl in old photos. Of course, Dad Xue said. She used to be a chubby, naive country girl. Now she's a college student in the provincial capital. Taller, slimmer, fairer, and more stylish. Exactly, Xue's mother agreed. A world of difference. Xue Ling washed the apple, cut it up, and handed it to Xue's mother. Uncle, let me feed you some apple. Dad Xue shook his head. No, the medicine's almost ready. I'll drink it soon. Xue's mother looked at the dog-chewed apple slices and laughed, but didn't mind and ate them bit by bit. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan and Uncle San came back. Uncle San wiped his sweat and sat by the fan. Xue Ling handed him a slice of apple, then gave one to Cheng Tianyuan. Uncle San laughed, teasing, What kind of fruit knife did you use? Was it a saw? Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan didn't mind at all, washed his hands, and ate. Afterward, he quickly fed his father-in-law the medicine. Uncle San explained, I've changed the prescription today. From now on, he'll sleep less and feel more energetic. Dad Xue smiled. I thought I'd be sleeping all day again. If I don't sleep, I get bored. Lying here is stifling. Can you play chess? Xue Ling asked. Uncle, your hands seem to be moving better. Uncle San explained. He can sit up now. No need to lie down. The neck wound is much better. Now we just have to wait for the shoulder to heal. His back is fine, just help him sit up. Cheng Tianyuan, strong as he was, helped his father-in-law sit up and propped him with pillows. Whoa. Dad Xue felt a bit dizzy and gave a wry smile. After lying down for 2 or 3 days, it's hard to get used to sitting up. Cheng Tianyuan asked worriedly, Dad, should you just half sit for now? Dad Xue nodded. Let's not sit up all the way yet. No, Xue Ling reminded. Half sitting puts pressure on the shoulder. It's actually worse. Uncle San said gently, Sit for a while. Once your heart gets used to pumping blood upright, the dizziness will pass. That's why people shouldn't always lie down or always sit. It's the same principle. Xue's mother saw her husband looking better and able to sit up, and she was so moved she secretly wiped her eyes. Wonderful. He's already so much better. As dawn broke, Cheng Tianyuan got up. His father-in-law was recovering well. Last night he'd stayed at the hospital alone, but the old man slept soundly, so he didn't have to do much and slept through until morning. He quietly took his toothbrush and towel outside to wash up, then took the kettle to fetch hot water. The nurses' station was already bustling, and the doctors were arriving one after another. When Cheng Tianyuan returned with the water, he found that Dad Xue was already awake. He quickly gave him water to rinse his mouth, then helped him wash up and change into a fresh hospital gown. By the time Xue Ling and her mother arrived, Dad Xue was already sitting by the bed, looking energetic, chatting with Cheng Tianyuan, who was tidying up the room. Xue's mother asked, "How did you feel last night?" "No problem. I slept straight through till morning," Dad Xue replied warmly. Xue Ling smiled. "You look great, Dad. The new car drives really well. Mom said it's very comfortable to ride in, too." Cheng Tianyuan hurried over to take the pot and buns from her hands. Dad Xue smiled. "This is the first big purchase you've made for the family? Of course your mom is happy to use something her daughter bought." "You'll be happy when you use it too," Xue Ling said. Dad Xue just smiled. His daughter had grown up, could earn money, and even bought a car for the family. It was a big step forward, and he was naturally pleased. Xue's mother said quietly, "It's much better than the old one. It doesn't shake as much, feels much steadier, and it's not as noisy." "Of course," Dad Xue laughed. "It cost tens of thousands more." Xue's mother chuckled. "That's the magic of money. No wonder everyone loves it." Cheng Tianyuan poured a cup of soy milk and came over to feed his father-in-law. Xue Ling sat nearby, tearing up a bun to eat, and tore off pieces for her dad as well. Dad Xue couldn't help but snort. "I get the bun skin, you eat the BBQ pork filling. What a filial daughter you are." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't hold back his laughter. Xue Ling, half laughing and half exasperated, explained, "That's yesterday's meat. It's not fresh. You're supposed to eat light now. Soy milk and bun skin are enough." Dad Xue gave her a doting look and said nothing more. Just then, Uncle San walked in, sniffing the air. "Oh, smells like soy milk." Xue's mother quickly invited him to sit and ladled him a bowl. Uncle San waved it off with a smile. "I already had breakfast." "It's fine," Xue's mother said. "It's just liquid, it won't fill you up. You had breakfast so early you must be hungry by now." Uncle San laughed and took the bowl, sipping slowly. Dad Xue asked, Yuan, when are your parents arriving? You should call Ahu. Don't let them wait too long at the airport." Cheng Tianyuan replied, "Okay, I'll call right after breakfast." "I'll go," Xue Ling said. "No, you stay here," Cheng Tianyuan said gently. "It's just a phone call, 2 or 3 minutes at most." Uncle San couldn't help but laugh quietly. "It's great now. Big hospitals and even street corners have public phones. Just buy a card or pay a little and you can talk to someone 1,000 miles away. Back in our day, telegrams were so expensive every word had to be cut down, and sometimes it was so brief it was funny. Letters took months to arrive. Times have changed. Now we have phones," Dad Xue said warmly. "They're expensive and hard to install, but so convenient." Xue Ling said, "It's expensive now, but it'll get cheaper and more common." "Really?" Xue's mother said. "The older generation says phones used to be crazy expensive. Only the rich had them. Now a phone costs thousands, more than a house. Decades have passed and it's still expensive." "Trust me," Xue Ling smiled. "Times are different. Communication is the future. Phones will only get cheaper. Want to bet?" Uncle San squinted and said warmly, "If it really gets cheaper, I'll install one in my courtyard. Right now, I can't afford it." Dad Xue didn't say he'd help his brother buy one, knowing he'd refuse, but made a mental note to find a good excuse to help him out. At noon, Cheng Tianyuan went back to the main factory to shower, then drove the new car to the airport to pick up his family. The new car was very modern and felt great to drive. It took him a while to get used to it as he headed to the airport. That morning, he'd called Ahu, who said he'd already driven back to Rongcheng yesterday, picked up the whole family, and they were now staying at a nearby hotel. Their flight was at 11, so they'd leave for the airport at 9. Cheng Tianyuan asked him to take care of the elders and kids on the way, and Ahu readily agreed. Ahu also said they had a lot of luggage, plus things for the child, so the trunk wasn't enough. They had to tie some on top of the car. Cheng Tianyuan advised, "We've got everything ready here for the confinement. Don't bring too much. Tell my mom to leave some things behind. Heavy luggage costs extra on the plane." "Okay, I'll have godmother sort it out," Ahu said. He also said Cheng Tianfang only brought a few clothes, nothing else. She said if things got too busy, she'd postpone her training and help with the confinement for now. Cheng Tianyuan didn't quite agree. He thought his sister should still go for her training once she arrived, since they didn't really need her help yet. The big apartment at Dongfang Garden had been cleaned up the night before, and they'd bought a ton of stuff. Luckily, the local market had everything, and after 2 trips, they'd gotten most of what they needed. They'd use what they had for now, and see what else was needed in the next couple of days. At the airport, Cheng Tianyuan soon met up with his family. Little Ran hugged his neck, cheering, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." Cheng Tianyuan laughed and patted his head. "Have you been good while Daddy and Mommy were away?" "No." Little Ran suddenly remembered his mom and said, aggrieved, "I want Mommy. Where's Mommy? I want Mommy." Cheng Tianyuan soothed him. "I'll take you to see Mommy right now." Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai stared in awe at the capital's airport. "This place is huge. If Fang hadn't been able to read, we'd never have found our way here. It's so big." Cheng Tianfang grinned. "Dad, Mom, don't just stand there. Let's go." "Come with me, the car's over there." Cheng Tianyuan took his son's hand and helped with the luggage. Everyone got in the car. "Daddy, the car is so pretty, so pretty." Little Ran was thrilled, touching everything inside as soon as he got in. Cheng Muhai and his wife looked at the shiny leather seats, then at the high-end car interior, and couldn't stop exclaiming in admiration. "It's really beautiful, beautiful." Their own Jeep was practical, and its interior was quite decent, nice to look at, but it simply couldn't compare to the beauty of this sedan, which dazzled their eyes. Cheng Tianfang, holding her nephew, praised, "This car looks so new. It must be a recent purchase by Uncle and Aunt, right?" Cheng Tianyuan explained. "We just bought it. The old one was damaged in a crash and can't be used for now, so we got a new one." He deliberately left out the fact that the car was bought by Xue Ling. His wife's money was hers to manage. If she wanted to buy something, she could. After all, the family needed a car to get around. But he didn't think it was necessary to tell his parents about this. For one, he worried they might feel Xue Ling was favoring her own family. After all, their family only had a regular Jeep, while her parents got a sedan several times more expensive. Even if they wouldn't think that way, he still felt there was no need to mention it. Sometimes, less is more. Especially his mother, who hadn't seen much of the world and sometimes, like other rural mothers, believed that once a daughter-in-law married in, she was part of the husband's family, not her own. The money she earned was also the family's, not her natal family's. Cheng Tianfang clicked her tongue twice and laughed. "It feels good to have money. A car like this would take us half a lifetime to earn." Liu Ying couldn't help but scold her. "You probably couldn't earn this much in half a lifetime. Look at this. Take it as a lesson. Work hard so you can afford a car like this one day." Cheng Tianfang giggled. Cheng Muhai was a straightforward man. After asking about his in-laws' health, he inquired about Xue Ling, then asked where they would be staying. "We're all simple folks, so we can stay anywhere. But little Ran is still young, so we can't stay somewhere too noisy or chaotic. It wouldn't be safe." Cheng Tianyuan explained, "Dad, don't worry. Lingling's mom has already arranged a big apartment for our whole family. I went there last night to drop off some things. It has 5 bedrooms, a big living room, a big kitchen, and 2 balconies. It's very spacious. It's on the 12th floor of Dongfang Garden, and the elevator is much faster than ours. Very convenient." "Wow, that big?" Liu Ying asked in surprise. "So when Lingling is in confinement after giving birth, we'll all stay there?" "Yes," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "We finished setting up around 8 last night. Every room is ready so we can move in directly. There's a market right across the street from Dongfang Garden, so it's easy to buy food and daily necessities." Cheng Tianyuan asked curiously. Such a big place? It must be expensive in the capital, right? How much does it cost? Don't ask such questions, Cheng Muhai said quietly. We're new here and don't know much. This is their place, so it's not polite to ask about everything. Oh. Cheng Tianyuan fell silent, not daring to speak further. Liu Ying whispered, I remember Haitang said they bought quite a few apartments in the capital in recent years and rent them out. Maybe the one we're staying in is one of theirs. That's right, Cheng Tianyuan explained. It's their own, not rented. Dad and Mom said you should settle in first, and once they're better, they'll take you out sightseeing. Great, great. Little Ranran got excited at the mention of sightseeing. I want to fly on a plane. Planes are so big, I want to fly. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled and pointed ahead. Look, aren't there a lot of cars in the capital? Aren't they pretty? Pretty. So many. Little Ranran nodded obediently. Cheng Tianyuan had been to the capital before, but she'd always stayed in the old city, in the dirtiest, messiest areas, and never had a chance to visit the city center. As the sedan drove into the city center, they saw skyscrapers everywhere, cars like a tide, roads crisscrossing, and cyclists on the roadside like waves. Everyone in the car was stunned. Liu Ying clicked her tongue. It's so big! This place is huge! When I came here with Ayuan before, it didn't look like this. No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Mom, back then we were in the old city and then we went straight to Lingling's hometown. We never got to see the city center. I heard from my father-in-law that the city center has changed a lot in the past 10 years, almost different every year. It's really beautiful, Cheng Tianyuan exclaimed. No wonder it's the capital. A true super city. Look, that building is so tall. Must be over 50 stories, right? 60 or 70, I think, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Land is expensive in the city center, so buildings keep getting taller. These few are probably the tallest in the whole city. It was Cheng Muhai's first time in the city, and he looked quite nervous. So many roads. I'd probably get lost right away. You really need to know your way around in a place like this. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. No need. After a few trips, you'll get the hang of it. I didn't know my way at first either, but after wandering around a couple of times during the New Year, I basically remembered. He had a good sense of direction and memory, so he could quickly drive around on his own. But Cheng Tianyuan wasn't like that. She felt dizzy, just looking. I'll have to check the bus routes, or I won't know how to get to class. By the way, brother, when does my course start? Cheng Tianyuan had already asked his father-in-law and explained, in 5 days. Each day is 6 hours, 3 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon with a 1.5-hour lunch break. You'll probably leave early and come back in the evening. Brother, you have to take care of uncle now, and soon sister-in-law will have the baby, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Maybe I shouldn't go to school. I could stay at the apartment and help take care of sister-in-law during her confinement. I can cook and help in the kitchen, no problem, and I can help look after little Ranran too. No need, Cheng Tianyuan said. Just help out in the mornings and evenings. The main thing is the 3 meals, but with so many of us, we can handle it. Besides, my father-in-law will be discharged next week. So soon? Didn't they say he hurt his shoulder bone? Cheng Muhai asked worriedly. I thought it would take months to heal. No need, Cheng Tianyuan explained. He won't need IV drips next week. The bone set well, the medication worked, and the doctor said he should be able to go home next week. That's great. Liu Ying breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, They say it takes 100 days to heal bones and tendons. We were all so worried. Luckily, it's not too serious and he'll be out soon. Getting discharged doesn't mean he's fully healed, Cheng Muhai, who had broken bones before, explained. He can go home, but he'll still need to recuperate for at least another month before he's fully recovered. Right, Cheng Tianyuan said. He still needs to rest and can't move around until the bone is completely healed. I've already discussed it with Ling. When the time comes, we'll have him stay with us so I can take care of him. Dad can help look after my father-in-law, and Mom can handle the kitchen. The factory is still busy every day, so my mother-in-law will have to stay at the main factory. Liu Ying couldn't help but ask, Haitang still has to go to the factory? With Awu in this condition, can't the factory just stop work? Making money is important, sure, but right now taking care of Awu should be the top priority. Don't talk about things you don't understand, Cheng Muhai said quietly. Liu Ying fell silent, a bit embarrassed. Cheng Tianyuan explained, if the factory could stop, it would have already. But there are a lot of orders that have to be delivered on time. Sometimes they even have to work overtime to meet deadlines. If the factory stops, hundreds of workers would have nothing to do and wouldn't earn any money, and the clients wouldn't get their orders, which would delay shipments. So the factory really can't just stop. That sounds complicated, Liu Ying said with an awkward smile. I thought it was like working for yourself. Stop whenever you want. If you don't make money now, you can always make it later. No, it's not like that, Cheng Tianyuan explained. There are so many workers and long production lines. Some orders are set at the beginning of the year with clear delivery dates. If you miss a deadline, you might have to compensate the client for their losses. I see, Cheng Muhai said quietly. So making money isn't easy at all. Don't think Ao and his wife are making a lot of money easily. It's all from working hard day after day. It's not easy at all. Yes, Liu Ying sighed. It's really not easy. Meanwhile, Cheng Tianfang and her nephew were excitedly looking out the car window, not interested in the older folks' chatter. It was little Ranran's first time in the capital, and everything around him was new and exciting. Daddy, I want that! I want the big ball! He shouted. Cheng Tianyuan followed his little hand and saw it was a roadside sculpture. He couldn't help but laugh. Ran, that's fixed in place. You can't take it. That ball is carved from stone. You can't move it. The little guy looked disappointed and muttered, It's so pretty. I like it. Ran, do you like the capital? Cheng Tianfang asked with a smile. Isn't it beautiful here? It's beautiful. I like it, Ran answered softly. Mommy's here, so I like it, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. Don't worry. You'll see Mommy soon. When you're older, you can even go to school here. I heard there are more than 20 elementary schools in the capital, so there are lots of choices. Is there a rule about which school you can go to? Cheng Tianfang asked. Ran is so smart, we should try to pick a good one. I think you can only go to the elementary school near where you live, Cheng Tianyuan replied. But don't worry, father-in-law said they have apartments in several parts of the city, so we'll have options. Great, the little one laughed. Go to school. I want to go to school. Cheng Tianfang kissed his cheek and smiled. How about Auntie takes you to school? Auntie knows lots of words. Okay, Ran nodded. Liu Ying muttered from the side, You'd better teach him well, not just anything. If you'd studied hard when you were little, you'd probably be making money by now. In another year and a half, I'll be able to make money too, Cheng Tianfang explained. The last semester of 3rd grade, we don't have classes. The teachers say it's all about preparing to graduate and find a job. There's job placement, right? Cheng Muhai asked nervously. Will you get a good assignment? I don't know yet, Cheng Tianfang said. If there is placement, I'll probably have to go back to Rongcheng. One of our fellow townsmen just graduated. He's a guy, and he got his assignment letter and went back to Rongcheng. He said he might be assigned to the telecom team or the power company. Liu Ying frowned. Those are all tough jobs, aren't they? You're not suited for that. There are desk jobs, too, Cheng Tianfang explained. Every department has people who do paperwork and people who do manual labor. I'm a woman, so I won't have to do the heavy work. I wouldn't be able to anyway. Cheng Muhai still wasn't reassured. We'll see when the time comes. Your household registration was moved to Rongcheng, so if assignments are based on that, you'll have to go back there. Liu Ying looked at the tall buildings outside and couldn't help but say, Where you're registered is where you go. If you had a capital city registration, you'd be assigned here. That would be great. Too bad I'm not from the capital, Cheng Tianfang muttered. It's just not fair. Some people are born in big cities, some on the edge of nowhere. Their opportunities are completely different. That guy from my hometown was so upset that he had to go back, while classmates from the provincial capital could get better jobs. He was so envious. Cheng Tianyuan kept driving and said in a low voice, There's no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. Think about the girls in Chengjia village who never even got to go to school. You'll realize how lucky you are. Don't compare yourself to others too much. Keep a good attitude. Cheng Muhai smiled and said quietly, Your registration was originally in Chengjia village, then moved to Rongcheng. A lot of people were jealous. Uncle Chang said being half a city person is already a big deal. Many people work their whole lives and never get that. People shouldn't be too greedy. Cheng Tianyuan giggled. I'm just saying. I don't mean anything else. I'm still young. If I keep learning, I'll have plenty of opportunities. That's the right attitude. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Yeah. Little Ranran didn't really understand, but chimed in anyway. Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan parked the car in the complex, led his family into the apartment building, and then into the elevator. Liu Ying exclaimed, This complex is huge, twice the size of Wangjiangyuan. Even the elevator is bigger than ours. Don't make such a fuss, Cheng Muhai said quietly. Cheng Tianyuan opened the door and carried the luggage in, with everyone else following. Wow, so pretty. Little Ranran loved it, looking around excitedly. Cheng Tianyuan assigned the rooms, explaining, Dad, Mom, you'll share a room. Mom, since you'll be helping in the kitchen, your room is next to it. Okay, the old couple said, carrying their luggage over. Fang, you'll stay in the room next to Mom and Dad. You'll all use the big bathroom by the balcony. Lingling will be in confinement soon, so we picked the biggest room for her. It has its own bathroom, which will be more convenient. Okay. After playing for a while, little Ranran got thirsty and pestered his dad for water. Cheng Tianyuan hurried to the kitchen to boil some. Liu Ying smiled. It's so spacious and high up. When you open the window, the wind just whooshes in. The only thing is, the sun's strong outside, so the wind is warm. Cheng Tianyuan boiled the water and poured it into a bowl to cool. Little Ranran picked it up and drank slowly. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan called out, Brother, someone's knocking at the door. They say they're here to install the fans. Cheng Tianyuan remembered and quickly got up. Hurry, let the workers in. It's still pretty hot in June and July. Your sister-in-law was worried it'd be too stuffy for everyone, so she bought a few ceiling fans this morning, Cheng Tianyuan said happily. Sister-in-law is so thoughtful. After they settled in, Cheng Muhai pulled his son aside, saying he wanted to go to the hospital to see Father Xue. Ever since he got hurt, I haven't slept well at night. We've known each other for years, and now we're in-laws. I see them as family. When something happens to him, I just can't help but worry. Cheng Tianyuan understood his father's concern and said gently, Dad, let's wait a bit. The workers are still installing the fans and we'll need to clean up each room after they're done. I also need to show Mom how to use the kitchen. Hurry up, urged Cheng Muhai. Fang, come here. Help with the cleaning, quick. Cheng Tianyuan had just finished sweeping the big room, while Liu Ying carried little Ranran in to sleep. He didn't sleep well at the hotel last night. He got up early today, then spent half the day on the road and on the plane. He must be exhausted. See, he fell asleep right after drinking some water. Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. The food on the plane was awful. He barely ate anything. I was just thinking of going to the kitchen to cook something for him. No need, Liu Ying explained. The coal stove is just getting started, and your brother boiled water earlier using the kerosene stove. He bought some flatbreads yesterday. Go grab some from the kitchen to fill your stomach. Let Ranran sleep for now. When kids are tired, sleeping is better than eating. Hearing her father's call, Cheng Tianyuan hurried out to help. It took over an hour to get all the fans installed. Cheng Muhai couldn't help but mutter, Why install one in the living room too? It's so big. Will it even get cool? Seems like a waste of money. Cheng Tianyuan whispered, Dad, quiet. This was all arranged by sister-in-law, so let's just go along with it. Summers in the capital are hot, and our whole family will be living here, so the cooler the better. Plus, Uncle Xue needs to recover. He'll need it cool too. If it's too stuffy, it's bad for his wound and could cause infection. Cheng Muhai nodded. Cheng Tianyuan lowered her voice. Dad, we're guests here. It's not our place to make decisions. Cheng Muhai nodded again, realizing she was right. Cheng Tianyuan grabbed a mop to clean the rooms and called out, Fang, go sweep the dust and dirt out of the other 2 rooms. I'll mop the floors. Let's try to get everything cleaned up quickly. Cheng Muhai couldn't help but ask again, Can we go now? It's almost evening. Not yet, Cheng Tianyuan explained. It's only about 4 o'clock. Once the coal stove in the kitchen is going, Mom will cook some noodles. We'll eat first, then go to the hospital. Ranran's still asleep, and someone needs to stay with him. Right, Cheng Muhai agreed. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Cheng Tianfang hurried to open it and called out excitedly, Sister-in-law, you're here? Wow, I haven't seen you in over half a year. Your belly is so big, it's pointy, so it must be a boy again. Xue Ling took her hand and looked her up and down. Fang, you're getting prettier. I almost didn't recognize you just now. You're even fairer and slimmer than you were at New Year's. That dress looks great on you. Very stylish. Cheng Tianfang blushed and explained, It's a new style from the shop this year. Brother Hu gave me one, and I helped him pick out 2 sets for Sister Wang Qing. Xue Ling clicked her tongue in admiration. Girls really do change so much in their teens. Half a year and you're like a different person. If you get a break during the semester, come home more often. Don't just wait for winter or summer holidays. There aren't any breaks, Cheng Tianfang explained. We only get a day and a half off on weekends, and just getting home and back takes a whole day. There's just not enough time. I'm always jealous of my classmates from the provincial capital. They can go home every week. So nice. Sister-in-law, I'm already 19 this year. By lunar years, right? Xue Ling said. You're actually 18, I remember clearly. A little over 18, Cheng Tianfang giggled. Xue Ling teased. When you're young, you can't wait to be older and want to round your age up. Once you're past 30, you'll wish you could count backwards. Cheng Tianfang burst out laughing. The 2 women chatted as they walked inside. When Xue Ling saw Cheng Muhai, she quickly called out, Dad! Cheng Muhai was sweeping and looked up in a fluster, then broke into a smile. Ling, you're back? Fang, help your sister-in-law sit down. She shouldn't stand too long. Xue Ling waved her hand and smiled. I'm fine. I've been feeling great these past 2 days. Fang, I bought some dumplings nearby. They're still hot. Go get some plates and chopsticks and eat with Mom and Dad. Perfect, Cheng Tianfang laughed. I'm starving. Sister-in-law, your dumplings came just in time. Xue Ling explained. There's nothing good to eat on the plane, and with all the traveling, of course you're hungry. I figured out the timing and came straight from the hospital. I bought these dumplings at a stall by the gate. People in the capital love noodles and dumplings. There are stalls and noodle shops everywhere, and you can get food any time of day. Cheng Tianfang quickly put the dumplings on plates and called her parents to eat. Liu Ying saw Xue Ling and came over, smiling happily. Ling, you look well. When Yuan called home the other day, he gave us such a scare. Xue Ling held the older woman's hand and explained, I didn't sleep well for a few days. Traveling, worrying about my dad, and not resting enough. Luckily, my 3rd uncle made me some herbal medicine to help with the pregnancy, and I recovered quickly. I've been feeling fine these past 2 days and have a good appetite. The baby's due in about a week. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters, Liu Ying said with a smile. Her son had called home to say his wife was about to give birth and couldn't travel back to Rongcheng, or she might go into labor on the road. After discussing it with her husband, they decided to come help with the postpartum care. Over here, their in-law was injured and needed care himself, so there wouldn't be enough hands. Luckily, they made it in time. Everyone washed their hands and hurried to eat the dumplings. Liu Ying took a bite and praised, These dumplings are great. The wrappers are chewy but not too thick. Of course, they're made by professionals, Cheng Tianfang said, eating one after another. Cheng Muhai chuckled. The capital's noodles and dumplings are famous all over the country. They really are the best. Xue Ling called Cheng Tianyuan over to eat. You rushed off to shower at noon, then went to the airport. You must be starving. I bought plenty, so eat while they're hot. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, How did you get here? Is there enough help with Dad? Don't worry, there's plenty, Xue Ling explained. My 3rd uncle and Uncle Zhilan are both there. They're playing chess and chatting with my dad. He's in good spirits. The IV is done for today, so there's nothing for me to do. I just took a car over. It only takes about 10 minutes. She looked around anxiously and asked, "Which room is Ran in? I can't seem to find him." Cheng Tianyuan knew she missed her son, so he quickly explained, "He's sleeping in the room closest to the door. That was the first room we finished cleaning, so we let him sleep there." Xue Ling immediately turned and hurried over. Seeing her anxious, hurried steps, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but remind her, "Don't go too fast." But Xue Ling didn't even bother to reply. She just rushed straight to her son. After several days apart, she missed him terribly. The moment she saw his chubby, fair little face, a smile instantly lit up her eyes. He was sleeping deeply, looking completely worn out, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of tenderness. This was the first time her child had traveled so far from home. Yesterday, they'd taken a long car ride to the provincial capital, spent the night there, then got up early to catch a car to the airport, flew over, and then got picked up from the airport. Just the travel alone had taken more than 10 hours. For a child just past his 2nd birthday, it was a huge challenge. After eating some dumplings, Cheng Tianyuan joined his parents in cleaning up. With so many hands, it took less than half an hour to sweep up all the dust from the fan installation. Liu Ying boiled a pot of water and poured it into bowls. "The pots here in the capital seem so small. I looked around the kitchen and found only small pots and stoves. Even the plates are smaller than ours." Cheng Tianfang giggled and explained, "This is a big city. Even a family of 4 or 5 is considered a lot. It's not like back home in the countryside where a dozen people live together and you need big pots and stoves, otherwise it's never enough." Liu Ying looked around the beautiful, spacious apartment and clicked her tongue in admiration. "But the apartment is much nicer than ours. It just feels so... what's the word? I can't remember all of a sudden." "High-end," Cheng Tianfang supplied. Yes, Liu Ying laughed softly. "It really does feel high-end." Cheng Tianfang glanced at the clock on the wall and whispered, "It's almost 5. Just then, Xue Ling came over, supporting her belly. "Mom, if the stove is lit, just put a big pot of water on to simmer. Tonight I'll take you all out to try some authentic local food." "That's too much trouble," Liu Ying said with a smile. "Let's just make do with something simple here. We just had dumplings, so we're not even hungry." But Cheng Muhai was still thinking about visiting Xue Wu in the hospital and couldn't help but say, "Let's go see your dad first, then eat. Whatever our daughter-in-law arranges, we'll go along with. We haven't bought everything for the kitchen yet, so we can cook tomorrow morning. No rush." "Okay." Cheng Tianfang swallowed her saliva. "I heard the most famous thing in the capital is roast duck. Sister-in-law, is that right? Is it good?" Xue Ling smiled. "It's delicious. The skin is crispy, the meat is tender, and it smells amazing. You can get it at almost any restaurant. We'll order a whole one tonight." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Cheng Tianfang was overjoyed. Seeing her husband and daughter so happy, Liu Ying didn't object and smiled. "All right, we'll visit our in-laws first, then go eat. By the way, Lingling, where's your mom? I brought some herbal medicine that's supposed to be great for bone injuries. You just boil it and use it as a hot compress." "My mom's busy at the main factory," Xue Ling explained. "With my dad in the hospital, she's the only one managing things. I'm pregnant and can't help much, so she's handling it all herself." Cheng Muhai reminded her, "That medicine is for the later stages of recovery, not now. Just keep it for when Awu is discharged." "Right," Xue Ling nodded. "Once he's out next weekend, we'll use it then. Uncle Jilan is here. He's a professional doctor, so let him take a look at the herbs. He'll know what's best." Cheng Muhai had always been grateful to Dr. Xue Jilan and smiled happily. "That's great! I haven't seen Director Xue in ages. He did my surgery back then. I'll always be grateful. Fang, which bag has the local specialties we brought? Go get them. We should give some to Director Xue when we see him." "I'll get them." Cheng Tianfang hurried to the living room. Cheng Tianyuan washed his hands and asked, "Is Ran awake yet?" "Not yet," Xue Ling replied gently. "He's sleeping soundly. You take Mom and Dad to the hospital to see my dad. I'll stay here with Ran. Later we'll go to Tianmen for roast duck. There are lots of restaurants there, so we'll definitely find a good one." "All right," Cheng Tianyuan nodded. A little while later, Cheng Tianyuan drove his parents and sister to the hospital. Xue Ling stayed with her son, waiting for him to wake up. Unexpectedly, she dozed off herself, until the little one beside her softly called, "Mama, Mama." Xue Ling woke up groggily to find the room already dim. Her son was cupping her face in his hands, smiling happily at her. Seeing his bright, adorable face, Xue Ling was overwhelmed with emotion and hugged him, showering him with kisses. "Did you miss Mama?" "Yes." "Did you miss Papa?" "Yes." "Who did you miss more, Mama or Papa?" "Both the same." "Oh, little Ranran already knows how to please both parents." She took his hand and got him out of bed, noticing his clothes were dirty. "Come on, Mama will get you some water to drink." The water in the pot had cooled, so Xue Ling poured half a bowl and handed it to her son. He took a couple of sips and mumbled, "Mama, I'm hungry." Xue Ling said, "Let's get you changed, then we'll go downstairs to eat. We're going to have the best roast duck in the capital." "Okay," the little one replied happily. Xue Ling turned on the lights in the living room and kitchen, found the luggage, and picked out clean clothes for Ranran. "Mama, where's Papa? Where's Grandpa? Where's Grandma?" the little one asked, sounding a bit pitiful. Xue Ling answered, "They went to visit Grandpa Xue. They'll be back soon. We'll go downstairs and wait for them at the gate." Ranran mumbled, "I want to see Grandpa too." When Grandpa and Grandma left after New Year, Ranran had cried a lot. Grandma had kissed his chubby little hand and said, "When Mama has your baby sister, Grandpa and Grandma will come get you and take you to the capital." But life is unpredictable. When Dad suddenly had an accident, the whole family ended up coming to the capital together. Xue Ling smiled and said, "I'll take you tomorrow. Tonight you'll sleep with Mama and Papa, and when you wake up we'll go see Grandpa. Grandpa and Grandma miss you so much." The little one nodded. Then Xue Ling slung her bag over her shoulder, took her son's hand, and headed downstairs. The lights in the complex were already on, and when they stepped out of the elevator, everything outside was bright. Ranran looked at the rows of shining streetlights and the brightly lit high-rises, and couldn't help but cheer, "So bright, so pretty." Xue Ling smiled and asked, "This is the city center. Do you like it?" "I like it." Ranran was so happy he even clapped his hands. Xue Ling said softly, "But you can't come out here alone. There are lots of cars and people, and it's dangerous if you're by yourself, so you must never leave home alone, okay?" Ranran nodded, half understanding. After all, it was his first time in the city, and little Ranran didn't understand anything yet. Xue Ling really couldn't help but worry. "Ranran, this place is much bigger than our home, and there are way more people. If you don't know your way, you won't be able to get back home at all. So, you mustn't go downstairs by yourself. It's dangerous. Look, the sidewalks are full of people riding bikes. And over there, see all those cars going back and forth? Do you see them?" "I see," the little one cheered. "I want to go over there. Mama, over there." Xue Ling smiled wryly, knowing he was still too young to really understand. No matter how many times she repeated herself, he probably wouldn't remember. For now, it was up to the adults to keep a close eye on him. "We have to wait here for Daddy. We can't wander off or Daddy won't be able to find us." Ranran was a little disappointed, but he couldn't argue with his mom, so he obediently stayed by her side. The two of them stood at the entrance of the apartment complex, watching the neon-lit city and the bustling crowds, quietly waiting. After a while, a brand-new car pulled up in front of them. Xue Ling spotted it right away and hurried over. Cheng Tianyuan opened the front passenger door, but Xue Ling opened the back door and handed Ranran to his grandparents. "Dad, Mom, let Ranran sit in the back with you. It's safer for kids not to sit in the front seat." Cheng Muhai and his wife didn't really understand, but they took their grandson and agreed. Cheng Tianfang pinched her nephew's cheek and laughed. "When did you wake up? We're all going to eat roast duck." "A long time ago," Ranran replied. Xue Ling turned her head and smiled. "Not that long. We just came down a little while ago." Liu Ying looked around, feeling a bit uneasy. Lingling, the capital is just so big. When we left earlier and then Yuan drove over, I even asked him why he stopped here. All these buildings look exactly the same. Cheng Muhai was also a bit nervous and said quietly, "The capital is a big city, it's just so different." Xue Ling smiled. "That's just because you've only just arrived. Don't worry, after a few days you'll get used to it. Really, the capital is just bigger, the buildings are taller, and there are more people. Once you're familiar, it's not so different." "I don't think I'll ever get used to it," Liu Ying said with a wry smile. "It all looks so confusing." "Don't worry," Xue Ling reassured her. "Tomorrow morning I'll take you out, and we'll go to the market across the street. After a few trips, you'll know your way around, and it won't be hard anymore." Cheng Tianyuan was young and had lived in the provincial capital before, so she adapted quickly. "Don't worry, Dad, Mom, I'll help you get around. I'll be taking the bus to class in a couple of days too. Look, there are so many bus stops in the capital." "Oh?" Liu Ying asked curiously. "Is that a bus stop?" "Yes," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "In little county towns like Rongcheng, there aren't really any bus stops. There's not even a shelter from the sun or rain. But here you can stand under the shelter and not worry about the weather. It's great." Xue Ling smiled. "If you like the capital, Fang, you can come work here after you graduate." At that, Cheng Tianyuan wilted a bit and said quietly, "Sister-in-law, I was just talking to my brother and parents about this. Right now, job assignments are all based on where your household registration is. I heard from a classmate from Ronghua City that he can only go back to Rongcheng, while classmates from the provincial capital can stay there. I'll probably be assigned back to Rongcheng." Liu Ying forced a smile. "Rongcheng isn't so bad. As long as you have a good job and a steady salary, and it's not too hard, that's enough. With your salary and the 30-something yuan a month in rent from the apartment your sister-in-law gave you, that's already a lot. Don't be too greedy." But Cheng Tianyuan sighed. "Rongcheng isn't good. It's too backward." "What about our village, then?" Cheng Muhai chided. "Your registration was moved to Rongcheng, so you can at least get a job in the county. If it was still in our village, you'd only be able to work in the town. Don't be so picky about Rongcheng." Cheng Tianyuan fell silent, not daring to say more. Xue Ling, hearing all this, asked, "Are you sure your school assigns jobs strictly based on household registration?" "Yes," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "That's the main rule. Unless you have connections in the personnel bureau, it's hard to get assigned somewhere you want." Cheng Tianyuan asked seriously, "So, where do you actually want to go?" I really don't want to go back to Rongcheng. It's just too backward," Cheng Tianyuan said softly. Liu Ying didn't agree. "Don't be so picky. You're a girl. Do you really want to go out and work far from home? Being away from home is never as good as being close. It's always better to be at home." Cheng Tianyuan didn't dare say anything more. Xue Ling said, "You still have a year and a half before you graduate. There's no rush. We can think about it." Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "The job assignments start in the last semester." Xue Ling smiled. "You might change your mind a lot in a year. If you want to work in the provincial capital, you can move your registration there. If you want to come to the capital, that's possible too." "It'll definitely be hard," Cheng Muhai said quietly. "She's not a local here. It's not easy to move your registration," Xue Ling explained. "If you buy a new apartment or house here, it should be easier to move. Don't worry, we'll help you figure it out when the time comes." Cheng Tianyuan's eyes lit up and she said happily, "Thank you, sister-in-law." "Don't listen to her," Liu Ying said. "Lingling, it's better if she goes back to Rongcheng. That way we can keep an eye on her. How could we be at ease with her working alone in a big city?" "Mom, we'll talk about it when the time comes. There's still a year, plenty of time to plan," Xue Ling said. Cheng Tianyuan pulled the car over and said, "We're here. Let's go in and eat." He quickly got out and helped Xue Ling out of the car. Xue Ling, supporting her belly, looked over at her son. Cheng Tianyuan hurried around to help Ranran out of the car. Liu Ying commented, This car is so much lower than ours. It must be cheaper, right? Ah Hu had told her that nowadays, some sedans cost just over 10,000, while their big Jeep was sturdy and not cheap. The sedan Ah Hu bought was the most expensive on the market, and the price had shocked them all. Cheng Tianyuan caught his wife's eye and gave her a subtle look. Xue Ling quickly understood and smiled. About the same price, not expensive. Come on, let's go eat roast duck. All right, the older couple agreed. Cheng Tianfang came around from the other side of the car, looking around. The capital really is different, so bustling. Little Ron called out pitifully, I'm hungry. Everyone burst out laughing. Hurry, let's go eat roast duck. That night, after not seeing his mom for several days, little Ron insisted on sleeping with Xue Ling. Cheng Tianyuan was a bit worried and explained, Daddy has to go to the hospital to take care of Grandpa, and Mommy is still pregnant with your little sister. I'm afraid she won't be able to look after you. It's fine, Xue Ling said. He sleeps through the night now and doesn't wake up. Let him sleep with me. I can handle it. Hearing this, Cheng Tianyuan had no choice but to agree. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying, being older, had been traveling since early morning. After dinner they were exhausted, so they quickly showered and went to bed. Xue Ling gave little Ron some water and took him to their room. The little guy looked at the completely different bathroom and couldn't help but ask, Mommy, this one's so small. Can I pee in it? You can. Xue Ling chuckled softly. This is an ensuite bathroom, so it can't be as big. But it works the same. No difference. Oh. After he finished, the little one excitedly climbed into bed and started chatting with Xue Ling. Knowing he was curious, Xue Ling answered all his questions and chatted with him for a while. But Ron was still a child, and by a little after 9 he was yawning and soon fell asleep on the straw mat. Xue Ling turned the ceiling fan down and went to bed early herself. Now that she was close to her due date, the baby in her belly was often restless, sometimes moving so much that she'd wake up several times a night. This night was no different. She woke up around 3 in the morning. She got up, drank some water, used the bathroom, and tried to go back to sleep. But maybe she lay in a bad position and pressed on Ron because he started fussing and wouldn't settle. So she had to sit up and ended up pacing around the room. It wasn't until after 7 that she managed to get another half hour of sleep. Mommy! Ron woke up groggily and called for her. Xue Ling was exhausted and mumbled, Go find Grandma. There were already faint voices outside. The grandparents were clearly up. Ron obediently opened the door and went out. Xue Ling, half asleep, drifted off again. The baby in her belly kicked her, but she was too tired to soothe it and just kept her eyes closed. When she woke up again, it was already past 9. Cheng Tianyuan had come back, showered, and was on the balcony with Ron, looking at the view. Xue Ling asked, How's my dad? Was everything okay last night? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. He slept through the night, and I slept well too. I helped him wash up and change into a clean hospital gown, fed him some porridge, and then third uncle and Uncle Jilan came over. So I drove back to pick up Ron and Dad. Last night, Dad kept asking about Ron. He really misses him. Xue Ling laughed. He's so biased, only misses his grandson. Cheng Tianyuan put Ron down and went to the kitchen. There's still some porridge in the pot. I'll get you a bowl. Xue Ling noticed how quiet it was and asked, Where are Dad and Mom? They're not here? They went out with Fang to get familiar with the area and buy groceries across the street. With Fang leading, we don't have to worry. The roads and crossings are just like in the provincial capital. She'll take good care of them. As Xue Ling ate her porridge, she asked, Did you give Dad and Mom some money? I did, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I gave them 300 yuan. Xue Ling said quietly, Prices here in the capital are a bit higher than in Rongcheng. Give them a little extra so they don't get sticker shock. They often went to the market and knew the price of rice and vegetables. If everything was a dime or 2 more expensive, the elders would immediately feel it was too costly. She didn't want them to be so put off by the prices that they'd be afraid to stay in the capital after just a few days. After all, they'd already discussed that the child would go to school here in the future. If that was the plan, the grandparents would need to move here too, so everyone could look after each other. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I already explained that incomes are higher here, so prices are higher too. Many workers here make over 200 yuan a month, sometimes more, while in Rongcheng it's just over 100. When you put it that way, they understand. Ranran tugged at Xue Ling's sleeve and whined, Mommy, I want to see Grandpa, Grandpa. Xue Ling quickly nodded. Okay, as soon as I finish eating, we'll go to the hospital to see Grandpa. A little while later, the three of them headed out. Cheng Tianyuan explained, There are 3 keys to the front door. I have one, Fang has one, and Mom has one. Good, Xue Ling said, waving her hand. Mom's home most often, so it's best she has one. By the way, Fang's training class starts tomorrow, right? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan replied. She's going to register this afternoon. I asked if she needed me to go with her, but she said no. She wants to find the bus stop and get there on her own. That's good. She's more independent now. Xue Ling smiled. Ever since she went to school in the provincial capital, she's become much more mature and independent. Cheng Tianyuan said calmly, She's old enough. If she doesn't grow up now, when will she? Ranran saw the elevator and ran over to press the button. Xue Ling was startled and reminded him, Remember, you can't take the elevator alone. You always need someone with you, okay? Okay, Ranran replied softly. Xue Ling sighed and smiled wryly. Sometimes I feel like I'm talking to a wall. Every time I tell you, you say you understand. But the moment I turn around, you forget everything. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, He's still a child. How much can he really understand? We just have to keep teaching and set a good example. That's how he'll learn. Xue Ling clicked her tongue. Feels like we've got a long road ahead. He was already over 2, but still so clueless. And with another little one on the way, who knows how long it would take for them both to grow up. The 3 of them got in the elevator, and Cheng Tianyuan pressed the button for the first floor. Ranran quickly stood on tiptoe and pressed the close door button. Xue Ling watched his eager little movements and couldn't help but laugh. Kids are naturally curious and energetic. In a new environment, knowing nothing, it was impossible for her not to worry. Suddenly she remembered something and said quietly, Yuan, if the kids are going to go to school here, we'll need to move here ahead of time. Even adults need time to adjust, let alone kids. It takes time to adapt from a simple place to a complex one. Young people like Fang, full of energy and quick to learn, would adapt easily. But for the elderly and especially for little kids, it was much harder. Kids didn't know what was dangerous or what they should or shouldn't do. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, It's fine. We'll talk it over and plan. Suddenly, Xue Ling got excited. Oh, we should write the factory phone number and our names on a little note and hang it around Ranran's neck. Make it into a cute accessory and hide the note inside. Yes, that's what we'll do. Seeing her so worked up, Cheng Tianyuan quickly took her hand. All right, I'll go buy one later. Don't scare yourself. When the family of 3 arrived at the hospital, Grandpa Xue was still being looked after by third uncle and Uncle Xue Lan. Elders always love children, and as soon as little Ranran arrived, he immediately became the center of their attention. Grandpa Xue, who had just regained some mobility, held his little grandson's hand and couldn't bear to let go for a long time. But kids are always restless. After being held for a while, Ranran started to get fidgety. Daddy, I want to play. Third Uncle Xue came over with a big smile. Come, third Grandpa will take you to play. Ranran had never been shy, so he nodded eagerly and even took the old man's hand himself. Uncle Xue Lan looked on enviously and crouched down. Ranran, Uncle Grandpa will take you to play too, okay? Okay, the little one agreed to everyone. Everyone burst out laughing. Third Uncle Xue explained, My 3 grandsons are all grown now. The oldest is already in middle school and the other 2 are 12 or 13. When their parents were busy, they'd be dropped off at our courtyard for weekends or holidays. I have plenty of experience with kids, so don't worry. Cheng Tianyuan reminded his son. You have to be good and listen, don't run off. Got it, the little one replied crisply. So third Uncle Xue and Uncle Xue each took one of Ranran's hands and happily led him out. Grandpa Xue watched them go, a little envious. It's been over half a year and Ranran's grown so much, at least half a head taller. He's not as chubby as before, but still so fair. Xue Ling explained. He was chubby as a baby, but he can't stay that way forever. As he grows, he'll get taller and slim down a bit. That's better than having to worry about losing weight later. Nonsense. Grandpa Xue scolded her with a smile. He's a boy. No need to worry about being chubby. A little extra weight is healthy for kids. Xue Ling knew the older generation always thought chubby meant strong, and strong meant healthy. But that wasn't really true. Still, she knew she couldn't change his mind overnight, so she let it go. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. He's starting to shoot up now. When he's 10 or so, his height will slow down and he'll probably fill out again. Then, during his teenage years, he'll have another growth spurt. Exactly, Grandpa Xue said, remembering, back in our day there was never enough to eat. We were all skinny and sallow. Most people didn't start growing taller until they were 17 or 18. Like bean sprouts. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Dad, did you really grow that late? Yes, Grandpa Xue replied. I was still short at 15 or 16. It wasn't until the end of my 17th year that I shot up, grew a whole head taller in a year. I think I was 16 or 17 when I really grew, Xue Ling mused. Grandpa Xue shook his head, knowing his daughter well. You started at the end of your 14th year. It was slow at first, but by 15 you shot up, and by 17 you'd stopped growing. Oh, I'd forgotten, Xue Ling said. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Girls tend to grow earlier, boys a bit later. That's right, most of the time, Grandpa Xue agreed. You two are both tall, so the kids don't have to worry about being short. Ranran is already taller than most kids his age. Xue Ling grinned. With both sets of grandparents being tall, how could he be short? There's no short gene in the family. What gene? Grandpa Xue was confused. Xue Ling stuck out her tongue and explained, I just mean, since all the elders are tall, the kids will be too. Of course, Grandpa Xue said warmly. When Fang came to the hospital yesterday, I almost didn't recognize her. After New Year, when she came back from the south, her skin was tanned. Now she's fair and slim, a real grown-up girl, very pretty. She's quite tall too, maybe even taller than you, Ling. About the same, Cheng Tianyuan said. She's thinner, so she looks taller. Ling is pregnant now, so she looks a bit rounder, which makes her seem shorter. But they're actually about the same height. Xue Ling laughed. Yesterday I was saying how much she's changed. She's like a completely different person. Grandpa Xue smiled. It's not an exaggeration to say she's been reborn. With a loving family and her parents' renewed attention, her life has truly turned around. Cheng Tianyuan sighed softly. But she had to want to change herself. No one else could do it for her. The only person who can really change her life is herself. Well said, Grandpa Xue nodded. Once she graduates, finds a job, and learns more skills, her life will be completely different. Xue Ling thought of her father's words about a new beginning and couldn't help but laugh. Dad, Ranran's name is Huanran, which means renewed. For this new baby, whose surname will be Xue, what name do you think would be good? Grandpa Xue chuckled. You're the parents, so you should choose the name. It's not my place to interfere. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, Dad, you're the baby's grandpa, an elder. If you name the baby, it'll be even more meaningful. Hearing this, Grandpa Xue was delighted. All right, if it's a girl, call her Xue Yun. If it's a boy, call him Xue Ji. Xue Ling couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter, Dad, those names are so old-fashioned. I think they sound nice, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. Grandpa Xue explained, When you were born, I thought you'd be the eldest and we'd have more children, so I picked a phrase from a proverb, Lingyun Ji Ji, soaring ambition, hoping your generation would carry on the family's aspirations. You're the eldest daughter, so I used the character Ling for you. So that's how it was. Xue Ling thought for a moment, not wanting the new baby to have too old-fashioned a name. Dad, how about this? Since you want the family to flourish, why not name the baby Xue Yang? That works for either a boy or a girl. Not bad at all, Grandpa Xue said, looking to Cheng Tianyuan. Ayuan, what do you think? Yang, I like it. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. It's uncommon, and you don't hear it much. Grandpa Xue nodded enthusiastically. Then let's go with Yang. In our generation, everyone was named after mountains, trees, or the sea. Too ordinary. These days, you really have to put thought into names. Ayuan, your name is good too. There's a saying, when drinking water, remember its source. I bet your father wanted you to be filial to your elders. Probably, Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Then it's settled, Xue Ling said happily. Dad, who named you? I've noticed that your generation all have nice names. Uncle Xue Ling's is especially elegant and poetic. Grandpa Xue thought for a moment and explained, My name was given by your grandfather. Our generation was the Mu, wood generation, so everyone's names had something to do with wood. For example, I'm called Wu, as in the Chinese parasol tree, and third uncle is called Tong, as in the Chinese paulownia tree. What about Uncle Xue Ling? Xue Ling couldn't help but ask. Isn't he in your generation? How come his name is two characters and there's no wood in it? Grandpa Xue explained. When your Uncle Xue Ling was born, society was in turmoil. People said old customs shouldn't be followed, so the cousins born a couple of years after me didn't get names based on the family genealogy. His name was given by your eldest uncle, who was already in school and, by the old standards, was more educated than a scholar. I see. Xue Ling nodded in understanding. Grandpa Xue continued. Your eldest uncle loved literature, especially classical Chinese. When he named your Uncle Xue Ling, he was very pleased, and even wrote a poem for the younger generation to use as inspiration for names. Oh? What poem? Xue Ling asked. Dad, do you remember it? Maybe we can use it for reference. But Grandpa Xue couldn't recall. It was something about divine talent, all good words. I was just a little older than Ran at the time, so how could I remember the poem? Never mind then, Xue Ling gave up, muttering, let's just stick with Yang. Cheng Tianyuan noticed it was almost noon and wanted to go out to buy lunch. Dad, what would you like to eat? Dumplings, Grandpa Xue replied with a smile. Cabbage and pork filling and a small bowl of soup. I'll have noodles, Xue Ling said. Cheng Tianyuan, being from the south, preferred rice, so he quietly chose a boxed meal. I wonder where third uncle and Uncle Xue Ling went. Let's wait a bit, Grandpa Xue said gently. They should be back soon. But the three of them waited, and by noon, there was still no sign of them. I'll go look for them, Lingling. You stay here with Dad, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. Okay, Xue Ling replied. Cheng Tianyuan went out and soon ran into Dr. Li, third uncle's student, and greeted him politely. Dr. Li smiled and explained, I saw my teacher and Dr. Xue at the hospital entrance with a little boy. They said they were going to eat and asked me to let you know not to wait for them for lunch. Oh, I see. Thank you, Cheng Tianyuan said. Dr. Li nodded and left, so Cheng Tianyuan went out the hospital gate, bought a meal, and then got noodles and dumplings. He thought third uncle and Uncle Xue Ling would be back soon after eating, but Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan waited, and it was after 2 o'clock before they returned. Grandpa Xue laughed. Looks like they were having too much fun to come back. Xue Ling sighed. It's not always a good thing for a child to be so outgoing. What if he meets a stranger who talks to him and he just goes along with them? Don't worry, Cheng Tianyuan said. With third uncle and Uncle Xue Ling, there's nothing to worry about. A little while later, Cheng Tianfang arrived with her father. I saw the Central Hospital stop at the bus station, so I took Dad on the bus. It was just 3 stops, very convenient. Cheng Muhai grinned. I only know a few characters, so it's lucky my daughter led the way, but it really is convenient. Walk 100 meters from the apartment and you see the bus stop. When the number 10 bus comes, you get on, and when you hear Central Hospital, you get off. That's it. Ha ha. Grandpa Xue said kindly. Let Fang take you a couple more times and you'll know the way. We're not that old yet. It's not hard to learn. The bus routes in the capital are getting more complete every year. As long as you know the general direction, you can get anywhere in half an hour. Very convenient, Cheng Muhai agreed. Rongcheng has buses too, but I never really took them. I heard there are only a few routes and it seemed complicated, so I never tried. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Don't worry, Dad. After a couple more rides, you'll get it. Uncle is right. Grandpa Xue looked at Tianyuan and asked with a smile, Fang, did you register at the training center? I'll go after lunch, Tianyuan replied. Unfortunately, there are only 5 people in our cake class, but the teacher said they'll still teach us. We just have to pay an extra 100 yuan for materials. That's not cheap, Cheng Muhai muttered. A month and a half of classes and you've already paid 200. It's not expensive, Xue Ling said. Cake making needs a lot of ingredients, eggs, flour, and an oven. Those all cost money. Tianyuan smiled sheepishly. Dad, it's good to learn more skills. The teacher said after a month or so we'll have the basics down and then we can keep improving on our own. Bakers and pastry chefs are rare these days, Xue Ling said. Once you learn, you'll definitely be able to make good money. Really? Tianyuan asked with a smile. You mean open a bakery? Yes, Xue Ling explained. There aren't many bakeries in the provincial capital or here in the capital. If you open one and make good food, you'll definitely make money. Then I'll study hard, Tianyuan said happily, but Cheng Muhai was skeptical. How many people will eat that kind of foreign food? Doesn't seem reliable. Will people really like it? They will, Xue Ling said confidently. If it tastes good, lots of people will like it. Dad, once Fang learns, let her make some for you to try. You'll like it too. Cheng Muhai nodded, half believing. Well, since we're here and the money's paid, might as well learn. After chatting for a while, third uncle and Uncle Xue came back with little Ranran. We went out for lunch and took a walk. Don't worry, the child was perfectly fine. Ranran grinned. Uncle Grandpa bought me a big pinwheel. When you blow on it, it spins. Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan gently reminded, Did you thank Uncle Grandpa? Did you? Ranran looked a little embarrassed and said softly, I was busy blowing on it and forgot. Everyone laughed again. Xue Ling said, Better late than never. You can thank him now. Ranran nodded obediently, looked at Uncle Xue and said in a clear voice, Thank you, Uncle Grandpa, thank you. Good boy, Uncle Xue beamed. He really is well behaved. At lunch he ate his pancake by himself. We didn't have to feed him. He even drank his soup on his own, very steady, didn't spill a drop. Third uncle nodded in agreement. He's not shy, very well behaved, and outgoing. You've raised him well. Xue Ling was a little embarrassed by the praise and smiled shyly. Third uncle looked at Uncle Xue and said warmly, When Aheng gets married and has kids, you'll have grandkids to look after every day. Uncle Xue laughed heartily, his eyes full of anticipation. That evening, Cheng Tianyuan drove his wife, son, father, and sister back to Dongfang Garden. Dongfang Garden was a new residential complex with all the modern amenities, and the lights came on early. Cheng Muhai couldn't help but look around. The buildings here are really nice. Xue Ling chuckled softly and explained, Dad, the capital hasn't always had high-rises. It's only in recent years that these kinds of complexes and tall buildings have appeared. Before, we all lived in 3- or 4-story buildings. Back in my hometown, which Yuan has visited, it's just a small courtyard house. Cheng Muhai smiled. That's already much better than what we have. You know what our 2 old rooms back home are like. They're not bad at all, Xue Ling said sincerely. When the village expands in the future, we can renovate or rebuild the house. Cheng Muhai said quietly, We have plenty of space here now, so there's no need to spend money on the old place for now. It's not easy for you to earn money, and raising kids is expensive. Just the formula costs a lot. Anyway, the house is ours. It's not going anywhere. Little Ron echoed, It's not going anywhere, not going anywhere. Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan took them up in the elevator, then drove back to the hospital. Now, every night he was the one to look after his father-in-law, while third uncle and Uncle Xue Ling took care of him during the day. Grandpa Xue was needing fewer IVs now, just 2 hours today before it was stopped. The stitches on his neck had been removed, and the wound was scabbing over. The doctor said not to get it wet. His shoulder was still bandaged, and he still needed help to sit up. When Cheng Tianyuan arrived, his mother-in-law and Cheng Tianyuan were there too. Xue Ling had also come, saying he was there to drive his father and third uncle home. Grandpa Xue said gently, "Third brother has had a long day. Go home early. Heng, drive carefully." "Okay," Xue Ling said apologetically. "Uncle, the factory was busy today, so I couldn't come by. I'll come back later to chat. I have some good news to share." Grandpa Xue smiled. "It's late. Don't keep running back and forth. Just tell me the good news now. After you take third uncle and your dad home, get some rest yourself. You have work tomorrow." Xue Ling looked a little embarrassed. "Uncle, I signed a big order today, 50,000 winter coats." "Not bad?" Grandpa Xue asked. "Is it a local order?" "Yes," Xue Ling explained. "It was a referral from an old client. They only ordered a few thousand summer clothes before, but sales were so good they came back for winter coats." "Very good," Grandpa Xue smiled. "Repeat customers are what we should value most. Only with good quality will customers keep coming back." Uncle Xue Ling gave his son an approving look, but said, "Don't go bragging to your uncle about a small order. He only deals with regular clients, and every order is over 100,000. You still have a lot to learn." "I know," Xue Ling said quietly. "I just wanted to share some good news. I'm finally starting to get my own clients." "That's great news," Grandpa Xue said kindly. "It means you're building your own customer base and can start handling things on your own. Xue Ling, when your child makes progress, you should praise him. Don't be too strict. Give him some confidence." "Yes," Uncle Xue Ling chuckled. "I used to trust their abilities too much, which made them overconfident and not careful enough. Now I don't dare praise them too easily." Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan added, "Heng is actually very capable. Uncle Xue Ling just wants to be a strict father." Third uncle laughed. "That's how it is. We treat other people's kids like treasures, but with our own we keep a stern face, afraid that if we smile, they won't amount to anything." Everyone laughed again. Xue Ling stood up. "Third uncle, Dad, let's head home. Brother-in-law, I'll leave things here to you. I'm free the next couple of nights. How about I take over watching Uncle from tomorrow? Lingling's about to give birth. You should spend more time with her." "No need," Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Dad doesn't need IVs at night, just sleep. I don't have much to do, and I sleep through the night. You have to work during the day, but I don't. I'll keep doing it." Grandpa Xue also preferred his son-in-law's care. "Ayuan can stay here. When Lingling has the baby, you can come help." "All right, let's leave it at that," Xue Ling said. He took third uncle and his father home. Cheng Tianyuan then got a towel and some warm water to help his father-in-law wash his face and limbs. "Dad, does the bandage feel stuffy?" "No, your Uncle Xue Ling added some mint to the medicine. Feels cool and comfortable, not hot or itchy." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Uncle Xue Ling really is a professional. With him around, your wound is healing much faster." "Oh? How so?" Grandpa Xue asked. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. "There's a man in the next room, in his 50s, who broke his leg. He still can't move and complains all day. Compared to him, you're doing much better." Grandpa Xue said quietly, "It's mostly because I was in decent health to begin with, plus third uncle's herbal medicine and Xue Ling's topical treatments. They work well together. I really do feel like I'm healing faster." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "It's different when you have professionals helping." He then fetched water and a toothbrush, helped Grandpa Xue rinse his mouth and brush his teeth. After tidying up, Cheng Tianyuan turned down the fan, switched off a light, and they both went to bed. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Muhai's family had been in the capital for a week. At first, Liu Ying was afraid to go out, but she soon realized the capital just had more bikes, more cars, and was bigger. Nothing to be afraid of. She could now go downstairs by herself to the market across the street to buy groceries. After 2 bus rides, Cheng Muhai bought a small map and started taking the bus to the hospital every day to visit Grandpa Xue. Xue Ling spent her days with Ran, visiting Grandpa in the mornings and evenings and playing in the apartment the rest of the time. When the weather wasn't too hot, they'd go for walks in the complex. Cheng Tianyuan spent most of his time at the hospital, only coming home in the evenings. Yesterday, Xue Ling went to the telecom office and bought a landline. The technician came in the afternoon, and after 2 hours, it was up and running. Grandma Xue was very busy, and had only managed to visit Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai once. She simply didn't have time to come by again. That evening, Cheng Tianyuan came home and said with a smile, "Tomorrow's Monday. The doctor says Dad can be discharged." "Really? That fast? It's only been a bit over 10 days, Liu Ying exclaimed. Cheng Tianyuan explained, "The bone in his shoulder has set, but he still can't move it. Today he didn't need any IVs at all. Third uncle is still giving him daily herbal medicine, and Uncle Xue Ling will keep changing his dressings after he's home. In about a month he should be mostly recovered, but for the next 6 months he can't lift anything heavy, absolutely no carrying." "That's wonderful," Cheng Muhai was delighted. "Let's bring Awu over as soon as possible. There are still 2 empty rooms here." "I'll make bone broth for him every day," Liu Ying said cheerfully. "And lots of braised meat too." Xue Ling hurried over with her son, happily saying, "Let's get ready and bring my dad over tomorrow." Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. Dad was just hesitating, not sure if he should come. "Why?" Cheng Muhai asked anxiously. "If he doesn't come here, where else would he go? Haitang is busy at the factory every day and can't take care of him. We have so many people here, there's nothing to worry about," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "He's worried that with your upcoming delivery, things will be too busy here and he'll be a burden." "It's fine," Liu Ying said. "We have a big family, plenty of hands." "Exactly," Xue Ling added. "Besides, Uncle Xue Ling lives in this complex too. He can come over to help any time." Uncle Xue Ling had already resigned from his old hospital, saying he wanted to transfer back to the capital. The director knew he was determined and didn't try to keep him. His wife was also preparing to transfer and should be able to come by the end of the year. Xue Ling would be able to start work here in 2 months. For now, he was waiting for the transfer order and had little to do, so he planned to stay in the capital for a while, waiting for the paperwork and helping take care of his cousin, as well as spending more time with his son. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "I told Dad we've all decided and are ready. Tomorrow I'll bake some big loaves of bread for Uncle to try," Cheng Tianfang said with a grin. She'd been at the training class for a few days and could already make decent bread. Every day after coming home, she'd experiment. But since there was no oven here, she could only steam them, so they looked odd. Even though they looked funny, everyone said they tasted good and encouraged her to keep practicing. Liu Ying couldn't help teasing, "You'd better skip your foreign bread, it's so ugly. We can barely eat it, your uncle will probably lose his appetite just looking at it." Everyone burst out laughing. "I'll bake them at the training center and bring them back," Tianfang said. "Today I learned how to decorate cakes, and the teacher even praised my designs." "Bake more and bring it home," Xue Ling laughed. "Bread needs to be baked. An oven makes it taste so much better. There are lots of people at home, so make plenty." "Yes, ma'am," Tianfang replied happily, then went off to play with Ran. In just over a week in the capital, Ran already had a pile of toys. Some were bought by his grandparents, some by his aunt when she took him out, and quite a few by Uncle Xue Ling and third uncle. The most came from Xue Heng, who brought a whole bag, including a plastic horse that looked just like the wooden one at home. Ran loved it. He could now call out uncle. And Xue Heng was so delighted he immediately took him downstairs to buy more toys. After getting everything ready, everyone went to bed early. That night, Xue Ling woke up halfway through feeling uncomfortable. Her belly was so big that sometimes she felt short of breath and had to sit up, drink some water, and then try to sleep again. But the baby was restless and wouldn't settle, moving around constantly. Xue Ling had no choice but to sit on the edge of the bed, dozing off. It looked like she'd better double-check everything tomorrow. She'd probably give birth in the next couple of days. Having done it once before, she had some experience. The next morning, Cheng Tianyuan drove Grandpa Xue to the complex. Third uncle had borrowed a wheelchair from his student, saying it was a new import at the hospital, for patients who couldn't walk on their own. The car stopped at the gate, and Cheng Tianyuan and Uncle Xue Ling helped Grandpa Xue out and into the wheelchair. When they reached the steps, the two of them lifted the chair together and finally got to the elevator. They went upstairs smoothly and found the whole family waiting. Grandma Xue was there too, smiling. "We've been waiting a while. Finally you're here." Cheng Tianyuan helped his father-in-law onto the sofa, and Xue Ling quickly brought a pillow for him to lean on. Grandpa Xue smiled. It's fine. My legs are fine. I can walk." Cheng Muhai came over and sat beside him. "You can walk, but you still need help getting up and down. If you need anything, just call me. I'll sleep in your room on a floor mat starting tonight. I'm all set." Liu Ying quickly brought over a bowl of bone broth, smiling. "Oh, here, this is winter melon and bone soup. Not too hot, not too cold, just right." Grandpa Xue sniffed and praised, "Smells wonderful. I've been on antibiotics every day, so just smelling meat makes me feel great." Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan took the bowl and fed his father-in-law with a spoon. Liu Ying brought 2 more bowls for third uncle and Uncle Xue Ling. "We made a big pot. Everyone have some to cool off and quench your thirst." Both men drank and praised her cooking. "Ao always says your cooking is the best, especially your braised meat." Liu Ying, not used to being praised, blushed. "I don't know much. Just throw things together. Luckily, no one minds. I made braised meat for lunch. Everyone stay and eat." Grandma Xue, worried they'd refuse, quickly added, "We're celebrating Awu's safe discharge and thanking you both for taking care of him. I'll help cook too. Third brother and Zilan, you have to give me some face." With her saying that, third uncle and Uncle Xue Ling couldn't refuse. "Sister-in-law, we're all family. No need to be so polite. Just make some home-style dishes." Grandma Xue laughed. "That's all I know how to make. Luckily, Sister Liu Ying is such a good cook. Otherwise, I'd be embarrassed to have you stay for lunch." Everyone laughed. Xue Ling, holding her belly, came over and said, "My mother-in-law is also making some Rongcheng snacks. Third uncle and Uncle Xue Ling, you have to try them. They're really authentic and delicious." Great. Third uncle and Uncle Xue Ling looked around the apartment and couldn't help but praise, "It's rare to see such a big suite. Great location, too. Perfect for a big family." Grandpa Xue smiled and explained, "When Ling Ling had Ran, her mom went to Rongcheng to help with the postpartum month. When she came back, she was so convinced she had to buy a suite to rent out, and to buy land, that she had our old neighbor Old Tang help look. Old Tang found several plots and introduced a few high-end apartments. This is the biggest one." Uncle Xue Ling asked curiously, "I don't think there's another suite this big in our building, is there?" "No, this is the only one in all of Dongfang Garden," Grandpa Xue said. Third Uncle Xue asked curiously, "How come there's only one like this? Judging by the size, was it 2 units combined?" "Exactly," Grandpa Xue explained. "When this building was first developed, a big boss really liked this floor and planned to make it his home, so he had 2 apartments of over 100 square meters each combined into one. But his wife didn't like living so high up. She said just thinking about the height made her anxious and nauseous, so he ended up selling the place." Grandma Xue, picking vegetables in the corner of the living room, laughed. "Back then, after I bought 3 or 4 units here, I thought the place was nice but a bit small. Old Tang heard and brought me to see this one. I bought it on the spot without a second thought. Who knew, later on, no one wanted to rent such a big apartment. It was always empty." Uncle Xue Ling laughed. "A place this big needs a huge family to not waste it. The bigger the place, the higher the rent. Regular families wouldn't rent something like this. It's just too expensive. Sister-in-law, you were a bit greedy," Grandma Xue explained. "No one wanted to rent it, and I didn't have time to look for tenants, so it just sat empty. It wasn't until Ling Ling and her family came that I thought of letting them stay here." "Perfect," third uncle said. "With your big family, there's still room to spare. It's spacious and everyone has their own space. Really ideal." Grandpa Xue chuckled. Just half a month ago, this place was still empty. Then I got hurt. My son-in-law and daughter came back, and the in-laws came too. Finally, this apartment is being put to good use. Chung Muhai grinned. It's a great place to live. Not hot, well-ventilated, quiet, and easy to get in and out. Exactly, Jilan agreed. I've been here over a week and really like this complex. It's close to the city center and the market. There are lots of bus stops, and it's convenient to get anywhere in the capital. Xue Ling reminded, Uncle, you and Aunt will both be working at the central hospital soon, and it's very close from here. Why not buy a small unit in this complex? Then you two can live together, and when Ah Heng gets married, he can have the old place. When they have kids, you'll be nearby to help, and when you're older, they can look after you too. Living in the same complex is truly convenient. We're actually thinking about that, Zilan smiled. Your dad mentioned it before, and I agree it's a good plan. Grandma Xue looked up. No need to buy. There are several units here. When the time comes, just pick one to live in. Oh, we couldn't. Zilan waved his hand. Sister-in-law, Ah Heng's apartment was already sold to us at a great price. We can't keep taking advantage. He'd thought his son's apartment was just a good deal through his sister-in-law, but only after buying it did he realize she'd bought it long ago and sold it to him cheap. Once is enough. He couldn't keep accepting such favors. Grandma Xue said warmly, We're family. No need for such formalities. For now, just stay together. There's plenty of space. When Ah Heng gets married, we'll talk again. Maybe. We'll need to arrange another apartment sooner, Jilan said with a wry smile. We might need Ah Heng to help out financially and buy one next month. Why so soon? Grandpa Xue asked, puzzled. Aren't you only transferring here in 2 or 3 months? Zilan smiled awkwardly. Here's the thing. A couple of days ago, I got in touch with Ah Huan. He said he'll be flying straight to the capital in half a month. But he's not coming alone. He's bringing a classmate, who's also his girlfriend. Oh, that's great news. Wonderful. Ah Huan has a girlfriend now. Ah Heng better hurry up. His younger brother's catching up. Settling down and starting a career, he's already found a job. So why not start a family too? The 2 most important things in life all at once. As his father, you can finally relax. Looks like we'll be drinking wedding wine by the end of the year. We'll be waiting. Zilan laughed heartily, and after everyone finished their excited chatter, he explained. He said he'd planned to come back alone since he's already graduated and has his diploma, but during his years abroad he got close to a female classmate and they fell in love. She wanted him to stay, but he didn't want to. He knew the family was waiting for him, so he was determined to come home. Ah Huan is very patriotic, third uncle said warmly. I've talked to him. He said most of his fellow students stayed abroad after graduation. Very few came back. But he feels his roots are here, so he has to return. He's a rare talent, and the Personnel Bureau and the People's Hospital both value him highly. Jilan added quietly, He wanted to come back, but his girlfriend kept asking him to stay. In the end, he insisted on returning, and she couldn't bear to be apart, so she decided to come with him. She's a foreigner, so the paperwork is complicated. She needs a temporary residence permit and consulate approval. Ah Huan could have come back earlier, but because of her, he had to delay. They'll arrive in half a month. Oh, wow. A foreign sister-in-law. Xue Ling laughed, excited. If they have mixed kids, they'll be so cute and good-looking. Zilan laughed and shook his head. That boy nearly drove me crazy. I scolded him for not telling us sooner. I said, Are you going to wait until you have kids before telling the family? He nearly gave his old man a heart attack. Everyone burst out laughing. If that really happened, you'd probably be even happier. Your son comes back and brings a wife and kids all at once. How could you be mad? You'd be over the moon. If it were me, I'd be thrilled. That's wonderful news. Kids grow up and naturally fall in love and get married. It's only right. For her to be willing to leave her home and family to come all the way to the capital for him, she must really love him. Yes, to marry him, she's willing to leave everything behind. Her courage and determination are truly admirable. That's a love story for the ages. She's a foreigner. Can she speak our language? Probably not, right? Neither you nor your wife speak a foreign language, so communication might be tricky. Jilan smiled wryly. Ah Huan says she can understand a little but can't really speak. When I got the call, I was stunned, and Ah Heng's mom was speechless for a long time. She said she'll fly over when they arrive, and then we'll figure out what to do. What's there to figure out? Of course you have to agree. She's coming all this way to marry Ah Huan. How could you say no? Zilan shook his head with a wry smile. Of course we have to discuss it. She doesn't really speak Chinese. How will she find a job? She's a medical graduate, but can she work here? Doctors need to communicate with patients, and if she can't, how can she treat anyone? That really is a problem, third uncle said with a chuckle. Even if she's working with other doctors, communication might be tough, let alone with patients. Doctors have to interact with patients and nurses every day. Communication is essential. But she's a top medical graduate, Jilan explained. She's a real talent and definitely wants to work and realize her own value. She told Ah Huan she hopes to work at the hospital with him. Unless someone can translate for her, Grandpa Xue said quietly. That's not realistic, Xue Ling explained. You can't hire a translator to follow her around. It's not practical. Plus, a lot of medical terms don't match up exactly between countries, so translating isn't easy. She recalled that when she did translation work, there were some diseases she couldn't find in any dictionary, and her friend Zhao Jiaxu told her to just use phonetic spelling for now. There was no other way. Translators were already rare in China, and no one could afford to hire one just for this. That does make things tricky, third uncle mused. First, she's not a specially recruited foreign expert. If she were, the authorities would arrange everything for her. Second, she doesn't have a local household registration. Ah Huan is different. He's a Chinese citizen, born here, with his registration in the capital, so getting a job at the People's Hospital was easy for him. Zilan sighed. So now we have to figure out how to get her settled here legally, and then help her find a suitable job. That's not hard, Xue Ling chimed in. She could teach at a foreign language school. Teachers and students there could communicate with her. Just because she studied medicine doesn't mean she has to work in a hospital. If she likes, she could be a teacher at a language school or university. That's a respected job, pays well, and isn't any worse than being a doctor. That's a great idea, Zilan said, delighted. If she wants to work, communication is the foundation. Teaching at a foreign language school should be easy for her. Being a teacher is definitely easier than being a doctor, third uncle added. Doctors have to work shifts and are always busy. Teachers get weekends and holidays, much easier. Xue Ling thought for a moment. Uncle, the most direct way to solve her residency is for her to marry Ah Huan and get a marriage certificate. If she marries him, the paperwork will be much easier. You know about this? You're familiar with the process? Jilan asked, curious. Xue Ling shook her head. When I was in school, my oral English teacher was a foreigner. He said he'd been here for years, renewing his temporary residence permit over and over. Later, he fell in love with a teacher in our department, and after they got together, the school helped him apply for citizenship. 6 months later, it was approved, and he became a legal citizen, just like us. Jilan was pleasantly surprised. So you can apply for citizenship after marriage? Yes, Xue Ling said quietly. But the requirements are probably strict. Luckily, she's highly educated, and if a workplace can vouch for her, after a few years she should meet the criteria. In that case, we'll do our best, third uncle said. First, find her a good job that matches her skills and lets her settle in. The rest can be handled step by step. I have an old friend who used to work at the consulate. I'll invite him to dinner in a few days and ask for advice. Jilan quickly thanked him. Thank you, third brother. Grandpa Xue moved his hand and said, My friend old Zheng, you've met him at the hospital, the outgoing guy. He knows people in this area too. When he comes by, I'll ask him. He used to want to do foreign trade, so he made a lot of connections. He should be able to help. That's great, Jilan said. Thank you both. Cheng Muhai couldn't help asking, So, can you talk with her at all? Xue Ling smiled wryly. I don't have much of a language background. I can understand a little daily conversation, but not much. When I went abroad for exchanges, there were always professional translators. For work, I studied hard for a while, so I can read some medical English, but speaking is another story. Cheng Muhai shook his head and laughed. Then we'll have to count on the young people. Hopefully she can learn Chinese quickly. Language learning is all about the environment, Xue Ling said. She's young and well-educated. Just give her some time and I'm sure she'll pick it up. Didn't Ah Huan say she can already understand a bit? That's a good start. No one else really knew much about language learning, so they just listened without much interest. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Cheng Tianyuan was busy cooking, stir-frying, braising, making red braised pork. Soon the whole living room was filled with the delicious aroma of food. Third uncle poked his head into the kitchen and asked, Judging by the sound of the spatula, is that a professional chef in there? Ha ha, Xue Ling laughed. Third uncle, it's Yuan cooking. At home, he and my mother-in-law do most of the cooking. He's really good at it. Xue Ling, massaging Grandpa Xue's arms and legs, smiled. Just smelling the food makes me hungry. We're in for a feast today. Little Ran, playing nearby, chimed in. Feast, feast. Everyone burst out laughing. Soon, dish after dish was brought out. The dining table was just outside the kitchen, but since there were so many people today, the coffee table in the living room was also pressed into service. Everyone said it didn't matter. Anywhere was fine. No need to fuss among family. Xue Ling said, Third uncle and dad had breakfast really early, so I'll set the table for you first. You start eating or the food will get cold. With food smelling this good, it's impossible not to be hungry, Xue Ling said quickly. Here, let me help set the table, Ling. You sit down. Soon, everyone was eating around the coffee table and sofa. Xue Ling sat beside her father, slowly feeding him meat and vegetables. Little Ran sat on a small stool, using his own little bowl and chopsticks, eating at his own pace. Third uncle smiled and gave him a piece of rice cake. Ran, this is tasty. Your chopsticks and bowl are so cute. Where did you get them? Ran's mouth was greasy as he mumbled, Auntie bought them, gave them to me. Xue Ling explained with a smile. His aunt bought them when she was out, said he could use them for meals. Third uncle asked, Where is your aunt? I haven't seen her. Xue Ling replied, She's at her baking class. She usually doesn't get home until after 5. Xue Ling ate with relish and praised, Ling, your mother-in-law and Yuan are so good at cooking. They could be professional chefs. Xue Ling felt proud and smiled. They cook every day. They're really experienced. It was third uncle's first time tasting Rongcheng snacks, and he couldn't stop praising them. People always say Southerners are good at making snacks, and it's true. We Northerners mostly just make dumplings, but look at all these rice cakes, yam rolls, corn pancakes, osmanthus cakes, so many delicious things. As he ate, Grandpa Xue added, I've had grilled fish and roast lamb leg over there. Absolutely delicious. Muhai's godson, Ahu, makes the best grilled fish. He goes to the river at night to net fish, keeps them alive for half a day, then cleans and marinates them. After an hour or so on the grill, they're crispy outside and tender inside. So good. Wow, Xue Ling laughed. I love grilled fish, but you can't find it in the provincial capital. Hearing you talk about it makes my mouth water. Cheng Muhai grinned. You're always welcome in Rongcheng. It's not as bustling as here, but the air and environment are great, and the fish and lamb are fat and tasty. Great. Third uncle nodded. Cheng Muhai explained, Ahu wanted to come help take care of Ran, but since Fang is here and can help out, and he needs to watch Ling's clothing shop in the provincial capital, we didn't bring him. Grandpa Xue really liked Ahu and praised, That young man is something special. Cheerful, generous, lots of friends, always willing to help, and a kind heart. Third uncle smiled. Muhai, you're blessed. A harmonious family and filial children. There's nothing more valuable. Cheng Muhai chuckled. Everyone eat up. Don't be shy, help yourselves. Xue Ling, who usually ate at the hospital cafeteria and rarely cooked at home, had been in the capital for a few days. Other than eating out with his son, he hadn't had a single home-cooked dish. Eating rice and vegetables, he looked completely content. I've lived in the South for over 20 years and got used to eating rice. I hardly eat noodles anymore. Southerners eat a lot of rice and vegetables. Xue Ling explained. It's because the climate is warmer there, so you can grow vegetables year-round. In the north, in winter, it's mostly just cabbage. There's not much else. Cheng Tianyuan brought up a plate of braised pork, smiling. Try my mom's cooking, everyone. Transportation isn't easy now, but if southern and northern foods could mix, we'd never have to worry about vegetables in winter. Xue Ling smiled wryly. But the shipping costs would be huge. Hard to imagine for now. Everyone took a piece of meat and immediately started praising it. It's not quite dong po pork, but it's even more fragrant. So delicious, rich but not greasy, wonderfully aromatic and just the right texture. Even I can chew it easily. Delicious. I've had braised pork in the provincial capital, but it's not half as good as this. Your mother-in-law's cooking is amazing. She could open a restaurant. I told you, it's the best. Absolutely. So good. Xue Ling ate several pieces in a row, satisfied. I haven't eaten this much in ages. So good. He and his wife both had high-ranking jobs and top salaries at the hospital, but with 2 sons studying abroad, expenses were high, so they lived frugally. Plus, they were always busy, so most meals were just simple cafeteria food. At home, we keep meals simple, no time to cook, and with just the 2 of us, making more is wasteful. I haven't had such delicious, hot food in a long time. Third uncle felt sorry for them and said gently, Your sons are grown and successful. You should enjoy life a bit. Work is important, but so is relaxing and enjoying good food. True, Xue Ling said with a smile. Once the whole family is together, we'll have 4 dishes and a soup every day and really enjoy life. Xue Ling kept feeding her father and watching her son until Tianyuan finished cooking, washed up, and came to help with their son, letting her finally relax. Dad, you've had enough meat for now. Don't eat too much fatty food at once. Grandpa Xue gave her a look and whispered, Just one more piece of braised pork. I haven't had it in over half a year. I've really missed it. Xue Ling smiled helplessly and fed him another piece. One more, Grandpa Xue urged. No more, Xue Ling said quietly. My mother-in-law will make more tomorrow. You can have it every day now. Too much at once is hard on your stomach. Hearing this, Grandpa Xue could only agree. Meanwhile, Liu Ying brought out the rest of the dishes and called, Hai Tang, everything's ready. Come eat. Grandma Xue finished washing the pot and came out smiling. Coming, Sister Ying. Third uncle and Xue Ling were already full. Cheng Tianyuan made 3 cups of Tiguanyin tea and set them in the middle of the table. Third uncle, have some tea. I'll leave it in the middle so Ranran can't reach it. Xue Ling quickly thanked him. After Ranran finished eating, Tianyuan washed his face and hands, changed his shirt, and let him play with his toys in the corner. Grandpa Xue called out, Xue Ling, Ah Heng often eats at the factory in the evening, and there's no stove at his place. Why not come eat here? We're all in the same complex, and there's always room for one more. Oh no, Xue Ling said, embarrassed. That's too much trouble. I can just grab something simple. He needed to stay in the capital for a while, waiting for his transfer and for his younger son and his girlfriend to arrive and help them settle in. Cheng Tianyuan turned and said, Uncle, you'd be alone over there anyway. Why not come help take care of Dad? You 2 can play chess, chat, and drink tea. Yes. Come keep Dad company during the day and help look after him, Xue Ling said with a grin. We'll take care of your meals, and you can stay here too if you want. Everyone laughed. Third uncle took a sip of tea and let out a satisfied sigh. Xue Ling, we're all family. No need to be so polite. Ling Ling's about to give birth and her mom has to watch the factory. Tianyuan will be running back and forth. With this big place, we can help take care of Au and lighten their load a bit. Exactly, Grandma Xue said with a wry smile. The factory really can't spare anyone, and we have to work overtime tonight. He can't get around, and Ling Ling's about to have the baby. If you and third brother can keep him company for a few days, I'll feel much better. Chung Muhai added, We've all come from different places, and it's fate that brings us together. Since we're all here, let's make the most of it. That's right, Grandpa Xue said warmly. Muhai is absolutely right. Good. It's settled then. That evening, third Uncle Xue took the bus home. Zilan stayed for dinner and changed Grandpa Xue's bandages and medicine before heading out. Just as he was about to leave, he ran into Cheng Tianyuan coming home. Tianfang was carrying a big paper bag filled with large loaves of bread. Hello, Uncle. Zilan recognized her and smiled. So, it's the little sister-in-law back. How are you? Was learning to bake bread tough? Wow, looks like you had a good haul today. Not tough at all, Tianfang replied cheerfully. Just a few hours a day, the classes are pretty easy. Uncle, if you don't mind, I'm just a beginner. Take a couple to try. Zilan waved his hand, smiling. I just ate at your place. I was about to head home. By the way, my son Ah Heng and I live in this complex too, in the building closest to the road, just a short walk away, very convenient. Come visit when you have time. Thank you, Uncle. Tianfang quickly packed 4 loaves into a bag and handed it to him. Uncle, I baked a lot today and they're still warm. The ingredients are fresh too. If you don't mind, please take them. Wow, thank you so much. Zilan looked at the golden, tempting bread, still slightly warm to the touch, and couldn't help but smile. They look delicious. I've seen bread in shops in the provincial capital, but none looked as full and nice as yours. My skills still need work, Tianfang laughed. Let me know what you think after you try them, so I can improve. Next time I'll ask for your feedback again. All right, see you tomorrow, Zilan said as he entered the elevator. Tianfang turned and went inside, calling out, Comrades, I'm home. Uncle, you look much better. Everyone, come try the bread I baked today. It smells amazing. Fresh eggs and cream, and my teacher even added cheese. It looks so fancy. Smells great. What's that she? What's cream? Milk can have oil? Is it milk plus oil? Looks delicious. Auntie, I want some. I want some. When Zilan got back to his apartment, his son wasn't home yet, and the place was dark. He checked the kitchen. No sign of cooking, so he brought the kerosene stove into the living room and set it up to boil water. Just as the water was about to boil, the door opened. Ah Heng came in, looking exhausted. Dad, you're back? Was Uncle's discharge from the hospital smooth today? All went well, Zilan replied. With so many people helping, he's now staying with Ling Ling's family. The place is spacious and there are plenty of hands. He'll be well cared for. Ah Heng grinned. The factory's been so busy lately. Good thing Ling Ling and her family are here to help. Exactly, Zilan said. Your third uncle and I will still go over during the day to help out and keep him company. The days go by faster that way. Ah Heng sniffed and exclaimed, Dad, you bought bread? Where from? There's no bakery nearby. He was already starving, so he quickly washed his hands, grabbed a loaf, and took a big bite. Seeing the water was boiling, Zilan poured it out, rinsed the cups, and made 2 cups of tea. That's from Ling Ling's little sister. I ran into her on the way home. She was so enthusiastic, she gave me a few to try. Smells amazing, Ah Heng said, eating hungrily. I haven't had bread in ages, and this has cheese in it. Wow, it's so good. Watching his son wolf down the bread, Zilan asked, What, you haven't had dinner yet? Nope, Ah Heng replied. Just finished work, was going to pick you up and go out for dumplings. No need, Zilan said. I already ate at Ling Ling's. Yuan's cooking is great, and the braised pork was so fragrant. I nearly ate too much at lunch, and dinner was just as filling. Ah Heng was envious. I'm so sick of the cafeteria food. What can you do? Zilan teased. You don't have a single grain of rice or a stove here. Even if I wanted to cook noodles for you, I couldn't. Forget it, Ah Heng laughed. You're a terrible cook anyway. Nothing like Mom. Hey, Zilan scolded, laughing. Your mom can only make dumplings and noodles. She can't even stir-fry a dish. Ah Heng had to admit. Well, it's always either you or Mom cooking at home. She's the champion by default, and you're the runner-up. There's no third place. Zilan smiled wryly. Eating at Ling Ling's today made me so envious. Her family is big, but so close and warm. Her in-laws are so kind and genuine. When will our family be like that? Everyone around the table laughing and talking with elders and kids. Soon, Ah Heng said, finishing one loaf and starting another. Once my brother and his fiancée arrive and Mom comes to the capital, we'll be a big family too. Zilan said quietly, Your brother's job is set, but we still need to help his girlfriend find one. Luckily, our own transfers are done. We just have to wait for the paperwork and then report to the central hospital. Otherwise, with everything happening at once, I'd be overwhelmed. Good thing third uncle and Awu have connections to help. I've been away from the capital so long I hardly know anyone outside the family. Ah Heng nodded as he ate. So we're lucky. Right. Seeing him eat one after another, Zilan said, Aren't you going to eat a proper meal? Save some bread for breakfast? No way, it's too good. I want to eat my fill, Ah Heng said with a grin. Seeing how much he enjoyed it, Zilan broke off a piece to try and nod it in approval. It really is good. Ah Heng let out a long sigh. There's so little Western food in the capital, especially baked stuff. In the past 2 years, I've only had bread 3 times. This is the best. She's only been learning a few days. She's really smart, Zilan praised. Ah Heng suddenly thought of something and laughed. I wonder if my future sister-in-law can cook. If she can bake bread, she should open a bakery here in the capital. It'd be a hit, sold out every day. Zilan nodded. People here love wheat foods, and bread is made from flour. It should be popular. But come on, she's highly educated. It's better for her to find a good job with a steady income. Ah Heng liked business and wasn't too interested in fixed salaries. If the income's high, it doesn't matter if it's not always stable. Doing business can make a lot, even if it's up and down. It's still better than a fixed wage. That also depends on what she likes, Zilan said quietly. It's not easy to find a job, especially a stable one you might do for decades. You really have to like it. We haven't even met her yet, so let's wait until she arrives and ask her properly. Ah Heng chuckled and said in a low voice, It's not easy for Ah Huan either. Now that he's got this foreign girl, he's lost all his freedom. What kind of talk is that? Zilan glared at him. How can you say that about your brother? He went abroad to study and is even bringing a foreign girl home. You haven't managed that. You're just being sour grapes because you can't have it yourself. I don't want a foreign girlfriend. Ah Heng shook his head vigorously. Dad, you've lived in the West too. Besides bread and fries, what food there is actually good? I'm sick of it. I can't eat it anymore. Zilan laughed. Maybe your brother loves it. Or he can learn to cook and make Chinese food for her. Ah Heng snickered. But since he can't even cook rice, it'll probably take him 10 years to learn. Zilan snorted. You're no better. You can't cook either, always eating out. His son grinned sheepishly. Zilan didn't say more and went back to his room. The next morning, after brushing his teeth and washing up, Zilan boiled a pot of water. Then he knocked on his son's door. Ah Heng, don't sleep in. Get up and get to the factory. Ah Heng, hair a mess, got up, washed, and drank a glass of water. Dad, where are you going? Already dressed, Zilan explained. I'm going to look after your uncle. Your aunt said I should have all 3 meals over there. Dad, I haven't seen Uncle in 2 days. I want to visit him too. Ah Heng rushed into his room. Wait for me. 3 minutes. Father and son went downstairs, took the elevator, and soon arrived at Xue Ling's new home. Ah Heng grinned. Living in the same complex is great. Just a few steps and you're there in a minute. He knocked on the door. Soon, Cheng Muhai opened it. Oh, Director Xue, come in, come in. Zilan smiled and introduced. This is my eldest son, Ah Heng. Ah Heng quickly bowed slightly. Hello, Uncle. No need to be so formal, come in. Cheng Muhai welcomed them. Liu Ying was playing with Ron in the corner and smiled. Director Xue, you're here. I'll get breakfast for you and Awu. He just woke up and is drinking water inside. Xue Ling nodded and said to his son, "Come on, let's help Uncle out." "Okay." Ah Heng hurried in to help. The two helped Grandpa Xue to the sofa. Grandpa Xue smiled. "Muhai already helped me wash up and change. Ah Heng, have you had breakfast? Come, let's eat together." Liu Ying brought out 3 big bowls of rice porridge, 6 char siu buns, and some small plates of pickles and radish. Heng felt awkward. "Auntie, I can eat out. There are so many people here, you probably didn't make enough." "There's plenty," Liu Ying said. "I made over 20 and no one's eating them. Ling Ling just had porridge, Ran too. We've already eaten and there are still a dozen left in the steamer. Help us finish them." Ah Heng nodded eagerly, grabbing a bun in one hand and porridge in the other, eating happily. Cheng Muhai tore a bun and fed Grandpa Xue. Ling Ling wasn't feeling well last night, so she and Yuan went to the hospital early this morning. She said she thinks the baby's coming. Grandpa Xue couldn't help but worry. "When?" Cheng Muhai shook his head. "Not sure yet. I told Yuan if it's time, don't run back and forth. Just stay at the hospital." "No need to worry," Xue Ling said gently. "The doctor said her position and the baby are both normal. It's her second child, so it should go smoothly." Everyone smiled, full of anticipation. Will it be a girl or a boy? "Either is great. I'd love a girl." Ah Heng ate 2 buns in a row, gulping down porridge. Cheng Muhai asked kindly, "Want a couple more? There are plenty in the steamer." Ah Heng grinned. "Sure. Thank you, Uncle. These buns are delicious, so meaty and the skin is so thin." Liu Ying laughed and quickly brought more on a small plate. "Careful, they're hot." "Thank you." Ah Heng ate with gusto. Grandpa Xue smiled. Young people need to eat well to have energy for work. Ah Heng is still a bit thin. Eat more. Cheng Muhai said quietly, "Yuan's always been sturdy since he was little." "That's because you're both great cooks," Xue Ling said, enjoying his porridge and pickles. Southern porridge takes a lot of time and effort to make. Just then, the sound of a key at the door. Tianyuan hurried in. "Dad, Mom, Uncle, Ling Ling will probably give birth this afternoon. The doctor says she's already dilated and can't come home. I'm here to pack up her things so we're not scrambling later." Liu Ying asked anxiously, "Everything packed?" "All packed. Yuan, I'll go with you." "No need," Tianyuan explained. "The doctor said 1 person is enough. The hospital is crowded, and 2 people share a small room. Too many family members isn't allowed." "But shouldn't we help?" Cheng Muhai asked, worried. "No need yet," Tianyuan said. "Ling Ling can still walk the halls. The doctor said it could be this afternoon or tonight. You just take care of Dad and Ran at home. I'll handle the hospital." Grandpa Xue was still uneasy. "Maybe someone should go too. Don't worry, Xue Ling is here to help." Tianyuan smiled wryly. "The nurses keep asking people to leave, saying the ward needs to stay clear and too many people bring germs. If I need help, I'll call. For now, really, it's fine." Xue Ling, always calm, said, "If that's the case, let Yuan go first." The hospital bag was already packed. Tianyuan drank a glass of water, grabbed the bag, and left. A while later, third uncle arrived, carrying a bag of Chinese medicine. After hearing about Ling Ling, the elders agreed to follow the doctor's advice and not go for now. Third uncle went to the kitchen to brew the medicine, set the stove to low, and came out. Little Ran, seeing his dad come and go, started to cry, wanting to find his parents. Ah Heng picked him up and put him on his shoulders. "Come on, Uncle Heng will take you to play." Liu Ying felt bad. "Don't you have to go to work? He'll be fine after a little distraction. Don't trouble yourself." "It's fine," Xue Ling said, coming over. "I need to go out shopping anyway. We'll take Ran out for a walk and bring him back later." So, little Ran went out to play with his uncle and great-uncle. After hearing about Xue Ling's situation, third Uncle Xue made a call to an old friend in the obstetrics department, asking her to look after his niece. If it's a natural delivery, she'll only be in the hospital for a day or 2 at most. Please arrange a clean and quiet bed for her. The child's a bit pampered and not used to noisy environments, so I hope you can be extra considerate." He soon hung up. "Don't worry, I've already spoken to my friend. She said she'll personally switch shifts to deliver Lingling's baby, and she'll handle the rest." Grandpa Xue breathed a sigh of relief and said warmly, "With you arranging things, I feel at ease. Your friend's a big help. We should send a small gift to thank her in a few days." "I'll take care of that," third uncle smiled. "We sometimes meet for tea or meals, so we're on good terms. No need for too much formality." But Grandpa Xue still felt awkward, saying quietly, "Even so, third brother, she's done us a big favor. We should show our gratitude." "No need," third uncle explained. "That's how we feel. But if you think about it, it's her job and her responsibility." Cheng Muhai smiled. "All right, we'll follow your lead, third brother. Whatever you say, we'll do." Liu Ying agreed. As long as Lingling has a safe delivery, that's all that matters. By noon, there was still no call from Cheng Tianyuan. After lunch, Liu Ying took Ranran for a nap. Third uncle and Xue Ling played chess, and Cheng Muhai and Grandpa Xue played chess too, chatting quietly over tea. Around 3, Cheng Tianfang came home carrying a big paper bag. She greeted everyone cheerfully. "Class ended early today and the bread was done, so we all just took some and went home." Grandpa Xue said warmly, "Whenever Fang comes home, the whole place smells like bread. Better every day." Tianfang laughed. "Today I made pineapple buns, baked them a little extra so they smell even better." "Third uncle, I brought some for you to try. Please give me your honest feedback." Xue Ling praised, "Yesterday's cheese bread was delicious. As long as there's something to eat, I have no complaints." Everyone laughed. Cheng Muhai said quietly, "Western buns are all baked. I used to think they wouldn't taste good, but they're actually pretty nice. The color looks good too, not like our plain white ones." "You did a great job, Fang," Grandpa Xue smiled. "Yesterday's cheese bread was so fragrant. Xue Ling already tried it, and third brother should try it today too." Third uncle was interested. "I've had Western bread before, hard as a rock, didn't think it was tasty. Luckily I was young then, or I'd have lost a few teeth." Tianfang laughed. "Was it stone bread? My teacher said there's a kind of stone bread in the West, famous for being hard and crunchy." Third uncle smiled wryly. "I didn't ask at the time, but I almost choked on it. Ever since, I've been wary of Western bread." Tianfang washed her hands, got a plate from the kitchen, and brought out 4 small pineapple buns. "Dad, uncles, try these. Today's batch. Let me know what you think." No one was really hungry, but the golden pineapple buns looked so good that everyone took one and started eating. "Wow, crispy outside, soft inside, really nice." "Very fragrant. Did you add cheese again?" "Not bad at all." "I was worried about my old teeth, but it's so soft. Delicious. Even good for us older folks." Grandpa Xue smiled. "This baking class for Fang was a great idea. I get to eat delicious bread every day." Tianfang grinned. "What do you all think? Please give me your honest feedback." "Tasty." Third uncle nodded. "This is my second time and it's the best so far. I don't have any suggestions." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "The crust is a bit uneven. See here, little sister. This part collapsed and got soft quickly." Yes, Tianfang said quickly. "I'll make the crust more even this afternoon." Grandpa Xue, who liked cheese, said, "If you could add even more cheese, it'd be even better." Tianfang nodded. "I'll add more next time. The teacher found the cheese himself and is always reluctant to let us use too much. He says it's expensive." Everyone laughed. Cheng Muhai was curious. "Fang, how much would this cost if you bought it outside? Is it expensive?" "Expensive," third uncle answered first. "My son said there's a Western bakery on Chongwen Street, and even a small bun costs over 50 cents. "Wow, that's pricey," Cheng Muhai said. In these days, food was cheap, so ordinary people could afford it. If something was too expensive, most people wouldn't buy it. Tianfang explained, "My teacher said if the ingredients are expensive, the price will be higher, but usually you set the price to make about half profit. If it were me, I wouldn't be greedy. Making a third is enough." Grandpa Xue laughed. But there are other costs. Rent, staff, utilities. Those are all expenses too. Tianfang blushed. I hadn't thought of that. Cheng Muhai said gently, You haven't done business before, so you haven't thought it all through. You can't just go by what you like. You have to look at the market and the real situation. It's not that easy. Right, Jilan reminded. If you sell too cheap, you might not make enough or even lose money. Making money is hard work, so you can't just focus on good quality and low price. You have to consider all the costs, then decide how much profit you want and set the price. Oh. Tianfang nodded, taking it all in. Grandpa Xue smiled. No rush. Keep learning for a while. Once you've mastered it, then think about making money. Exactly. There's no need to rush. If you really master the skill, keep improving. As long as your bread is good, you'll never lack customers. Cheng Muhai said quietly. She's just learning for fun. No need to expect to make money from it. She's still a student, so her main focus should be her studies. Right, Grandpa Xue agreed. Study hard and find a good job in the future. But Tianfang already loved baking and giggled. We'll see. Maybe I'll bake bread as a side job in the future, just for fun. Not bad. Hard work pays off. Third uncle smiled. As long as you put in the effort, you'll get results. It's good for young people to be diligent. No job is guaranteed for life, so having another skill is always useful. Tianfang nodded, taking it all to heart. Cheng Muhai gave her a look and said quietly, Have some water, then go to the hospital. Your sister-in-law is about to give birth, and your brother's there alone. Go see if you can help and stay if you're needed. Hearing this, Cheng Tianfang quickly nodded, finished her water, grabbed her small backpack, and hurried out the door. After more than a week in the capital, she was already familiar with the bus routes. She'd taken the trip to the central hospital several times to visit Grandpa Xue, so she had the route memorized. She soon left the complex and waited at the bus stop. 10 minutes later, the bus arrived, and she boarded with the crowd. The bus moved slowly, and with the evening rush, the streets were packed with cyclists, so the driver couldn't go fast. 20 minutes later, Cheng Tianfang finally arrived at the central hospital. She took out her handkerchief, wiped the sweat from her forehead, tied her hair into a neat ponytail, and hurried into the hospital. Now that she could read, she quickly found the obstetrics department on the map at the entrance, went up to the second floor, and headed left. Soon, at the end of the corridor, she spotted Xue Ling climbing the stairs, with her brother supporting her. Brother, sister-in-law! They looked up and, seeing her, slowly made their way up. Tianyuan asked, You got out of class early today? Yeah, I was home by 3, Tianfang said, hurrying down to help support Xue Ling. Class ended early today. Dad asked me to come help out. Sister-in-law, are you in pain? Xue Ling's face was pale, but she managed a smile. The contractions come and go. Definitely keeps you awake. Huh? What pain? Tianfang didn't understand. Xue Ling forced a smile. It's waves of pain, called contractions. They're really tough. Ah, there it is again. Tianyuan quickly helped her sit down. Rest a bit. Don't move. Tianfang, worried, asked, Sister-in-law, when will the baby come? Didn't they say it was soon this morning? It's already evening and still nothing? Xue Ling was in too much pain to answer. Tianyuan explained. The doctor said we have to wait until she's dilated over 10 centimeters and the contractions are frequent before going to the delivery room. She's at 6 centimeters now, so we have to wait a bit longer. Xue Ling was sweating, clutching her belly, trembling with discomfort. This is too much, Tianfang said anxiously. Brother, let's help her lie down in the ward. Get her some water and let her rest. Xue Ling could only nod. The siblings helped her into the ward and onto the bed. Seeing how much pain she was in, Tianyuan grew anxious. Why is it taking so long this time? Last time the contractions passed quickly, but now it's lasting so long. Go get the doctor, Tianfang urged. Tianyuan rushed out. Watch your sister-in-law. Xue Ling panted. I think my water just broke. Tianfang saw fluid coming from her and panicked, running out and shouting, "Help! Someone help! Her water broke! It's serious!" The nurses rushed over. Tianyuan had already found a doctor. The doctor said calmly, "Quick, to the delivery room. Everyone else, get ready." Xue Ling gasped. "But I'm not at 10 centimeters yet." The doctor replied, "It'll probably go faster now that your water broke. Let's get you in while we can." Xue Ling took a deep breath and nodded. Everyone hurried to get her into the delivery room. Tianyuan and Tianfang were sent out. Half an hour later, after a lot of effort, the baby was finally born. Hearing the baby's cries, the siblings smiled with relief and waited anxiously. "Brother, I'll sneak a peek," Tianfang whispered. Tianyuan nodded. "Go ahead." She was a woman, so the nurses let her in. Xue Ling was exhausted, drenched in sweat, half awake. A nurse was dressing the baby. Tianfang went over. "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Xue Ling was too tired to answer and had fallen asleep. The doctor explained, "Everything went smoothly. The mother is fine, just exhausted and sleeping." Tianfang thanked them and went to see the baby. "Is it a boy or a girl?" The nurse, dressing the baby, replied, "A boy." Tianfang couldn't help but laugh. "We all thought it would be a girl." The nurse teased, "What's wrong with a boy? Lots of people want boys. Just over an hour ago, bed 15 had a girl, and the mother cried and cried. Her husband was even worse. When he heard it was a girl, he started cursing, saying girls are a waste." Tianfang muttered, "What a jerk." The nurse handed her the cradle. "Come on, the mother and baby are ready to go back to the ward." Xue Ling couldn't walk, so after being woken, she shook her head weakly. The nurse called for help and they lifted her onto the bed and wheeled her out. Tianyuan hurried over, calling softly, "Wife? Honey?" Xue Ling managed a faint, eyes still closed. Tianfang, carrying the cradle, grinned. "Brother, sister-in-law gave you a big, healthy son. Happy?" Tianyuan smiled. "Of course. Hold him tight." Back in the ward, Tianyuan carefully helped Xue Ling onto the bed. The nurse explained, "Give her some water, and only light food for now. Don't feed the baby yet. Let him have some water first, then breastfeed in an hour or so." The siblings nodded. Tianfang poured a glass of water, saw it was too hot, and mixed in some cool water from her thermos. "Brother, help her drink this. It's just right." Tianyuan wiped Xue Ling's sweat, helped her sit up, and fed her water. Xue Ling, exhausted, murmured, "I'm going to sleep." She soon fell into a deep sleep, but a moment later the baby started wailing. Tianfang panicked. "Brother, what do we do? He's crying." Tianyuan quickly warmed the bottle. "The water's still too hot. Wait a bit." The baby cried a couple of times, then fell back asleep. Tianfang whispered, "Maybe he's just as tired as sister-in-law. Look, he's sweating from crying." He was cozy in his mom's belly, eating, drinking, and sleeping. Suddenly he's out here. "Of course he's scared and nervous," Tianyuan said, looking at the little one with a smile. "He has to cry a bit to show he's scared, right?" Tianfang studied the baby and laughed. "Brother, Ran looks like both of you. But this one looks just like sister-in-law. His features are exactly the same." No, Tianyuan said fondly. "He's still too little to tell." "Yes, he does. He looks just like her. You can see it at a glance," Tianfang insisted. Cheng Tianyuan looked a few more times and said softly, "It'd be even better if he looked like your sister-in-law, prettier and more good-looking." In his eyes, his own wife was the most beautiful and the best. If his son looked like her, he'd like it even more. Maybe because of loving the house and its crow, he'd end up doting on this little guy even more. "I originally thought it would be a girl, but your sister-in-law's belly was big and pointy, so it was hard to guess if it was a boy or a girl. Anyway, whatever is born is what it is, it's all good." Cheng Tianyuan, being a girl herself, couldn't help but ask, "If it was a girl, would you love her a little more?" "They're all my own flesh and blood. I'd love them the same whether boy or girl," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "If it's the youngest, maybe I'd secretly dote on them a bit more. People say parents love the youngest child the most. There's some truth to that. When you were little, your parents loved you the most. Cheng Tianyuan laughed quietly, feeling especially lucky in her heart. Although her family was from the countryside, her parents never had a preference for boys over girls. On the contrary, when she was little, her older brother would always give her the best food, do the chores himself, and she'd get the tastiest treats. She was the most spoiled in the family. If she hadn't been so rebellious, always disobedient and causing trouble, her parents wouldn't have gotten so angry. Maybe it was because they had such high hopes for her that when she didn't listen or study, they were so disappointed and upset. Don't worry. When they get old, I'll definitely be the most filial to them. Cheng Tianyuan looked at his precious son and said softly, "Children are a piece of flesh that falls from their parents' bodies. How could you not love them? You've seen it yourself. We were all this small once, and our parents had to take care of our eating, drinking, peeing, pooping, and sleeping. Even now, with little Ranran this size, they still have to help take care of him. Can't leave him alone for a moment. Tell me, is it easy for parents to raise a child until they're grown and sensible?" "It's really not easy," Cheng Tianyuan said softly, eyes reddening. Cheng Tianyuan continued, "Parents raise children so they'll have someone to rely on in old age. No one can be strong and healthy forever. Raising sons and daughters is so that when you're old, someone will look after you. As children, we shouldn't let down our elders' expectations. We should treat them well." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. At that moment, a nurse came in. "The weather's a bit stuffy. No need to cover the mother with a blanket. Remember to check the bleeding, and if there's anything unusual, be sure to let us know. I'll take her temperature and blood pressure first." Cheng Tianyuan hurried over to help. A while later, the nurse left. The water was about ready, so Cheng Tianyuan fed his son some water. The little guy was still unfamiliar with the bottle. After a few tries, he realized he could suck something out, quickly got the hang of it, and started drinking slowly. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and couldn't help saying, "Brother, let me feed him." "No, you don't have experience," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "You have to hold the bottle right, or he could choke." Cheng Tianyuan had to give up. Cheng Tianyuan said, "Go make a call home and tell Mom and Dad the baby's born. It's already dark outside, so you might as well buy 2 meals and bring them in. Remember to get an extra bowl of porridge. Your sister-in-law needs to eat light. Don't get any side dishes or spicy food for now." "Okay." Cheng Tianyuan hurried out. This was the most remote ward, with ventilation at both ends, so there was no need for a fan. There was a breeze from the window. Luckily, a friend of third uncle's helped arrange a private room, so they didn't have to share with other mothers and could get some proper rest. He settled his younger son to sleep, then went to check on Xue Ling. Xue Ling was still sleeping soundly, looking a bit pale. Worried the wind from the window was too strong, he closed it halfway. He washed his hands in the back, then came back. Just then, he saw someone poking their head around the window, so he quickly and warily went out. He saw a thin, small man in his 30s standing outside, staring at the baby in the cradle. Cheng Tianyuan said unhappily, "Who are you? What are you doing?" The thin man awkwardly stepped back and stammered, I heard you also had a baby today. You had a boy, but the others all had girls. My wife only gives birth to girls. How come today so many had girls, but only you had a boy? I just came to take a look." Cheng Tianyuan was immediately displeased and said, "Boys or girls, it's all fine. In the maternity ward, there are lots of babies born every day. Sometimes boys, sometimes girls. It's all normal." The thin man glared at Cheng Tianyuan secretly, then turned and left. Cheng Tianyuan didn't like him at all. His instincts told him this man was shifty and not a good person. He closed the door again and, after thinking for a moment, locked it. A while later, Cheng Tianyuan came back and knocked on the door. "Brother, come help me carry these." Cheng Tianyuan hurried to open the door and took the 2 aluminum lunch boxes from the net bag. "Did you call? Do Mom and Dad know?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "I did. They're really happy. I also told them to let Auntie know so she can be happy too. This is porridge for sister-in-law, it's still hot." Cheng Tianyuan carefully covered it and put it by the bed. She's sleeping so soundly. Let her sleep a bit more. Once the porridge cools down, I'll wake her up to eat. Cheng Tianfang grinned at her little nephew in the cradle and couldn't help saying, "Brother, I heard you named him Yang Yang, right?" "Just Yang as a single character," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "He takes your sister-in-law's surname, Xue. They both have single character names, so he does too." Cheng Tianfang nodded. "While sister-in-law and Yang Yang are both sleeping, let's eat first. We'll need to help feed them later." Cheng Tianyuan opened the lunchbox and started eating. Suddenly, he noticed someone moving by the window. He quickly looked up and saw that same thin man again. The man noticed Cheng Tianyuan looking at him, seemed startled, and hurried away. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and lowered his voice. "Afeng, there's someone always hanging around our window. I'm worried. He might be up to no good. We need to keep the door locked and not give anyone a chance." Cheng Tianfang, being a woman, was startled. "Brother, what does he want? To steal something?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "Probably. When you're out, you have to be careful with your belongings. Our ward is the most remote one, far from the nurse's station, so we need to be extra careful." "I understand." Cheng Tianfang nodded firmly. The siblings quickly finished their meal and set 2 cups of water aside to cool. After waiting another half hour, Cheng Tianyuan saw the porridge had cooled and woke Xue Ling to feed her. Xue Ling shook her head. "No need, just help me sit up, I'll drink it myself." Cheng Tianyuan quickly propped her up with a pillow. Xue Ling had been through a lot that afternoon and was already hungry, so she finished the porridge in one go. Cheng Tianyuan asked, "Do you want more?" "I'll see about it tonight," Xue Ling said with a faint smile. "My stomach feels so empty right now it can't be filled. Come on, bring over that little rascal who's been tormenting me all day. I want to spank his butt." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled, turned around and brought the little cradle over. "Look, he's sleeping so soundly." Xue Ling squinted at him and smiled. "He's even chubbier than his brother. When I was half awake I heard the nurse say he's a boy, exactly 7 jin. I remember little Ran Ran was only 6 jin 8. Cheng Tianyuan's face was full of pride. "Both are strong and healthy, that's a good thing. Boys should be tall and sturdy." Xue Ling gave a wry smile. "He really put me through it. It hurts so much." Cheng Tianyuan stroked her hair gently, his voice low and full of concern. "You've worked so hard, my dear." Xue Ling smiled and couldn't help but ask, "I wonder if there are mosquitoes here? I remember Mom made 2 little mosquito nets. Put one over him, don't let the mosquitoes bite him or I'll feel terrible." Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "Weren't you just saying you wanted to spank him? How come you're not doing that now, and instead you're worried about him?" Xue Ling giggled. Cheng Tianyuan set the cradle by her side and turned to rummage through the luggage bag. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "By the way, where's Afeng? Did she go home?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "The nurse just recommended buying a kind of sterilized straw paper, said it'd be better for you to use. She went out to get it." Soon he found the little mosquito net and hung it over the cradle. It was a bit long, but it covered well and would keep the mosquitoes out. Xue Ling half reclined on her pillow, pulling the cradle close. "This hospital bed is pretty big. Let him sleep next to me. Smelling his mom nearby will make him feel more secure and sleep better." "Whatever you like," Cheng Tianyuan said with a smile. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Ayuan! Ayuan!" Xue Ling's face lit up with delight. "It's Mom's here." Cheng Tianyuan hurried to open the door, and to his surprise, both mothers had come, along with Xue Heng. Xue Ling's mother explained, "We made some soup and medicine, so we brought it over and came to see the baby. After work, I called Heng to help drive us to the hospital. The buses usually stopped running by 6 in the evening, so they had to come by bike or get a ride." Xue Heng grinned. "I was anxious to see my little nephew. Where is he?" Come in, everyone." Cheng Tianyuan welcomed them in. Both grandmothers crowded around the cradle, squinting as they looked at the little grandson. "Oh, he looks so chubby and strong." Near the end of the pregnancy, her belly was huge, so I guess the baby would be big. Look, he's sure to grow up tall and strong. Just look at those chubby little fists. So cute. Xue Ling craned his neck for a look. Wow, he looks just like Ling Ling. No, wait. He looks more like Uncle because Uncle's a bit chubby and this little guy is too, so they look even more alike. Everyone burst out laughing. Liu Ying quickly pointed to the small thermos. Yuan, pour out the soup and medicine for Ling Ling to drink in a bit. Third uncle made it especially for her. He said it's perfect for women after childbirth. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan said, hurrying to do as told. Xue Ling smiled with her eyes half closed. With third uncle as our family doctor, we can all rest easy. Xue Ling's mother looked at her daughter and said softly, You need to lie down more. Don't sit up too long, or your back will ache in the future. It's fine, I know my limits, Xue Ling replied. Xue Ling looked at his little nephew and couldn't help asking, Why is he always sleeping? Has he been asleep the whole time? Cheng Tianyuan explained, He drank some water half an hour after he was born and just had a bit of milk. He's probably full, so he's sleeping really well. Xue Ling's mother smiled. Newborns spend all their time eating and sleeping. After a few months, they'll start staying awake longer. Even when they're as big as little Ran, they still need 2 or 3 naps a day. Liu Ying laughed. You'll understand when you become a dad yourself. Xue Ling blushed and smiled shyly. Liu Ying said, Let your dad take care of little Ran tonight. I'll stay here to help. No need, Cheng Tianyuan said. There's only one bed here, so you wouldn't be able to rest. I'll stay. The little one sleeps all the time and my wife's doing well. Xue Ling was worried about her older son and said softly, Mom, you're always with little Ran at night. If you're not there, and neither of us are, he might not sleep well. It's better if you go back to take care of him. That way we'll all feel better. All right, Liu Ying agreed. We'll come back tomorrow morning. Xue Ling added, Dad's staying over there with Uncle tonight, so he can look after him. Maybe one of the mothers-in-law should stay here to help? No need, Xue Ling smiled. I'm feeling pretty good. The little one has his dad to look after him, so there's no need for everyone to stay up all night. Cheng Tianyuan said, Afang has class tomorrow. When she comes back, let her go home with you. Tomorrow morning, when you all come back, I'll go home to shower and change. All right, let's do that, Xue Ling's mother said. Her daughter looked well, probably because it was her second child. She was clearly handling it better than last time. Since she didn't need help, she'd just come back in the morning. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Mom, do you still have to work overtime at the factory tonight? Yes, we're working overtime now, Xue Ling's mother said with a wry smile. We have several orders to rush, so we have to work hard to finish all the autumn and winter clothes. In another 2 months, autumn clothes will be out of season, so we have to work as fast as we can. Xue Ling chimed in. My branch factory will start overtime next week too. There's no choice, the orders are coming in fast. Cheng Tianyuan saw the soup and medicine had cooled enough and handed it to Xue Ling to drink. Wait a bit longer, and when Afang gets back, you can all go home together. Liu Ying couldn't help asking, Where did that girl go? What's taking her so long? Cheng Tianyuan replied, The nurse recommended some straw paper, so I sent her out to buy it. She's been gone over half an hour now. I wonder what's taking so long. Liu Ying said, The Haitang factory is still busy, so why don't you all go home first? I'll wait for Afang and go back with her. It's late, and I don't feel safe letting her take the bus home alone. All right, Xue Ling's mother said gently. Be careful on your way home. We'll head back first. Xue Ling waved and left with his aunt. Liu Ying looked at her little grandson, more and more pleased the longer she looked, and whispered, What a cute little nose, and that chin is so full. He's sure to be blessed. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. Mom, you're just bragging about your own grandson. Of course you're satisfied. Cheng Tianyuan laughed too. I think so too. The 3 of them all laughed. The little one, full and content, slept deeply and didn't wake up at all. They thought Cheng Tianfang would be back soon, but they waited and waited, and by after 10 she still hadn't returned. Cheng Tianyuan started to worry. He told his mother to look after his wife and child, then hurried out to look for her. A while later he came back, drenched in sweat. "Afang, she caught a thief. Her wrist got cut and she's downstairs in the emergency room getting bandaged." Liu Ying and Xue Ling were both shocked. "What happened?" Xue Ling was the first to react, asking, "Is Afang all right?" Cheng Tianyuan explained, "Earlier, someone tried to snatch money up front, and even tried to steal a child. People inside started screaming, and a nurse rushed over but was so frightened she fell to the ground. The thief grabbed a child and tried to run, but just then Afang was coming back with the straw paper. She threw the paper right over the thief's face and snatched the child away from him. The thief had a sharp knife and stabbed at Afang. She dodged to the side, but in order to save the child, her arm got cut. Luckily, there were a lot of doctors and nurses around, and together they managed to stop the thief." Xue Ling patted her chest and asked, "So how badly is Afang hurt? Is it serious?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "She's downstairs in the emergency room getting stitches. I came up to get some money to pay for her treatment and to grab a change of clothes for her. Honey, your clothes are in this bag, right? I'll take a jacket for Afang. Her clothes are all covered in blood." "Yes, hurry and take one down." Xue Ling struggled to sit up. "No, I should go down with you." "No!" Cheng Tianyuan was startled and quickly said, "The doctor said you mustn't get out of bed. It's chaotic down there, lots of people, and the police are there too. You can't go down. I'll handle it." Liu Ying was trembling, her face pale, holding her grandson for a long time without being able to speak. Xue Ling had no choice but to say, "Then take the clothes and go downstairs. Mom, put the baby back in the cradle to sleep. I'll watch him. You and Brother Yuan go check on Afang and help her get settled." "All right." Liu Ying finally came to her senses, hurriedly put the baby back in the cradle and handed him to Xue Ling. Cheng Tianyuan, still worried, said softly, "Honey, we'll lock the door. You watch the baby carefully. It's a mess outside. Don't go out for anything." "I know." Xue Ling nodded, urging, "Go find Afang. Hurry." Cheng Tianyuan and his mother hurried downstairs. Xue Ling was so worried she couldn't sleep, staying up to watch the baby and anxiously waiting for Cheng Tianyuan to return. Downstairs, she could faintly hear the noise, crying, shouting, and the sound of children crying, all mixed together. She felt uneasy, waiting anxiously in silence. Over half an hour later, Cheng Tianyuan returned. "Honey, why aren't you asleep? It's already past 10. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. "I was worried about Afang. How could I sleep? What took you so long? How is she now?" Cheng Tianyuan explained, "Afang's wound has been stitched up. 5 stitches in total. Luckily it's not too deep. The doctor said she might have a small scar in the future. She's resting in a ward in the emergency room getting an IV, and Mom is with her." "That's awful," Xue Ling said softly, her heart aching. Cheng Tianyuan continued, "That thief was really despicable. After the police caught him, he admitted he often came to the hospital to steal money, mostly from patients' families. Later he thought stealing boys to sell would be more profitable, so he came to the maternity ward to steal a child. Only 2 boys were born these past 2 days. The rest were girls. He came to our ward to check things out, but I spotted him and locked the door so he didn't get a chance. Then he went to another ward and stole a boy born yesterday. The family caught him, so he pulled out a knife and forced his way out. That's when Afang stopped him, and you know the rest. The child is fine, the family is fine, but Afang, who acted bravely, got hurt." Xue Ling was proud of Cheng Tianfang. "She's really brave. Most people would be terrified at the sight of a knife. She's just a teenage girl, but she dared to fight a criminal. She deserves a huge compliment." Cheng Tianyuan gave a bitter smile. "The doctor said she'll need to stay in the hospital for 5 or 6 days, until the stitches can come out." Just then, the little one next to Xue Ling started to squirm and cry softly. Cheng Tianyuan quickly went to wash his hands. "He's probably hungry." Xue Ling checked and found the baby's diaper was wet. He was uncomfortable and started crying loudly. Cheng Tianyuan changed the diaper, made some formula, and fed the baby. Xue Ling had sweated a lot that day and felt sticky and uncomfortable. "Brother Yuan, can you get me a basin of warm water? I want to wash up and change clothes. By the way, does Afang need help? You should go settle her first, then come back to help me." "No need," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Mom already helped her change into a hospital gown and cleaned off the blood. She's asleep now, and Mom is with her, so I felt okay coming back." Xue Ling nodded and let out a long sigh. "We've got the old, the young, and now another little one. I still have to do my postpartum recovery. My dad is injured and needs care. Little Ranran and I both need looking after, and so does Yang Yang. Now Afang's been hurt and needs care too. I suddenly feel a bit lost and overwhelmed." Cheng Tianyuan frowned and gave a wry smile. "It all happened at once. The good and the bad all mixed together." "No matter how bad it gets, it'll pass," Xue Ling comforted him. "We have to stay strong to get through it." "It's all right. At least our family income is stable," Cheng Tianyuan said gently. "We have enough to earn and spend. Let's just take care of our family, the old and the young, and worry about the rest later." "Yes." The couple comforted each other, giving each other reassurance. Cheng Tianyuan saw the baby had fallen asleep again, so he put him back in the cradle, pulled down the mosquito net, and set it to the side. "When you've changed and are ready for bed, I'll bring him over to sleep next to you." "Okay." Xue Ling nodded. A while later, Cheng Tianyuan brought a basin of hot water, helped her wash her hair and face, then her whole body, and helped her change into clean clothes and lie down. After tidying up, he poured her a bowl of soup. "Honey, how are you feeling?" Xue Ling smiled. "I'm fine. Third uncle really is a great doctor. After drinking the medicine, the pain in my lower abdomen is fading. Bring Yang Yang over here. I'll sleep with him. You go check on Afang. Oh, and buy some late-night snacks for her and Mom. It's almost 11. "Okay." Cheng Tianyuan hurried downstairs again. Xue Ling, though exhausted, couldn't sleep soundly, her mind uneasy. A nurse came in, waking her up. The nurse checked her temperature and bleeding, then checked little Yang Yang's belly button. "Everything's normal, you can rest easy." Xue Ling couldn't help asking, "When can we be discharged? We don't need IVs, right?" "No," the nurse explained. "For mothers with no birth injuries, there's usually no need for IVs or antibiotics, so it won't affect your milk. If the doctor agrees tomorrow, you can be discharged." Xue Ling thought, with her sister-in-law recovering here, if she could go home, it would save a lot of trouble. If they could leave, they should do so as soon as possible. In the middle of the night, Cheng Tianyuan tiptoed back in. Half asleep, Xue Ling murmured, "How is it? What time is it?" Cheng Tianyuan replied softly, "Almost midnight. Go back to sleep. Afang is still sleeping, and so is Mom. You and the baby rest. I'll sleep on the chair over there." Hearing this, Xue Ling drifted off again. When she woke up, it was already morning, and bright sunlight was streaming in from outside. She hurriedly looked to the side. The little one in the cradle was still sleeping. She sat up and saw that the baby's diaper had already been changed, and he was sleeping soundly. "Daddy must have changed you, right?" She yawned and slowly tried to get out of bed, only to feel a wave of darkness and dizziness. Startled, she quickly sat back down, gripping the edge of the bed. After a while, she lay back down again. She'd lost a lot of blood during childbirth, and there would still be heavy bleeding for a couple of days. She hadn't recovered yet, and without anyone to help her, she didn't dare go to the bathroom alone. A little while later, Cheng Tianyuan came back, carrying breakfast. "Honey, you're awake? I slept in a bit this morning, washed up, and then rushed out to buy breakfast. I left some for Mom and Afang, then hurried back up." Xue Ling asked with concern, "How's Afang?" Cheng Tianyuan gave a wry smile. With a cut that long, how could she be comfortable? She was in so much pain last night she couldn't sleep, but she was afraid of waking Mom, so she just endured it. It was only this morning that she started to feel a bit better. Mom cried in secret, but she couldn't bring herself to scold her. She did a good thing saving someone. How could you scold her? Xue Ling beckoned him over. Don't rush. Help me to the bathroom so I can brush my teeth and wash up. Better not, Cheng Tianyuan said. I'll bring everything in here for you. Earlier, a new mom tried to go to the bathroom by herself, but after squatting down, she couldn't get up and fainted on the floor. The nurse was so angry she scolded everyone. She scolded the family? Xue Ling asked. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Of course. How could you let a woman who just gave birth and lost so much blood go to the bathroom alone? If it had been at night, no one might have noticed. Luckily, it was when everyone was getting up and washing, so she was found quickly and helped out. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. I tried to sit up just now and got so dizzy. There's no way you can recover from so much blood loss in just a day or two. You didn't fall, did you? Cheng Tianyuan asked anxiously. Xue Ling shook her head. I wasn't that brave. As soon as I felt dizzy, I lay back down. That's good, Cheng Tianyuan said softly, full of concern. When we get home, I'll make you chicken soup with red dates every day. Xue Ling smiled. When the doctor comes for rounds later, remember to ask when we can be discharged. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan said. Little Yang Yang woke up around 4, had some milk, I changed his diaper, and he went right back to sleep. He's been really good. He went to get some warm water and helped Xue Ling wash up. Xue Ling noticed he looked a bit worn out, with stubble on his chin, and felt bad that he hadn't had a proper rest in days. You've been taking care of my dad, and now you're looking after me and the baby. Anyone would look tired after so many sleepless nights. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and explained, I'm not tired at all. I fell asleep as soon as I got back last night. Later, when Yang Yang woke up, I fed him and then we both went back to sleep. I only woke up around 7. I just didn't get a chance to go home to shower or change, and I haven't shaved, so I look a bit scruffy. What? Are you starting to dislike me? Xue Ling laughed softly and teased, Would I even have the chance to dislike you? Nope, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. Not in this life, or the next, or any life after that. Xue Ling blushed and smiled. Cheng Tianyuan handed her some porridge and said quietly, The doctor said to keep your meals light for now and slowly add a bit of meat. There wasn't much meat for sale this morning, so you'll have to make do with porridge. That's fine, Xue Ling asked. Has Mom eaten? She and Afang are both eating, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Afang hurt her left hand, but she can still eat and drink with her right, so don't worry. Xue Ling nodded and started eating slowly. Cheng Tianyuan was clearly starving, eating quickly and even finishing off 2 steamed buns. Little Yang Yang, just like his big brother when he was little, slept quietly without making a fuss. A while later, the doctor and nurse came for rounds, checked Xue Ling's blood pressure, and looked at the baby's belly button. The doctor couldn't help but joke. He's sleeping so soundly. Even with all this commotion, he doesn't wake up. Cheng Tianyuan said proudly, He's been sleeping ever since he was born yesterday evening, except for drinking water and milk. The doctor praised, No wonder he's so chubby. Look at those little fists, so plump. Xue Ling laughed, a bit smug. He's even chubbier than his brother was, and his brother was a big baby too. Good thing you're tall and it's your second child, otherwise with a baby this big there could have been complications, the nurse chimed in. It's still important to control your weight during pregnancy. Am I very fat? Xue Ling asked nervously. The nurse forced a polite smile. You're fine. Hearing that, Xue Ling couldn't help but feel a little down and didn't want to talk anymore. Not at all, Cheng Tianyuan quickly interjected. You're just a little plump. Once you finish your confinement, you'll slim down quickly. With a baby to care for and work to do, you'll be busy and lose weight. Xue Ling still felt a bit gloomy looking at her rounder belly. Once I'm done with confinement, I'll have to go running by the river with little Ran Ran every morning and evening. Cheng Tianyuan comforted her, adding, You used to be too skinny. I actually wish you'd put on a little weight. If I can keep you healthy and plump, it makes me look good as a husband. Xue Ling burst out laughing. You said it. You're not allowed to complain if I get fat. I won't. Never. Cheng Tianyuan nodded solemnly. Xue Ling said that, but in her heart she'd already decided. After her confinement, she'd take little Ron Ron running by the river every morning and evening. She wouldn't let herself get lazy or gain weight. Self-discipline is what matters. No one else can help you lose weight. Only you can stick to it. Even if her husband didn't mind, what about everyone else? Not that it mattered. She wouldn't allow herself to slack off anyway. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but remember her old classmate Zhao Jiaxu. She'd come to the capital in such a rush this time, and with her big belly, she hadn't had a chance to contact her. She wondered if Zhao Jiaxu had managed to lose weight. Last time she'd promised that if Zhao Jiaxu succeeded, she'd introduce her to Xue Ling and see if they could hit it off. Xue Ling was tall and handsome, but he was picky. Zhao Jiaxu was a bit short, and if she was both short and chubby, he probably wouldn't be interested. If it's true love, height and weight don't matter, but with blind dates, first impressions count for a lot. If the difference is too big, people will just say no right away. The doctor said that if there were no issues, they could apply for discharge in half an hour. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan quickly thanked them. Just then, someone called from outside. "Yuan, Ling Ling? I'm here with Uncle Zheng." It was Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling's mother. Cheng Tianyuan came in carrying several big bags, and Xue Ling's mother followed with 2 thermos flasks, both of them smiling broadly. Xue Ling's mother smiled kindly. "Last night, old Zheng went to see your dad. When he heard you'd already had the baby, he said he wanted to come visit today. When he heard I was coming early, he even offered to be my driver. With such a nice offer, how could I refuse, right?" Cheng Tianyuan quickly welcomed them in and brought over stools for them to sit. Xue Ling smiled. "Uncle Zheng, you're so busy with work. I feel bad troubling you. You're an elder. I really feel embarrassed." Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "You've just had a baby. That's a big event. As a colleague and partner and half an elder myself, of course I had to come see you. Otherwise, I'd really feel bad." Xue Ling's mother picked up her little grandson, beaming with joy. "Look, such handsome features," Cheng Tianyuan praised. "What a sturdy little guy. He's sure to grow up tall and strong. Look at those chubby fists and arms. So cute. Even cuter than his big brother." Everyone laughed. Xue Ling's mother couldn't help asking, "By the way, has Sister Ying come by yet? Last night she said she'd visit today." Cheng Tianyuan gave a wry smile and briefly explained his sister's ordeal from the night before. "She was hurt pretty badly. The doctor said she'll need to stay in the hospital for a few days. She's still downstairs in the emergency room getting an IV." "Oh my!" Xue Ling's mother's face went pale. "How could a thief be so brazen? That's just awful. There are so many people in the hospital coming and going, and yet he dared to steal here, and even tried to steal a child. My goodness, that kind of criminal must be severely punished. Severely punished!" Cheng Tianyuan was also shocked. "These days things are usually so peaceful. I've never heard of such a wicked thief. Stealing children, that's just inhuman." Xue Ling's mother started worrying about Cheng Tianfang. "How is she now? Where is she? I have to go see her." Cheng Tianyuan replied, "She was in so much pain last night she couldn't sleep. The wound is several centimeters long and needed a lot of stitches. Her clothes were soaked in blood. It even scared me, and I'm a grown man." Luckily, we were already in the hospital, so the doctors quickly stopped the bleeding, cleaned and disinfected the wound, and stitched her up. She's still in the emergency ward, and my mom is with her. Cheng Tianyuan clicked his tongue in admiration. "Your sister is a real heroine. Not just for a woman. Even many men would hesitate to confront a knife-wielding thief. But she dared to fight him. That's real courage. A true hero." Cheng Tianyuan gave a bitter smile. "She did great, but she scared us all. My mom cried and cried last night. I told her not to scold Afang. I just said next time don't be so impulsive. Think of your own safety too." Afang didn't say much, just apologized for causing trouble since the family is already so busy and now has to take care of her too. She feels really bad about it. "She's such a thoughtful child," Xue Ling's mother said, eyes red and voice choked. "I have to go see her." Cheng Tianyuan said, "Mom, We can't take little Yang Yang downstairs. It's chaotic there with emergency patients and he's too little. Put him down and I'll take you. All right. Xue Ling's mother handed her grandson to Xue Ling. Cheng Tianyuan, who didn't know Cheng Tianyuan, said, I want to go see this young heroine too. Xue Ling said gently, Go ahead, you can come back up later. Mom, the doctor said I can be discharged. When you come back, help me pack up and we'll go home. I'll leave Afang in my mother-in-law's care for now. Okay, her mother nodded quickly. The room, which had been lively, suddenly emptied as everyone went downstairs. Xue Ling held little Yang Yang, and seeing he was still sleeping soundly, put him back in the cradle. Even though it was already early July on the lunar calendar, the weather was still stiflingly hot, so it was cooler to let him sleep alone. Just then, she heard Xue Heng's familiar voice outside. Ling Ling, I'm here with third uncle. Come in, Xue Ling called. She saw third uncle carrying a small thermos and Xue Heng with a net bag of fruit. Both came in smiling. Xue Ling greeted them. Third uncle, I'm about to be discharged. I feel bad making you come all this way. Third uncle smiled. I didn't know you could be discharged already. I was worried your recovery would be slow, so I got up early to make some medicine. When Heng said he was coming to see you, I came along since there was a ride. Xue Heng explained, My dad is with uncle, and wasn't sure if you needed help here, so he asked me to come by this morning. Thank you, Uncle Jilan, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. It's been so busy these past 2 days. We're just about to leave the hospital. Heng, there's a lot of stuff here. Can you help carry things? Mom will be holding Yang Yang, and I can't walk well yet, so Yuan Ge will have to carry me downstairs. Xue Heng nodded quickly. Of course. No problem. Third uncle came over to check Xue Ling's pulse and said softly, Nothing serious, just a bit weak. You'll need to nourish your blood and energy for a while. Drink the medicine quickly. It's full of blood-nourishing herbs. Okay. Xue Ling opened the thermos and drank it down, sip by sip. The taste was hard to describe, but it was made with care, so she forced herself to finish every drop. Xue Heng suddenly remembered something. Ling Ling, isn't your mother-in-law and your sister-in-law both here? Why haven't I seen your brother-in-law? Where did he go? So Xue Ling had to explain what happened last night in detail. You and Mom were only gone a little while, and all that happened, it scared us half to death. Third uncle was shocked and cursed the thief for being so heartless. Children are the treasures of their parents' hearts. If something happened, it would break so many hearts. If the child had been dropped or hurt, a little life could have been lost. Such a criminal must be severely punished. Xue Heng couldn't help but admire Cheng Tianyuan. How old is your sister-in-law? 17 or 18? To have that kind of courage? Impressive. 18, Xue Ling said with a smile. She's studying hydraulic engineering at the provincial capital and she's doing really well. Third uncle praised. To study a field like that and be so brave, she's a remarkable young woman. And she bakes great bread, so she must be a good cook too. A modern woman who can do it all. Thank you, Xue Ling said proudly. As her sister-in-law, I'm proud of her too. A little while later, Xue Ling's mother and Cheng Tianyuan came back. Everyone greeted each other and explained, A Yuan is handling the discharge paperwork. Let's pack up first. With so many hands, they quickly gathered up all the bags. Xue Ling's mother held little Ran Ran, Xue Heng carried the luggage, and Cheng Tianyuan and third uncle helped Xue Ling downstairs. Soon, they were all in the car, heading home. As they got in, Xue Ling said softly, I didn't get to see Afang. No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. There are too many emergency patients down there. It's chaotic. You're still weak after giving birth, so you shouldn't go. Wait until she's discharged, then you can talk to her properly. Xue Ling could only nod. Back at Dongfang Garden, everyone quickly helped settle in. Little Yang Yang became the center of attention, with everyone crowding around to look at him, laugh, and praise how wonderful and cute he was. Big brother Ranran felt very left out. Ever since his little brother came home, it seemed like no one cared about him or played with him anymore. So he started to cry, saying he didn't want a little brother. Everyone burst out laughing. Xue Ling called him over and took his little hand. Your little brother is your brother. He grew in Mommy's tummy just like you did, and now he'll grow up little by little. We love you, and we love your brother too. I don't love my brother, I don't, Ranran muttered. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Your brother is just a newborn. He's still too little and needs us to feed and take care of him. We love him, and we love you too. You're both our sons, and we love you the same. That's right, Xue Ling's father added with a smile. You'll need to look after your brother and help take care of him because you're the big brother. Xue Zhilan laughed. When we had Huan Aheng was just as upset. He said he hated his little brother and wanted to throw him out. But as Huaner grew, he slowly accepted his new sibling and realized only his brother would play with him, follow him around, and listen to him. He was so happy he'd show off to everyone that he had a little brother. It just takes time, Cheng Muhai said. They're not far apart in age, so when they're little, they'll compete for attention and toys, sometimes playing together, sometimes fighting. That's how siblings are. Cheng Tianyuan checked the time and went to the kitchen to cook. Xue Ling's father worried about Cheng Tianfang's lunch and asked, Will you bring her food or buy something outside? Cheng Tianyuan replied, I gave some money to my mom so she could buy lunch outside. I'll pick her up in the evening and bring dinner too. Tonight I'll stay with Afang. That's right, Xue Ling's father said. Don't let your mom stay up all night, it's too hard on her. Take a nap this afternoon so you're not too tired. I'm fine. It's just some light housework. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I'm still young. A few late nights are nothing. Xue Heng helped carry the luggage, then went off to work at the branch factory. The main factory was working overtime day and night, so Xue Ling's mother couldn't stay long and left with him. Third uncle stayed to help look after the baby. Cheng Muhai went in to help Tianyuan in the kitchen, while Xue Zhilan played with Ranran on the rocking horse. Xue Ling's father sat on the sofa, playing chess with his third brother. Xue Ling, exhausted, saw that Yang Yang was sleeping soundly, so she closed the door and napped with her son. At lunchtime, seeing she was still asleep, Cheng Tianyuan didn't wake her. He quietly changed the baby's diaper and slipped out, closing the door. Everyone else gathered to eat. Xue Ling's father could now slowly use chopsticks, though Cheng Muhai still tried to feed him, only to be stopped by third uncle. As long as he doesn't use too much force, it's good for his joints to move a bit. Otherwise, the bones won't heal smoothly. So Cheng Muhai just put some food and meat in his bowl, letting him eat slowly, with Xue Zhilan helping on the side. Ranran ate hungrily, while Cheng Tianyuan ate and kept an eye on him. Cheng Muhai reminded, Let the chicken soup simmer longer. Today's old hen is a bit tough. It'll only be tasty if it's cooked through. It's still simmering, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I've left some rice and dishes in the pot for her. After eating, Cheng Tianyuan cleaned up and washed the dishes. Cheng Muhai played with Ranran. The three uncles played chess, chatted, and drank tea. In the afternoon, Ranran got sleepy, so Cheng Muhai took him for a nap. Cheng Tianyuan woke Xue Ling, brought her lunch, and made formula for the baby. He's been sleeping the whole time. Look, even when you give him the bottle, he drinks while still half asleep. Xue Ling teased. He must be making up for lost sleep. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. You were so busy while pregnant, he was always restless in your belly. Now he finally gets to sleep as much as he wants. Oh, so it's my fault as his mom? Xue Ling huffed. Cheng Tianyuan, not daring to offend his wife, shook his head quickly. You were just busy, and you always went to bed early. I was just joking. Xue Ling laughed. I'm not blaming you. You're right. I really was busy when I was pregnant with him. Luckily, the second phase of Wangjiangyuan is finished, so now we just wait to collect the money from selling the apartments. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said quietly, Dad's shoulder will take at least 2 more months to heal. Once you finish your confinement, don't rush back to Rongcheng. Focus on taking care of the elders and the kids first. Before coming to the capital, he'd told Chen Min to handle the deliveries and keep the 2 shops running. Luckily, there were enough people, so everything was running smoothly. Xue Ling explained, I talked to Boss Liao on the phone. We've tentatively set things for after Mid-Autumn Festival. There's still a month and a half, so there's no rush. Cheng Tianyuan knew she was eager to sell the apartments, but since he couldn't persuade her otherwise, he just said, "All right, as long as you finish your confinement and you're healthy, you can go back to Rongcheng if you want. I'll stay here with Mom and Dad to look after Dad and the boys." "Thank you for understanding," Xue Ling said happily. The end of the year is the best time to sell property. She couldn't miss it. Even with good advertising, selling apartments is a long-term effort. Even in a hot market, it takes months to sell out. "When Dad's better, we'll go back to Rongcheng," Xue Ling reminded him. "The winters there aren't as cold as here, so it's better for the kids." Yang was just born. He couldn't handle the dry heat or the freezing cold, so it was better to spend the winter in Rongcheng. Except for her first year there, the winters had always been mild. After a heavy snow, the temperature would quickly rise again. Cheng Tianyuan was also worried about his 2 shops and said quietly, "Let's stick to this plan." After lunch, Xue Ling leaned against the bed with her son. Cheng Tianyuan, who'd only slept 4 or 5 hours the night before, lay down beside her and quickly fell asleep. She didn't wake him, just quietly changed the baby's diaper and listened to his soft snoring. Around 5 o'clock, Yang started to cry. Xue Ling got up to make formula, but Cheng Tianyuan woke up and pulled her back. "Don't get out of bed, I'll do it." He strode out with the bottle, quickly got the water and mixed the formula. Xue Ling held the baby and fed him, saying softly, "I've got this. Go check on Ranran, and you probably need to start dinner too." Cheng Tianyuan nodded and went out. A moment later, he hurried back in. "Honey, Afang just called. She's finished her IV. The doctor said she can come home, but she still needs to go back for IVs tomorrow morning." "Don't they usually keep you in the hospital?" Xue Ling asked, puzzled. Cheng Tianyuan replied, "There aren't enough beds in the emergency ward. Afang's injury is considered minor, so if you're local, the doctor lets you go home at night and come back for IVs during the day." "Got it. You'd better go pick her up," Xue Ling said. "I'll watch the baby." After Xue Ling finished feeding the baby, she held him upright against her shoulder, gently patting his back. Just then, the door was quietly pushed open. Little Ranran stood at the doorway, poking his head in, and softly called, "Mommy." Xue Ling smiled and quickly beckoned him over. Come see your little brother. He's just woken up." Ranran gave his brother a resentful look, then slowly walked in. Xue Ling lowered the baby so Ranran could see him. "Look, this is your little brother. In a couple of years, he'll be as big as you. He'll be able to eat, bathe, and sleep with you, and play with you too." Ranran thought of the other little friends in the neighborhood and couldn't help asking, "Is he naughty?" "He's not," Xue Ling said, holding back a laugh. "He doesn't know anything yet. He needs me, Daddy, and you, his big brother, to teach him." Ranran immediately puffed up with pride. "I know how to jump. I can talk. He can't do any of that." Xue Ling praised him. "That's because you're the big brother. You're smarter, taller, and older than him, so you have to take care of him." Ranran hesitated, muttering, "But I don't know how." Xue Ling smiled. "That's okay. Daddy and Mommy can teach you. For example, can you help get a diaper for your brother? It's on the armchair over there." Ranran looked around, pointed at the neatly stacked diapers, and asked, "Is it this one?" "Yes," Xue Ling encouraged. "Bring one over for your brother." Ranran grabbed a diaper with his chubby little hand, shuffled over, and tossed it onto his brother. "Here." Xue Ling quickly caught it and explained, "Your brother is still very little. His hands and feet can't hold things like you can, so you can't throw things at him, okay?" "Oh," Ranran said softly. "I won't throw any more." Xue Ling smiled, took the diaper, and changed Yang right in front of Ranran. "See, you tuck it under his little bottom, then wrap it around the front. That way he won't get wet." Ranran giggled, showing off his neat little teeth. "Mommy, doesn't he know how to go to the bathroom?" Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. "He can't walk yet. When you were his age, you didn't know either. You had to wear diapers too. When he learns to walk, we'll teach him to use the toilet." "When will he be big?" Ranran frowned. I've been waiting for him for so long. Xue Ling laughed. He was just born yesterday. In a year he'll be able to walk. You'll have to wait a bit longer. Ranran grumbled. He was in your tummy. For so long. Now he's out, but he's still so small. Xue Ling smiled. You were like this too. Actually, your brother isn't that small. Look at his arms and legs, they're pretty big, right? No, he's smaller than me, Ranran said, a little smug. Xue Ling knew he was just a little kid, saying whatever came to mind, so she didn't take it to heart and just listened with amusement. Remember, you have to help watch your brother. If he cries, feels bad, or wets himself, you need to tell Mommy or Daddy, okay? Okay, Ranran replied. Maybe his big brother was too chatty because the baby, who'd been half awake, closed his eyes and went right back to sleep. Ranran looked puzzled. Mom, does he sleep a lot? Yes, Xue Ling replied. Right now, all he does is eat and sleep. Daddy and Mommy have to take care of everything for him. Oh. Ranran sat beside her, watching his little brother, thinking for a while before asking, Mommy, what about a little sister? Xue Ling was confused. What little sister? Ranran pointed at her belly, puzzled. You said you were going to have a little sister, but then she was gone, and now there's a little brother. Xue Ling understood and laughed. Mommy didn't know if it was a boy or a girl. We all thought he was a little sister, so we called him that. But it turned out he's a boy, just like you. So where's the little sister? Ranran pressed. Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, Maybe in the future. When you and your brother are bigger, Mommy and Daddy will try to give you a little sister, okay? Oh. Ranran leaned in, looked at his brother's tiny hand, poked it gently with his finger, then pulled back and giggled. So soft. Xue Ling chuckled. Babies are always soft when they're just born. You were like that too. Mommy, I want to help you hold my brother. Suddenly, Ranran was no longer resentful and eagerly reached out his hands. Xue Ling shook her head and moved his hands away. Not yet. You're still too little to hold your brother. Ranran pouted, not convinced. Great uncle says I'm strong. I'm big. Xue Ling thought for a moment. When he's a bit bigger and can walk, you can hold his hand and walk with him. Ranran pouted but finally agreed. Okay. Just then, Uncle Jalan called from outside, Ranran, come drink some water. Xue Ling nudged him. Go on, drink some water. Ranran pouted. Mommy, great uncle always wants me to drink water. All the time. Xue Ling laughed. It's hot, so we need to drink more water to stay healthy. Otherwise, we'll get sick. I'm not sick, Ranran muttered. I don't want to drink. If you don't drink, you'll get sick. I want a cookie. Xue Ling smiled. Are you hungry? Yeah, he grumbled. I want a cookie. Grandpa said no. I'm not happy. Xue Ling shook her head. That's because if you eat cookies, you won't want to eat your meal. That's why Grandpa said no. But I want one, Ranran whined. Xue Ling thought for a moment. Then go tell Grandpa you'll drink water, and he can give you one cookie. Just one, okay? Okay. Ranran ran out as fast as he could. Xue Ling shook her head and smiled wryly. After 2 years, he was still so clueless. How many more years would it take before he'd be sensible, obedient, and independent? She glanced at the tiny baby in her arms and felt the weight of responsibility. 10 minutes later, Cheng Tianyuan returned with his mother and sister. Third uncle and Zhilan hurried over to check Tianfang's wound, both saying it was no small injury and she needed to take care. Zhilan quickly went back and brought a tube of ointment. This is from abroad. It's great for reducing inflammation and swelling. Aiwan, put some on your sister. Thank you, uncle, Tianfang said brightly. Zhilan and third uncle exchanged a look and laughed. With that energy, you don't look like someone who's hurt. Cheng Muhai shook his head and sighed. You? I don't even know what to say to you. Tianfang grinned. It doesn't hurt much now. If I kept whining, that'd be too dramatic. A good attitude helps you heal faster. Same goes for wounds, I think. Such a good attitude, you'll recover in no time, Xue Ling's father praised with a smile. Cheng Tianyuan greeted everyone, then went to her room to change and wash up. Liu Ying wanted to help her, but she shook her head. It's just my left hand that's hurt. I usually use my right hand anyway. I'll be a bit slower, but I can manage. Mom, go help my brother cook. I'm starving. Liu Ying nodded. If you need help, just call. Your brother bought a ton of food. He said he wants to make sure you and your sister-in-law get plenty of good things to eat. Cheng Tianyuan grinned. Bring on the meat. I want braised pork. All right, Liu Ying smiled. The braising pot is on, it'll be ready soon. Happy, Cheng Tianyuan went to wash up and change, tying her hair into a ponytail, then headed next door to Xue Ling's room. Sis, I'm back. Auntie? Little Ranran dropped his toys and ran over, his little arms and legs pumping. Cheng Tianyuan was instantly melted by her adorable nephew, squatting down to hug him. Xue Ling was startled and quickly reminded her, Fang, you can't pick him up. You can't use your hand yet. Just hold his hand. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Don't worry, I just gave him a little hug. Then she took his hand and led him over. Ranran, you're a big brother now. Are you happy? Not happy, Ranran muttered. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Why not? Ranran couldn't answer, just buried his head. Xue Ling giggled. He's jealous. He thinks everyone loves the baby more. Cheng Tianyuan laughed and kissed her nephew's cheek. Don't worry, you're the big brother, so you get even more love, and for longer. Think about it. Before, you were the only one, so everyone loved you. Now there's a little brother, but we still love you too. You're older, so you've had 2 more years of love than he has. Ranran didn't quite understand, but he felt like Auntie made sense. Xue Ling invited Tianfeng to sit on the bed. How's your wound? Does it still hurt? It must be hot and stuffy all wrapped up. Let me take a look. No, don't, Tianfeng said with a wry smile. Sis, there's nothing to see. We're about to eat dinner. I don't want to ruin your appetite. Xue Ling gave her a look. Let me see how big it is. It's not big, just a few stitches, Tianfeng said. It looks ugly, with a black thread holding it together. Once the stitches are out and it's healed, I'll show you. Xue Ling was easily nauseated, especially when she was pregnant. If anyone mentioned anything gross, she'd lose her appetite. Tianfeng knew this, so she insisted on not letting her see. Xue Ling had to give up. Don't get it wet. When you shower tonight, let Mom help you. Don't let it bleed. Don't try to tough it out. I know, sis, Tianfeng replied. Xue Ling sighed. It's just a shame I can't help you right now. I feel the same, Tianfeng said with a wry smile. I thought I'd go to class during the day and help out at home in the mornings and evenings. Who knew I'd end up being a burden? We're family. Don't talk about being a burden, Xue Ling scolded gently. You did a great thing. We're all just worried about you. Tianfeng smiled. The baby's mom can get out of bed now. Her family came to see me, held my hand, and cried so hard I thought they'd kneel to thank me. Honestly, when I rushed over to save the baby, I didn't think at all, just acted on impulse. Thank goodness you stopped that thief. If he'd gotten out of the hospital and into a car, it would have been impossible to find him, Xue Ling said softly. I'm a mom, too. I understand how that mother felt. A child is a piece of your own flesh. If you lost them, it would be unbearable. Tianfeng sighed. That mom's had it tough. She said she already had 3 daughters and didn't want another child, even went to the operating table to end the pregnancy. But her husband chased after her, begging her to keep it. She works in a government office, has to work every day and take care of the family, and really didn't want another kid. But her husband and mother-in-law begged and pleaded, so she finally agreed. When she gave birth, it was a difficult labor, almost needed a C-section. She barely made it, but finally had a boy. Her husband and mother-in-law were overjoyed, and she was happy too. After 3 girls, having a boy felt like she'd finally fulfilled her duty to the family. But then the baby was almost stolen. When she saw him taken, she fainted on the spot. Xue Ling shook her head. If the baby had really been taken, I can't even imagine. Tianfang glanced at her injured arm and smiled. So I think this scar is worth it. If you could have saved the baby without getting hurt, that would have been best, Xue Ling said softly, heart aching for her. At least it was your arm. If it had been your neck or face, that would have been too dangerous. Whatever you do, you have to protect yourself. I know, sis. Tianfang grinned. How come Yang Yang's still not awake? I want to see his eyes. Xue Ling explained. He only opened his eyes for a bit this afternoon. The rest of the time he's been sleeping. When he did open them, they looked pretty big. He'll definitely be a handsome guy, Tianfang said, clicking her tongue as she looked at the little one on the bed. He looks just like you, sis. Ran tugged at his aunt's hand, whining, Auntie, I want to play. Tianfang quickly said, Okay, Auntie will take you out to ride the rocking horse. She let him out. Xue Ling called after them, Be careful with your arm. Ran, you have to walk by yourself. Don't ask Auntie to carry you, okay? Ran obediently agreed, pulling his aunt along. A moment later, Cheng Tianyuan came in. Honey, what do you want for dinner? We've got braised broth and some braised beef. I was thinking of making noodles with braised sauce. There's also a pot of winter melon soup. After noodles, we'll have soup. Dad and third uncle both said it sounds good. You should still have porridge. No, Xue Ling grumbled. I've had porridge for so many meals. I don't have any wounds, so I don't need to eat so bland. I want noodles too, and half a bowl of porridge. All right, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Soon, the smell of noodles wafted in from the kitchen. Uncle Jilan's voice rang out in surprise. Wow, Yuan can even hand-pull noodles. Impressive. You're more like a northerner than I am. I can't even make steamed buns. Xue Ling's father called out. Yuan's noodles are delicious. You all have to eat more. Third uncle laughed. I was going to eat at home, but as soon as I heard about noodles, I changed my mind. I'm definitely eating here tonight. Everyone laughed. Listening to the laughter from outside, Xue Ling couldn't help but smile too. Life has its hardships and surprises, but there's even more joy and laughter. Thank you, Heaven, for watching over us. As dawn broke, Cheng Tianyuan got up. He glanced at his sleeping wife and little son, unable to keep a happy smile from his lips. The little one slept for ages, soaking his diaper but still sleeping soundly. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled softly, carefully changed his son's diaper, gathered up the ones from last night, and quickly took them to the balcony to soak. He saw the diapers and little pants hanging outside were already dry, so he brought them in and folded them neatly. From the big kitchen came the faint sounds of breakfast being prepared. His mother was already up making breakfast. He quickly washed up, then opened the door and went out. He saw his mother making steamed buns in the kitchen, with his sister helping at her side. Tianfang's arm stitches would come out in 5 days. Young people heal fast, and soon there was only a faint scar left. She didn't slack off. She went back to her training class the day after her stitches were removed. When her teacher heard about her heroic rescue, he praised her in front of everyone and even baked her a cake to take home. In the blink of an eye, the baby was already half a month old. His father-in-law could now get up by himself, manage eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom without help. Brother, I want to talk to you about something, Tianfang said quietly. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Seeing his mother step out of the kitchen, he guessed it probably wasn't anything good. Still, he asked calmly, What is it? Tianfang grinned sheepishly. I want to buy a small oven. A what? Cheng Tianyuan frowned. An oven for what? A box? Tianfang quickly explained. It's a kitchen appliance for baking bread and cakes. Bread is baked, not steamed like we do here. If you want to bake bread, you need an oven. It's about this big, square, and really useful. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help asking, Where do you buy one? Is it expensive? My teacher said. It's pretty expensive, Tianfang muttered. Apparently you can't get them in China. They're imported, very rare and costly. My teacher said only the capital has them, because there are lots of foreigners living there. A classmate went to buy one and said there were only 2. She bought one. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. How are you going to take something that big back to the provincial capital? Or to Rongcheng? In another month you'll be back at school? Who's going to use the oven then, Mom or me? Tianfang pouted and lowered her head. Then, never mind. Cheng Tianyuan said, Wait until you've really learned how to use it and you're settled somewhere for a while. Then buy one. The capital isn't going anywhere. It won't be hard to get one when you need it. But it's hard. There aren't many, Tianfang muttered. And it's so far away. Cheng Tianyuan was unfazed. As long as they're for sale, there'll always be more. We ship things to the provincial capital all the time. If you want one, just buy it and have it sent down with the goods. Who can pick it up for you? With all her brother's arguments, she had no choice but to give up. Just then, Cheng Muhai got up and put on a light jacket. Feels like autumn's come early this year. It's already chilly in the mornings and evenings. Yuan, put an extra vest on Yang Yang later. I'll go find one for Ran too. Cheng Tianyuan said, It's warm enough inside if we don't go out. Is Ran awake? Not yet, Cheng Muhai said, heading off. Steamed buns and meat buns were cooking in the pot, and another stove was simmering rice porridge bubbling away. Cheng Tianyuan told his sister to watch the stove, then went to check on his father-in-law. Xue Ling's father had just gotten up and was slowly folding his quilt. Dad, let me do that, Cheng Tianyuan said. You shouldn't use too much strength. Sit and rest more. Xue Ling's father gave a wry smile. But I can't just sit all day. My joints will get stiff. Cheng Tianyuan explained, We're having meat buns and steamed buns for breakfast. Dad, do you want soy milk? I made some rice porridge. If you want soy milk, I'll go buy some. No, I prefer rice porridge, he said gently. It's thick and warm. Feels good in the stomach. Cheng Tianyuan asked, What about Uncle Zhilan? He likes soy milk, right? No, he's not eating here today, his father-in-law explained. His younger son, Huan, and his girlfriend are arriving in the capital this morning. Their flight lands around 6. Zhilan and Heng should be at the airport now. These days, Zhilan had been staying here with his cousin, eating all his meals here. Heng was busy, working overtime at the factory at night, sleeping in the office, only coming home every few days to shower and sleep before rushing back. Zhilan got bored alone in his apartment, so he just ate here and only went home late at night. Cheng Tianyuan nodded, smiling. That's great. It's been years since we've all seen each other. Plane tickets abroad are rare and expensive, his father-in-law explained. Huan's had it tough, working and studying at the same time. He's finally finished and come home. We should throw him a welcome party. When he's settled, let's take him and his girlfriend out for a big meal, Cheng Tianyuan suggested. His father-in-law smiled. Your parents and sister came, and I haven't even had a chance to welcome them properly. We're all family. No need to stand on ceremony, Cheng Tianyuan said, helping him with water to wash up. We eat together every day. No need for a special welcome. Ha-ha, his father-in-law laughed. When the time comes, we'll go out together. 2 big tables, both families. That'll be my way of saying thanks for all you've done for me. Just listen to me. All right, whatever you say, Dad, Cheng Tianyuan agreed with a smile. Soon, everyone gathered for breakfast. Tianfang had to catch the bus, so she quickly drank some porridge and grabbed a big steamed bun to go. Xue Ling was no longer eating in her room. She joined everyone for meals. Liu Ying, worried she'd catch cold, gave her a cloth cap to wear. You have to keep your head covered during confinement. Don't catch a chill. Xue Ling laughed. Mom, I'm sweating. Cheng Tianyuan quickly took off the hat. Mom, there's no draft in here. If she goes outside, then she'll wear a hat. Liu Ying had to give in. Xue Ling's father said gently, Eat quickly, while the kids are still sleeping. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Cheng Tianyuan put down his bowl and chopsticks and hurried to open it. Uncle Zheng! Come in! Have you had breakfast? We're just eating. Join us. I've already eaten, Zheng Sanyuan said cheerfully. The factory starts early, so I eat with the workers before 6. I was full before I left, still am. Cheng Tianyuan welcomed him in and led him to the living room. Please sit. I'll make you a cup of tea. No rush, no rush, Cheng Tianyuan said with a smile. You go finish your breakfast. I'll just sit here for a bit and chat with old Xue. Then I'll be on my way. Xue Ling's father poked his head out from the kitchen. Xiaozheng, have a seat. I'm almost done eating. Cheng Tianyuan simply stood up and came over. Old Xue, I haven't seen you in 10 days, and you look even better. Your complexion is rosy and healthy. You look great. Ling, your family is amazing. In less than a month, you've nursed your dad back to such good health. Xue Ling laughed. That's all thanks to my husband and mother-in-law's cooking. I'm still relying on them to take care of me during my confinement. Everyone greeted each other in turn. Xue Ling's father finished eating, got up with some help, and walked to the living room. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, Are you sure you're okay, old Xue? Let me help you. No need, Xue Ling's father replied. I just can't use too much strength when I first stand up, and I can't lift heavy things or carry anything on my shoulders for now. Otherwise, I'm fine. That's great, Cheng Tianyuan smiled. You've recovered so quickly. Xue Ling's father said, It's all thanks to my third brother and Zhilan's treatment and my in-laws' care. Seeing him move smoothly to sit down, Cheng Tianyuan quickly sat beside him. Cheng Tianyuan had already made tea and brought it over. Uncle, you chat with my dad. We'll go finish breakfast. Go ahead, Xue Ling's father waved. Watching Cheng Tianyuan leave, Cheng Tianyuan gave a thumbs up. That young Cheng is so cheerful and considerate. You don't see many young men his age who are so thoughtful. True, Xue Ling's father agreed. After a bit of small talk, Xue Ling's father lowered his voice. Xiaozheng, how did it go? Did you get any news? I did, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Yesterday I got a definite answer. As long as she can provide a proper diploma from a recognized school, she can start teaching there right away. She'll have a formal position, right? With benefits? Xue Ling's father asked. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Absolutely. Director Li made it clear, if she's a foreign language talent, they'll value her highly. Not only will she have a formal position like everyone else, but she'll also get a talent recruitment bonus. The benefits are much better than for locals. That's good, Xue Ling's father said gently. My cousin's daughter-in-law is quite particular. She said if the pay and benefits aren't good, she won't take the job. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. No worries, the pay is good. Besides the salary, single employees get a dorm room, and after a few years, they can even get an apartment. Xue Ling's father was curious. How did you get to know people in that field? You run a factory and they're in foreign language education. How did you meet? It's a long story, Cheng Tianyuan said with a wry smile. Back when I wanted to go abroad to buy machinery, I didn't know a word of any foreign language. Someone told me I'd need a professional translator, so a friend introduced me to Director Li, who's the top expert. I see, Xue Ling's father said. So, did you end up going abroad? I did, Cheng Tianyuan replied. He was on summer break and took time to go with me. Director Li is a really solid guy. He went with me to a lot of places, but unfortunately they just wouldn't sell us the machines. There were all sorts of issues, customs, business, you name it. In the end, they were just afraid we'd learn their technology, so they refused. Xue Ling's father clicked his tongue. You must have had a tough time. Plenty of cold shoulders, Cheng Tianyuan said. Luckily, Director Li had studied abroad and didn't want me to be disappointed. He took me to several other places, and we even had a close call on the way, but in the end we still couldn't buy anything. But we became good friends through that experience, and we've kept in touch ever since. I visit him during holidays and bring him sweaters to keep warm. Oh, and, Cheng Tianyuan suddenly remembered, when I started the factory with Ling, he was really happy and even wrote a calligraphy piece for me. There were a lot of people around that day, so I couldn't take care of him properly. I even asked you to show him around the factory. Do you remember? I vaguely remember, Xue Ling's father said, squinting as he tried to recall. I remember he was tall, but not much else. I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. No, it's just that there were too many people that day, Cheng Tianyuan said. After you mentioned it to me recently, I got in touch with him. He said if she really wants to work in the capital, he'd be more than happy to have her. He's desperate for high-level talent in that area. Xue Ling's father nodded in relief. They're arriving in the capital today. What's the next step? Just go see Director Li, Cheng Tianyuan said. He said as long as she passes the interview, checks her accent, and makes sure she's qualified to teach, she can start right away. It's still summer break, so there's a month before school starts. If she's quick, she can start teaching at the beginning of the term. Xue Ling's father made a mental note. Brother Zheng, can I count on you to make the introduction? Of course, Cheng Tianyuan said. I have his home and office numbers. Once you're sure, just call me and I'll set up a meeting. Xue Ling's father smiled. I'll have to trouble you to run around a bit more for this. Come on. We're old friends. No need to be so polite, Cheng Tianyuan said with a laugh. Just remember to give me a pound of this good tea. No problem, I'll give you 5 pounds, Xue Ling's father said generously. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. That's too much. I can't drink that much by myself. 2 pounds is plenty. My wife doesn't even like tea. 2 pounds will last me half a year. Xue Ling's father nodded. By the way, when are you building that villa in the city center? Next year, Cheng Tianyuan said, frowning. No need to rush. I'm busy with work and shipments right now. No energy for building a house. I told my wife, if we've waited this long, another year or 2 won't matter. Xue Ling's father chuckled. No need to rush. Good things take time. Ling might be developing that land next year, so talk to her in advance. You bought the land together, so you two should work it out. Will do, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. That afternoon, Cheng Tianfang got out of class early and brought home a few loaves of bread, her homework from class. Xue Ling teased. Cooking class homework is great. You get to eat it after. Nothing goes to waste. Cheng Tianfang laughed. Sis, do you want some homework too? I'm not a student anymore. I don't need it, Xue Ling replied with a smile. Now I have my own private chef, your brother. I just eat. No need to cook. Tianfang clicked her tongue in envy. So jealous. I'm dying of envy. Just then, little Ranran came over and sweetly called, Auntie, bread, I want some. Tianfang quickly picked one out. This one was baked last. It's the best. I saved it just for my little Ranran. Thank you, Auntie, Ranran said crisply, happily bringing it to his mouth. Is it good? Tianfang asked. It's good, Ranran said, taking another big bite. Yummy, yummy. Xue Ling pointed to a small stool in the corner. Sit there while you eat. Don't walk around, or I'll have to clean up all the crumbs later. With food in hand, Ranran was very obedient and sat down on the stool. Tianfang looked at the still sleeping Yang Yang and couldn't help but laugh. He's just like his big brother. Ranran, when you were little, you slept all the time too. Ranran muttered. Brother peas, stinky, poops, stinky. Both Tianfang and Xue Ling laughed. You were the same when you were little. Ranran turned his cute little head. No, I wasn't. Tianfang thought for a moment and asked, Sis, I haven't seen third uncle or Uncle Jilan these past couple of days. Are they busy? Xue Ling replied, Third uncle said Dad's shoulder is moving fine now and he doesn't need medicine anymore, so he'll just come by when he has time. No need to visit every day. And Uncle Jilan's younger son, Ahwan, and his foreign girlfriend just arrived, so third uncle and Uncle Jilan have been busy helping them settle in and find work. Tianfang was curious. Is he a doctor too? Yes, Xue Ling said. He graduated in medicine and is about to start working at the People's Hospital. He has a great degree and even interned at a foreign hospital for a year, so he has work experience. Third uncle introduced him, and the hospital director was very happy to have him. He even got a relocation bonus, a dorm room, and a high-level talent grant. Impressive, Tianfang said, full of admiration. She lowered her voice. If only I could be that amazing one day. Xue Ling smiled. Then work hard. You can do it too. You just need more time. Ahwan is already in his 20s, right? He started school young and studied for over 20 years before finally graduating. That feels so far away, Tianfang said quietly. I only have a technical school diploma. You can always keep studying, Xue Ling encouraged. But even if you don't, you can still find a stable job. These days, even a middle school diploma is rare. You finished technical school, so you'll definitely find a good job. We'll see, Tianfang said, a bit down. If I go back to Rongcheng, there probably aren't any good jobs. She used to think working in her village was enough. Then she went to Rongcheng and saw the tall buildings, cars, and schools, and thought that was a good place. Only after going to the provincial capital and then the capital did she realize how limited her old thinking was. Xue Ling comforted her. You still have over a year to figure things out. Don't worry. Tianfang stood up. Sis, since there's no sun this evening, I'll take Ranran out for a walk. We'll be back for dinner. Thanks, I appreciate it, Xue Ling said. A little while later, Cheng Tianyuan came in. Honey, Uncle Julan is here. He brought some foreign food for us to try. Xue Ling glanced at her sleeping baby and quickly got out of bed. Come on, let's go see. They found Uncle Julan beaming, carrying several bags. We got to the apartment around 9 this morning. I took Ahwan to the hospital to check in and hand over his documents, and we didn't get back until the afternoon. They're all jet-lagged, so I brought some foreign snacks for you to try. These are chocolate cookies, Xue Ling grinned, grabbing a small bag of her favorite, opening it right away. Cheng Tianyuan looked worried. Honey, these are dark. Can you eat them while you're still in confinement? It's fine, Xue Ling said. They're warm-natured, so I can eat them. Xue Ling's father curiously tried one, then shook his head. The real thing is different. The chocolate here is sometimes bitter and astringent, but these are rich and smooth. Wu Ge, have another, Uncle Julan urged. Xue Ling's father waved him off, smiling. One is enough for me. I'm not used to it. Uncle Julan handed some to Cheng Muhai and his wife. It was a long trip, so there's not much, but everyone should try a little. Don't be shy. Oh, this is rare, Liu Ying said. A small bag is plenty. Uncle Julan insisted. We're all family. Don't be so polite. When I come over for meals, I never stand on ceremony. Everyone laughed. Xue Ling, curious about her future cousin-in-law, asked, Uncle, what does the foreign daughter-in-law look like? Is she pretty? Is she tall? She's all right, Uncle Julan replied. About your height, brown hair, light blue eyes, very fair skin, deep-set eyes. A bit thin, not exactly pretty, just looks like a foreigner. As long as my son likes her, that's all that matters. He's the one getting married, not me. Everyone laughed again. Cheng Muhai praised. You're such an open-minded father-in-law. Your son is lucky. Uncle Julan waved it off. Our family has supported free love and marriage for decades. As long as the couple loves each other and has good character, the parents won't object. When I married my wife, it was for love too. We all married for love, so the next generation should have even more freedom. Liu Ying joked. The older brother is slower than the younger one. He needs to hurry up. That boy probably can't find anyone, Uncle Julan said, taking the chance to tease his son. Xue Ling's father gave him a playful slap on the leg. Ahung is doing just fine. He just hasn't met the right person yet. Oh, I was thinking of introducing my old classmate to Ahung, Xue Ling chimed in. I wonder if he'd be interested. Uncle Julan perked up. Your old classmate? Where's she from? Where does she work? Xue Ling grinned. She's my university classmate, Xiaojia Sui, a local here in the capital. She works at a publishing house with a good salary. She's quite pretty, just a bit on the plump side. Maybe Ahung wouldn't like that. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes twinkled with amusement, but he kept quiet. Uncle Julan thought for a moment, then laughed. A local in the capital? That's pretty good. With a foreign language degree, at least she'll be able to talk with Awan's foreign wife. Xue Ling's father didn't know Zhao Jiaxu, but smiled. Fate needs a little help. As they say, 1,000 miles of destiny are tied by a single thread. If it works out, great. If not, at least they'll have made a new friend. Jilan nodded in agreement. Yes, Ling Ling. You should introduce them. You never know. Maybe they'll hit it off. Xue Ling was about to agree, but then hesitated. She called me last year and said she'd gained a lot of weight. I told her she had to lose weight and that I'd only introduce her to Junge if she succeeded. I don't even know if she's lost any— How much weight? Her father asked. If she's too heavy, Ah-hung definitely won't be interested. I remember he once joked about the canteen auntie saying, "A woman ruins everything by being fat." Xue Ling laughed awkwardly, glancing at her own still slightly rounded belly. That one comment offends all the women in the world who aren't skinny. Everyone burst out laughing. Zilan said, "Back in the famine years, I heard only the daughters and wives of landlords were plump. Everyone else was skin and bones. Now that life is better and people have enough to eat, you start seeing more people who are overweight." "Young people shouldn't be too heavy, right?" Cheng Muhai said. "They have to work and move around, so it's hard to get fat." "You don't get it," Xue Ling's father said gently. "Their generation isn't like ours, where everyone had to do hard labor. This girl is an intellectual, a government worker with a formal position. She just sits in an office all day writing. No physical work at all." Liu Ying chuckled. "Then she must be chubby. Sitting all day, how much energy can you burn with a pen?" With everyone saying this, Xue Ling started to have second thoughts. "I'd better check with her first, see what's going on." Zilan laughed. "Then I'll leave it to you. If you succeed in matchmaking, I'll give you a big red envelope, a matchmaker's reward." "Oh, now I'm motivated," Xue Ling said happily. Everyone laughed. That night, Cheng Tianyuan coaxed their older son to sleep, then came back to feed the baby. Xue Ling took a warm shower, changed into pajamas, and came out. "He's awake? Was he crying?" "No," Cheng Tianyuan said. "He's just looking around with his big eyes, waving his arms and legs. When he saw me, he even smiled." "You're imagining things," Xue Ling teased. "He doesn't know how to smile yet. He only knows to cry when he's hungry or needs a diaper change." Cheng Tianyuan laughed, gazing at their chubby little son with love. Xue Ling glanced at the clock. "It's only 8. I'll call Zhao Jiasu. Her family has a phone. I remember the number." "Wait." Cheng Tianyuan stopped her, lowering his voice. "I think you shouldn't ask. It might be awkward." Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. "Why? What's awkward?" Cheng Tianyuan tried not to laugh. "I've met Xiao Jiaxue. She's the short, chubby type. If she gains another 10 pounds, she'll look really big. Ah-hung really doesn't like chubby girls, so you probably shouldn't introduce them." Xue Ling thought about it and chuckled. "True, one's too tall, the other's short. One's thin, the other's too plump." Cheng Tianyuan reminded her, "Just ask her first. If she's even heavier than before, there's no chance." "All right," Xue Ling said quietly. "I'll just catch up with her. Tell her I'm back in the capital. She's still waiting for me to treat her to steak. Once I'm done with confinement, I'll have to meet her and return the favor." "Still thinking about food?" Cheng Tianyuan teased. "If she's the type who can't stop eating, it'll be hard for her to lose weight." Xue Ling shot him a look, glanced at her now slimmer legs and belly, and muttered, "Men's mouths are all liars." Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "You're not fat at all, and you're tall. No one would ever call you chubby." Xue Ling ignored him and went to the living room. After a while, she found Zhao Jiaxu's home number in her notebook and dialed. Soon, someone answered, a polite, deep-voiced, middle-aged man. Xue Ling explained she was an old classmate looking for Zhao Jiaxu. The man said, "All right, hold on, I'll get her." A moment later, Zhao Jiaxu came to the phone. "Oh my God. What wind blew you my way? I must be dreaming. I haven't even gone to bed yet." Xue Ling ignored her teasing and explained, "My dad had a little car accident last month. I rushed over here with my big belly and my husband. My dad just got out of the hospital and I had my second baby. I'm still in confinement. My older son is just 2 and the baby is always hungry. Can you imagine how busy I am?" Zhao Jiaxue clicked her tongue. "Your second is a boy too? Impressive. The elders must be thrilled. Go ahead and show off." "I'd rather have a girl," Xue Ling admitted. "Everyone wanted a girl, but fate had other plans." "If everything went your way, it wouldn't be called life?" Zhao Jiaxu laughed. No worries, try for a third and get your girl? Don't even say that. My belly still hurts, Xue Ling said. How are you? Busy at work? Any boyfriend yet? Xiao Jiaxue immediately wilted. Don't bring up that terrifying topic, I can't take it. Xue Ling laughed. What, you think you can avoid it? Even if I don't ask, your parents and relatives must be on your case. The aunties and uncles won't let you off, will they? I'm going crazy, Xiao Jiaxue grumbled. My parents nag me every day to lose weight. They say I'm too fat, that good families won't want me, and they're afraid I'll eat them out of house and home. Xue Ling tried not to laugh. So, did you lose the weight? I told you last time you had to slim down. You're not fat anymore, right? I lost a little, Xiao Jiaxue muttered. I'm down to about 150 pounds. Xue Ling. At barely over 1.5 meters tall, 150 pounds was quite something. Xue Ling was a bit speechless. You didn't keep going? It's too hard, Xiao Jiaxue fake cried. Climbing stairs, running, eating less, it's torture, pure torture. Xue Ling teased. Don't you want to look pretty? Don't you want to wear slim pants? I'm fine like this, Xiao Jiaxue mumbled. Xue Ling laughed. Once I'm done with confinement, I'll treat you to steak. Finally keeping my promise. Too late, you owe me an extra meal, Xiao Jiaxue huffed. Xue Ling laughed. Fine, an extra meal it is, as long as you can eat it. No problem, Xiao Jiaxue said happily. Last month I went out with colleagues and ate 3 big steaks, plus a bunch of barbecue and bread. No problem at all. They chatted for over 10 minutes, then set a date to meet in half a month, on the weekend, before hanging up. Xue Ling went back to the bedroom and saw Cheng Tianyuan already showered and ready for bed. She pouted. No need to even mention it. No chance. Cheng Tianyuan tried not to laugh. Let's just get some sleep. When Xue Heng heard at his dad's place that Xue Ling wanted to set him up with someone, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. The next morning, before work, he came over to mooch some breakfast. Xue Ling's father and Cheng Muhai had already eaten, and Tianfang had left for school. Only Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan hadn't had breakfast yet, so they shared a braised pork bun and a piece of baked bread with him. Xue Heng took big bites and praised, "This bread is delicious. Smells great. It's kind of like a pineapple bun, but not quite." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "My sister made it. She's still learning, so it's not professional. But yes, it's supposed to be a pineapple bun." Xue Heng laughed. "The taste is what matters. Even if it doesn't look right, as long as it tastes good, that's enough. It's really good." Xue Ling served him a bowl of porridge and brought out some pickles. Cheng Tianyuan scooped a few braised eggs from the pot and handed them over. "Try these. They've been marinating since yesterday, so they should be flavorful now." Xue Heng took a bite and immediately gave a thumbs up. "Delicious. So rich and tasty." Xue Ling yawned and muttered, "I slept past 7 this morning, but I still feel tired." Cheng Tianyuan said, "Remember to nap this afternoon. Ran and my mom went to the market. Yang is still sleeping, so you can catch up on sleep too." "Forget it. I won't sleep," Xue Ling said. "Confinement is just eating and sleeping, but you can't sleep too much." Xue Heng clicked his tongue. "What I need most right now is sleep. How about we switch? You take my job, and I'll take yours?" Xue Ling laughed. "Can you take care of both my sons? If you can, I'll switch with you in a heartbeat." Xue Heng immediately backed down. "I can help you sleep and eat, no problem, but taking care of kids? Forget it. The factory's been working overtime to fill orders. The workers do 3 shifts, but management doesn't. We just tough it out. I only slept 3 hours last night. Luckily, I napped a bit at noon, or I wouldn't have made it through." Xue Ling looked at the dark circles under his eyes and gave him a sympathetic look. "Another all-nighter? That's rough." Xue Heng shook his head. "I slept a couple of hours before dawn, drove over this morning, picked up some things for them at the apartment since they're not familiar with the city. I needed to come home to shower and get clothes anyway, so I brought their stuff too." Xue Ling asked curiously, "So, what does your new sister-in-law look like? I heard she's not used to the food here and eats at Western restaurants for every meal. Is that true?" "My brother has money, so let them do what they want," Xue Ling said with a wry smile. That foreign girl is obviously hard to get along with. I don't know what my brother was thinking, marrying someone who can't even talk to my parents. It's not you marrying her, so why worry? Xue Ling teased. It's your brother's choice, his love. He's the one who has to be happy. You don't even have a girlfriend. He might just tease you for being jealous. He already has, Xue Ling grumbled. His girlfriend insists on eating out every meal. I teased him, said he'd better earn more or he won't be able to afford it. He shot back that I'm just jealous. Xue Ling had only been joking, but it turned out the brothers had already argued about it. What, really? Don't take it to heart. It's just family teasing. No, Xue Ling said, taking a sip of porridge, looking a bit glum. After we got him settled with a job, my dad's transfer order came through. The central hospital wanted him to start right away, so as soon as the order was official, my dad moved out. The hospital has staff apartments, so he just took his things and left. I've been working overtime at the factory and haven't been home much. When I came back this morning, I almost thought I'd walked into the wrong place. What happened? Xue Ling asked. Xue Ling snorted. Have you ever seen a garbage apartment? That's what mine looks like now. The table, sofa, floor, everywhere is covered in trash. Used things tossed everywhere, food wrappers, even candy wrappers just thrown around. The whole place is dusty. Forget mopping, they haven't even swept. Xue Ling giggled. Foreigners use carpets and sometimes only clean them once every 6 months or even every couple of years. Maybe they're just not used to tile floors here. Just say it, they're not clean, Xue Ling muttered. I took one look and almost lost it, but I held back. Just showered, grabbed my clothes, and left. I'll be staying at the branch office for now, not at Dongfang Garden. Xue Ling asked, Doesn't Ahuan have a single dorm at the hospital? Is it too small? Yeah, Xue Ling said quietly. That foreign girl, Lena, complained it was too small, and the bathroom is shared. She doesn't want to stay there. Cheng Tianyuan didn't want to comment on other people's family matters, so he just said, The two of them are staying at your place, and Uncle Zhilan is at the hospital alone. It's less awkward that way. You're single, so you can stay anywhere. Living at the office saves time and avoids inconvenience. Yeah, Xue Ling said, resigned. That's all I can do. Xue Ling leaned in and lowered her voice. My dad asked Uncle Zheng to help find Lena a job, but she turned it down. Said the pay at the foreign language college was too low and it wasn't related to her field. Xue Ling said irritably, Of course, salaries here can't compare to abroad. If she doesn't want it, fine. If she can find something she likes, good for her. Xue Ling said quietly. They were really welcoming, even said they'd reconsider since they really need people like her. Forget it, Xue Ling said. Let Ahuan figure it out. My dad already told him. This job was arranged by third uncle, so he should work hard and give back to society. As for his girlfriend, no one knows what she wants to do, so even if people want to help, they can't. Let them figure it out themselves. Xue Ling didn't want to get involved either and laughed. If I get a chance, I'll chat with her. Probably this weekend, Xue Ling said. My dad wanted to bring Ahuan and her over to visit Uncle, but the hospital's been busy and Ahuan just started work, so he's still adjusting. Dad said they'll come over this weekend. I'll still be in confinement, but I'll be waiting, Xue Ling said. Xue Ling chuckled. Don't get your hopes up too high, or you'll be disappointed. That bad? Xue Ling laughed. You'll see, Xue Ling said, lowering his voice. That foreign girl Lena is really arrogant, looks down on people. Even my dad, who's such a good person, can't stand her, so you can imagine. Xue Ling snickered. Then Xue Ling remembered what his dad had said. I heard you want to set me up with someone? What's she like? Is she pretty? Xue Ling was stunned for a moment, then broke into a mischievous giggle. How did you know? I was just joking with Uncle Zhilan, just making small talk. Why are you taking it so seriously? What, are you desperate for a girlfriend? Xue Ling let out a ha and said, I'll just go with the flow, I'm not in any rush. If it's someone you trust, you can introduce us. Cheng Tianyuan, who was nearby, couldn't hold back a quiet laugh and whispered, Her classmate is a bit chubby. Upon hearing this, Xue Ling quickly shook his head. Then forget it. I'm most afraid of chubby women. Cheng Tianyuan added. Just a little chubby, Xue Ling said quietly. It's more than a little. She's over 150 jin, about 75 kale. Xue Heng was so startled that the meat bun in his hand fell to the floor. He stared, dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Hee, Xue Ling said. I told you I was just joking. Are you really taking it seriously? If you want, I'll call her for you right now. No. Xue Heng clasped his hands together in a pleading gesture. Sister, my dear sister, please spare me. Usually it's fine to joke around, but if there's no fun, where's the laughter, right? Xue Ling burst out laughing. You really are that afraid of chubby women? It's not that, Xue Heng explained. I can accept a woman being a little plump, but over 150 jin, that's just too much. I can't handle it. I really can't. At that moment, a baby's cry came from the room. Cheng Tianyuan quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks, hurried into the room, and brought out his younger son. Xue Heng wiped his hands and smiled. Come, let uncle hold you. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Are you full? Keep eating if you want. I'm stuffed. Xue Heng awkwardly took little Yang into his arms, his eyes crinkling with a smile. He looks so much bigger than the day he was born. Look at those chubby arms and cheeks. He's going to be a sturdy kid. His face looks like mine, but his build is like his dad's, Xue Ling said as she ate her bun. Xue Heng chuckled. That's why, when looking for a partner, you can't pick someone with poor looks. What if the kid doesn't inherit the good features and ends up with the bad ones? That'd be a disaster. Ugly or pretty, it's a lifetime either way, Xue Ling snorted. A person's ability has nothing to do with their looks. But looks are the first and most direct way people judge others, Xue Heng said. People with outstanding looks always get more opportunities than those who are unattractive, like finding a partner or a job. You see, some job postings even specify good facial features. That's the advantage. That's true, Xue Ling shrugged. It's always better to have than not. Xue Heng smiled and countered, Exactly. If brother-in-law wasn't so handsome and family-oriented, would you have liked him? Fine, Xue Ling admitted. Looks do matter for first impressions. Cheng Tianyuan came over with a baby bottle, smiling. Here, let me feed him. Xue Heng held little Yang's tiny fist and gave him a big smooch. Little handsome guy, uncle has to get back to work. When I make lots of money, I'll buy you tons of toys. Thank you, uncle, Cheng Tianyuan said with a low laugh. Xue Heng handed Yang back and said, I'll get going. Dad and father-in-law went downstairs for a walk. When they come back, let them know I left. Okay, take care. Cheng Tianyuan saw him out. Xue Ling finished eating and tidied up the kitchen a bit. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but call out, You're still in your confinement period. Don't touch cold water. Leave the dishes, I'll do them later. I'm not that fragile. No need to be so careful, Xue Ling said with a laugh. Besides, I'll be out of confinement in a few days. A few days won't make a difference. Leave it, Cheng Tianyuan insisted. Even one day matters. The elders say you have to do the full month. Xue Ling had no choice but to wash her hands and come out. Fine, you can wash them later. If someone else does the chores, I'm happy to relax. Cheng Tianyuan gave her a playful look. What, too much free time? Can't handle it? Yeah, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. Every time I do confinement, it feels like the days drag on forever. Cheng Tianyuan did a quick calculation. Just one more week. Feels so long, Xue Ling muttered. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Go take a walk on the balcony. When Yang's done eating, you can hold him while I clean up the kitchen. Xue Ling nodded and went to the balcony for a stroll. The balcony off the living room was quite large, facing the back of the complex. After a while, she saw a very distinctive-looking foreign woman walking out from the inner part of the complex. Xue Ling immediately guessed she was her cousin's girlfriend, Lina. She looked very young, probably just over 20, with brown hair and very fair skin. Xue Ling couldn't see her features clearly, but her intuition said she was pretty good-looking. Lina was dressed fashionably in a dress, with a bag slung over her shoulder and high heels on her feet. She seemed to be heading out, walking briskly. Even when her hand brushed past an elderly person strolling in the complex, she just glanced over and hurried on. The old lady seemed annoyed and shouted a few words at her back. Lena got angry, turned around, and looked like she was about to hit the old lady. The old woman got scared and dodged away. Lena adjusted her bag and quickly left through the main gate. Xue Ling frowned. This foreign sister-in-law is a bit too fierce. Uncle Xue Ling was a very rational and kind person. He didn't say much, just mentioned that Lena was looking for a job in her field, thanked Dad for helping her find a teaching job, and sighed that the cultural differences and language barrier made communication difficult. He didn't elaborate further. But Xue Heng couldn't keep things to himself. He said the foreign sister-in-law was arrogant and cold, life was tough, she wasn't very capable, and went on and on. Xue Ling clicked her tongue, feeling worried for Uncle Xue Ling and Auntie's future. On the weekend, Uncle Xue Ling had a day off and brought his younger son and foreign wife to visit. Uncle Xue Ling came in cheerfully with a net bag of fruit and quickly introduced, "Ah Huan, come, greet Uncle Wu, and this is your cousin Ling's father-in-law, call him Uncle too." Xue Huan was even taller than Xue Heng, with handsome fair features. He nodded politely. "Hello, uncles. I'm Ah Huan, and this is my fiancée Lena." Xue's father and Cheng Muhai warmly welcomed them into the living room and invited them to sit. Cheng Muhai quickly made tea and handed everyone a cup. Cheng Tianyuan happened to be out, since they'd only brought summer clothes and it was getting chilly in the mornings and evenings. After eating, he took his mother and older son to the mall to buy autumn clothes, leaving only Xue Ling and little Yang Yang in the room. After eating, little Yang Yang waved his arms and babbled to himself for a while, then fell back asleep. Xue Ling was trying on some autumn clothes her factory had made recently. Hearing voices outside, she was about to step out, when she happened to overhear Lena, sitting not far from the door, speaking to Xue Huan in a foreign language. "The houses here are big and the area is nice, but the people all seem so old-fashioned. I told you, I only drink black tea. I don't like your green tea. Anyway, I'm not drinking it." After all, Xue Ling was a foreign language major, with pretty good listening and speaking skills. She'd also put in a lot of hard work when translating books before. So Lena's few sentences, she understood right away. She was about to go out when little Yang Yang on the bed stirred, opened his mouth wide in a yawn, squirmed around, and then suddenly burst into tears. Xue Ling hurried over and saw that the little guy had wet himself and was crying in discomfort. She quickly grabbed a diaper and skillfully changed him. "Good boy. At least you didn't wet your little pants." After peeing, Yang Yang was now fully awake, his big eyes darting around. He was wide awake and not sleepy at all. Xue Ling picked him up, tidied her hair, and finally walked out of the room. She saw her father-in-law busy boiling water in the kitchen, her own father chatting with Uncle Xue Ling, and Xue Huan and his fiancée, the foreign wife, talking quietly, seemingly about some family history. Xue Ling smiled and called out, "Uncle Xue Ling, you're here. Ah Huan and your wife too? Welcome, welcome." Xue Huan had a deep impression of Xue Ling. At family gatherings during New Year's when they were kids, she would always dress up beautifully. His own older brother loved to follow her around, calling her name and even begging her to play with them. There were more boys than girls in the Xue family, so at every gathering, the girls were especially favored by the elders. In the main branch, Xue Ling was the only girl who stood out, because she was very pretty, with bright gray eyes and fair skin. Her aunt always dressed her up like a little princess, so even though Xue Huan was young at the time, he remembered her well. "Ling Ling Jie," Xue Huan stood up happily and exclaimed, "It's been so many years. You've changed. No, you're even prettier than before." Xue Ling was tall, and after her pregnancy she'd become a bit fuller. After hiding at home for over a month, her skin was even fairer, and with good nutrition she looked rosy and radiant. "Oh, studying abroad really makes a difference. Your mouth is so sweet." Xue Ling looked him over and said warmly, "You're a bit darker and thinner than your brother, but just as handsome and sunny." Xue Huan laughed, then looked at the baby in her arms. "This is your second little boy, right? Wow, he's so tiny, but his arms and fists are so chubby." Xue Ling strode over, smiling kindly. What do you know? It's rare for a newborn to be this big. Look how sturdy he is. Come, come. Let great uncle hold him. I haven't seen little Yang for a week. He's grown a lot. Xue Ling handed Yang to Xue Ling. Xue Ling's eyes crinkled with his smile as he turned to chat with Xue's father, carrying little Yang. Huan, have a seat, Xue Ling said warmly. Stay for lunch. My in-laws are here helping me during my confinement, and when my husband gets back later, I'll have him cook some southern specialties for you to try. Xue Huan was tempted, but his fiancée didn't like Chinese food. We're going out for lunch, maybe next time. Oh, Linglingji, this is my fiancée Lena. He then quietly introduced Xue Ling to Lena, explaining that she was his cousin, that they used to play together as kids, but after his family moved south, they lost touch. Lena glanced at Xue Ling, gave a perfunctory smile and nodded. Xue Ling also smiled and nodded back, a polite greeting in return. Just then Lena chuckled softly and said to Xue Huan, I heard that here, a lot of cousins marry each other, even paternal cousins. Does your Xue family do that? Did your cousin here marry a maternal or paternal cousin? Thinking Xue Ling couldn't understand, Xue Huan replied quietly, No, she married a southerner, not far from our provincial capital. Lena muttered, We usually only get together for Christmas dinners, hardly ever at other times. I don't get what your dad is thinking. Finally gets a weekend off, and instead of going somewhere for a nice vacation, he comes here? You don't understand, Xue Huan explained. Here we call it visiting relatives. The more you see your relatives, the closer you get. By the way, my older brother works at the factory, our uncle's factory. Lena asked curiously, What kind of factory? What do they make? Clothes, Xue Huan replied. All kinds of clothes, some for export, some for the domestic market. Uncle's been running the factory for years, and it's a big business. My brother came to the capital after graduation and has been working with him for over 2 years now. Lena snorted dismissively. Your brother is a college graduate. How can he waste his talent like that? What's so good about factory work? How much can he make a month? I never asked, Xue Huan replied. I think it's not a salary. Uncle gives him a share of the profits. If the factory does well, he gets a cut. That must be tough. Lena shook her head and tutted. Xue Huan said quietly, Not really. My brother already has a car, and the place we live in was bought with his earnings. Lena was unimpressed. If he were really ambitious, he'd be working at a top research institute. That's the way to a better future. Don't be tempted by small money. If you develop a new medicine, you could be famous across the country, even the world. Xue Huan just smiled confidently and said nothing more. Xue Ling pretended not to understand, chatting with Xue Ling while secretly listening in on the young couple's conversation. Cheng Muhai brought over 2 more cups of tea, handing one to Xue Huan and then to Lena. Lena didn't take it, saying, It's too hot. I don't want it. Xue Huan quickly took it for her, smiling awkwardly. Uncle, she's afraid of hot drinks. I'll take it, thank you. Cheng Muhai smiled warmly. This tea is really good. Give it a try. Xue Huan nodded and thanked him. Xue Ling tugged at Cheng Muhai and asked, Dad, did Mom go to the market this morning? She did, Cheng Muhai replied. She went early and even bought 2 old hens. Xue Ling patted little Yang's bottom and laughed. In-law, I'm staying for lunch today. You're more than welcome, Cheng Muhai laughed. We're always happy to have you. Ah Wu is waiting to play chess with you. Xue's father smiled. Third brother will probably come over today too. Muhai, let's make some extra dishes and have a drink at lunch. How about it? Sounds good, Cheng Muhai replied. Just a small glass each, don't overdo it. Deal, Xue Ling said happily. I've been so busy with work lately, haven't had a proper meal. Today I'll have a drink with you old friends. Everyone laughed heartily. Lena glanced over disdainfully and said to Xue Huan, Why do people here laugh so loudly? Don't they think it's rude? They don't even consider others. I'm a lady and they have no manners at all. Xue Huan was a bit embarrassed and whispered, They're just close. And when they talk about things they like, they get happy and laugh. People here are very open. You'll have to get used to it. Lena was still dissatisfied, muttering in annoyance. Don't you think that's rude? Why do people here care so little about manners? Don't you have any etiquette at gatherings? It's just a different culture, Xue Huan replied quietly. Besides, this isn't a formal banquet, it's just a family get-together. Don't you all chat and laugh at family gatherings too? It's not the same, Lena grumbled. Can we go now? I want to take a walk, and later I want to have Western food. All right, whatever you want, but don't rush off, Xue Huan said softly. My dad is still chatting happily with my uncle, and we just sat down. We can't just leave in such a hurry. That would really be rude. Lena retorted, How is that rude? At a banquet, if you're not enjoying the conversation, you just say, Excuse me, and leave, don't you? Don't be like that, Xue Huan said. I haven't seen my uncle and cousin in ages. I should at least catch up with them. And my third uncle will be here soon. He's the one who helped me get my job. Now that I'm settled, I should thank him in person. You always have a reason, always an excuse, Lena said, growing upset. I came with you because I was afraid you'd ignore me and our relationship would fade away. But I came all this way, and I just don't fit in here. You don't understand me, and you always argue with my suggestions. Don't be like that, Xue Huan tried to comfort her. I know it's not easy for you, and I know you feel wronged. Just hang in there for another half hour. If my third uncle doesn't show up, we'll go out. There's a temple fair today. I'll take you later. Okay, Lena replied sullenly. Little Yang Yang was still small and didn't have much energy. After being held by his great-uncle for a while, he soon got sleepy and closed his eyes. Xue Ling came over and said gently, Uncle, I'll take him back to the room for a nap. All right, Xue Jilan replied with a loving smile. He's such a cute little guy, I almost don't want to give him back. Xue's father laughed. Next year, when Ah Huan and his wife give you a big, chubby grandson, you'll have your own to hold every day. Xue Jilan couldn't help glancing at his son and foreign daughter-in-law and said warmly, When his mother comes over next month, we'll discuss it together. If everything goes well, we'll hold the wedding by the end of the year. The girl came all this way, so we should give her a proper status and let them start their family. Exactly, Xue's father agreed. This is something we need to get done. Settling down and starting a family is a big deal. Now that the career is set, it's time for the next step. Lena noticed their glances and couldn't help asking in a low voice, What are they talking about? Why are they discussing me right in front of me? That's so rude. No, it's not like that, Xue Huan explained. My dad is just telling my uncle that we're planning to have our wedding at the end of the year. That's our business. What does it have to do with them? Lena frowned. Our wedding should be our decision. Why do they have to interfere? No, Xue Huan tried to explain. Here, weddings are organized by the family. When children get married, the parents help make arrangements. So it's all forced marriages, right? Lena said quietly. I read in the papers that a lot of marriages here are arranged by the parents and the kids aren't allowed to object. That's why so many people are unhappy in their marriages. Xue Huan gave a helpless smile and said softly, No, that's just nonsense in the media. In the old days, when travel was hard and girls didn't go out much, marriages were arranged by parents and matchmakers. But it's different now. Most people marry for love, and both sides' opinions are considered. Lena was only half convinced and glanced at Xue Ling. What about your cousin here? Let's all try not to worry, third uncle said gently. Sister-in-law probably just has low blood sugar. She mentioned it to me before. I told her to eat more sweets, but she's afraid of gaining weight and won't. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. With third uncle's reassurance, everyone felt a bit better. About 10 minutes later, Xue Heng arrived, supporting Xue Ling's mother. Her mother's face was pale, but she wore an apologetic smile. I'm fine, really. Don't worry, I just felt a little dizzy, closed my eyes for a bit, and was fine when I opened them. Xue Ling's father's eyes were a little red as he said quietly, Come sit down and let third brother take a look at you. Mom, sit down first, Cheng Tianyuan said, handing her a bowl of rock sugar and red date tea. Third uncle asked me to make this for you. There's more simmering. Thank you. Xue Ling's mother took a sip and smiled. It's very sweet. Third uncle checked her pulse for a while, then explained, You're not getting enough rest and you're too tired. Sister-in-law, drink more red date and goji berry tea with a bit of rock sugar. You're staying up too late and your liver is overworked. I'll write you a prescription. Take it to help clear your liver heat and improve your sleep. She thanked him quietly. But I still have to work overtime at the factory tonight. I'm in charge of the handover, so I have to be there. I'll go with you, Xue Ling said. Third uncle, please write the prescription. Tianyuan can go get the medicine later. I'll make it for Mom this afternoon. Don't push yourself, her mother scolded softly. You're still in confinement. There are a few days left. I'll be fine, Xue Ling replied. Most of the workers know me, and I'm familiar with every corner of the factory. I spent over 2 months here last year and helped out a lot. All right. You go help your mom, her father said, frowning. Wear a hat, don't catch a chill, and don't do any heavy work. Xue Lan couldn't help but look at his eldest son. Ah Heng, can you help? Ling Ling is still in confinement. I'm working overtime too, Xue Heng said with a wry smile. I've basically been living at the office for days. Earlier, Secretary Chen called me and I dropped everything to go find Auntie. I really can't get away. Mom, can I help? Cheng Tianyuan asked anxiously. I'm willing to learn. If you teach me, would that work? Xue's mother smiled when she heard this and said gently, Ayuan, none of this is very technical. It's actually quite easy. It's just, you need someone familiar with the process, otherwise you might miss a step. That's right, Xue Ling explained. You have to keep track of where the goods are, what stage they're at, what needs to be done, and what standards have to be met. Every detail has to be watched closely. Only family can handle the shipping procedures. Even if you have Dad's stamp, it's not enough. The drivers only recognize Dad, Mom, Secretary Chen, and me. It's not easy to just jump in. Xue's father sighed. Ayuan, you can't really help for now. Let Ling Ling go. Cheng Tianyuan felt sorry for his wife and said quietly, But she's still in her confinement period. It's fine, Xue Ling said. As long as I wear a hat and avoid the wind, I'll be okay. The factory serves 3 hot meals a day and I won't eat anything I shouldn't, especially nothing cold. After thinking it over, Xue's mother finally agreed. She'll help keep an eye on things during the day, and I'll get a few more hours of sleep in the afternoon so I can stay up all night. You can't stay at the factory at night. You need to sleep here and help take care of the kids. If I get enough rest during the day, I can manage the night shift. Xue's father asked softly, These winter orders should be finished after mid-autumn, right? Hopefully, Xue's mother replied. We've already shipped out about 10 orders, but there's still half left. It'll probably take another month of rushing. Xue's father said quietly, I should be recovered in another month. Maybe I could— No, third uncle interrupted. Your situation isn't like Ling Ling's. She's young and strong, so a few days don't matter. But you have a bone injury. If you get hurt again, the consequences could be serious. If a newly healed bone is damaged, it's not just a minor setback. Xue Lan, being a doctor, also quickly advised, Wuge, if your bones don't heal well, your quality of life in old age will suffer, and you might have chronic pain. Making money is a small thing. Your health is what really matters. We're not so poor that we have to risk our health for a bit of money. Exactly, Cheng Tianyuan added. Dad, you really can't take any chances with your health. If the factory really can't keep up, we can always pause production. There's no need to push so hard. Hearing everyone's advice, Xue's father finally nodded in agreement. Xue's mother glanced at the clock and saw it was already past 11. Third uncle, being an expert, quickly wrote out a prescription. Xue Heng took the paper and said, There's a pharmacy on the way back. I'll pick up a few packets. Let's eat first, Xue Ling said. After lunch, Mom and I will go to the main factory. I'll drive us over, and after Mom takes her medicine, she can rest. Once I'm done, I'll drive back. I'll leave the 2 kids in everyone's care. All right, Xue's father said. That's the best we can do for now. Cheng Tianyuan hurried into the kitchen to help with the cooking, while Cheng Muhai set the table and served the rice. Xue Ling served some food first and fed little Ranran. Ling, let me feed him, Xue Lan said. You go change your clothes and find a suitable hat. Once you've eaten, you can head out. Thank you, uncle, Xue Ling said, handing him the bowl. Xue Lan had fed little Ranran before, so he was used to it and easily coaxed the child to eat. Soon, everyone gathered around the table for lunch. After the meal, Xue Ling took the prescription and left with her mother. Xue Heng went with them, driving to the branch factory. Xue Ling wore a windproof hat and drove her mother out. They stopped to buy the herbal medicine, then drove another 10 minutes to the commercial district on the outskirts. Inside the factory, everyone was busy working. Secretary Chen and several accountants were in the office, all looking tired and pale. Xue Ling brought her mother in and handed a packet of medicine to Secretary Chen. Please take this to the big kitchen and have Auntie simmer it down to 2 bowls, then bring it up for Mom to drink. Okay, Secretary Chen hurried off. Xue's mother sighed and pointed at the account books on the table. These haven't been checked yet. My eyes aren't great, and when I get dizzy I can't focus. You check them first, then hand things over to Secretary Chen. Oh, and there's a shipment going out this afternoon. It should be getting packed in the warehouse now. The order is on top with the date written on it. Take a look. Got it, Xue Ling said, sitting down to check the books and do the calculations. Xue's mother didn't rest either, heading to the back to inspect the factory floor. Half an hour later, the kitchen auntie brought up a bowl of dark herbal medicine. Xue's mother blew on it and slowly finished it. Maybe it was the medicine, but she soon felt sleepy. Xue Ling reminded her to go upstairs and nap, promising to handle everything downstairs with Secretary Chen. With her daughter there, Xue's mother finally relaxed. She went upstairs, lay down, and was asleep almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. She'd been running herself ragged for over a month, sleeping only 3 or 4 hours a night, and had lost weight and color. After the medicine, she slept deeply, not waking until around 7 in the evening. When she woke up, she quickly washed her face and hurried downstairs. She saw her daughter at the table checking the account books. Xue Ling looked up and said, Mom, slow down. Don't worry. The books are all checked. The shipment went out, and the first shift of night workers has already started. Come on, let's have dinner. Xue Ling put down the books, washed her hands, and poured half a glass of water for her mother, then uncovered the dishes on the table. Drinking the warm water, Xue's mother smiled, looking much more energetic. That nap was amazing. I'm so hungry now. Then eat up, Xue Ling said. After dinner, I'll head home. I'll leave things to you tonight, and I'll be back here at 6 tomorrow morning. All right, her mother said softly. You have to take care of the kids, so if you're late, it's fine. Got it, Xue Ling replied. After dinner, Xue Ling drove back to Dongfang Garden. She took out her keys and opened the door, surprised to find the whole family in the living room watching TV. She asked in surprise, where did this little TV come from? It was only about 12 inches, but it was in color and was playing a commercial from the capital TV station. Cheng Tianyuan explained, Third uncle recommended it. Dad said he was bored here without a TV, so when we bought it, the workers came and installed it. They didn't leave until evening. As soon as it was set up, it worked. So fast. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying were all smiles, saying it was much better than the old movies in the village, which were black and white and blurry. This is great! So beautiful! It looks just like real life. Little Ranran was thrilled, running over to grab her hand and shout, Mom, come look, quick, it's so good! Xue Ling had other concerns. She took her son's hand and walked over. Ranran can watch, but not for too long. You have to sit at least 3 meters away. Don't get too close, okay? Her father didn't think much of it and said, This TV is very clear. It won't hurt your eyes. It definitely will, Xue Ling explained. All TVs are bad for your eyes, so you can't sit too close, especially for kids. Their eyes aren't fully developed yet. Cheng Tianyuan gave a wry smile and said quietly, Actually, Ling wanted to buy a TV earlier, but she was worried the kids wouldn't know how to control themselves, might get too close or watch too much, so she never bought one. But with her father-in-law bored at home recovering, it was hard to object. Plus, third uncle had already arranged for the TV and even had workers come install the antenna right away, so it was hard to refuse. Her father laughed. "All right, it's already bought and installed, so let's just enjoy it. We old folks already have poor eyesight. What's a little more?" Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Just remember to help me keep an eye on Ranran." "Don't worry, we won't let little Yang Yang watch too much either," Cheng Muhai promised. If it was bad for the kids' eyes, they'd definitely be careful. Cheng Tianyuan stood up. "I boiled some warm water for you. Go take a bath and rest early. There's some rice cake left in the kitchen. Are you hungry?" "No, I just ate with Mom," Xue Ling replied with a smile. "How's Mom? Is she all right now?" Cheng Tianyuan asked with concern. "She's better," Xue Ling said. "She was just too tired. That's why she felt so bad. After taking third uncle's medicine, she slept for several hours this afternoon and woke up feeling much better. I'll go cover for her at the factory tomorrow morning so she can rest during the day. Once I'm out of confinement, I'll take the night shift. I'm young, so staying up late occasionally is fine." Her father sighed. "I can't help anymore. From now on, it's up to you all." "What are you saying?" Xue Ling scolded gently. "You're fine. Once you recover, you'll be back to your old self." Her father joked. "Back to my old self? More like an old man." Cheng Tianyuan comforted him. "Dad, your shoulder is almost healed. The factory still needs you to steer the ship. You have the experience and connections. We'll still need you in charge." Her father was pleased and waved his hand. "I'll see if I can keep going for a few more years. As long as I can work, I will. We're not the type to sit idle. Honestly, if it weren't for Muhai, Yingji, third brother, and Zilan keeping me company, I'd have gone crazy with boredom. As they say, work as long as you can. As long as we're able, we'll keep working. No slacking off." Cheng Muhai nodded in agreement. "That's right, that's right." Liu Ying saw little Ranran yawn, gave him half a cup of water and took him to the bathroom. "I'll take Ranran to bed. Everyone should rest early too. Afang made a lot of bread today and has been yawning since she got back. She went to bed early. Ranran, come on, Grandma will take you to sleep." "No, I want TV, TV!" Ranran was reluctant to leave the colorful television. Cheng Tianyuan gave him a stern look. "Bedtime is bedtime. If you don't listen, you won't get to watch next time. Be good and go to sleep and you can watch again tomorrow." Ranran looked pitifully at his grandpa and granddad for help. Her father shook his head. "If your mom and dad say no, you have to listen. You can watch tomorrow, we promise." "Yes, yes." Cheng Muhai smiled kindly. "Go to sleep or you'll be too tired." Seeing no one would indulge him, Ranran had to give in and went off to bed with his grandma. Xue Ling, exhausted from the day, took a bath and went to bed early. When little Yang Yang woke up, Cheng Tianyuan quickly took him to the living room, fed him, and held him for half an hour until he fell asleep again. Seeing both kids asleep and that it was already around 10, Cheng Tianyuan reminded, "Dad, you should go to bed soon too. It's getting late." "You take the kids and go to sleep," her father said. So Cheng Tianyuan took his son back to their room. Her father and Cheng Muhai kept watching TV dramas until after 11 before going to bed. The next morning, Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling got up early. One took care of the kids, the other washed up and changed, drank a glass of warm water and hurried out the door. Liu Ying was still making porridge and couldn't help asking, "Yuan, why doesn't Ling Ling wait and at least have breakfast before going?" "It's fine," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "There's a canteen at the factory, 3 meals a day. She'll eat breakfast when she has time. The factory's in the suburbs, so it takes half an hour to drive there. No need to keep her." "All right then," Liu Ying said softly, feeling sorry. "She's not even out of confinement yet." "Seh." Cheng Tianyuan frowned and said quietly, "Mom, there's no other way?" "If you could do it, you'd be the best choice," Liu Ying grumbled. "You know how important confinement is for women, right? Your father-in-law is still injured and Haitang worked herself to exhaustion. If you could go, that would be best. I'd like to, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. But I really can't help. There are old and young at home. Someone has to take care of them. I'm busy from morning till night, and if the little one wakes up at night, I take care of him too. I'm not slacking off. All right, Cheng Tianfang said as she walked by, braiding her hair. Mom, don't blame my brother. It's not that he doesn't help, he just can't. There's plenty to do at home too. If it was just you and Dad with 2 kids and 3 meals a day, you'd be overwhelmed. Quiet, Liu Ying snapped, annoyed. You just talk. You're out all day and only come back at night. You're even less help than your brother. Cheng Tianfang stuck out her tongue and didn't dare say more, quickly going to help chop pickles. Cheng Tianyuan gave little Yang Yang some water, coaxed him back to sleep, then hurried to wash up and grabbed a broom and mop to clean while the kids were still asleep. Life wasn't easy. No one had it easy. So why blame anyone? They were all family. Whether someone worked outside or stayed home, it was all for the family, for everyone in it. There was no need to draw such strict lines. If he could shoulder everything himself, he wouldn't refuse or avoid it. But, unfortunately, he just couldn't. For the next few days, Xue Ling left early every morning and didn't get home until late at night. Both children were looked after by her parents-in-law and Cheng Tianyuan until she finished her confinement period. From that day on, Xue Ling started staying overnight at the factory, helping her mother lighten the load so the older woman could get more rest. With Xue Ling's help, her mother's low blood sugar improved significantly. She ate more sweets and, with enough rest, her good health finally returned. Xue's father's shoulder also healed quickly. He no longer needed medicine or a splint. Cheng Tianyuan took the elders and their son out for walks every morning and evening, sometimes around the neighborhood, sometimes to a nearby park. With exercise, family, and grandchildren around, the elders were in great spirits and recovered even faster. In the blink of an eye, summer vacation was almost over, and Cheng Tianfang's first training session had ended. Cheng Tianyuan booked her a flight for 5 days later. She wanted to stay longer at Dongfang Garden to help look after her little nephews, but Cheng Tianyuan insisted she return to school a couple of days early to clean her dorm, buy supplies, and get ready without rushing. With no choice, Cheng Tianfang agreed. While her nephews napped, she made steamed cakes for everyone as snacks and breakfast. Though not as tasty as baked ones, everyone still praised them. When Xue Ling heard she was going back to school, she brought her a few winter clothes from the factory and picked up 3 or 4 sweaters from the knitwear factory for her to wear in autumn and winter. Cheng Tianfang was delighted. With a sister-in-law who makes clothes and sweaters, I never have to buy any. So nice, Liu Ying scolded her with a smile. Of course you're happy, you don't have to spend a penny. Exactly, Cheng Tianfang giggled. Xue Ling explained. Once things settle down here in the capital, we'll probably head back to Rongcheng. If I can't get away, I'll go back alone. After mid-autumn, the second phase of Wangjiangyuan will open, and I have to be there. Sis-in-law, let me know when you're in the provincial capital, Cheng Tianfang said. I'll have Ahu drive you back to Rongcheng. No need, Xue Ling replied. We still have a car in the provincial capital. I'll just drive back myself. Cheng Tianyuan chimed in. With Ahu keeping an eye on it, the car's safe. But since he has his own car, ours has just been sitting there for months. It's probably filthy by now. Don't worry, Cheng Tianfang said. Once I fly back, I'll go clean it for you. Wait a sec. Xue Ling went to her room, found the car keys, and handed them to her. Fang, go clean it up first, and have Ahu teach you to drive when he has time. You don't need to take the test yet, just apply for a learner's permit. Once you learn, Ahu can help you get a license, and you'll be able to drive from then on. Really? Cheng Tianfang was surprised. I can learn to drive? And get a license? Yes, Xue Ling said. You're already 18, so you can learn and get a license. Just go to Ahu when you get back. He'll arrange it. Our Jeep is sturdy, so you can practice on it. Even if you bump it, it's no big deal. Ahu's car is expensive, and he treasures it, so don't use his for now. Be careful, drive calmly, and go slow. Great, thanks, sis-in-law. Cheng Tianfang clutched the keys, beaming with joy. Liu Ying was a bit worried and said quietly, Isn't this a bit unsafe? She's only 18, still so young. It's fine, Xue Ling reassured her. Learning to drive is a skill, and it's good to have more skills. Mom, we already have 2 cars, but only the 2 of us can drive. Once Fang learns and gets a proper license, she can drive you, Dad, and the nephews around. Exactly, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. She'll have to learn sooner or later, so better to start early. It's a useful skill. Liu Ying smiled quietly. If you all think it's good, then fine. But no more cars. When she graduates and makes money, she can buy her own. Deal, Cheng Tianfang laughed. When I get rich, I'll buy a big, beautiful car and take you and Dad out every day. Keep dreaming, Liu Ying laughed, her eyes crinkling. If you can just help me in the kitchen, I'll be grateful. Everyone burst out laughing. A few days later, Cheng Tianfang packed her bags to fly back to the provincial capital. Xue's father was reluctant to see her go, and even Xue Ling was sad to see her leave. We're so used to your bread and steamed cakes every weekend. Now we'll have to do without. It'll be hard to get used to. Cheng Tianfang laughed. Don't worry, when I'm back for winter break, I'll make it for you every day. Xue Ling gave her a fountain pen and a beautiful notebook. I bought these in Country M a few years ago and never used them. I only use regular pens for medical records now, so you'll get more use out of them as a student. No, Cheng Tianfang was embarrassed. That's too nice. I can't accept it. Uncle, we're family. You don't need to be so formal. If you like my cakes, I'll just make more for you. No need for gifts, or I'll feel bad. Xue Ling smiled. Just take it as a bribe for more bread, okay? If you refuse again, I'll be upset. Take what your uncle gives you, Xue's father said, pulling out a red envelope. This is from me, wishing you success and a quick graduation. Cheng Muhai smiled kindly. Take what your uncles give you. Just remember to respect and care for your elders in the future. Yes, take it, Xue Ling said. So Cheng Tianfang accepted everything and thanked them sincerely. Xue Ling drove her to the airport and watched her go through security before leaving. Then she hurried back to the factory. One evening, the factory ran out of a crab-red thread, and the warehouse said they couldn't get more for a few days. Xue's mother thought for a moment and said, Ling, call Ah Heng and see if they have any at the branch. Okay. Xue Ling quickly dialed the familiar number. The branch office secretary answered and explained that Xue Heng had gone out earlier and hadn't returned yet. Xue Ling gave her the thread number and asked if the branch had any in stock. The secretary checked for a while and replied, There are still a dozen spools left, same model and color, they match. Xue Ling immediately said, I'll drive over to pick them up. Please bring all the thread to the office and wait for me. I need them urgently here. Xue Ling let Secretary Chen know, then drove to the branch factory. The branch wasn't close to the main factory, and since it was lunchtime, there were lots of cyclists on the road, so she drove carefully. By the time she arrived, half an hour had passed. The secretary was already waiting at the office door with the thread in her arms. Xue Ling got out of the car and asked, Where's Ah Heng? The secretary gave a wry smile. He got a call from home earlier. Seemed urgent. He rushed out in a hurry. From home? Xue Ling's eyes flickered. When he gets back, let him know I was here. With that, she loaded the thread into her car. Ah, the general manager's back. The secretary pointed at a car pulling in. Xue Ling stepped aside, waiting for him to park and get out. To her shock, Xue Heng's right cheek was marked with several fresh red scratches, the skin broken and bleeding. Both Xue Ling and the secretary were startled. Xue Ling hurried over. What happened to you? Xue Heng looked embarrassed, his handsome face flushing. It was Lena. She and my brother had a fight. Almost trashed the whole house. I rushed back to break it up. She tried to hit my brother. I stepped in and got caught in the crossfire. Xue Ling narrowed her eyes. No way. There's tons of bacteria under fingernails. However it happened, you need to get that cleaned and disinfected at the hospital, or you'll end up with a scar. That's your face. It's nothing really, Xue Heng said awkwardly. It's so embarrassing. If you weren't family, I wouldn't even mention it. I don't want to go to the hospital for this. Are you stupid? Xue Ling snapped. If you get a scar, it'll be there for life. You were just breaking up a fight, not getting beaten by your girlfriend. What's there to be embarrassed about? Be upright. Who cares what people think? The secretary, being a woman, understood the importance of a face. General manager, you can't ignore this. You're so good-looking. If you end up with a scar, it'd be such a shame. Go to the hospital and get it treated. Don't take it lightly. Xue Ling opened the car door. Get in. Enough nonsense. Unable to resist his cousin, Xue Heng got in the passenger seat. Xue Ling quickly turned the car around and headed for the nearest hospital. Don't go to the central hospital. Dad might see me, Xue Heng said quietly. Xue Ling replied, There are only 2 big hospitals and that one's closest. Where else would we go? You think this will heal in a day or 2? Won't you see Uncle this weekend? Even if he doesn't know now, he'll find out soon enough. If he were still in the provincial capital, maybe you could hide it. But he's here in the capital. Besides, you're just going to the ER for a scratch, not orthopedics. How would Uncle run into you? Xue Heng had no answer, so he nodded. Xue Ling drove straight to the central hospital. It was lunchtime, so only 1 doctor and 2 nurses were on duty in the ER. The doctor glanced at him and immediately guessed, Scratched by long fingernails, right? Xue Heng nodded awkwardly. The doctor said, It doesn't look serious, but you can't be careless, especially since it's on your face. Fingernails carry a lot of bacteria. If the wound gets infected, it could get much worse. Xue Ling chimed in. Exactly. That's why I insisted he come. Can't take chances, even with a small wound. The doctor had the nurse disinfect and apply medicine. He handed over 2 small bottles of ointment. Apply them alternately every 3 hours until the wound scabs and falls off. Thank you, doctor, Xue Heng said. Xue Ling added, The wound isn't dry yet. Stay here, I'll go pay. Okay, Xue Heng nodded. A young nurse, a bit nosy, couldn't help but ask with a smile, Did you 2 have a fight? You're lucky. She must have felt bad and brought you to the hospital. Xue Heng, half amused and half exasperated, explained, My brother and his wife were fighting. I tried to break it up and got scratched by my sister-in-law. That's my cousin, not my girlfriend. The nurse mumbled, You're kind, then. Xue Heng, embarrassed, asked, Do you have a mask I could use? Nope, the nurse said. If you wear one, the ointment will rub off and the fabric could make it worse. Xue Heng had to give up. The wound wasn't big, but with the medicine on, it looked even more obvious, almost comical. The nurse, seeing how awkward he looked, tried not to laugh. Xue Heng couldn't stand it, so he grabbed the medicine and left the ER to find Xue Ling. The 2 of them left the hospital together. Ling, have you eaten? Xue Ling shook her head. Not yet. After the shift change, I found out we were out of crab red thread, so I went to the branch and ran into you. Me neither, I'm starving. Xue Heng pointed to a small restaurant across from the hospital. If we go back to the canteen now, there'll only be leftovers. Since you brought me to get treated, let me treat you to lunch. Sure, I'm hungry too, Xue Ling said cheerfully. Let's go across the street. It's not crowded, we can order a couple of dishes and a soup. They found a small table by the window. The lunch rush was over, so the food came quickly, 3 dishes and a soup. Both were starving, so they dug in, barely talking, just eating. Halfway through, a familiar voice called out in surprise, Ah, Heng, Ling, what are you doing here? They both looked up. Xue Lan and a younger middle-aged man stood there looking puzzled. Xue Heng quickly swallowed his food and stood up. Dad, what happened to your face? Xue Lan was startled. Xue Ling grinned. Uncle, are you here for lunch? Why not join us? Is that your colleague? Come on, let's eat together. I'll ask the kitchen for more dishes. No, Teacher Xue. You eat with your son and niece. The other doctor smiled. I'll just grab a boxed lunch and head back. But seeing his son's scratched-up face, Xue Lan had no appetite for socializing. He waved. See you later. Xue Ling ordered more food and invited Xue Lan to sit. Uncle, don't be mad. Ah Heng was scratched by Lena. The couple were fighting. He tried to break it up and got caught in the middle. I happened to be at the branch, saw his face, and rushed him to the hospital to get it treated. Neither of us had eaten, so we're grabbing lunch here. Uncle, it's already 1 o'clock. Haven't you eaten yet? Xue Ling frowned, then explained in a low voice. I had a major surgery this morning. It was past noon by the time we finished. I cleaned up and came out with a colleague for lunch and ran into you two. Xue Ling handed his father a bowl from the kitchen. Dad, eat first. Xue Ling took it, still frowning, and asked in a deep voice, What's going on with those two? They're not even married yet and already fighting like this. How are they going to live together in the future? It's ridiculous! Xue Ling hunched her shoulders and kept her head down, eating quickly. She'd had breakfast in the canteen a little after 6, and now it was almost 1 o'clock. She was starving. Other people's business was really none of her concern right now. Filling her stomach was the priority. Facing his father's stern gaze, Xue Ling didn't dare stay silent and had to explain. I got a call a little after 11. It was from Huan. He said Lena was making a huge scene at home, smashing things. I was shocked and rushed back and found the two of them fighting, the place a mess. What were they fighting about? Xue Ling asked in a low voice. Xue Ling replied quietly. It seemed to be about money. Money? Xue Ling raised his eyebrows in surprise. Huan doesn't have money. Is she complaining his salary is too low or that there's no money to spend? His salary isn't low. At the People's Hospital, he's at a pretty high level. It's that there's no money left to spend. Xue Ling lowered his voice. That foreign woman was yelling at Huan for being useless, and Huan got angry and said she'd spent all his money, called her extravagant and wasteful, and they just kept fighting. Lena really is a handful. She insists on eating Western food every day, 3 meals a day. Even if each meal is only 10 or 20 yuan, it adds up. No matter how much money you have, you can't keep up with that. 3 meals a day, sometimes afternoon tea too. She can easily spend dozens, even 100 yuan a day. Even if Huan's salary is good, it's only 300 or 400 a month. How can that cover her spending? Xue Ling's face darkened. Just because there's no money? That's it? There might be other things, but this is the main problem, Xue Ling muttered. Dad, this is already a serious issue, isn't it? When you're poor, everything is hard. How can they not fight? If there's no money for food, but she still wants several meals a day, how can they not argue? Are they really poor? Xue Ling said coldly. He started his job with a salary of 400. How is that poor? 30 years ago, your mother and I together made just over 20 yuan and we were happy. Is this really about money? This is a people problem. If a couple truly wanted to live together, even a small salary could be enough for a good life. The problem was, they didn't seem to want to build a life together at all. And that Lena, she complains about every job we help her find, but can't find one herself. Is she really here for your brother? Does it look like it? Your brother is just spineless. If he's going to marry her and bring her here, he should make her adapt to our way of life. If she insists on speaking a foreign language and eating Western food every day, why did she even come here? She should just go back to her wonderful country. Dad, keep your voice down, Xue Ling said awkwardly. I'm not the one in the wrong. I'm not the one being extravagant. Why should I keep my voice down? Xue Ling fumed. This afternoon, call Huan and tell him to move out of your apartment and go live in his own dorm. That apartment is yours. Why should they live there for free and trash the place? Is that reasonable? That might not be a good idea, Xue Ling said quietly. His dorm is tiny, barely enough for one person. Lena already complains about my apartment. If she has to move to his dorm, she'll complain even more. Just do it, Xue Ling said sternly. If he chose this wife, he has to take responsibility. If he can't, then he shouldn't get married. Why should he use your apartment for his marriage? Is that right? Dad, Xue Ling said softly. Huan is already upset. If I say this now, it'll feel like I'm not supporting him as his brother, but tearing him down. What do you mean, tearing him down? Xue Ling said. I'm teaching him to face reality. Everyone has limits to what they can handle. If he wants to marry a foreign wife, he needs to consider whether he can afford it. If he can't buy a house, he shouldn't live in one. If he doesn't have a high salary, he shouldn't let his wife eat Western food every meal. If he doesn't have the ability, he shouldn't aim so high. Xue Heng fell silent, unable to find a response. He glanced at Xue Ling across the table. Xue Ling paused, chopsticks in midair. "Why are you looking at me? Uncle's telling you what to do. Just do it. I think he's right." Everyone should know their own limits. If Xue Huan can't afford a wife who eats Western food every day, he shouldn't have married her. Or he should find a way to earn more, not just fight and smash his brother's apartment. Will that solve anything? The sooner they're forced to face reality, the sooner they can solve their problems and move on. Xue Heng was stunned, then nodded. But Xue Jilan was still in a bad mood. He turned to Xue Ling. "Ling, you're family, not an outsider, so I won't hide anything from you. That foreign woman really is too much. Our family is gentle and honest, not petty. If something can be tolerated, we let it go, but that woman, she's really over the line." Xue Ling followed up. "How so?" Xue Jilan explained. "She's lazy, beyond lazy. She leaves her clothes everywhere, sometimes for days or even weeks without washing them, and Ah Huan has to clean up after her. Since she moved in, she's never swept or mopped, and complains there's no carpet, so cleaning is a hassle. She won't even boil water in the kitchen, just lounges on the sofa and orders Ah Huan around. After a full day at work, he often can't even get a cup of hot water." Xue Ling gave a wry smile. "That's a bit much. How can anyone be that lazy?" "My apartment is covered in dust," Xue Heng added. "Since they moved in, it hasn't been cleaned once." Xue Ling stifled a laugh. "That's really something. I've seen people who aren't tidy, but never doctors living like this, and they're medical school graduates." Xue Jilan said seriously. "What's even worse is her spending. Your mother and I are salaried workers, not big earners. We live frugally. Otherwise, how could we save anything to raise you kids? But she's always shopping or eating out. When Ah Huan started, the hospital gave him a 1,000 yuan relocation bonus, plus a 500 yuan travel allowance, plus his first month's salary, almost 2,000 yuan. In just over a month, it was all gone." Xue Ling gave a wry smile. "If it's just food and shopping, 2,000 a month, that's a lot." In this era, 2,000 yuan was a huge sum. Xue Ling said quietly, 2,000 yuan could buy a small apartment or a dozen bicycles. "This is the classic example of squandering," Xue Jilan said with a bitter smile. "Our family just lives on salaries. We're not some rich or powerful clan. Where do we have the money for a woman to spend like that? So, it's better to let her see the reality early so she doesn't think we're some wealthy family." Xue Heng nodded. "All right, I'll call Ah Huan after I finish eating." "Uncle, don't be upset. Eat first," Xue Ling said. "Family matters can't be sorted out in a few words. You need to eat and rest well, and focus on your work. The family still needs you to lead it." Sigh. Xue Zilan let out a long sigh. "Ling, ever since these two boys were born, I haven't had a single day of peace. There's always something to worry about, always something to fret over. Even now that they're grown and working, I still have to worry about their families. Life. It's really exhausting." Xue Heng felt bad, lowered his head and picked out a piece of braised pork for his father. Xue Ling couldn't help but sigh too. "It'll get better. Uncle, you and Auntie have the right values, and your children will follow your example. As long as your principles are right, things will work out in the end." "Let's hope so." Xue Jilan started eating, his voice low. "You two eat up too. You both have to work this afternoon. Don't go on an empty stomach. Fill up and let them solve their own problems. You just take care of yourselves." Xue Ling and Xue Heng both buried themselves in their food. That afternoon, Xue Heng called his brother and told him to move out with his fiancée. "Bro, I'm already stressed enough. Can you not make it worse?" Ah Huan said irritably. "Are you doing this on purpose? Does it make you happy to see me struggling?" "No, it doesn't," Xue Heng said seriously. "We're brothers, flesh and blood. If you're upset, of course I'm upset too. I really do care about you. Hearing this, Huan calmed down a bit. Then what are you doing? Xue Ling explained. This is Dad's decision, not mine, but I agree with him, so I have to ask you to move out. Dad? He knows too? Huan sighed. Why did you have to tell him? Xue Ling said quietly. You think I wanted to? I didn't want him to worry either. But I went to the ER for my face and happened to run into Dad outside the hospital. When a father sees his son's face covered in scratches, how could he not ask? Huan fell silent, then said, Sorry, bro. I dragged you into this. Is your face okay? It's fine, Xue Ling said. I'll look ugly for a few days, but I'm a grown man. I'm not worried about that. The point is, you two need to solve your problems. You can't keep fighting like this. Bro, how do I solve it? Huan poured out his troubles over the phone. This is just how she is. Her family's very well off. She's never lacked for anything, so she doesn't know how to be frugal. She has high standards for work. She looks down on most jobs. Then does she even value you? Xue Ling asked. If she really loves you, shouldn't she think about your situation? With your salary, can you support a princess? Can you? If you can't, why force it? Is this the attitude of someone who wants to build a life with you? Fighting every few days? Does that look like a real partnership? Huan went quiet. Xue Ling pressed on. If Dad were talking to you, he'd be even harsher and more direct. If you want to marry her, can you give her the life she wants? Can you? Think about it. Can you really do it? No, Huan said softly. Xue Ling gave a cold laugh. You know you can't. So have you told her? Before you came back, did you make it clear that our family is just ordinary, not rich? You know how Mom and Dad scrimped and saved for us to study abroad, eating in the hospital canteen every day, making noodles at home. Sometimes they'd go a week or two without eating meat. With their salaries, they could have lived well. But for us, they saved every penny. Huan's voice was low. I know all that. That's our situation, Xue Ling said. When you got your first paycheck, did you think about doing something for Mom and Dad? Buy Mom a little gift? Take Dad and me out for a celebratory meal? Did you? I'm sorry, bro. Huan choked up. His first month's salary hadn't even been enough to cover a few Western meals for his fiancée. That was all he'd thought about. He hadn't even considered his family. You didn't, Xue Ling sighed. Do you know how much Dad worried about your job? Luckily, third uncle helped and got you into the best hospital in the capital. Ordinary workers make $200 a month, but you started at $400, plus allowances. That's high income here. But your salary can't even cover your fiancé's meals. How will you take care of Mom and Dad in the future? Or your own kids? Huan was silent. Xue Ling continued. If she really wants to be with you, you need to tell her the truth. Explain that you can't afford her lifestyle. If she's willing to adapt, to live simply, then you can go on. But if she just wants to keep living extravagantly, you need to ask yourself how long you can keep it up. I understand, Huan said quietly. I'll find a chance to explain everything to her. Bro, I'm sorry. No need to apologize, Xue Ling said. We're brothers. I'd do anything for you. But Dad and Ling Ling are right. If you want to stay together, you have to face your real situation. The apartment is mine, not yours, so give it back. If she can live with you in a small dorm, eat Chinese food every day, and only have Western food occasionally, and live frugally, then you can keep going. If not, I advise you to end it sooner rather than later. But bro, we've been together for 2 or 3 years, Huan said, reluctant. Xue Ling snorted. After all this time, you still can't see her true nature? Do you really think she can build a life with you? You didn't go around pretending to be some rich kid abroad, did you? No, Huan said quietly. I'm not like that. We just met at school. She wasn't like this as a student. Enough, Xue Ling said, seeing the secretary waving at him. I have to get back to work. Just talk to her and move out of my apartment tomorrow. Be honest about your situation. If she can accept it, fine. If not, end it now. As dawn was just breaking, little Yang Yang started crying, wailing loudly. Cheng Tianyuan was woken up by the noise. He hurriedly got up, scooped the little one into his arms, but then wrinkled his nose and peeked under the baby's bottom. Turns out, he'd made a huge mess. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He quickly set the baby down, rushed to the bathroom to wash his hands, then hurriedly mixed a basin of warm water, grabbed some clean clothes, pants, and a big towel, and brought them in. He picked up the stinky little guy and took him to the bathroom to change and bathe. With his dad holding him, the little one soon stopped crying, waving his hands and kicking at the water. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. "You want to play with water already? You're so little." Little Yang Yang squinted his eyes and smiled in response. Just then, the door opened and Liu Ying came in. "Ayuan, why was little Yang Yang crying just now? He cried for quite a while." Her precious grandson rarely cried, but just now he'd wailed for several minutes. She'd heard it from the other room and quickly got up to check. Her daughter-in-law was busy at the factory, sometimes only coming home for lunch, sometimes not even making it back all day. With both kids still so young, as their grandma, she had to help look after them. Cheng Tianyuan smiled helplessly. "It's nothing. He just pooped. I've already washed him and am getting him dressed." Liu Ying saw how gently and quickly he dressed the chubby, fair little boy, and her face lit up with a smile. "You little rascal, stinky so early in the morning? Naughty." Cheng Tianyuan soon finished getting his younger son ready and handed him to his mother. "Mom, there are 2 vests by the bed. Put another one on him. It's chilly in the morning. The kids should wear an extra layer." Liu Ying quickly took her precious grandson, walked to the bed, and said as she went, "It's almost mid-autumn, of course it's chilly. There's a lot of frost in the mornings, and if you get up too early, it's really cold. Autumn here in the capital feels almost like early winter." "It does get cold here earlier than back home," Cheng Tianyuan said as he washed the baby's clothes. "Did Dad bring enough clothes? I'll go buy him some light sweaters this afternoon." Liu Ying soon had little Yang Yang in a vest and came over holding him. "Ayuan, when are we going back to Rongcheng?" Cheng Tianyuan paused in his scrubbing and lowered his voice. "Dad's shoulder isn't fully healed yet. He needs us to help take care of him. If we leave now, Ling Ling and Mom will be too busy to look after him." Liu Ying gave a wry smile. "Didn't Ling Ling say she'd go back after mid-autumn? She still has to sell those apartments." Even though life here was comfortable and the environment was much nicer and fancier than Rongcheng, it still wasn't home. After staying too long, she started to miss it. Cheng Tianyuan explained, "She should go back after mid-autumn. We'll probably have to wait a bit. Once Dad's shoulder is better and things at the factory settle down, we'll take him and Mom south for the winter." "It'll never really settle down," Liu Ying said quietly. "They're not even done with autumn clothes and already have to start on winter ones. Before winter clothes are finished, people are already ordering spring outfits. There's no end to making money, and there's never a perfect time." "Then we'll just stay for now," Cheng Tianyuan said. "When Ling Ling comes, I'll talk to her. If possible, we'll persuade Dad to come south with us first. That way we can take care of him more easily. The weather's warmer there, which is better for his recovery and getting out for exercise. Once Mom's work is done, she can come join us for the new year." "All right, talk it over with Ling Ling," Liu Ying smiled. "Your dad and I are fine with whatever. Wherever the grandkids are, that's where we'll be. Since Awu isn't well yet, of course we need to help take care of him." Cheng Tianyuan nodded with a smile. Just then, little Yang Yang started fussing and crying again. Cheng Tianyuan quickly wiped his hands. "He must be hungry. I'll make some formula. You feed him." All right, Liu Ying soothed the baby. "Don't cry too loud. Your brother's still sleeping. If you wake him up, he might get mad at you." Cheng Tianyuan asked, "Did Ranran sleep with you last night?" "Yes, he's still asleep," Liu Ying whispered. "He stayed up late watching TV, so I let him sleep in." Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows. "Don't let him watch too much. Space it out." I know, Liu Ying said. "He hasn't watched much. Actually, it was your dad and Awu who watched TV late last night, some military show in Animal World, until almost midnight." "That's too late," Cheng Tianyuan said, half exasperated, half amused. "I told them not to stay up, but they just don't listen. Those 2 old TV fans, impossible to persuade. Once they get talking and laughing, they can watch for hours. Liu Ying shook her head with a wry smile. Let them be, as long as they're happy. There's not much to do here every day, so they need something to pass the time or they'd be bored. Cheng Tianyuan handed her the bottle and hurried off to do laundry. He tried to wash the kids' clothes as soon as possible. There was a strong wind outside, so if he hung them out in the morning, they'd be dry by noon. With kids, there were always accidents, so it was good to have clean clothes ready. Just then, the TV blared from the living room. Liu Ying went out, poked her head in, and scolded, "What are you doing? Watching TV so early? Turn it down. If you wake Ran, I'll have words with you." Cheng Muhai grinned and quickly turned down the volume. Cheng Tianyuan, hanging clothes on the balcony, shook his head and smiled, then went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After his bottle, little Yang soon fell asleep again. Xue's father got up, washed up, and hurried out to watch TV. "Muhai, is Animal World on? That elephant yesterday was so cute." Yeah, Cheng Muhai beamed. "No animals today, though. Looks like it's about Africans. Come watch." Cheng Tianyuan finished breakfast and ate with the elders. As soon as they finished, Xue's father and Cheng Muhai went back to watching TV. Seeing the older one still asleep and the younger one napping, Cheng Tianyuan said, "Mom, keep an eye on them. I'm going out to buy groceries and meat. You didn't get much yesterday and it's chilly now. I'll get some lamb." "Remember to buy extra galangal or the lamb will taste gamey," Liu Ying reminded him. "And get some cumin powder." "Got it." Cheng Tianyuan grabbed some money and hurried downstairs. At the entrance to the complex, he happened to see Xue Huan dragging a big suitcase, looking grim, heading out. Lena, eyes red, was carrying 2 big bags, angrily muttering as she followed in high heels. Cheng Tianyuan immediately sensed the couple had fought. Since they weren't close, he didn't go over, not wanting to embarrass Xue Huan, so he slowed his pace. But suddenly, Lena got agitated, started cursing, and rushed up to grab Xue Huan's arm, and the two began to scuffle. As dawn was just breaking, little Yang started crying, wailing loudly. Cheng Tianyuan was woken up by the noise. He hurriedly got up, scooped the little one into his arms, but then wrinkled his nose and peeked under the baby's bottom. Turns out he'd made a huge mess. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He quickly set the baby down, rushed to the bathroom to wash his hands, then hurriedly mixed a basin of warm water, grabbed some clean clothes, pants, and a big towel, and brought them in. He picked up the stinky little guy and took him to the bathroom to change and bathe. With his dad holding him, the little one soon stopped crying, waving his hands and kicking at the water. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. "You want to play with water already? You're so little?" Little Yang squinted his eyes and smiled in response. Just then, the door opened and Liu Ying came in. "Yuan, why was little Yang crying just now? He cried for quite a while." Her precious grandson rarely cried, but just now he'd wailed for several minutes. She'd heard it from the other room and quickly got up to check. Her daughter-in-law was busy at the factory, sometimes only coming home for lunch, sometimes not even making it back all day. With both kids still so young as their grandma, she had to help look after them. Cheng Tianyuan smiled helplessly. "It's nothing. He just pooped. I've already washed him and I'm getting him dressed." Liu Ying saw how gently and quickly he dressed the chubby, fair little boy, and her face lit up with a smile. "You little rascal, stinky so early in the morning? Naughty." Cheng Tianyuan soon finished getting his younger son ready and handed him to his mother. "Mom, there are 2 vests by the bed. Put another one on him. It's chilly in the morning. The kids should wear an extra layer." Liu Ying quickly took her precious grandson, walked to the bed, and said as she went, "It's almost mid-autumn. Of course it's chilly. There's a lot of frost in the mornings, and if you get up too early, it's really cold. Autumn here in the capital feels almost like early winter." "It does get cold here earlier than back home," Cheng Tianyuan said as he washed the baby's clothes. "Did Dad bring enough clothes? I'll go buy him some light sweaters this afternoon." Liu Ying soon had little Yang in a vest and came over holding him. "Yuan, when are we going back to Rongcheng?" Cheng Tianyuan paused in his scrubbing and lowered his voice. Dad's shoulder isn't fully healed yet. He needs us to help take care of him. If we leave now, Ling Ling and Mom will be too busy to look after him." Liu Ying gave a wry smile. "Didn't Ling Ling say she'd go back after mid-autumn? She still has to sell those apartments." Even though life here was comfortable and the environment was much nicer and fancier than Rongcheng, it still wasn't home. After staying too long, she started to miss it. Cheng Tianyuan explained, "She should go back after mid-autumn. We'll probably have to wait a bit. Once Dad's shoulder is better and things at the factory settle down, we'll take him and Mom south for the winter." "It'll never really settle down," Liu Ying said quietly. "They're not even done with autumn clothes and already have to start on winter ones. Before winter clothes are finished, people are already ordering spring outfits. There's no end to making money, and there's never a perfect time." "Then we'll just stay for now," Cheng Tianyuan said. "When Ling Ling comes, I'll talk to her. If possible, we'll persuade Dad to come south with us first. That way we can take care of him more easily. The weather's warmer there, which is better for his recovery and getting out for exercise. Once Mom's work is done, she can come join us for the new year." "All right, talk it over with Ling Ling," Liu Ying smiled. "Your dad and I are fine with whatever. Wherever the grandkids are, that's where we'll be. Since Ah Wu isn't well yet, of course we need to help take care of him." Cheng Tianyuan nodded with a smile. Just then, little Yang Yang started fussing and crying again. Cheng Tianyuan quickly wiped his hands. "He must be hungry. I'll make some formula. You feed him." All right, Liu Ying soothed the baby. "Don't cry too loud. Your brother's still sleeping. If you wake him up, he might get mad at you." Cheng Tianyuan asked, "Did Ran sleep with you last night?" "Yes, he's still asleep," Liu Ying whispered. "He stayed up late watching TV, so I let him sleep in." Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows. "Don't let him watch too much. Space it out." I know, Liu Ying said. "He hasn't watched much. Actually, it was your dad and Ah Wu who watched TV late last night, some military show in Animal World, until almost midnight." "That's too late," Cheng Tianyuan said, half exasperated, half amused. "I told them not to stay up, but they just don't listen. Those two old TV fans. Impossible to persuade. Once they get talking and laughing, they can watch for hours." Liu Ying shook her head with a wry smile. "Let them be. As long as they're happy. There's not much to do here every day, so they need something to pass the time, or they'd be bored." Cheng Tianyuan handed her the bottle and hurried off to do laundry. He tried to wash the kids' clothes as soon as possible. There was a strong wind outside, so if he hung them out in the morning, they'd be dry by noon. With kids, there were always accidents, so it was good to have clean clothes ready. Just then, the TV blared from the living room. Liu Ying went out, poked her head in, and scolded, "What are you doing? Watching TV so early? Turn it down. If you wake Ran, I'll have words with you." Cheng Muhai grinned and quickly turned down the volume. Cheng Tianyuan, hanging clothes on the balcony, shook his head and smiled, then went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After his bottle, little Yang Yang soon fell asleep again. Xue's father got up, washed up, and hurried out to watch TV. "Muhai, is Animal World on? That elephant yesterday was so cute." Yeah, Cheng Muhai beamed. "No animals today, though. Looks like it's about Africans. Come watch." Cheng Tianyuan finished breakfast and ate with the elders. As soon as they finished, Xue's father and Cheng Muhai went back to watching TV. Seeing the older one still asleep and the younger one napping, Cheng Tianyuan said, "Mom, keep an eye on them. I'm going out to buy groceries and meat. You didn't get much yesterday, and it's chilly now. I'll get some lamb." "Remember to buy extra galangal, or the lamb will taste gamey," Liu Ying reminded him. "And get some cumin powder." "Got it." Cheng Tianyuan grabbed some money and hurried downstairs. At the entrance to the complex, he happened to see Xue Huan dragging a big suitcase, looking grim, heading out. Lena, eyes red, was carrying 2 big bags, angrily muttering as she followed in high heels. Cheng Tianyuan immediately sensed the couple had fought. Since they weren't close, he didn't go over, not wanting to embarrass Xue Huan, so he slowed his pace. But suddenly Lena got agitated, started cursing, and rushed up to grab Xue Huan's arm, and the two began to scuffle. Xue Huan was walking ahead, dragging a big suitcase, completely unprepared for Lena's sudden outburst. Startled, he was yanked off balance and fell to the ground. "Ow!" he shouted in a foreign language. Cheng Tianyuan didn't understand much, but he could tell it was swearing. The two of them started arguing and tussling right there. There was only one gate to the complex, so this was the only way out. If they turned back and ran into someone they knew, it would be even more embarrassing. Cheng Tianyuan had no choice but to step forward and quickly separate them. "Ah Huan, what's going on?" Xue Huan recognized him, his handsome face flushing with embarrassment. He barked at Lina to stop, then turned to Cheng Tianyuan, awkwardly saying, "Brother-in-law, sorry you had to see this. She's upset with me. I was about to go to work and planned to move her over to the hospital area. She's not happy about it, so things got out of hand." Cheng Tianyuan forced a smile and said gently, "I see. If there's an issue, talk it out calmly. No need to get worked up. It's normal for couples to have friction, but this is a public place, so it's not a good look to fight here." "Yes," Xue Huan muttered. I'll go find a car. Brother-in-law, I'll visit you another time. Goodbye." "Wait," Cheng Tianyuan said. "I'm just heading out. See, my car's right under that tree. If you don't mind, let me give you a ride. With all this luggage, it's not easy to find a taxi or bus. I'll drop you at the hospital entrance." Xue Huan was both pleased and embarrassed. "Brother-in-law, are you sure it's not too much trouble? It's not that far." "Not at all," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "The kids are still sleeping, and their grandparents are watching them. With a car, nowhere is too far. Come on, let's go." Xue Huan quickly thanked him, lowering his voice. "There are lots of buses here, but hardly any taxis. Sometimes there are motorbikes, but with all this luggage, it's not enough. I'm lucky you're here." "No problem." Cheng Tianyuan opened the car, helped load the luggage into the trunk, and invited Lina to get in. Lina looked upset but muttered a thank you. Xue Huan got in from the other side. The whole ride was silent, both of them sullen, the atmosphere awkward. Cheng Tianyuan didn't want it to be so tense, so he made small talk with Xue Huan about work. Xue Huan managed a smile. "Work isn't too busy, just getting started. The procedures here are different from my internship abroad, but the basics are the same, so I'm picking it up quickly." "That's good," Cheng Tianyuan said apologetically. "My foreign language isn't great, so I can't really talk with your wife. Please ask her to forgive me." "Don't worry about her," Xue Huan said, still annoyed. "She can do as she likes. By the way, brother-in-law, how's Ling Ling's foreign language? She went to university, right?" "She's very good," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "She majored in foreign languages and used to translate books." Xue Huan's eyes widened in surprise. Then he remembered the last time he'd brought Lina to visit and felt even more embarrassed. She really keeps a low profile. I should apologize to her next time. Cheng Tianyuan didn't know what he meant, so he just said, "She's been busy at the factory lately and hasn't been home much. If you're free this weekend, come over for a meal. Oh, and tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival. Uncle Xue Ling said he might celebrate with us. You two should come too. The more, the merrier." Xue Huan was tempted. He hadn't celebrated Mid-Autumn in years. "I'll talk to her about it. I'm not sure if I'll be on duty. I'll have to check. My dad is a senior doctor, so no one dares put him on the night shift for the holiday, but I'm new and single, so I'll probably have to work." "Check your schedule," Cheng Tianyuan said sincerely. "Mid-Autumn is about reunion. Everyone together, that's real happiness. If Uncle Xue Ling comes, your big brother will probably come too." "If I'm not on duty, I'll definitely come," Xue Huan promised. He turned to say something to Lina, but she snapped back angrily, apparently refusing. Xue Huan's face darkened and the topic was dropped. Cheng Tianyuan had lived in the capital for a while, and the People's Hospital was the biggest in the city, easy to find. He soon pulled up at the hospital entrance. Xue Huan was very grateful, took out the luggage and followed a reluctant Lina into the hospital. Cheng Tianyuan watched them go, smiled helplessly, and drove home. Tomorrow was Mid-Autumn Festival, so he planned to buy extra ingredients for snacks and some lamb for roasting. People here ate a lot of noodles, so he wasn't sure where to buy lamb, but his father-in-law had told him the downtown market always had it. When he got there, he saw plenty. He asked if there'd be fresh lamb tomorrow morning, and the shopkeeper explained enthusiastically, We'll be butchering sheep at noon, selling until 3. If you want it really fresh, come at noon. If you want a lot, we can prep it in advance. I want a few kilos, Cheng Tianyuan said. Do you have lamb leg? My father-in-law loves roast lamb leg. That takes a long time to roast, the shopkeeper said. Do you have the equipment? No, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I plan to slice the leg thin, fry it, and sprinkle cumin on top. That works too, the shopkeeper said. I'll save you a big leg, okay? Cheng Tianyuan asked the price. It wasn't cheap, but with so many guests coming, he didn't want to be stingy, so he happily put down a 20 yuan deposit. He bought some rice noodles, sugar, mung beans, red beans, and glutinous rice, plus today's groceries and meat, both hands full. Thinking Ranran was old enough to play, he also bought some mid-autumn themed toys. Luckily, he'd driven. Otherwise, even a bike wouldn't have held it all. When he got home, he went straight upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, his mother was holding the baby, smiling. Ling called just now. She won't be home for lunch, but she'll be back for dinner. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan nodded, then paused. She doesn't have to work the night shift tonight? Did she say? Liu Ying shook her head. She didn't mention it. Xue's father, watching TV in the living room, chimed in. Probably just the first half of the night. If Haitang's there, that's enough. Oh. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Dad, we need to start getting ready for mid-autumn this afternoon. Good, Xue's father said kindly. You always plan things well. Ji Lan called earlier. He's on duty tomorrow afternoon, but he'll come over after he gets off at 4. Ah Heng should be coming too. Great, Cheng Muhai said. The more the merrier. On mid-autumn morning, Cheng Tianyuan got up early. Xue Ling, on the other hand, slept in until the sun was high, stretching and letting out a big yawn. Little Yang Yang was still sleeping beside her, his chubby little fist tucked by his head, sleeping soundly. Xue Ling smiled happily, kissed his little fist, and quietly got up to wash. She'd only worked the first half of the night shift yesterday. Nothing happened in the second half. Today was Mid-Autumn Festival, and she'd already told the workers they could have the day off, though they'd need to work overtime for a while after. The workers were thrilled to get a holiday for Mid-Autumn. Yesterday, Xue Ling had the accountant pay everyone's wages early, with an extra 10 yuan each, so they could buy their favorite mooncakes. Not only that, but those staying at the factory could have extra dishes in the canteen. Everyone got a chicken leg or wing. With nothing to do at the factory today, the workers were all off. Her mother said she'd come over to celebrate with them after checking that everything was fine at the factory. Xue Ling opened the bedroom door and saw Cheng Tianyuan sitting by the kitchen door, mashing red bean paste. Little Ranran was squatting beside him, watching curiously, almost drooling. Daddy, it smells so good, Ranran murmured. Cheng Tianyuan explained gently. This is bean paste. It's already cooked. If you like it, you can have some. No, Liu Ying reminded. There's no sugar in it yet, just the smell of mung beans. It won't taste that good. It's fine, Cheng Tianyuan said. Let him try it. He shouldn't always get the tasty stuff. Let him see what mung beans taste like without sugar. Up to you two, Liu Ying said with a laugh. The red beans are almost done too. Smells great. Ranran popped a mung bean in his mouth, then quickly shook his head and refused more. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. That's what unsweetened, unsalted mung beans taste like. How is it? Good? Not good, Ranran grumbled. Xue Ling came over and took his hand. Mama! Ranran dove into her arms, begging for a hug. Xue Ling quickly scooped him up and hugged him tight. Ranran giggled. Cheng Tianyuan, still mashing beans, smiled. Mama's been busy lately and hasn't hugged you much. Better get your fill while she's free. Hee, Mama hug, Ranran cheered. Cheng Tianyuan asked, When is your mom coming over? Should I go pick her up? No need, Xue Ling replied. Ah Heng is coming this afternoon to do the accounts. When he's done, we'll pick up Mom together. Cheng Tianyuan said, I ordered a big lamb leg. Once I finish here, I'll go pick it up. Is that a good idea? Xue Ling said with a wry smile. This place isn't really suitable for roasting lamb leg. It's too small, and the kitchen will get smoky. No worries, Cheng Tianyuan said, raising his eyebrows. I'll debone it, slice it thin, fry it, and toss it with sauce. It'll be ready in no time. Hey, that's a great idea, Xue Ling laughed. Where'd you learn that trick? Cheng Tianyuan grinned. Secret. Xue Ling chuckled and took her son to the kitchen. Mom, is there any leftover rice? Liu Ying replied, Don't worry, I knew you'd be home, so I kept some warm in the small pot. We're having millet porridge this morning. Xue Ling quickly served herself, asking, Mom, where's Dad? I haven't seen him. Liu Ying sighed. Don't ask. The two of them got up early to watch TV, said their eyes were going blurry, so Ayuan made them go for a walk in the complex. Xue Ling shook her head, laughing. TV addicts. Exactly, Liu Ying scolded. Your father-in-law is the worst, like a big kid, worse than Ran. He won't let Ran watch, says it's bad for his eyes, but he'll watch all day and won't budge. Says one thing, does another. Xue Ling ate her porridge and asked, Mom, you like TV too, right? When we go back to Rongcheng, let's buy one. Try to get a color one if we can. There were a few TVs for sale in Rongcheng, but most were black and white. Older folks' eyesight wasn't as good, so a color TV would be best. If they couldn't get one there, they'd buy one in the capital and ship it home. Liu Ying grinned, her face blooming with joy. I do like it, but I hear it uses a lot of electricity. Power's expensive. If you can avoid it, don't use it. It's a waste. At least if you buy food, you get full. Watching TV doesn't give you anything. What's the point? Xue Ling stifled a laugh. Mom, you can't say that. TV is entertainment. It helps old folks pass the time and kids can learn things. As long as you watch in moderation, it's more good than bad. It's enough to watch here, Liu Ying said quietly. No need to buy one for home. It's a waste. You've been working so hard to make money, you've lost weight. You just finished your confinement. It's not easy. Listen to me, money's hard to earn, don't waste it. Xue Ling laughed softly. Mom, TVs aren't that expensive. Yeah, right, Liu Ying laughed. I don't believe you. Xue Ling ate her millet porridge, occasionally feeding a spoonful to her son. Ran was clearly full, lazily picking at his food. Mama, little brother always sleeps. Morning, afternoon, night. He's always sleeping. Xue Ling nodded. He's still little, so he needs lots of sleep. You were the same when you were born? Slept all the time? The more you sleep, the faster you grow? Ran grumbled. When will he grow up? He's no fun. I've been waiting forever. Xue Ling laughed. You'll have to be patient. Cheng Tianyuan poked his head in. Ran, go peek in on your brother. If he wakes up, come tell Mama and Papa. Big brother dashed off to the bedroom. 2 seconds later, he ran back. Not yet, he's still sleeping. Then let's keep our voices down and let him sleep, Cheng Tianyuan said. Okay, Big brother nodded, very responsibly. Xue Ling secretly gave her husband a thumbs up. Teaching the older brother to be responsible would help him look after his younger siblings in the future. Just then, the phone rang in the living room. Xue Ling quickly finished her porridge, set down her bowl, and went to answer. Ran followed, curious. Hello? Hello? Sis-in-law, it's Fang. Are you all getting ready for the holiday? It's mid-autumn, so I hurried to get in line to call you. How's everyone doing? All good, right? Xue Ling laughed and replied, Everyone's doing well, young and old. Your brother and the others have been up since early morning getting snacks ready for this evening. That's great. Cheng Tianyuan let out a long sigh. I've been so busy lately. Schoolwork is piling up, I haven't even had time to bake bread. Xue Ling teased, How would you bake at school? Even the best cook can't work without ingredients. No, Cheng Tianyuan giggled. If you don't have the right conditions, you make them. Hu is really clever. He's a local expert in the provincial capital now. When I said I wanted to buy an oven, he went to the second-hand market and got me a little toaster oven. Really? Xue Ling was curious. How did he find one? Back then, ovens and toaster ovens were rare. Most families never even saw one. Cheng Tianyuan explained, He said a food shop went out of business and sold their stuff to the second-hand market. No one wanted the oven, so the price dropped really low. I got a great deal. Ah, who's got skills? Xue Ling praised. Exactly. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. I cleaned it up, bought a bunch of ingredients, and baked a dozen loaves to thank him. Xue Ling asked, How's Ah Hu lately? He hasn't ordered anything for almost a month, has he? He said he wants to clear out the autumn clothes first, then stock up on winter stuff after mid-autumn. Cheng Tianyuan explained. He's been clearing inventory these past few days. I helped him one afternoon. He's almost done. He said he's heading back to Rongcheng for mid-autumn. I bet he's already on his way. Xue Ling teased. His sweetheart's in Rongcheng. How could he let her spend mid-autumn alone? Of course he's driving back. Hee hee, Cheng Tianyuan said. He bought a bunch of gifts and 2 boxes of mooncakes, one for his mom, one for Sister Wang Ting's mom. Oh. Xue Ling remembered their last conversation. He's met her parents already, right? Not yet. Cheng Tianyuan knew the details. He's been too busy, so he put it off until this mid-autumn. He bought gifts for Wang Ting and her family. Gifts never hurt, Xue Ling laughed. That's good. Wish him luck. But Cheng Tianyuan sounded a little down. Sis-in-law, you gave me the car keys last time and I cleaned the car, but Ah Hu keeps saying he's too busy to teach me. I've gone over 2 or 3 times and every time he says he can't. No rush, Xue Ling said. Ah Hu's not lazy. He's just really tied up right now. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. But I really want to learn. Sis-in-law, you know, people who can drive seem so cool. I'm super envious. Ha ha, Xue Ling said. It's not urgent. Ah Hu's running a business. He really can't get away. Once things settle down with Wang Qing and he's in a good mood with some free time, he'll definitely teach you. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. I'll just have to wait then. They chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Liu Ying couldn't help but complain. That girl really doesn't know how to save money. I've told her so many times. She doesn't earn her own money yet, so she shouldn't spend so much. Look at this. She's been on the phone so long it must have cost a fortune. Mom, Xue Ling said softly. Fang has rental income, and she's frugal at school. She still has savings. She called to check in on us because she cares. Liu Ying nodded at that. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. My mom just loves to worry. Don't worry, Mom. Even if Ling Ling and I stopped working, we'd still eat well every day. Ling Ling's got rent from over 20 apartments, plenty for us to live comfortably and be lazy. Liu Ying smiled. That's not what I meant. I know we're not short on money, but still, just because we're not short doesn't mean we shouldn't save. It's a habit. You can't lose it. That's true, Xue Ling agreed. Mom's right. We'll listen to you. Liu Ying beamed. I'll go check on the red beans. I want to make red bean cake later. Just then, little Ranran ran over shouting, Little brother's crying. Xue Ling quickly followed him into the bedroom. Little Yang Yang was waving his chubby arms and legs, babbling and sucking on his fist. Awake already? Xue Ling smiled. Wait, Mama will make your formula. Big brother, keep him company. Ranran hurried over, eyes glued to his brother. The baby looked at him curiously, then kept waving his arms and babbling. Xue Ling came in and laughed. What's up? Why are you staring at your brother? Big brother said seriously, I have to watch him. Dad said if he's busy, I should watch little brother. Xue Ling laughed and scooped him up. Oh, looks like he's wet himself. Big brother, hearing that, ran to get a diaper for Mom. Xue Ling was delighted at how capable he looked. Our Ranran is finally acting like a big brother. Big brother didn't get it. I am a big brother. Xue Ling ruffled his hair. Mama and Papa are busy, so you have to help take care of your brother, okay? Okay. Ranran nodded obediently. After changing the diaper and pants and feeding the baby a big bottle of formula, she carried him out. Cheng Tianyuan, busy with chores, reminded her, It's windy, put a vest on him. Okay, Xue Ling said. Autumn comes earlier here than in Rongcheng. These mornings the wind is really chilly. Once Yang Yang was dressed, his big round eyes looked around curiously. Ranran asked, Daddy, does little brother need to wash his face? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. No need. Before you woke up, he was already up. I washed his face and gave him water. Then he went back to sleep. Lazy pig, Ranran giggled. Everyone laughed. Xue Ling asked, Ran, who taught you that? Grandpa and Grandpa Xue, Ran answered honestly. They call little brother Lazy Pig. Liu Ying, kneading dough in the kitchen, called out, I'll have to talk to your dad. You can't just give kids random nicknames. If it sticks, it won't sound good. It's fine, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. They know where to draw the line. We all call him Yang. He'll know his real name. Remember how Ran used to get called Puppy by Chen Min and the others? After a few times, no one called him that anymore. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Xue Ling hurried to open it and found it was Third Uncle, carrying a net bag of oranges. Third Uncle beamed. Oranges for mid-autumn. How fitting. The best time of year is when oranges turn gold and leaves turn green. Xue Ling quickly took the oranges and welcomed her uncle inside. Third Uncle, how come you haven't visited lately? My dad was just talking about you last night, saying it's been 4 or 5 days since you came by. Third Uncle chuckled. I went to Beidaihe with my eldest son. We drove there, stayed for 2 days, then took our time coming back. I'm getting old. My bones are brittle. After a bumpy car ride, I need a couple of days to recover. That's how 4 or 5 days slipped by. That's wonderful, Xue Ling said. While you're still able, you should travel as much as you can. Third Uncle explained, I bought these oranges on the way back. We passed an orchard, and the trees were full of golden fruit. Couldn't resist. Oranges keep well, so I bought a big basket. We can't finish them all, so I brought some to share. Thank you, Third Uncle, Xue Ling said. Please have a seat. I'll make you some tea. My dad and father-in-law went for a walk downstairs. They should be back soon. All right. Third Uncle greeted everyone and sat in the middle of the living room. Little Ran was delighted to see him, ran over and even brought his toys to share with his great-uncle. Cheng Tianyuan, busy making rice cakes, poked his head out. Third Uncle, stay for lunch and celebrate the festival with us this evening. Uncle Ji Lan and Ah Heng are coming too. It'll be lively with everyone together. Third Uncle waved his hand and smiled kindly. My sons and grandkids are all coming home for the holiday. We've made it a tradition to gather for a meal every festival, lots of laughter and a real holiday atmosphere. That's great, Cheng Tianyuan said. Then I won't keep you. My mom and I are making rice cakes and bean pastries. Take some home with you later. They're southern snacks, best eaten fresh. That sounds wonderful. Third Uncle smiled. I had them last time and still think about them. I'll take a few more this time. I won't be shy. We're family, no need to be polite, Liu Ying said. We're just glad you like them. Xue Ling poured tea for Third Uncle and explained, The factory's closed today. My mom will come over with Ah Heng this afternoon. It's been so busy lately, we all need a break now and then. Otherwise, we'd burn out and be less efficient. Exactly. Proper rest is for better work, Third Uncle said warmly. As long as you understand that. Xue Ling grinned. I'm just using it as an excuse to slack off. Third Uncle laughed heartily. Before long, Xue's father and Cheng Muhai returned. Grandpa carried little Yang. Grandpa Xue held Ran's hand, and together with Third Uncle, they all went to watch TV. Xue Ling had no choice but to let them be and went to help in the kitchen. Cheng Tianyuan had already made over a dozen mung bean cakes. When Xue Ling came in, he said, Go boil some water. We'll need a lot this afternoon. Fill the thermos and set it aside. Okay, Xue Ling quickly got to it. Liu Ying was making rice cakes, her hands moving quickly and skillfully. The stove's already boiling. Add water for steaming as you go. Xue Ling hurried to help. Cheng Tianyuan asked, What should we have for lunch? Any requests? Xue Ling glanced around. There's so much flour. Why not make hand-pulled noodles? Everyone can have a bowl. On mid-autumn, everyone eats early, then snacks on fruit and mooncakes while waiting for the moonrise. Since dinner would be early and filling, lunch should be simple. Save room for the evening. Then we need some soup, Cheng Tianyuan said. Yesterday when I bought beef, they gave me some ribs. They're airing outside. I'll get some to make broth. You keep going, I'll get it, Xue Ling said, hurrying out. With her helping, the rice cakes and bean pastries were soon done. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't satisfied with just mung bean cakes. He grabbed some red beans and made over 20 more. Xue Ling teased, Are you making these as mooncakes? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan said. I'll fry the shells once, then fry them again before serving tonight and blot off the oil with a clean cloth. They should be delicious. Sounds great, let's do it, Xue Ling said. No wonder we didn't buy mooncakes. You're making them yourself. It's easy, Cheng Tianyuan said. Just then, Grandpa Cheng Muhai came in. Yang Yang wet himself and fell asleep. I put him down for a nap. Did you change his pants? Xue Ling asked. Cheng Muhai shook his head. Just a little wet, it's fine. That won't do, Liu Ying said firmly. It's chilly. If he sleeps in damp clothes, he'll catch cold. There are plenty of pants. Change him. He'll sleep better dry. She's right, Cheng Tianyuan said. Go change him. Grandpa had no choice but to comply. That afternoon, third uncle stayed for noodles and some freshly steamed rice cakes, eating happily. After lunch, he took a dozen pastries and 8 rice cakes home, grinning. Cheng Tianyuan then drove to the market, bought a load of fruit and ingredients, and brought back a huge lamb leg. The leg was so big, everyone was stunned. She's father guessed, must be 30 jin, 15 ko wai. No, Cheng Muhai estimated, about 25. Right, 26 exactly, Cheng Tianyuan said with a smile. She's father laughed. Yuan, hurry and slice it up, it looks so fresh, must be delicious. Cheng Tianyuan agreed, quickly went to the kitchen to prep the marinade, and soaked the lamb slices in a big bowl. Around 3 in the afternoon, Xue Heng and Xue's mother arrived. Xue Heng looked thinner, with dark circles like a panda. Xue's mother brought a bag of fruit, saying some was from her, some from Cheng Tianyuan. Everyone greeted each other. Xue's father, worried about Xue Heng, said, There's still a few hours till dinner. If you don't mind, close the door and nap in my room. You've been up several nights, haven't you? Xue Heng held up 3 fingers, dazed. Uncle, I'll go sleep a bit. Go on, Xue's father said, leading him to the room, drawing the curtains and opening the window. He turned around to find Xue Heng already fast asleep. Xue's father shook his head with a wry smile, covered him up, and quietly left. Liu Ying made braised pork and yam rolls, 2 big platters for the crowd. Cheng Tianyuan handled the main dishes and desserts. Xue's mother washed her hands and hurried to help in the kitchen. Hey, where are the kids? Did Ling Ling take them out to play? Liu Ying smiled and said, She took the kids for a nap. After lunch, Ran Ran always naps for over 2 hours, and Yang Yang still just eats and sleeps all day. We let her rest with the kids. There's not much to do here. We can handle it. She's got it easy, Xue's mother joked. Knows how to sneak in a break? The kids can sleep on their own. She should be out here helping. There's so much to do for the holiday, and she dares to slack off. Cheng Tianyuan, not wanting his wife to be blamed, quickly explained, Mom, the kids sleep better with her there. Besides, she's been working late at the factory these days. Let her catch up on sleep while she can. She'll be busy again tomorrow. Liu Ying also felt sorry for her daughter-in-law and said softly, Hai Tang, it's just a bit of food prep. Nothing much. At our age, even if we wanted to sleep in, we couldn't. Let the young people rest while they can. She's mother smiled. Good thing you all understand. That girl doesn't do much housework, so I'm grateful you're willing to take on more. We're all family. No need to say that, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Don't be too hard on her, Mom. She's actually very busy and never slacks off. Exactly, Liu Ying laughed. Let's not talk about this. Hai Tang, come look. Aren't my yam rolls pretty? They look great, She's mother praised, giving a thumbs up. So pretty, and they smell amazing. Even a professional chef couldn't do better. Liu Ying laughed happily. Cheng Tianyuan kept slicing lamb, even sharpening the knife again halfway through. It took him over 2 hours to finish. She's mother started to worry. There's so much food tonight. What if we can't finish and it goes to waste? Don't worry, Liu Ying said. Director Xue is coming too, and with so many people, we'll eat slowly. If there are leftovers, we'll put them on the balcony overnight and finish them tomorrow. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Mom, this lamb leg is too big for our pot. When you go back tonight, take the rest to the canteen and make soup. Good idea. That way nothing's wasted, Xue's mother agreed. The canteen goes through a lot of food every day. Nothing ever goes to waste there. That's how it is with big families, Liu Ying said with a laugh. Back when your father-in-law worked at the commune, everyone ate together. There was never enough, never any leftovers. Around 5 o'clock, Cheng Tianyuan started frying the lamb, while everyone else set the table. Xue Ling came out with Ran. The little guy was thrilled to see so many people and so much good food, clapping his hands in excitement. Xue's mother scooped him up and smothered him with kisses. Today you sit with Grandma. We'll eat together. Cheng Muhai noticed Yang wasn't around and asked. Still sleeping? Xue Ling explained. He barely napped all afternoon. He finally fell asleep after his bottle just now. Don't worry, he only drinks milk anyway. As long as he's full, he's fine. Xue's father opened the door and looked toward the elevator. Where's Xue Ling? Didn't he say he'd be here by 3 or 4? It's past 5 already. Xue's mother, holding Ran, said, There's never an end to work at the hospital. He probably got held up. It's fine, we'll wait. If he can't make it, he'll call. Xue's father asked, Are the accounts all settled? Make sure to record how many orders the branch factory finished. Don't be too lax with inspections either. Don't worry, Xue's mother said. Heng is even stricter than I am. Xue's father smiled and said quietly, You've all worked hard lately. I've had it easy. Just eating, sleeping, and watching TV. Bragging in front of me, are you? Xue's mother teased. You're asking for trouble. She was grateful her son-in-law's family was there to help with his recovery and daily life. Otherwise, she'd be overwhelmed. Being busy was fine as long as he healed well. The worst would be if his injury didn't recover and left lasting problems. Xue's father looked out again. You go inside. I'll go downstairs to meet Xue Ling. No need, Xue's mother said softly. He's probably really tied up. He's been stressed lately. His youngest son's foreign wife has caused a lot of trouble. What now? Xue's father asked. She still hasn't found a job? Not yet, Xue's mother whispered. Heng says she's picky and hasn't settled on anything. Xue's father, experienced as he was, quickly saw the issue. Is she really planning to build a life with Huan? I don't think so. Didn't she insist on coming here to marry him? Or was it the other way around? That's their business, Xue's mother said quietly. It's hard for a new daughter-in-law to fit in, especially a foreign one who doesn't even speak the language. It's tough. That's part of it, Xue's father said. If we had a foreign son-in-law, I'd say one thing, he'd say another. I want soy milk and buns. He wants steak and Western food. How could we get along? Can't even agree on what to eat. Xue's mother shrugged. Dating at school is one thing, but living together is another. Marriage isn't just about two people. There will be kids, and when the elders get old, they'll need care. You have to think about all that. Sigh, Xue's father said. Falling in love is easy. Marriage is hard. Oh, you're an expert now? Xue's mother teased. Don't act like you know everything. Xue's father laughed. We've all been through it. Back then, we got together to build a life. Practical and real. I've got experience, you know. They were in love. You were just a blockhead who didn't understand anything. Xue's mother teased again. Ran didn't understand, but seeing his grandparents not talking to him, he took the chance to chime in. Blockhead. Head. Xue's mother burst out laughing. Xue's father pinched his cheek and reached to pick him up. No! Xue's mother stopped him. Your shoulder's still healing. He's heavy now, over 20 jin. That's too much for you. Xue's father had to give up. They waited another half hour. Finally, the elevator doors opened. Xue Ling came out with Xue Huan behind him, carrying a net bag of apples. Uncle, Auntie, Xue Huan called warmly. Xue's father hurried over. We've been waiting for you. Come in, quick. Xue's mother noticed the foreign daughter-in-law wasn't with them but didn't ask. She had Ran greet his great-uncle and uncle, then led everyone inside. The mid-autumn dinner was a true feast. All the snacks were fresh and delicious, and the fragrant lamb slices had everyone exclaiming how full they were. After waking up, Xue Ling felt much better. With a beer in one hand and lamb in the other, he kept praising the food. "Brother-in-law, your cooking is top-notch. Even professional chefs can't compare. How many slices have I eaten? Over 30, right? Brother-in-law, just 2 more slices and I'm good." Cheng Tianyuan smiled and handed him 4 more. "There's plenty. Take your time. Eat as much as you like." Xue Ling shot his eldest son a look and said quietly, "Don't eat too much. You know you shouldn't overeat." "But Dad, it's just too good. I can't help myself." Xue Ling laughed, poured his brother another beer and said, "It's been ages since I've felt this happy. Come on, another round." Xue Huan clearly couldn't hold his liquor. After a few beers, he was already tipsy. "It's really delicious, so satisfying. Brother, cheers to you. Dad, cheers. Brother-in-law, uncle, and in-laws, come on, let's toast." Xue Ling giggled. "He's going to get drunk." "Don't embarrass yourself." Xue Ling tried to take his glass, but Xue's father stopped him gently. "Let him be. It's rare for everyone to get together. Let's all enjoy ourselves." Xue Ling looked a bit embarrassed. "Brother, this isn't our own home. If he gets drunk and starts rambling, it'll be awkward." "Don't worry, we're all family," Xue's father said kindly. "Eat, drink, and be merry. Tonight's a rare chance for everyone to gather." Cheng Muhai didn't like beer. After some rice cakes and lamb, he took little Ranran off to play. Ranran ate half a bowl of noodles and a pastry, then ran off to play with his toys in the corner. Liu Ying soon finished eating and discussed going to make offerings. "In our hometown, we have a tradition of worshipping the moon goddess. I heard there's a temple on the outskirts. We're planning to bring some fruit and pay our respects." Xue Ling said, "I'll drive you." "Wait," Xue's mother chimed in. "I want to go too. I used to visit the moon goddess temple for the family's safety, but I've been too busy these past 2 years. Tonight the temple will be all lit up with lots of people coming to admire the moon or make offerings. Let's all go together." Cheng Muhai took Ranran's hand. "Let's bring Ranran too. He can see what it's like." "Even better," Liu Ying said, getting ready to go. Xue's mother grabbed a few apples. "They sell incense and candles there. We'll buy them when we arrive." Cheng Tianyuan stood up. "It's not safe to drive at night, so I'll take you. Ling, you stay here with your parents and keep an eye on Yang. Yang hadn't napped much in the afternoon and had been sleeping soundly since dusk. Xue Ling was worried. "You had some beer earlier. Let me drive. It's not safe to drive after drinking, no matter how little." "I'm fine, it was just a little," Cheng Tianyuan said. Xue Ling shook her head firmly. "No, safety first. I haven't had any, so I'll drive. You keep an eye on Heng and Huan. Don't let them drink too much. And don't let Heng drive back to the factory. Take them to the apartment." "It's close, just a few steps." Xue's father waved her off. "Don't fuss, just go." Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh, then led the group out. Cheng Tianyuan quietly checked on Yang, who was still fast asleep. He changed his diaper, added another blanket, and left the room. Xue Ling and Xue's father played chess and chatted. Xue Heng and Xue Huan were still eating and drinking, starting to talk nonsense. Worried they'd get too drunk, Cheng Tianyuan made tea for the elders and the brothers. "No need," Xue Heng muttered. "Brother-in-law, we're not drunk." Cheng Tianyuan smiled, took the beer bottles to the kitchen trash. "If you're not drunk, have some tea after eating. It'll help with the grease." Night fell, and the full moon rose in the east. Xue Ling came over. "No more drinking. Let's sober up. Ayuan, is everything cleaned up? Need a hand?" "No need," Cheng Tianyuan said, sweeping the floor. "It's all done. Just need to mop and it'll be spotless." Xue's father came over. "Don't mind the young folks. Let's go out and admire the moon. Ayuan, let's go. We'll be back later." "Dad, Uncle, take some mooncakes and fruit with you," Cheng Tianyuan suggested. "No need," Xue Ling laughed. "We're still stuffed." With that, the 2 brothers went out to enjoy the moon. The younger brother stayed at the table, not moving. Xue Huan kept sipping beer, his head wobbling. Xue Ling, after some tea, felt a bit better. But Huan was worse off. His face flushed, eyes glazed, mumbling nonsense. Xue Ling tried to help Cheng Tianyuan but staggered, so Cheng Tianyuan quickly sat him back down. Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. Almost done? Just sit and relax? Xue Ling laughed, pointing at Cheng Tianyuan. See? Brother-in-law is a real man, can handle everything, inside and out. She Huan stared at Cheng Tianyuan, dazed. Xue Ling, a bit tipsy, got emotional. He runs his own business, supports Ling Ling's career, is filial to his parents and in-laws, and is great with the kids. When Ling Ling's at the factory, he takes care of everything at home. Isn't that amazing? Amazing, Xue Huan slurred, eyes red, choking up. But I can't be like him. Come on, Xue Ling scolded. Don't talk like that. It's mid-autumn, a night for family. No being sad. If you've got something to say, tell me. Your brother's here for you. Xue Huan mumbled. What can you do for me? You won't even let me stay at your apartment. That's different, Xue Ling said, putting down his tea. If she really wants to be with you, when I get my bonus at the end of the year, I'll buy you a place to get married, maybe even a car. Xue Huan was stunned, then gave a bitter smile. If she really wanted to build a life with me, she'd think about me sometimes. I don't think she loves me at all. When we were dating, I did everything for her, listened to her every word. But if I keep doing that now, there's no way we can make it work. Xue Ling pushed the tea toward him and said softly, Drink some first. Clear your head. Brother, I'm very clear-headed, Xue Huan murmured. Xue Ling continued, Just drink the tea first, then talk to me. Right now I can't tell if what you're saying is drunken nonsense or if you really mean it. All right, I'll drink. Xue Huan took a big gulp, let out a satisfied ah, and gazed at the bright moon outside the window. In a low voice he said, Brother, I suddenly miss Mom. I miss Mom too. Xue Ling let out a long breath and said in a muffled voice, I haven't seen her in months. Xue Huan's eyes reddened as he whispered, It's been 8 years for me. Mom's transfer order should be coming soon, Xue Ling comforted him quietly. In another month or two, our family will finally be together again. This new year, we'll finally have a real reunion. That's wonderful, Xue Huan murmured. Back then, during the holidays, Mom and Dad usually had to work. I remember one mid-autumn festival. We had to go to Mom's dorm to celebrate. She was on duty, so we bought mooncakes and fruit, brought them to her dorm, and waited for her for over 3 hours. By the time Mom came back, you and I had already finished all the mooncakes and Dad was snoring on the sofa. Mom went to the kitchen and made a pot of sweet soup, gave us each a bowl, and we drank it happily. We all said it was the best mid-autumn festival ever. I remember. Xue Ling smiled slightly, lost in memory. I was about 10 then, and you must have been 8. I think I was a bit older, Xue Huan explained. I was probably 10, and you were 12. Xue Ling chuckled softly. Maybe so. Cheng Tianyuan, who was tidying up nearby, couldn't help but chime in. Just hang in there a bit longer. Auntie will be here soon. Both brothers laughed. Xue Huan's laughter faded into a sigh. Good thing Mom isn't here, or she'd definitely scold me. Brother-in-law, you don't know. Before I came here this year, I went to see Dad, and he really let me have it. I almost couldn't take it. Xue Ling laughed and said, Don't blame Dad. That's just how he is. He scolds you and lectures you, but it's all for your own good. We didn't understand his intentions before, but now that we're grown, we should. I do understand, Xue Huan said quietly. But it's hard for me. I told her that, for now, all I can offer is a small apartment, a bicycle, and 3 meals a day with meat and vegetables, not expensive Western food every day. She cried and said she regretted coming here with me. Xue Ling frowned slightly and said in a low voice, If that's the case, she can't live with you. Little brother, in life you'll meet many people. Some are destined to just pass through your life. Even if you can't let go, you have to learn to. Brother, we've been together for years. It hasn't been easy, Xue Huan said softly. Dad said the same thing. He said if she can't adapt to life here and I can't support her, then I have to let go. Xue Heng patted his shoulder and said, That's right. Let go. There are plenty of good people out there. If she won't change her mindset and can't stick it out with you, it's better to let her go sooner. Be honest with her. Dragging it out isn't good for you or for her. Xue Huan let out a long sigh and gave a bitter smile. I just hate that I don't have the ability or a rich family to let her spend as she pleases. Come on, Xue Heng said sternly. With the way she spends and looks down on us from the capital, even if you were rich, she'd still look down on you. Maybe you're right, Xue Huan choked up. It's just, we had such a beautiful past. Cheng Tianyuan quietly finished cleaning the floor, poured himself a cup of tea and sat diagonally across from them, sipping slowly. A cool breeze blew in through the window. Xue Heng said softly, No matter how beautiful the past was, it's still the past. You can't live in the past forever. Back then you relied on your family just studying and dating. Now it's different. You've graduated, you're independent, and your family has already given you enough. From now on, you have to earn your own living, and we have to take care of our parents. If you really want to start a family together, you have to take responsibility and live your life. It's not the same anymore, is it? Xue Huan didn't reply, just took another swig of beer. At that moment, a child's cry came from inside the house. Cheng Tianyuan quickly put down his teacup and rushed into the room, coming out with a little one in his arms. Little Yang Yang had just woken up, still groggy, his big, adorable eyes looking around, chubby fists waving, his plump little face nestled against his dad's shoulder, curiously eyeing Xue Heng and Xue Huan. Xue Huan couldn't help but smile and asked, Brother-in-law, how old is he? Almost 2 months, Cheng Tianyuan replied, holding the baby in one arm and grabbing a bottle to make formula with the other. Xue Heng quickly stood up and said with a smile, Here, let uncle hold him. Cheng Tianyuan handed the little one over and hurried off to make the formula. Little Yang Yang, just woken up, looked adorably dazed, his big eyes fixed on Xue Heng and Xue Huan, studying them intently. Xue Huan pinched his chubby cheek, then his pudgy little fist, and whispered, So cute. Xue Heng explained, He's only 2 months old. The little Ranran from earlier is over 2. Raising a child is really hard work. Cheng Tianyuan soon came back, expertly took the chubby baby and started feeding him. With food in his mouth, little Yang Yang focused all his energy on sucking the bottle, not even bothering to look at his uncles, his chubby hands gripping the bottle as he drank eagerly. Xue Heng played with his little feet, then turned to his brother and said, Listen to me and Dad. Go talk to her. The more you try to cut water with a knife, the more it flows. The more you drink to drown your sorrows, the sadder you get. Sometimes you have to be ruthless, cut things off cleanly, or it'll just hurt more as time goes on. Xue Huan didn't look up, just gave a low, Cheng Tianyuan, not wanting to stay silent, said softly, It's really not easy for 2 people to build a family together. Ling Ling and I, one from the north, one from the south. If she hadn't bravely come south to marry me and been willing to shoulder the family responsibilities with me, we wouldn't be this happy. She had a car, a house, and a factory at home, and could eat well every day. When we got married, we couldn't even afford a meal for friends and family, just handed out a few bags of wedding candy. The day after our wedding, she went with me to work in the county. I was so poor then I couldn't bear to buy meat for days, but she never complained. She helped earn money for the family, worked during the day, took side jobs at night, and I worked during the day and carried cargo at the docks at night. Together we slowly built this family, and only then did we get to where we are now. He paused, then added, If she didn't work and I was the only one earning, I could still support her, but the family wouldn't have developed so quickly because most of the family's income was earned by her. But if she'd been picky and looked down on me for being poor, we probably would have split up the day I left for the county. I'm a country guy. I'm practical. I married a wife to live a good life together. Xue Huan was stunned by this and finally nodded slowly. Xue Ling kept the elders company, taking them to the temple to burn incense and then up the mountain to admire the moon. It wasn't until after 8 o'clock that they finally came down. Little Ranran was already sleepy, but Xue Mama and the in-laws were still full of energy, happily chatting away. Xue Ling asked, "Mom, are you coming back with us?" "No," Xue Mama explained. "There's still a pile of things to do at the factory. It's not far from here to the main plant. Just drop me off there first, then you all can go home and rest." "Okay," Xue Ling agreed. Xue Mama smiled. "Mu Hai and Ah Ying haven't been to the factory yet, right? Why not take this chance to go have a look?" "It's not very convenient at night," Cheng Mu Hai said with a smile. "Let's wait until we have some free time and go together. It's getting late and you've been busy lately. You should go home and rest first." "Yes, yes," Liu Ying said, looking with concern at little Ranran, who was yawning and rubbing his eyes. She said gently, "Ranran is sleepy too. We should take him home to bed." "All right," Xue Mama was straightforward. "There'll be other chances." So Xue Ling first drove her own mother back to the main factory, watched her walk through the gate, then turned the car around and headed toward the city center. Cheng Mu Hai looked out the window and couldn't help but praise, "The factory is huge. Look, you can't even see the end of the wall from here." Liu Ying clicked her tongue in amazement, muttering, "It really is big. Look, there are some tall buildings in the distance. Must be 6 or 7 stories high." Xue Ling, who knew the place well, explained, "Mom, those are the workers' dormitories. Both buildings are 8 stories." "It's really a big place, very big," Liu Ying agreed. Little Ranran yawned again and mumbled, "Mommy, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed." While driving, Xue Ling said, "We'll be home soon. Drink some water and lean on Grandma for a nap. Kids don't have the self-control adults do. If they're sleepy, just let them sleep." Liu Ying opened the water bottle and said softly, "Here, have a few sips. The water was hot when we brought it out, but now it's cooled down." "It's fine," Xue Ling said. "As long as it hasn't been sitting too long, it's okay to drink. Tianyuan and Sister Chen never drink warm water, only cool boiled water. It's just a habit, nothing to worry about." Little Ranran had walked a lot with everyone and was already thirsty, so he drank more than half the bottle in one go. "It's cool, I like it," he said. Liu Ying smiled lovingly. "See, after drinking something cool, he's perked up." Sure enough, little Ranran wasn't as sleepy anymore. He climbed up by the window, watching the streetlights flash by outside, excited and wide awake. "By the way, how are Tianyuan and his wife doing now?" Cheng Mu Hai asked with a smile. "We haven't heard from them in a while. Are they doing well?" Xue Ling explained. "They went back to their hometown to start a paper factory. I spoke to them around the New Year. Tianyuan said he was heading north after the holiday to buy equipment. Then in March, Sister Chen called to say their factory was finally starting construction. I congratulated them and wished them good business. I think it was mid-May, yes, just after the Dragon Boat Festival. Tianyuan called to say the factory was just getting started, and both of them were super busy. They had to bring little Tianyu to live at the factory, otherwise they couldn't take care of him." "Starting a factory?" Liu Ying asked, puzzled. "That must make a lot of money, right?" "Starting is always the hardest part," Xue Ling explained. "They used to do sales, never managed a factory before, so it's been tough. You need experienced people to run a factory. It's not that easy to make money. Even just managing the workers was giving Tianyuan a headache." Cheng Mu Hai asked, "Why? The workers don't listen? You pay them, they work, isn't that how it goes?" "Dad, it's not that simple," Xue Ling giggled. "On South Island, it's hot all year round. Feels like summer with a bit of autumn. Tianyuan said the workers there are pretty laid back. They don't want to work 8 hours a day, want high pay, and don't want to work too hard. They have all sorts of demands. It's been driving him crazy." "That's odd," Cheng Mu Hai said. "Don't they want to make money?" "They do, but not if it's too hard," Xue Ling explained. "That's just what Tianyuan told me. I don't know all the details. He's been complaining a lot, saying he regrets investing in the factory. I told him not to worry. Starting out is always tough. Once things settle down, orders and suppliers are stable, the income will stabilize too, and they won't be so busy." "Sounds tough," Liu Ying said quietly. The two of them aren't young anymore. They need to settle down somewhere, stop moving around all the time. Once their income and living situation are stable, it'll be better for the child too. They have a kid now. They have to think about him, right? Exactly, Xue Ling said. The child will need a stable environment for school soon. Cheng Muhai chuckled. It's been almost a year since we saw them. I really miss them. Liu Ying added, Afang went to South Island for the New Year, but she didn't dare leave the group, so she didn't get to see them. Now they're busy with the factory and the kids, so I doubt they'll come to Rongcheng anytime soon. It's fine, Xue Ling said easily. No feast lasts forever. If fate allows, we'll meet again. If we have time this winter, maybe we can take a boat trip to South Island. No way, Liu Ying laughed. Little Yang Yang is still too young. It's not convenient to travel far with him. Just saying, Xue Ling said helplessly. We'll have to wait until these little ones are older before we can travel far. Cheng Muhai laughed. It'll happen soon, don't worry. I still remember when Yuan was just a little guy telling me he wanted to go play in the mud. In the blink of an eye, his son is this big. Time really flies. Now I finally feel that way, Liu Ying said with a mock reproach. Back then, life was so hard and poor, it felt like time crawled by. I'm not like you, Cheng Muhai said. I always felt time went by fast. The two of them couldn't agree, so they fell silent. The streetlights weren't very bright, so Xue Ling didn't dare drive fast. By the time they got home, it was already 9:30. Xue Lan had already taken her two sons back to their own apartment, leaving only Xue Dad and Cheng Tianyuan watching TV. Liu Ying took little Ranran to the bathroom, then they all went to bed. Cheng Muhai showered, then came back out to watch TV. Cheng Tianyuan didn't want to compete for the TV and was tired anyway, so he poured himself a cup of hot water and went to his room. Xue Ling had already showered and was playing with little Yang Yang. Cheng Tianyuan asked suspiciously, When did this little guy wake up? Wasn't he sleeping soundly earlier? I thought he'd sleep until tomorrow. He just woke up, Xue Ling said with a giggle. Probably woke up because his mom was making too much noise. Seeing this, Cheng Tianyuan pinched her pretty cheek. Mama woke up the little one. Come on, Daddy will help you punish Mama. Xue Ling giggled and simply flopped into his arms. Go ahead. Who's afraid of who? I'm not scared at all. Cheng Tianyuan stopped pinching and just held her, soft and fragrant in his embrace. When little Yang Yang saw his dad, he got excited, waving his arms and legs, babbling away, not really saying anything anyone could understand. Usually it was Dad who took care of him, so naturally he was closer to his father. Xue Ling couldn't help but sigh. See, our son only wants you now, not me. Cheng Tianyuan kissed her cheek and comforted her. Once you have more free time and spend a few days with him, he'll want you again soon. Sigh, Xue Ling explained. I called Boss Liao yesterday. He said the landscaping in the neighborhood is all done. They planted a lot of little trees and even some peanut flowers. It's all green and looks great. I told him I don't have time to go back for now, so he can go ahead and start selling with Xiao Chen and the others. No need to wait for me. Will that work? Cheng Tianyuan asked, a little doubtful. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. It has to. We still have orders to rush here and Dad's shoulder isn't better yet. I can't let Mom run such a big factory all by herself. I'm afraid she'll wear herself out. Anyway, the houses are all there, the prices are set, and the ones we want are reserved. As for the rest, as long as the contracts are signed and the money's in, they can be sold off slowly. It'll probably take a month or two to sell them all, Cheng Tianyuan said. Buying a house is a big deal. People can't just decide right away. We've already advertised and opened for tours and reservations, Xue Ling said. It won't be that slow, at most a month and a half. I told Boss Liao the sales office can't stay open forever. It's a waste of resources. We'll put up an ad saying sales are only open for a month and a half, then close. Whatever's left, I'll just keep and rent out. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. What did Boss Liao say? Xue Ling replied, He said they'll probably sell out in a flash, no need to worry about leftovers. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, You've set different prices for different floors and views, so there shouldn't be any units nobody wants. This is only the second development in Rongcheng. The market isn't saturated yet. Lots of people are eager to buy. Xue Ling wasn't worried either, and said quietly, "There's a new investment project in the suburbs, so the number of people moving to Rongcheng will only increase. If people work there, they'll want to buy homes there too. For the next few years, there's nothing to worry about. Once things settle down at the factory, let's go back to Rongcheng together," Cheng Tianyuan suggested. "We can take Dad with us." Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait another 2 months, then we'll go back. Winters here are too cold, not good for the elderly or the kids. Once we finish the winter orders, we'll start on a batch of spring clothes to get ahead. I'll talk to Mom and make sure we don't take too many spring orders. Save some for next year." "All right," Cheng Tianyuan agreed. "Let's do that." Xue Ling, exhausted, collapsed against his chest and said softly, "Everyone's really been run ragged lately." Cheng Tianyuan squinted and smiled dotingly. "You're busy at the factory. I'm busy at home. No one's had it easy." Little Yang kicked out a chubby foot, trying to scoot closer to his parents. Xue Ling grabbed his foot and threatened, "How dare you disrespect your mother, you little rascal! You need a spanking! Dad, come spank him for me!" Cheng Tianyuan laughed and gave the little guy's thigh a playful slap. Yang thought Dad was playing with him and burst into a happy, squinty-eyed smile. Watching her adorable son, Xue Ling said softly, "I think he might be smarter than his brother. When his brother was this age, he didn't play like this. He was always just dazed and confused." Cheng Tianyuan kissed his son's chubby foot and said gently, "That's true. But one thing I know for sure. He's fatter than his brother. When he grows up, he'll probably be a big chubby kid." Xue Ling burst out laughing and pinched her son's cheek. "Hear that? Your dad's worried you'll turn into a little fatty." Cheng Dad shook his head. "No, Daddy's not worried. The fatter you are, the better. Daddy loves chubby kids." "Wrong," Xue Ling said. "Your dad only likes skinny ones." Cheng Tianyuan pinched her waist and teased, "Look at you, you finally put on a little weight and now it's all gone again." Ever since her postpartum month ended, she'd been busy, and the bit of plumpness she'd gained in her face and waist quickly disappeared. Xue Ling pouted. "You don't like it?" I do. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head helplessly. "When you're chubby, I like chubby. When you're skinny, I like skinny. That's more like it." Xue Ling shifted positions, lying on top of him, and lazily hummed, "Yuange, do you miss Rongcheng?" "No," Cheng Tianyuan answered honestly. "Our whole family moved here. Who would I miss? As long as we're all together, anywhere is home." "Well said." Xue Ling nuzzled his neck and whispered, "Wherever you all are, that's home to me." Since her postpartum month, he hadn't dared get too close to her. Lately, she'd been helping at the main factory at night, so they hardly saw each other. Now, with his wife suddenly so affectionate, he couldn't resist. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. The next morning, everyone woke up late. Liu Ying had already made breakfast, but no one was up yet. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling didn't get up until after 7, snuggling for a while before getting dressed and heading out. By then, little Yang was awake. "I'll take care of the little guy," Cheng Tianyuan said. "You eat and then head to the factory. Don't go too late." "Okay," Xue Ling nodded. Liu Ying was in the kitchen picking vegetables. "Last night, your dad and his dad watched TV past midnight. Probably didn't sleep until 1 or 2. Look, they're both still not up." Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. "They're that hooked? They can't even bear to go to bed? I thought the TV station stopped broadcasting at midnight." "No," Liu Ying explained. "I heard there are a couple of channels that run 24 hours, like Animal World and such." Xue Ling shrugged. "Whatever, as long as they're happy. Just make sure little Ranran doesn't watch too much. Don't want to hurt his eyes." "I always know that." Liu Ying patted her chest. "He watches for a bit, then I take him downstairs to play, never more than half an hour." "With you around, I'm totally at ease," Xue Ling said, flattering her at just the right moment. Liu Ying beamed. "Come on, eat more. Today's millet porridge with bean cakes is really good, and a bit of pickles at the end. Delicious! It wasn't easy for the elders, doing housework and looking after the grandkids every day, but getting her daughter-in-law's praise made it all worthwhile. "Thanks, Mom," Xue Ling said, digging in heartily. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed, and it was already mid-September. Autumn in the capital was cool, and by late autumn there was even a hint of chill in the air. Especially around sunrise and after sunset, the autumn wind was bleak and biting, fallen leaves everywhere, making it feel a lot like winter in Rongcheng. After getting up, Cheng Tianyuan covered his youngest son with another small blanket, then dug out some of the children's winter clothes he'd bought a few days ago, planning to have the kids wear light jackets. Liu Ying was already up, simmering millet porridge in the kitchen. Seeing she wasn't wearing much, Cheng Tianyuan reminded her, "Mom, it's really chilly in the morning. Don't be careless." Liu Ying shook her head and said softly, "The doors and windows are all closed. It's not cold inside. But if you go out to the balcony, it's freezing and windy. In the kitchen, I just open a small window for ventilation. It's fine." Cheng Tianyuan said, "You should start wearing the jacket I bought you a few days ago." "I know." Liu Ying shot him a look. "You're always nagging me. Look at yourself. Why are you only wearing a long-sleeve shirt? Put on another layer when you go out to buy groceries." "Okay." There was a big market right across the street from the entrance to Dongfang Garden, where lots of people shopped every day. You could get all the usual meats and vegetables there, but if you wanted rare river or seafood, you had to go to a farther market. Cheng Tianyuan's family wasn't picky and thought seafood was too expensive, so they just ate regular meat. Now that the weather was colder, Cheng Tianyuan bought lamb every few days, sometimes to stew, sometimes to fry, sometimes for hot pot, always changing it up for the elders. Shadad had gained quite a bit of weight. He couldn't even fit into last year's autumn pants. Cheng Tianyuan planned to go out and buy him a bigger pair and pick up groceries at the same time. Since Xue Ling had taken the car, he rarely went out except to shop, and if he needed to go far, he'd take the bus. He found that the bus routes in the capital were much more extensive than in Rongcheng, so even without a car, getting around was easy. After breakfast, the kids woke up one after another. Cheng Tianyuan took care of the little one. Liu Ying took care of the older one, washing faces, changing clothes, feeding milk or millet porridge as needed. Little Ranran could already feed himself, but with the weather turning cold and wearing more clothes, he'd gotten lazy and kept pestering Grandma to feed him, earning several scoldings from Cheng Tianyuan. Today, seeing Dad was there, he didn't dare act up and obediently fed himself. Just then, the phone in the living room rang. Cheng Tianyuan picked up little Yang Yang and went to answer. "Hello? Ahoo! Why are you up so early? Already opened the shop?" The wholesale market is all about the early morning crowd. I usually open up around 6. I just finished breakfast and was thinking of you all, so I gave you a call. How are Godfather and Godmother doing? "They're both well," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "It's autumn here now, getting colder. How about your side?" "Still hot." Ahu laughed. "I was wearing short sleeves yesterday, and even this morning I just threw on a thin shirt. There's this new white shirt that's really popular. Lots of people in the provincial capital are wearing it. Ah, Yuan, I saved one for you." "Thanks," Cheng Tianyuan said, holding his son in one arm and the phone in the other. "But these days, little Yang Yang keeps peeing on me, so I don't dare wear light colors. Shirts and stuff? Better not." "Ha ha 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 ha." Ahu burst out laughing, teasing. "You've got a son to hold. Even if you get peed on 100 times, it's still happiness." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but say, "When you come back, I'll let him pee on you 100 times too, so you can be happy." "Ha ha ha." Ahu laughed even harder. "Once I have a son, I'll be happy." Cheng Tianyuan immediately picked up on the hint. "So, is it all settled?" During the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ahu had returned to Rongcheng with a bunch of expensive gifts, bringing Wang Ting to meet his mother, and also took the chance to visit Wang Ting's family. Wang Ting's mother was very satisfied with Ahu. Her younger brother and sister-in-law also praised him, saying that although he was a bit older, he had a house and a car, and treated their sister with real care. But Wang Ting's mother was still a little worried. She felt Ah Hu was always away, while Wang Ting worked at the Rongcheng newspaper. If her daughter married Ah Hu, they'd have to endure a long-distance relationship, and she couldn't bear to see her daughter suffer. So she hesitated, not wanting to agree too quickly. Ah Hu really liked Wang Qing and wanted to build a happy family with her. But the clothing store he ran with Xue Ling was making a lot of money, over 100,000 yuan a year, which was a fortune in Rongcheng. He promised Wang Ting's mother that if she gave him a little more time, he'd save up enough capital, find a trustworthy partner, and then he could go back to Rongcheng more often. He guaranteed he'd spend at least half the month there and wouldn't let Wang Qing be alone. Wang Ting's mother was moved by his sincerity and finally agreed to let them get engaged, with the wedding to be held at the end of the year or early next year. Not yet, Ah Hu explained. I still haven't found the right person. But Wang Qing and I are engaged now, so it's official. Just waiting for the last piece to fall into place. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, If you really can't find someone trustworthy, just close the shop. You've made plenty these past 2 years with my wife. You have a house, a car, and plenty of savings, plus a share in Dajia Lei. That's more than enough. Where else can you find a business this profitable? Ah Hu said quietly. All the clothes come from your wife's factory, at the lowest wholesale prices, and those bags of beautiful sweaters are the cheapest around. The styles are great and the prices are low. Our shop is the best in the area. I've been here almost 2 years now. How could I bear to give it up? Cheng Tianyuan reminded him. But you can't keep running back and forth between 2 places. That's not good. I'll wait a bit longer, Ah Hu said. If I can find someone capable to run the shop and partner with us, then I can go back to Rongcheng for 2 or 3 days at a time, and it should be fine. Have you talked to my wife about it? Not yet, Ah Hu explained. I called the factory office before, but your wife just told me to expect a batch of seconds to sell off and to set the price myself. I wanted to chat more, but she said she was busy shipping orders and hung up. We haven't split the profits in over half a year, just settled accounts and paid back the capital, but the money hasn't been divided. You need the money? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Ah Hu chuckled. I do want to split it. I spent a lot over the new year and then lent money to a few friends. This year your wife hasn't split the profits and I didn't want to ask, so it's just been sitting in the bank. Last month I used the rest to buy 2 apartments over in Phase 2. Spent a lot, so I'm a bit tight on cash. You bought more apartments? Cheng Tianyuan asked in surprise. Ah Hu replied, Yeah, haven't they been selling those Phase 2 apartments? I bought 2 next to each other, one for my wedding home and one for my mom. The one I have in Phase 1 I'm planning to rent out and let A Qing collect the rent as living expenses for the household. Oh, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help teasing. You've really thought of everything. Ah Hu chuckled and explained. We're planning to get our marriage certificate at the end of the year. As for the banquet and wedding ceremony, we'll probably do that around the new year, when everyone's home and it'll be livelier. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, Got it. By the way, when Ling Ling gets back, I'll tell her to find a chance to split the profits with you, so you're not short on cash. Actually, you don't have to wait or make it complicated. Just take some out if you need it. Would Ling Ling ever blame you? We're all family, and she trusts you the most. Your wife's trust is one thing, Ah Hu said, but I should talk to her first and get her opinion. That's just basic respect. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. All right. When she's back, I'll have her call you. Ah Hu laughed. Thanks for helping me pass on the message. Oh, by the way, A Fang has learned to drive. Last time I went back, I helped her get her license at the traffic bureau. It's all official now. She comes over almost every week to practice, and ever since she started, she drives whenever she has time. Don't spoil her too much, Cheng Tianyuan said seriously. The streets in the provincial capital aren't like Rongcheng. There are way more cars, especially all those cyclists during rush hour. The roads are packed. Ah Hu quickly explained. Don't worry. A Fang is very steady. She drives calmly and never goes fast. Besides, she's still a beginner. I'd never let her drive alone. I'm always with her. You have that much free time? Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. She must be a handful. Doesn't she realize you have to run the shop every day and she's dragging you out to drive and wasting your time? Come on, don't jump to conclusions. Ahu couldn't help laughing. You're always too strict with a Fang. She's changed a lot. Every time she comes, she helps me watch the shop, sweeps inside and out, and helps me pack up goods. Only after I close up, or if there are no customers in the afternoon, does she ask me to take her out to practice. She's smart and learns fast. Since we have a car, she gets plenty of practice and picked it up quickly. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Tell her not to show off. She's still a student. I know, Ahu said. Ever since you became a dad, you talk just like one. A Fang isn't reckless. She only dares drive outside the school and doesn't even tell her classmates. She's very low-key. Every time she comes back, she washes the car until it's spotless, just like new. Cheng Tianyuan felt reassured about his sister, but Ahu had always been like a big brother, doting on the younger ones, so he couldn't help but say a few more words. Is she still baking bread? I heard you got her an oven? She is, Ahu explained. She spends half her weekends baking bread. Some for me, some to take back for her classmates. Last time it rained hard and business was slow, so she made 60 loaves, baking until late at night. I gave some to friends and other shop owners nearby and still had 20 left. I only finished them after 3 days. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Just don't let her forget the skill she worked so hard to learn. At least your money on that big oven wasn't wasted. What are you talking about? Ahu said. It's not wasted at all. I already told her when she has time I want to open a bakery with her. She actually said no, that she could open one herself. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. She's still a student. Studying should be her main focus. Don't tempt her into business. As long as she studies well, she'll have plenty of chances to make money in the future. Life is long. There'll be lots of time for hard work later. He was most afraid his sister would get distracted and forget what she should be doing now. What she needs most now isn't money, but to study hard. The rent from her apartment is enough for her living expenses. Don't let her get so caught up in making money that she loses sight of what's important and ends up with nothing. Ahu pouted. A Fang says it won't affect her studies, but I can't say for sure. It's the 90s now. People's mindsets are changing, and lots of schools even encourage students to get more real-world experience. Which schools? Cheng Tianyuan rolled his eyes. Ahu hesitated. I can't say exactly, but they're all good schools in the provincial capital, even universities. Cheng Tianyuan sighed and said quietly, A Fang is still young. Her personality isn't set yet. Please help us keep an eye on her and don't encourage her to do business. Her studies aren't easy. Let her finish school and get a stable job first. If she has time for other things then, that's fine. Like you said, it's the 90s now. Everyone's talking about investment and entrepreneurship, but I'm afraid she'll get restless and won't be able to focus on her last year and a half of school. Don't worry. I'll help talk to her, Ahu said. Everything can wait until she graduates. That's what everyone wants, and we can't go against it. Remember to tell her, Cheng Tianyuan reminded. I will, Ahu repeated, then hung up. That afternoon, Xue Ling came home, took a shower, and collapsed on the bed, not moving. Cheng Tianyuan brought in a bowl and asked with concern, Tired, honey? Exhausted, Xue Ling said softly. I only slept 4 hours last night. I need to nap for a few hours this afternoon. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, Here, this is a herbal soup to clear your liver heat. Drink it up. What? Xue Ling frowned. What is it? Cheng Tianyuan explained. Your third uncle brought 2 packets of herbal soup yesterday, said it's for you. He said it's late autumn now, the weather's really dry, and people tend to get liver heat. If you stay up late, it gets worse. You'll get a yellow tongue, poor appetite, and so on. Yeah, Xue Ling said softly. My appetite's been pretty bad. Then drink up, Cheng Tianyuan said. I made it especially for you. Hurry and drink it. Xue Ling downed it in one go, wiped her mouth, and said, Not bad, not too bitter. Cheng Tianyuan told her about Ahu's call that morning, explaining, If you have time, Check the accounts with him and split the profits. Don't let him run short on cash. It's not easy for a man doing business out there, and he's getting ready to get married. He really can't be short on money. Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, "No problem. We sold over 200,000 sweaters early this spring, and the other seasons did well too. He should get a pretty good share." Cheng Tianyuan was surprised and couldn't help asking, "You sold over 200,000 sweaters at the start of the year? That many?" "Yeah," Xue Ling explained. "Machine-knitted sweaters have really taken off. People think they're new and trendy, so everyone's scrambling to buy one or two, especially young people. If it weren't for too many orders and Sandling Factory just not being able to keep up, Ahu probably would have wanted another 100,000. Cheng Tianyuan, even more curious, asked, "With over 200,000 pieces, how much do you make on each one?" Xue Ling replied, "We sell at pure factory price and shipping is the cheapest possible. After costs and shipping, even at wholesale, we still make about 2 yuan per sweater. Sweaters aren't cheap in the market. People think they're heavy and thick, so it's normal for them to be a bit pricey, and they sell well." "Wow, that's nearly 500,000, Cheng Tianyuan exclaimed. Xue Ling nodded and explained, "Don't underestimate a small shop. Ahu's 2 stores move a huge volume every year. Our profit comes from quantity, not anything else." Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "So you must have made quite a bit this year?" Xue Ling replied, "I know exactly how much Ahu orders, so I have a rough idea of the numbers. Summer clothes didn't make much, but early spring sweaters and autumn wear were very profitable. Business this year is better and more stable than last year. Now that we're established, we have lots of regular and repeat customers." "So how much is it? Are you embarrassed to say?" Cheng Tianyuan picked up little Yang, laughing. "This is the first time I've asked how much you make, and you're dodging." "Not at all," Xue Ling laughed. "Why would I be embarrassed? I don't know the exact figure, but I estimate it's around 1.5 million this year." Cheng Tianyuan nodded slowly. "And Ahu gets a 10% cut?" "Right," Xue Ling explained. "That's been his share since we started. It's September now, so there are still 3 months left in the year. He'll make another chunk, since business is even better at year's end." Cheng Tianyuan calculated. "So this time when you split profits, he'll get about 150,000. In the next 3 months, maybe another 40 or 50,000. "Shouldn't be a problem," Xue Ling said. "Ahu can probably make 200,000 a year." Cheng Tianyuan clicked his tongue in amazement. No wonder he's so attached to the shop in the provincial capital. The business is great, the profits are high. Even after getting married, he still wants to keep running it. "If there's money to be made, even if it's hard work, no one wants to give it up," Xue Ling laughed. "It's not easy to start a business, and in wholesale we're almost cheaper than buying direct from the factory. The factory doesn't make money off me, so we can make more. Of course Ahu doesn't want to give up such a good money-making chain." Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "But Wang Ting's mom wants him to come back to Rongcheng often. She doesn't want Wang Ting left alone." "Come on," Xue Ling said, not seeing the problem. "Travel is easy now, and Ahu has his own car. It's just over 2 hours to get home. What's the big deal? Besides, Wang Ting isn't a child. She has her own job, and they should respect each other. Why should Ahu be the only one to sacrifice such a profitable business? If it were me, I'd have Wang Ting quit and help at the shop. If she doesn't like it, she could find another newspaper job in the provincial capital. They could be together after work, and since the shop doesn't open at night, it'd be fine." Cheng Tianyuan was at a loss for words, mumbling, "Maybe Wang Ting just can't bear to leave her job at the Rongcheng newspaper." "No," Xue Ling said. "Ahu wouldn't dare ask her to quit. He's planning to do all the traveling himself. He might seem easygoing, but he's totally whipped when it comes to his wife." Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "He really likes Wang Ting, and her mom insisted he come back to Rongcheng or she wouldn't let them get engaged. He's desperate to get married. How could he say no?" Xue Ling waved her hand. "Wang Ting only makes 200 yuan a month, so just over 2,000 a year. In 10 years, that's just over 20,000. In 30 years, with raises and bonuses, maybe 80,000 at most. Ahu makes that in a year. Why should he be the one to sacrifice? Why can't they just do the math and figure it out? Cheng Tianyuan was speechless again. Xue Ling rolled her eyes. Let's be honest. No one's thinking about Ahu. They all think if he wants to get married, he should take on more of the family burden, and it's fine if he sacrifices some work. I bet Ahu hasn't told Wang Qing how much he really makes, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. If the numbers were clear, anyone would know who should compromise. Xue Ling sighed. The main thing is, Wang Qing is an intellectual, and Ahu really respects her work, so he's decided to put her job first. But he doesn't realize, even if Wang Qing didn't work, she could keep writing. She loves writing. She could keep submitting to newspapers or even publish books, right? Cheng Tianyuan laughed. I'm not the one telling Ahu to do this. Why are you taking it out on me? It's my cake, my profits. Of course I'm a little worked up, Xue Ling said, making a mock bow. Sorry, I just can't bear the thought of Ahu giving up those 2 wholesale shops. They're such a gold mine. In the past 2 years, the wholesale clothing shops had brought her nearly 3 million in income. She was still worrying about raising money to build a big shopping mall. How could she give up such a cash cow? Besides, if she handed the shops to someone else, they'd never make as much. Ahu was straightforward and great at making friends. Almost everyone who dealt with him became a repeat customer. If he left, where would she find such a good partner? It just wouldn't work. First, she'd known Ahu for years, and he was family. She trusted him completely. Second, he was someone she could really rely on. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, Honey, why don't you talk to Ahu and then talk to Wang Qing? You two get along well. Maybe she'll listen to you. That still depends on Wang Qing's mom, Xue Ling said in a low voice. I've met her. Her views are, well, pretty stubborn. She's not someone you can just talk around. She'd been widowed young, so she was tough and strong-willed, with very fixed ideas. But if she weren't so tough, she probably couldn't have raised 2 kids on her own. Everything has 2 sides, there's no right or wrong. I'll try, but if it doesn't work, so be it. Cheng Tianyuan played with his son and teased, So you're just going to stop making money? Of course not, Xue Ling said. Even if I can't count on Ahu, I'll just hire someone to watch the shop. I'll still make money, just not as much. When will you get in touch with Ahu? He seems a bit anxious for cash, Cheng Tianyuan asked. I'm not giving him the money just yet, Xue Ling said. After asking her questions, Xue Ling chuckled softly. Ahu, I heard that Wang Qing's mother hopes you'll move back to Rongcheng in the future, so you and your wife won't have to live apart, and you can take care of the family. Is that right? Yes. Ahu sighed quietly and explained, Sis, I already talked to Yuan about this before. I wanted to discuss it with you, but never got the chance. Her mom says Wang Qing is a gentle girl, and if we're going to build a family, I need to take on more responsibility and look after her. If we're separated long-term, there's no way I can take care of her. Xue Ling asked again, So you're trying to find a compromise? I haven't found one yet, Ahu said quietly. I told her mom I'd try to find someone to help run the shop, so I could come back to Rongcheng 2 or 3 days a week. I know a lot of people here, but they all have their own jobs and can't help. If I just hire someone random, I can't trust them. Every shipment is worth hundreds, sometimes thousands or even tens of thousands. If I don't have someone reliable and they run off with the money, where would I find it? I'd lose everything. Xue Ling laughed and said, You've thought it through, so I'll be honest. If you're not there to keep an eye on the shop, it just won't work. Even with someone trustworthy, the profits won't be the same. Employees on a salary just don't have the same motivation as someone with a share. Sooner or later, they'll slack off, and the shop will lose money and close. Ahu fell silent on the other end. Xue Ling continued, Let's not worry about this for now. After you get married, we'll figure it out. If you can't help with the shop, I'll just have to close it. You know I don't have time to run a store myself. Sis, after getting married, it's not good to be separated all the time, Ahu said quietly. Xue Ling quickly replied, Of course I understand. I'm just wondering if Wang Qing could compromise a little, make things easier for you. After all, you earn so much more than she does, right? I haven't dared bring that up, Ahu said with a wry smile. Her mom is really strict. I'm afraid she'll object to me and Wang Ting, so I just went along and said I'd move back to Rongcheng. Xue Ling also smiled wryly. So what would you do in Rongcheng? Keep driving long haul? Or go back to the traffic bureau? Ahu sounded troubled. Sis, honestly, I don't want either. Driving long haul meant being away for 10 days or half a month at a time, which didn't fit his future mother-in-law's requirements. He still had his position at the traffic bureau and could go back any time. But he was never the type to sit still. The thought of sitting at a desk for hours every day waiting for a paycheck and counting every penny, he'd rather die. Xue Ling asked, So, what do you want to do? Have you thought about it? Not really, Ahu said gloomily. Sis, I'm really stuck. A career is so important for a man. It's just as important for a woman, Xue Ling interrupted. If it's important for women, it's even more so for men. Yeah, Ahu said, troubled. But Wang Ting's mom says her job is very stable, and she'll have a pension when she retires, so she won't let her quit. She works 6 days a week and can't leave Rongcheng. If we don't want to live apart, I have to move back. Xue Ling said, How about this? I have a compromise that might help. If it works, great. If not, just take it as a suggestion. Sis, tell me, Ahu said anxiously. I'm really stuck. If you can help, that'd be amazing. Xue Ling chuckled softly. Yesterday I went to the bank to pay a supplier for the textile factory, and while I was there I checked our total balance. After deducting last month's inventory costs, we have about 1.5 million left. That much? That's great! Ahu got excited. Xue Ling said quietly, Based on our split, you'll get 150,000. Thank you, sis, Ahu laughed. That's more than enough for the wedding. It's definitely enough, Xue Ling said. And with 2 more months of business before the end of the year, you'll probably get at least 180,000. My suggestion is use 30,000 for the wedding and use the remaining 150,000 to buy property, whether in Rongcheng or the provincial capital, as long as you can manage it. Once you buy, rent them all out and let Wang Ting collect the rent. Then talk to her about taking a leave of absence from the newspaper, keeping her job on hold, and coming with you to the provincial capital to help with the shop. She's a writer. She loves writing. I can't ask her to do that, Ahu said quietly. Xue Ling replied, She doesn't have to help at the shop. She can keep writing, submit her work to the newspaper, or publish books. She'd just be writing in the provincial capital, living with you. Her job would be on hold, so her mom wouldn't worry. Plus, she'd have a steady rental income of 1,000 or 2,000 a month, so she could write in peace. You'd open the shop in the morning and close in the afternoon, just like a regular job. That's a great idea, Ahu said excitedly. 150,000? That's enough for several apartments, a few in the provincial capital, a few in Rongcheng, plus the 2 I already bought. That's hundreds, maybe over 1,000 a month in rent. She keeps her job, can write freely, and can come live with me in the provincial capital. This is perfect. Xue Ling laughed and reminded him, You can even tell your mother-in-law that all these properties are for Wang Ting. She can sell or rent them as she likes. You'll keep making money with me, over 10,000 a month, so there's no worry about buying more in the future, right? Exactly, Ahu said. This time I bought 2 big apartments in Wangjiangyuan Phase 2 for just a few thousand each, not even 10,000 total. Xue Ling breathed a sigh of relief. All right, talk it over with Wang Ting and have her discuss it with her mom. Will do, Ahu said happily. Sis, you always have a way. Oh, not really, Xue Ling said in a low voice. It's just a suggestion. You'll have to handle the details yourself. I'm a woman, so I understand the anxiety and uncertainty of getting married. I get where Wang Ting's mom is coming from. She just wants her daughter to have a stable life after marriage. It's all out of love. Ahu couldn't help but laugh. Sis, are you sure you understand? You may be a woman, but you're bolder than most men. Oh, get out of here, Xue Ling said. I'm a gentle little woman. Yuanye knows me best. It's getting late. I'll hang up now. I'll wire you the money first thing tomorrow. Check your account in a day or 2. Okay, thanks, sis, Ahu said happily. By late September, all the winter clothing orders had been completed. Xue Ling thought for a moment and called Hu to discuss how many winter clothes the wholesale shop in the provincial capital could sell over the next 2 months. Hu replied, "Sis, after this it's almost New Year. Last year during this same period we sold over 300,000 pieces. It was the hottest time of the year. This year we have more customers, and they're more stable. I think we can take on 2 or 3 more orders, at least 500,000 pieces." Xue Ling laughed. "Where does all this confidence come from?" "I've got it," Hu said. "Our wholesale numbers this year are better than the same period last year. My confidence isn't baseless. It's experience. Sis, is the factory going to keep producing winter clothes?" "All the winter orders are done," Xue Ling said. "There aren't any spring designs yet. Once we finish our orders, the factory will stop for a while." "Are the spring designs all provided by customers?" Hu asked. "Not all," Xue Ling replied. "Some are submitted by designers, some by customers, but most are brought in by the customers themselves. Who knows what will be trendy next year?" Hu chuckled. "A few days ago, the wholesale market here had a short meeting to talk about next year's trends. They said foreign styles will be big, and that people are always copying them." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "I'll talk to Secretary Xiao Chen. She's in touch with all the designers. Foreign styles aren't bad, and sometimes we need to be open to new things. If we add some local touches, we can make it our own." "I don't really get all that," Hu admitted. "But from what I see, most people here are practical and pretty conservative. Take housewives. They have to cook and clean, so even if they want nice clothes, they need something suitable for daily chores. Not long ago, someone said the necklines were too low, and some conservative women wouldn't buy them. They were afraid people would gossip." "You're right," Xue Ling agreed. "Our styles have been new, but still conservative and comfortable. We haven't done much with things like cinched waists or bust lines, but that might change. I talked to my mom, and next year we want to try making some pretty dresses for young women, just for teens and women in their 20s, not for everyone." "Just for young women?" Hu asked. "Exactly. Very targeted. Just for people in their teens and 20s, Xue Ling explained. "That's the age when girls love to look good and are willing to spend money." Hu laughed. "Then let's give it a try. No single style fits everyone. Having targeted products is a big step forward." "We'll see how it goes," Xue Ling said. "I talked to my mom, and this year I'll pick the designs myself. She told me to handle it. She's tired and wants a break." "Sis, I called Yuan a couple days ago, and he said you're probably heading back to Rongcheng next month, right?" Hu asked. Xue Ling replied, "Once we finish shipping our orders, we'll stop for a while. It's getting colder every day, and the kids and elders aren't used to it. We want to head south before winter really sets in." "That's great," Hu said. "I'll get in touch with our big clients. If they can come pick up goods quickly, we'll have space. If not, I'll rent another shop nearby for storage." "Do what you think is best," Xue Ling said. "I'll send 3 styles over, 100,000 pieces each trip. There might be a few days between shipments. I'll contact you about the delivery times." "2 factories working together is really fast," Hu laughed. 100,000 pieces in just a few days. The speed is amazing." Xue Ling laughed. "That's only possible with enough workers and machines." After finishing business, they quickly started chatting about personal matters. Hu said cheerfully, "I went back to Rongcheng and talked to Wang Qing. She agreed that it's not fair for me to always be the one compromising for her job, especially since I earn so much more. She said as long as she can keep writing and be with me, everything else is negotiable. Her mom was happy when she heard I was buying so many apartments for Wang Qing. She even said she envies you, sis, for having over 20 properties and collecting so much rent every month. If Qing could be like you, her mom wouldn't worry at all." Xue Ling asked, "So it's all settled?" "Yes, after we get married at the end of the year, Qing will apply for a leave of absence," Hu said. "When I went back, I took her to look at apartments in Phase 2. Boss Liao knows I'm family, so he showed me several. I bought 10 at once, all under Qing's name." "That's great," Xue Ling asked. "Do you still have enough money? If not, I can lend you some." "I'm good," Hu said happily. "I'm planning to buy some in the provincial capital too. They're more expensive and smaller, but there are more renters. Smart move, Xue Ling said. If you have the money, I'd support buying in the provincial capital. The value will go up, and the rent is better. It'll hold its value in the future. I'm looking whenever I have time, but haven't bought yet, Ah Hu said. I plan to get a few. One for us to live in, the rest to rent out. I told Ching all the rent will go to her, no matter how much. Xue Ling clicked her tongue. That must make her feel so sweet inside, right? Sis, don't tease us, Ah Hu laughed. Ching is shy. Don't tease her in person or she'll get embarrassed. All right. I know you can't bear to see her embarrassed, Xue Ling said. I'm off to handle orders. We'll call you later. When we're back in the south, we'll meet up and talk more. Okay. Bye, sis. The weather got colder by the day, and soon it was early October. The ground was covered in golden leaves, and the north wind made everyone's skin dry. After washing her face, Xue Ling quickly put on some cold cream. Run, where are you? Come here. Mommy will put some cream on you. Cheng Tianyuan came over with their younger son and explained, He went downstairs with Mom. I already put cream on him this morning. Don't worry. Little Yang was already 3 months old and could just about hold his head up looking around. He loved being held by his dad the most because Dad's shoulders were broad and he could lie on top, staring around with his big, curious eyes. Xue Ling puckered her lips at him, and as soon as she started playing, he broke into a wide, toothless smile. His little mouth was pink and adorable. Xue Ling asked, Yuange, did you get all the tickets? Cheng Tianyuan patted his son's chubby little bottom and said gently, I booked them all yesterday. The tickets are for the day after tomorrow at 11 in the morning. We'll get to the provincial capital a little after 1. Xue Ling couldn't help asking, There weren't any tickets for tomorrow? No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. They only run 2 trains every 2 days now, not 1 every day since it's the off-season. At the end of the year, they'll go back to 2 trains a day. Xue Ling chuckled softly. It's fine. 1 day doesn't make a difference. Little Yang put his chubby hand in his mouth and started sucking sweetly. Cheng Tianyuan saw him drooling as soon as he sucked his fingers and couldn't help pulling his little hand away. Here we go again. He's learned to suck his fingers these days. If you're not watching, he's at it again like it tastes amazing. Of course it does, Xue Ling said with a smile. My mom always says, that's a baby's own big drumstick. If he doesn't gnaw on it a bit, that's already pretty good. Cheng Tianyuan said, If he had teeth, he'd be biting down already. Xue Ling giggled. Are my dad and your dad watching TV again? No, they said they were going to the mall in Rongcheng to shop, Cheng Tianyuan said. I wanted to drive them, but they insisted on taking the bus, so I let them. Xue Dad's shoulder had fully healed, but no one dared let him carry things or lift anything heavy, except for holding his little grandson. Cheng Tianyuan said, We've pretty much finished packing here. By the way, Uncle Xue Ling heard we're heading south and said he wants to treat us to dinner tonight. I turned him down. Why'd you turn him down? Xue Ling said with a wry smile. I haven't eaten out in ages. Shouldn't we take the chance for a good meal? No way, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Little Yang needs to pee, then he needs milk. Eating out would be a hassle. Don't think we could actually sit down and enjoy a meal with him. If he wakes up and cries, you won't be able to eat at all. I wouldn't, Xue Ling admitted. So, what did you tell Uncle Xue Ling? I told him to come here for dinner instead, and I'll make fried lamb slices again. He said Ah Heng and his brother will come too, so I should make extra. That's not hard to make, right? Xue Ling asked. Not at all. We've been eating it a lot lately. The only tricky part is the sauce. Everything else is easy. Just fry it, sprinkle some cumin powder, and it's done. I'll go buy a leg of lamb in a bit. You watch Yang. No problem, Xue Ling said, laughing as she patted her son's bottom. Mama finally has time to stay home and hold you. Let's get our fill of cuddles. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help asking, Everything's settled at the factory? When's Mom coming over? She's checking the cleaning, Xue Ling replied. She still has to sell off some odds and ends, but she should finish today. Don't you need to help? Are all the workers gone? Cheng Tianyuan asked. No, Xue Ling explained. Some workers are from out of town and still need to stay. The local ones have gone home. There aren't any spring orders yet, so we're giving everyone a month off. Don't worry, the accountant and secretary are still working, and a few security guards are on duty. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. What about Ah Heng? Does the branch factory still have orders? Yes, Xue Ling said. He's got a few small export orders and is working on those. The main factory doesn't need his help, so he's not busy. When I settled accounts with him yesterday, he gave me a bottle of imported moisturizer. The scent is really nice. Cheng Tianyuan thought of his brother Xue Huan and asked quietly, By the way, how's Ah Huan's fiancé doing? Not much to say, Xue Ling replied. She started working at the foreign language college Uncle Zheng introduced her to. The pay is over $200 a month plus bonuses, and she has a dorm classroom. They're not fighting anymore? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Xue Ling shrugged. I don't really know. She's busy with work, and so is Ah Huan. They only see each other once every few days, so there's no time to fight. I heard from Ah Heng yesterday that Lena really likes her job. Her colleagues and students enjoy talking with her, and she gets along well. When Ah Huan isn't on duty, he goes to see her, and when she's done with class, she comes to find him. They take the bus back and forth. There are lots of student activities, and Lena is often invited to join. Everyone treats her like a star. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. That's much better. She has her own career, colleagues, and friends to talk to. As long as she wants to adapt, their future should be good. After listening to advice from his father and older brother, Xue Huan had talked to Lena, explained his financial and family situation, and suggested breaking up. Lena was heartbroken at the idea, but in the end, she told Xue Huan she wanted to try adapting to life here. She started eating Chinese food in the cafeteria with him, going out for noodles and dumplings and trying all kinds of snacks. She quickly grew to love Chinese food and even told Xue Jilan how cheap and tasty it was, and that she wanted to learn to cook it herself. Xue Jilan knew his son truly cared for her, and since he was a sentimental person, as long as the young couple got along, he wouldn't try to break them up. His wife's transfer order hadn't come through yet, so she was still in the provincial capital. When he got off work early, he'd invite his youngest son and Lena out for dinner to spend more time together. Sometimes he'd bring the young couple over to see what a traditional family's harmony looked like. Lena loved Liu Ying's braised meat. Last time she ate a huge piece of braised beef in one go. Xue Ling shrugged and said quietly, Foreigners value privacy more than we do. When it comes to couples, it's best not to ask too much. If they come over, we just treat them to a good meal. If you're curious, you can ask Uncle Jilan in private. After all, we're just concerned. I am a little curious, Cheng Tianyuan admitted. There aren't many foreigners here in the capital, and it's rare for one to be a daughter-in-law. Rarity makes things precious. So that's why you care so much? Xue Ling teased. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. It's concern, not curiosity. After all, they're Uncle Jilan's son and daughter-in-law, and we're related by blood. Of course I care. Xue Ling laughed. You should care more about my stomach. I've been eating cafeteria food every day. Hurry up and make me something good. Cheng Tianyuan patted his son's back and said gently, All right, I'll leave the little guy with you and head to the market. I promise you'll eat your fill. Come here, little one. Daddy's done with you. Now it's Mama's turn. Xue Ling laughed, taking her younger son. Cheng Tianyuan grabbed the car keys and hurried downstairs. Just as he reached the entrance to the complex, he ran into Third Uncle Xue. The old man didn't look well and was walking very slowly. Third Uncle? Cheng Tianyuan called out. Third Uncle Xue squinted at him, then broke into a smile. So it's a Yuan. Where are you off to? I was just about to go in and find your father-in-law. I heard you're heading back to Rongcheng, so I came to see you off. Cheng Tianyuan noticed something was off about his expression and couldn't help asking, Uncle, are you all right? The two dads went out shopping. They said they wanted to bring some local mushrooms and smoked pork back to Rongcheng. Third uncle looked a bit tired and said quietly, I feel a little dizzy. Cheng Tianyuan quickly helped him sit on a stone bench under the trees. Uncle, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Not exactly, third uncle said with a wry smile. I didn't sleep at all last night, and I've been running around since this morning. My head's a bit fuzzy. Did something upset you? Why couldn't you sleep? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Third uncle sighed. It's family stuff. I was living comfortably in my old courtyard house, but a few days ago, a strong wind knocked down a dead tree that had been there for years. It crashed right into my kitchen and put a big hole in my room. I called my sons, and they quickly found some workers to take a look. But the workers said it can't just be patched up. The whole place is too old. If I want to live there safely, the entire roof needs to be redone. Cheng Tianyuan blurted out, Uncle, then you should just take the chance to renovate everything. But, third uncle gave a bitter smile. That's my only home. My sons all have their own families, and their places are just big enough, not much extra space. If I move in, it'll be inconvenient. My sons said I could stay with them for a while, but daughters-in-law aren't the same as sons. They suggested I rent a place nearby for now. My sons say one thing, my daughters-in-law say another, and they even started arguing. I just wanted to live quietly on my own, but now, before I've even moved, the younger generation is already fighting. It really hurts. He sighed deeply. When you get old and your spouse is gone, all you want is some peace and quiet. But when there's arguing, my head just aches. When I'm upset, nothing feels right. I haven't slept well for 2 nights, and I feel completely drained. Cheng Tianyuan comforted him. Don't feel bad. Come, let me help you upstairs for a rest and a cup of hot tea. You'll feel better. Third uncle nodded. Cheng Tianyuan didn't want to comment too much. Every family has its own troubles, and even the happiest families have their share of worries. He helped the old man upstairs and made him a cup of hot tea. Xue Ling handed the sleeping Yang to her husband. You take him in for a nap. I'll chat with Uncle for a bit. Cheng Tianyuan took their son to bed, then headed out to the market for lamb. Xue Ling made herself a cup of tea and sat with the old man. Uncle, how about this? Move in with us for now. Our place isn't far from your courtyard, and there's plenty of space. No need, third uncle smiled. Why move in with you when I don't even want to move in with my own kids? What he needed wasn't just a place to stay. He was upset by all the arguing among his children. I'm not as well off as your family, but I can still afford to buy another place if I need to. I just feel stifled. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. What's wrong? Both your sons are successful, have happy families and children of their own. Isn't that good? Third uncle shook his head with a wry smile. You only know half the story. My sons are both bookish, gentle types, but your 2 sisters-in-law are both tough characters. The brothers get along well, but the sisters-in-law are always competing, sniping at each other during holidays. This time, when my sons said they'd take me in for a while, the daughters-in-law started arguing, saying if I stay, it has to be split exactly in half, not a day more or less at either house. How can you split things so precisely? Since Yuan was just a nephew-in-law, he didn't want to say too much and air family troubles, but Xue Ling was thoughtful, and with no one else around, he wanted to talk and get it off his chest. Xue Ling finally understood and said softly, Uncle, your daughters-in-law are just being petty with each other, not with you. You have to see the real situation. As far as she knew, both cousins worked regular jobs, one at a hospital, one at the Civil Affairs Bureau, honest, reliable men. She didn't know the sisters-in-law well, only that they were educated and had formal jobs. Third uncle nodded as if her words hit home. Yes, that's true. Both my sons are very filial, especially since their mother passed away. They visit me every week, and the whole family gathers at the courtyard for holidays. Lots of laughter, the kids all playing together. But the sisters-in-law are always competing, never really getting along, always nitpicking. I try to turn a blind eye, but this time they really got to me. He waved his hand. If I could split myself in 2, they'd each take half home. They want to split the days exactly, but even the workers can't say how long the renovations will take. How am I supposed to plan? Am I supposed to predict the future? Isn't that just making things hard for me? I don't think they mean to make things hard. Xue Ling said with a smile. They just don't want the other to get an advantage. Uncle, you know how it is. When there are several children, there's always comparison and competition, especially between sisters-in-law from different backgrounds. It's hard to get along perfectly under one roof. They all live far apart, third uncle explained. That's why, ever since they got married, they've lived separately. Only during holidays does everyone gather. But this whole thing has really gotten me down these past few days. Xue Ling asked gently, How long will the renovations take? Have you packed everything up yet? Third Uncle Xue replied, The workers won't be available for another 5 or 6 days. I've been slowly packing up these past couple of days, and I'm pretty much done. Some medical books and collectibles have been sent to my eldest son's place. Household items and appliances my second son helped pack and took to his house. He gave another bitter smile. Wouldn't you know, yesterday the 2 daughters-in-law started complaining again. The second son's wife said, Why are all the collectibles at the eldest's place? Those are valuable. The eldest's wife wasn't happy either, saying, The household stuff is practical, and the second son's family will use it all up. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. Uncle, if people want to nitpick, there's always something to argue about. That's just how it is. Third uncle laughed too. I said, why not just swap them? But then neither of them said a word. My sons were both annoyed and scolded their wives in private, but it doesn't change anything. Xue Ling shook her head. Uncle, just keep quiet and let your sons handle their wives. Exactly, third uncle said. I only ever teach or scold my own sons. I can't say a word to my daughters-in-law. There's a difference in blood, and if there's a rift, it's hard to mend. That knot in the heart, you know? I know, Xue Ling nodded. Sometimes I disagree with my mother-in-law, but I never say anything directly. I let Yuan handle it quietly. If my mom scolds me, I forget it in a minute, but if my mother-in-law scolded me, I'd probably get upset on the spot and feel wronged for days. That's exactly it. Third uncle smiled. You're smart, Ling Ling, and you know how to handle these things. There's a lot to learn about getting along in a family. Life is full of lessons. Xue Ling rubbed her fingers and said softly, Uncle, you're actually in a good position. You have your own pension and don't need to ask your children for money. That alone puts you ahead of many elderly people. If you had to rely on your kids for every meal, could you still stand so tall and proud? No way, third uncle said. There's a saying. If you eat from someone else's hand, your mouth is short. If you take from someone else, your hand is short. That's true even in your own family. Xue Ling smiled and said quietly, So you really don't need to feel bad. If you don't want to live with them, then don't. Third uncle said, troubled, I just don't know where to go. The weather's getting colder and I can't just wander around outside. If I rent a place, I might not get used to it and I won't have anyone to talk to. Most of my things are at my second son's house now, so I'll probably stay there for a while. When the renovations are halfway done, I'll move to my eldest's place. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, Uncle, why not go travel for a few days? No, third uncle said with a wry smile. Traveling alone, seeing the sights by myself, people would think I'm a vagrant. Xue Ling suggested, Why not come south with us? I'll cover your round-trip airfare, food, and lodging. Where in the south? Third uncle seemed a little tempted. The weather there probably isn't winter yet, right? To my place, Xue Ling said, in Ronghua City. Just pack a few clothes and come with us for half a month. When my parents are ready to come back, you can come back with them. No, third uncle laughed. That would be too much trouble. I'm just an old man. I can't impose. Not at all, Xue Ling said. You've met my in-laws, right? They're very hospitable. Honestly, I have dozens of apartments in Rongcheng. Besides the ones rented out, there are still plenty of brand new empty ones. If you want to stay with my parents, there's a spare room. If you want peace and quiet, pick any apartment you like, big or small, it's up to you. Third uncle was tempted, but still a bit hesitant. I've always wanted to go south. I've heard winters there are short and there's not much snow, but my legs aren't great. I can't climb stairs. They're all elevator buildings, Xue Ling said with a smile. Even if you live on the 20th floor, just press a button and you're there in seconds. The buildings are new by the river with great views. Third uncle chuckled. You're making it sound so good. I'm really tempted. If you're tempted, why not just do it? Xue Ling said. Pack some clothes and come with us the day after tomorrow. Third uncle fell silent, thinking it over. He'd been coming over a lot lately and really enjoyed a yuan and his mother-in-law's cooking. The whole family was warm and welcoming. Plus, his brother Xue Wu could play chess with him, and his in-law knew a bit too. Sometimes they'd play cards, chat, watch TV. The days were comfortable. Now his brother and sister-in-law were heading south to help with the grandkids and would be gone for a month or two. He thought of his 2 daughters-in-law, always bickering, and couldn't help but sigh. Xue Ling encouraged him. It's easy to get tickets now. Just give me your ID number and I'll book it right away. It's the off-season, so there's a flight every other day. Third uncle chuckled. Let me think about it a bit more. A while later, Xue Dad and Cheng Muhai came back. When they heard third uncle was renovating his house and Xue Ling had invited him to stay in Rongcheng, Xue Dad laughed. What's there to think about? Come with us. You'll love it. Cheng Muhai said, We've got plenty of space and houses, enough for 100 people. We can play chess, walk by the river, grill fish and lamb by the water. Exactly, Xue Dad said. It's spacious, the food is great, and there's so much variety. Just treat it like a vacation. If you don't like it, a yuan can take you to the airport and you'll be back in half a day. Hearing this, third uncle finally agreed. I was just afraid of being a bother. Otherwise, I would have said yes to Ling Ling ages ago. I've always wanted to see the South, but never had the chance. Now, with all your encouragement, I can't resist anymore. You're already in your 70s or 80s. If you don't go now, when will you? Xue Dad said. Take this chance and come with us, Cheng Muhai called out. A yuan, come here. Call and book a ticket for third uncle. He's coming to Rongcheng with us. 2 days later, the whole group set off for the airport. Xue Heng and Xue Jilan came to see them off, helping with the luggage and giving everyone a ride. There were too many people for one car, and their own car couldn't be left at the airport, so they asked Cheng Tianyuan to help with transportation. Xue Ling held her older son, and Cheng Tianyuan carried the younger one. Both rode in Cheng Tianyuan's car. On the way, Cheng Tianyuan reminded her, Xiao Xue, you still have quite a bit of money with me. If you ever need it, just let me know and I'll get it to you. I probably won't need it until next year, Xue Ling replied cheerfully. If you need it for something urgent, just use it first. Don't stand on ceremony. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. No way. I'm afraid if I use it, I won't be able to pay you back later. Xue Ling laughed too, lowering her voice. The factory's over there. The machines are running every day. I'm not worried about you paying me back. After chatting for a while, the conversation turned to plans for next year. My wife keeps nagging me to build a little villa, Cheng Tianyuan said. I told her the earliest is the end of this year, the latest is next year. I hope we can wait until after the new year, then tear down the old factory and clear the land. After that, we can discuss how to divide it and what to build. You have a quarter share, Xue Ling said after thinking. I heard there's a section of moat behind it. If you want to build a villa, maybe it's better to be closer to the back? If you like another spot, I'm fine with that too. We're all easy to get along with. Cheng Tianyuan, who was famously henpecked, explained, I have to check with my wife. Whatever she says goes. The kids are all teenagers, so they can't make decisions yet. She's in charge of everything at home. Xue Ling giggled. That's because you love your wife and respect her, so she gets to make the decisions. No, I'm just a wife's slave, Cheng Tianyuan laughed. She says east, I don't dare go west. Everyone laughed. Xue Ling thought it was best to be upfront about her own plans. Uncle, I've already told you, I want to build a tall building for a big shopping mall. That land is nice and square, really suitable. I hope Auntie can give me a little leeway when the time comes. I know, Cheng Tianyuan said. That spot is right in the city center, and the commercial value will only go up. You building a mall is a great thing. We just want a small villa with a little garden, as long as it's convenient. I have no other requirements." Hearing this, Xue Ling felt relieved. Whether or not his wife agreed, at least Cheng Tianyuan himself was cooperative. Back when they bought the land, he couldn't afford it, and she could have bought it all herself. But she thought he needed a place for a villa and they were all friends, so she didn't want to leave him out. But since she owned 3/4 of the land, she couldn't give up her own interests. "My next big investment is this shopping mall. I hope what I've earned these past 2 years will be enough. Once it's built, our whole family will probably move to the capital since the kids will need to start school." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Building a mall is a huge project. It'll probably take 2 or 3 years." "Probably," Xue Ling sighed. "We'll go back to Rongcheng first, and after the new year we'll talk again. Uncle, don't underestimate that old factory. Those old machines and thick iron sheets outside could fetch a decent price." "Definitely," Cheng Tianyuan said. "At least the demolition will pay for itself." They chatted all the way to the airport. Some people handled the luggage, others took care of the kids, checked in, went through security, and finally, after an hour, boarded the plane. A little over 2 hours later, they landed at the provincial capital's airport. Cheng Tianyuan said, "Let's head to the exit. I told Ah Hu yesterday. He and Ah Fang are coming to pick us up." "Ah Fang's coming too?" Liu Ying exclaimed. "Doesn't she have class?" Xue Ling, holding the sleeping Yang Yang, said, "It's Sunday. She's off." "Oh, right. I don't even know what day it is anymore," Liu Ying laughed. "Ever since she stopped going to school, I only remember the lunar dates." Xue Mom smiled wryly. "Now, when we ship goods, we just write the numbers. I don't even know the date anymore." Third uncle unwound his scarf and laughed. "Just off the plane and I'm already hot. The South really is different. Even in winter, the sun is so strong." Chung Muhai said, "Most winter days are sunny. When a cold front comes, it gets cold for a few days, but if not, it's all sunshine." "Wonderful," third uncle said sincerely, squinting up at the sun. Xue Dad wanted to help with the luggage, but everyone was worried his shoulder hadn't fully healed, so they just had him hold little Ranran's hand and do nothing else. At the arrivals exit, they saw Ah Hu and Cheng Tianfang waiting outside, waving excitedly. Cheng Muhai introduced proudly, "Third brother, that's my godson. He's tall, cheerful, and a really good guy. He's running a wholesale clothing business in the capital now, and it's going great." Third uncle smiled. "He looks great. So tall. Your daughter's tall too, about the same height as Ling Ling, right?" "About the same," Cheng Muhai said. "If she were any taller, she'd be taller than her sister-in-law." Cheng Tianfang laughed and ran over, scooping up little Yang Yang and kissing his hair. Ah Hu greeted everyone, then picked up little Ranran and swung him onto his shoulder. Cheng Tianfang pulled out a big bag. "Everyone must be hungry. Have some bread to tide you over. Ah Hu's taking us all out to eat." "We're going for creek fish," Xue Dad said excitedly. "That riverside restaurant is still open, right? Their fish is amazing. We still think about it." Ah Hu grinned. "I called ahead. They're already preparing the fish. As soon as we get there, we can eat." "Great! Ah Hu really thinks of everything." Don't be fooled by Ah Hu's rough appearance. He's actually very thoughtful. He doesn't fuss over details, but he never misses the important stuff. "By the way, I heard Ah Hu is engaged now. Is that true?" Xue Mom asked, curious. Ah Hu blushed and smiled. "Yes, we got engaged after Mid-Autumn Festival. She's from Rongcheng, grew up there. She and Ling Ling are good friends and used to be colleagues. She still works at the newspaper, writes articles and books, and is one of the editors-in-chief." "Wow, a real talent. Perfect match," Xue Mom said. "When we get to Rongcheng, I have to meet her." "Wang Qing lives right downstairs from us now, very close," Xue Ling reminded her. "Mom, don't you remember? When I had little Ranran, she came over twice." "Oh, I remember now. Such a pretty, gentle girl," Xue Mom said quickly. "Ah Hu, congratulations! You two are a perfect match." Ah Hu couldn't stop grinning, thanking everyone one by one. "I knew there'd be a lot of people today, so luckily we brought 2 cars. Ah Fang can drive now, and she's really steady. Come on, everyone get in. Have some bread to tide you over, and we'll head out for creek fish." Xue Dad leaned over to third uncle and said quietly, "That creek fish is really delicious. The fish are raised right in the stream, and when customers order, they catch the fish fresh from the water and cook it right away. The owner is a fantastic chef. There's not a hint of fishy smell, just pure freshness. After eating there twice, I can't stop thinking about it. Third uncle chuckled. You're making my mouth water. Let's go, I can't wait to try it. Everyone got into the cars and followed Hu's lead. Cheng Tianyuan and his parents rode in their own jeep, with Cheng Tianfang driving. Liu Ying watched her daughter drive confidently and couldn't help saying, Be careful, don't rush, just drive slowly. You're still so young. I didn't want you learning to drive at first. It's just your brother and sister-in-law spoiled you and let you learn. Cheng Tianfang muttered, Mom, driving is a good skill. Lots of people can't drive, but if I learn, I can help out when we go out. If my brother and sister-in-law are busy, I can drive you. Isn't that great? When you can afford your own car, then you can say that, Cheng Muhai said seriously. People should do things according to their means. You can't afford a car yet, so don't get ahead of yourself. You need to be practical. Your brother and sister-in-law can afford it, so they drive. You're still a student. Your main job is to study, not get distracted. Okay, I know, Cheng Tianfang said sheepishly. I just wanted to learn so I can use it when I need it. When I graduate and earn money, I'll buy a car. Still not realistic, Cheng Muhai said. You haven't even started working, and you're already thinking about spending money you haven't earned. That's not a good mindset. I've said enough. You need to listen. I know, Cheng Tianfang mumbled. Cheng Tianyuan let his parents finish before speaking up. Learning to drive is a good skill. We agreed you could learn and you can drive our car. But remember, you need to graduate and get a stable job first. As long as it's legal, you can do whatever you want then. But for now, focus on your studies. Do things at the right time. Don't get ahead of yourself, or you might end up with nothing. He knew his sister wanted to open a bakery ever since she learned to bake bread, but she still had a year and a half of school left. She needed to finish her studies before thinking about anything else. Cheng Tianfang understood her brother was telling her not to rush into opening a bakery and replied obediently, I know. Liu Ying laughed. You keep saying you know, but if you really did, we wouldn't have to worry. Really, you don't need to worry about me, Cheng Tianfang said quietly. I'm doing fine. My grades are steady, and on weekends I help out at Hu's shop, sometimes baking bread and learning new recipes. Yesterday when I baked bread, people nearby were drooling and wanted to buy some. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. It's good to learn more. No one's blaming you. Just keep your priorities straight. Soon, everyone arrived at the Creekside Fish Restaurant, where the owner was still cleaning and filleting fish by the water. Hu couldn't help asking, Didn't we come by half an hour ago and ask you to get ready? The owner apologized. Sorry, something came up at home and I had to run back. The fish will be ready soon. Just give me 10 more minutes. No problem. Take your time, Xue Dad said with a smile. The important thing is that it tastes good. Don't worry, the tables are ready. Please come in. Since everyone had already had some bread, they weren't too hungry, so they strolled along the creek, enjoying the scenery. Third uncle went to look at the fish in the nets, carrying little Ranran with him. Hu, worried the old man might strain his back, quickly picked up Ranran and let him ride on his shoulders. See better up here? Take a good look. There are tons of fish. Little Ranran giggled. So many fish. That one's small. That one's the biggest. Third uncle looked at the clear creek water and couldn't help praising, This airport is built out in the countryside, green hills and clear water. What a great environment. Look how clear the water is. If it weren't so chilly, I'd want to go for a swim. Oh, Xue Ling laughed. Uncle, you can swim? Still got it, huh? Third uncle squinted and scolded playfully. What do you know? Before you were even born, I was a swimming champ. Back in medical school, I was always first in swimming. We used to work and study at the same time and sometimes had to go into the river for irrigation. If you couldn't swim, you'd get swept away. So it was a survival skill, Cheng Tianyuan teased. Xue Dad said, Exactly. Swimming is a life skill. There's an old saying where we're from. Better to swim than to climb trees. Kids who live by the water aren't afraid of floods. When the kids are older, we'll have to teach them to swim. I want to swim! I want to swim! Little Ranran shouted. Ahu patted his little feet. Don't worry, Uncle will teach you. Next summer when we have time, I'll teach you to swim. Xue Ling suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, By the way, honey, can you swim? Cheng Tianyuan replied, Huh? Of course. Kids from the countryside are always in the water. I learned when I was little. Even my sister can swim across the village pond. Really? Xue Ling said, a little embarrassed. I can't swim. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Don't worry. If you fall in, I'll save you. Oh, get out. Xue Ling laughed. Why not teach me? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and said quietly, When we have access to an indoor pool, I'll teach you. Huh? Xue Ling blushed. There'll definitely be indoor pools in the future. When there are, you'd better keep your word. No problem, Cheng Tianyuan promised. It was almost 2:00 by the time everyone finally sat down for lunch. The creek fish was so delicious that everyone ate until they were stuffed. Even third uncle, who always insisted on eating only until he was 70 or 80% full for health, kept saying he'd eaten too much. This is the first time I've had such fresh, tasty fish. It's truly amazing. No wonder you all come out to such a remote place to eat. It's totally worth it. Everyone burst out laughing. Xue Dad took third uncle's hand and said, Third brother, before you go back, we'll come here again for another meal. If you like it here, come with us more often. You'll never want to leave. Third uncle squinted with a smile. Getting to eat something this good makes the whole trip worthwhile. Ahu was so full he could barely bend over, laughing. If Ching finds out, she'll scold me for eating too much. How did I not notice before? Cheng Tianfang teased him. You deserve to be scolded. You're in your 30s and still can't control your appetite. It's too hard. Ahu shook his head with a wry smile. Little Ranran was also full. Seeing his mom holding his little brother, he came over. Mama, I'm sleepy. I want to nap. Xue Ling quickly freed a hand to hold him. All right, time to head back. Ranran's sleepy. Mom, you and Dad each hold one of the kids so they don't get jostled. I'll do it. Liu Ying came over and picked up Ranran. Cheng Tianyuan said, I'll drive. Fang, are you coming back to Rongcheng with us? You have class tomorrow. Should we drop you at school first? No need, Cheng Tianfang said. Just drop me at the airport entrance. There's a new bus route from the provincial capital. 1 bus every hour to the city. I checked, and it passes right by my school. Just drop me at the airport. Is it a hassle to take the bus? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Not at all. The stop is right outside the airport, Cheng Tianfang explained. I always take the bus in the provincial capital. It's really convenient. Ahu laughed. She's a pro at getting around the city now. If you want to go anywhere, she can tell you the route right away. All right, everyone in the car, Cheng Tianyuan called. Soon they were back on the road, looping around to the airport to drop off Cheng Tianfang. She waved goodbye to everyone with a big smile. Third uncle squinted at her happy face and sighed, Youth is wonderful. Cheng Muhai watched his daughter disappear from view and smiled quietly. Yes, youth is wonderful. This generation really has it good. Back in our day, we struggled just to get enough to eat and drink. Who could have imagined life would be this good? Shadad said softly, If things can stay this good, we'll be satisfied. If things keep improving, the next generation will have it even better. For us, just having days like this is enough. More than enough, third uncle sighed. Now if you want to eat, you can eat. If you want to play, you can play. You can have meat whenever you want and even ride in a car. In the past, we couldn't even dream of this. No matter what the future holds, our generation is already satisfied. Ahu, driving, laughed. Honestly, we're lucky. Families like ours who don't worry about food or clothing are still rare. If it weren't for Sis helping me open this shop, I'd still be earning just over $100 a month. Most people still can't afford to eat meat often, maybe once every few days or just on holidays. You don't understand, This is already great, Cheng Muhai said with a wry smile. In our day, families who could barely eat enough were rare. We all went hungry at some point and know what it's like to be dizzy with hunger. Now, as long as you work hard, you'll never go hungry. Exactly, Xue Dad agreed. There are so many job opportunities now. As long as you're willing to work, you'll always have enough to eat. That was a dream for us when we were young. We're already living the dream, third uncle said quietly. Who knows what the next generation will want, but I'm sure things will only get better. After more than 2 hours on the road, they finally arrived in Rongcheng at dusk. Ahu led the way and explained, I called Chen Min and my mom 2 days ago to let them know you'd be back today. When I took everyone to the provincial capital for the flight, Godfather gave me the house keys. I was afraid I'd lose them, so I gave them to my mom. Yesterday, Aunt Quihua, my mom, and Alan came over to help clean. My mom said, with the good weather, they even washed and aired out all the bedding and cleaned every corner. Wow, that's a lot of work. How can we let them do all that? Cheng Muhai said. Ahu waved it off. Godfather, you're too polite. If my family needed help, wouldn't you help too? It's just cleaning. No need to be so formal. My mom said you'd all be tired from the trip, and Sis has 2 kids to look after. The house has been empty for months, so it must be dirty. Everyone's tired enough without having to clean, so she brought Aunt Quihua and Alan to help. Xue Dad shook his head. 2 houses, 10 rooms, they must have worked all day. A whole day, Ahu said with a laugh. They started early and didn't finish until evening. That's a lot of work, Xue Dad said. Ahu, I brought some gifts for Chen Min and your mom, some of the most famous smoked meat from the capital. Please help me give it to them, let everyone have a taste, and as a small thank you from us. No problem, Ahu laughed. I love smoked meat too. Third uncle asked, Where are we eating tonight? Your mother-in-law and a Yuan came by car too. We can't have them cooking after all this. Awu, let's eat out. This meal's on me. No way, Ahu laughed. We have to treat you. My mom already made a bunch of Rongcheng snacks to welcome you all. Cheng Muhai was delighted. That's great. Ahu's mom is a master at snacks, especially her rice cakes, so soft and fragrant. Xue Dad nodded. Yes, her snacks are amazing. Third uncle smiled sheepishly. Then I'll just enjoy the treat. Fish is easy to digest. Even after eating so much at lunch, after 2 hours on the road, I'm hungry again. Xue Dad quickly said, Me too. That's why we all ate so much at lunch. Ahu called out, Don't be shy at dinner. Everyone eat as much as you want. Everyone got out of the car and carried their bags upstairs. Both apartments were spotless, not a speck of dust anywhere, and the quilts still smelled of sunshine from being freshly aired. Xue Ling was deeply grateful and praised. Auntie and the others really worked hard. There are 10 rooms here, plus the living room and 4 balconies. It must have been a huge job to clean everything. A whole day's work, Liu Ying said happily, stroking the living room sofa. We really have to thank them properly. We bought so many things in the capital. Let's make sure to give Auntie the biggest gift. Ahu, cheerful as ever, helped carry things in. Is that everything? All up, Cheng Tianyuan said, quickly setting things down and heading to the kitchen to boil water. Little Ranran was so excited to be home, darting around the adult's legs, giggling. Cheng Muhai laughed. Happy to be home, aren't you? Happy, Ranran giggled, grabbing his grandma's hand. Come on, let's go look at the boats. Xue Mom laughed. This little guy is always thinking about watching the boats. This is the best time for it, Ahu said. The sun's about to set and all the fishing boats are coming back. Xue Mom couldn't resist and took Ranran out to the balcony. Xue Dad took third uncle next door to pick a room he liked. Cheng Tianyuan hurried over. Uncle, there's a small room that's never been used. The bed's a bit small. It was bought for naps at the development zone, so it's not big. If you don't mind. Of course I don't mind. Third uncle laughed. I'm just one person, not tall or fat. What do I need a big bed for, to roll around? Everyone laughed. Liu Ying said, It's not cold yet, and the light quilts are all ready. If you like that room, stay there. It's bright and right by the balcony. Third uncle looked around and saw that, though the room was small, it was clean, with curtains and a little wooden desk. It felt simple and cozy, and he quickly nodded. This is much better than a hotel. I like it. Everyone was relieved to see he was happy. Ahu brought in the luggage and handed over a new toothbrush and towel. These are spares from home. We sell them at the shop, so we always have extras. Third uncle thanked him and went to wash up. Xue Dad and Mom went back to their big room to settle in and change. Cheng Tianyuan boiled water and set it out to cool in a big bowl. Xue Ling was busy feeding the baby, soaking all the diapers from the plane and car in the bathroom, and calling Ran Ran over for water. Everyone finished settling in, chatting and drinking water. Ahu, getting a bit impatient, said, "It's almost dark. Let's head to the development zone. My mom must be waiting." "We're hungry too, let's go. And don't forget the gifts for everyone," someone reminded. Cheng Tianyuan picked up the sleeping Yang Yang, Liu Ying took Ran Ran, and everyone headed downstairs. Xue Ling locked up, with Ahu helping at the back. "Hey, Ahu, should we call Wang Qing to come too? The more the merrier. I haven't seen her in months, I miss her." Ahu grinned. "It's the weekend, so she's off work. But today the newspaper organized a charity event at the orphanage, giving out books. I just checked. Her door's still closed and the lights are off, so she's probably not back yet." Xue Ling laughed, teasing. "When did you sneak down to check? No one saw you. Your wife's got you wrapped around her finger." Ahu's handsome face turned a little red. "Sis, don't tease me." The others had already taken the elevator down. The two of them waited at the elevator. Ahu seemed to remember something and said quietly, "Sis, that Liu Xing seems like he got divorced again." "Again?" Xue Ling raised her eyebrows in surprise. "How do you know? Another divorce? When did this happen?" Ahu lowered his voice. "I'm not sure exactly, but I think it was over a month ago. I heard there was a big scene on Mid-Autumn Festival. Lots of people in the complex know about it. A few days later they divorced." Xue Ling frowned. "Wasn't that woman supposed to be his true love? What, true love lasted less than a year? She must have had the baby by now, right?" "Born in July," Ahu said quietly. "But I heard the baby looks nothing like Liu Xing or the mother. The woman was out all the time, even before her month of rest was up, and people saw her with another man, being all over each other. Liu Xing isn't stupid. He noticed something was off, confronted her, and ended up getting beaten up by the guy. Really unlucky." Xue Ling was speechless. That woman never seemed like a decent person. She knew Liu Xing was married, but still insisted on being with him, even getting pregnant. No surprise she'd do something like this. Ahu went on. After that, the woman left with the other man, leaving the baby for Liu Xing's mom to raise. Then, on mid-autumn, she came back with the guy, saying she wanted to take the baby. Liu Xing's mom was terrified and locked the door. The man started banging on the door, really hard. The neighbors got scared and called Liu Xing. He and his dad rushed over, but by then the man had broken in and was trying to take the baby. He claimed he was the real father. The woman shamelessly admitted the baby was his, said she'd just been playing with Liu Xing and mocked him in front of everyone. Liu Xing lost it and fought the guy, but got beaten up. The neighbors and his mom rushed him to the hospital. It was a huge scene. Everyone in the complex knows. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, "Wang Qing, she knows too, right?" "Of course," Ahu said quietly. "But she hasn't said anything, just accepted it calmly. It's not her business, so why get involved?" Just then, the elevator arrived. Ahu quickly opened the car door for everyone. Xue Ling got into her big jeep. Everyone else was already inside. She glanced over at the building where Liu Xing had once bought her an apartment and saw the windows were dark and empty. She couldn't help but sigh. What could you say? He brought it on himself, though there was something pitiful about it too. Now Wang Ting had found her own happiness, and her former lover was a stranger. In just 10 months, life had changed so much, wave after wave, enough to make anyone sigh. When everyone arrived at the development zone, Ahu's mom quickly opened the steamers and set out tray after tray of piping hot snacks on the table. Chen Min simply closed the shop and pulled his wife over to help take care of the guests. Kui Lu was holding little Yang Yang and wouldn't let go, exclaiming, "Oh my, he's so cute! Ling Ling, he looks just like you. He's going to be so handsome when he grows up." Chen Min said enviously, "2 sons in 3 years, you two are amazing." Xue Ling laughed, "You two better hurry up and catch up, aim for 3 in 3 years." Kui Lu blushed and lowered her head, mumbling, "I just found out I'm pregnant, about 2 months along." "Oh, congratulations," Xue Ling quickly asked. "Any symptoms? Are you getting sick at all?" "No, I feel fine," Kui Lu said softly. "Actually, because nothing changed, I didn't even realize at first. I almost had a scare, but the doctor said it's fine, just to take it easy and not do any heavy work for now." Xue Ling reassured her. "If the doctor says it's fine, then don't worry. The first 3 months are important, so try not to do too much. Let Chen Min handle things. Don't let him slack off." Kui Lu nodded quickly. "He's doing all the housework now, even the sweeping." "That's good," Xue Ling smiled. "Chen Min is a caring husband. He's a good man." Kui Lu smiled shyly, her eyes full of happiness. Chen Lan was there too, saying she'd just arrived after closing the photo studio. "Sis, business at the studio has been steady, about the same income every month. I've kept all the accounts and brought them for you to look over later." Xue Ling smiled. "No rush, let's eat first." Third uncle, overhearing, asked, "Ling Ling, you run a photo studio too? The kind that takes portraits?" "Yes," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "She started one with a colleague, and when business picked up, she hired people and opened her own. Alan helps out there." Third uncle laughed. "Ling Ling, is there any business you don't do? You build and sell houses, wholesale clothes, co-own a sweater factory, and run a photo studio? How many is that? Don't tell me you have even more ways to make money?" "No more," Xue Ling giggled. "I'm just a little greedy, but I'm not an expert at any of them." "There's more," Cheng Tianyuan added with a smile. "Her translated book still brings in royalties every 6 months. She translated a bunch of jokes that are still being published, 1 a week, so there's a bit of income from that too. Plus, she bought over 20 apartments, so there's rental income every month." Xue Ling waved her hand. "Oh, those are just small side incomes not worth mentioning." Third uncle laughed. "Are you trying to make all the money in the world? That's 6 or 7 different things. What's next? Tell me, I want to invest." Everyone burst out laughing. Xue Ling, a little embarrassed, said, "Uncle, don't tease me. I'm just making a little money to get by. Here, try some of Rongcheng's traditional snacks. Red bean cake." She quickly served him a big piece. Third uncle thanked her, smiling. "I'd never make fun of you. The younger generation in our family is really outstanding, like brothers Ah Huan and Ah Heng. Both are talented and capable. Even though you're a girl, you're just as good. Seeing you all do so well makes us elders very proud and happy." Shuadad shook his head with a smile. "Everything's great, but she's just average. Still, for her age, being able to earn her own living is all I could ask for." "Come on," Third uncle teased. "All the fathers in our family are the same. Other people's kids are always better. Their own are never good enough. I'm the same with my 2. But tell me, at Ling Ling's age, could you make as much as she does? 2 kids in 3 years and 6 or 7 ways to make money?" "Well, no," Shuadad admitted with a sheepish laugh. "By that standard, I can't compare." "That's not the point," Xue Ling said with a smile. "The only reason I'm better than Dad at this age is because I grew up in a better environment, and all my success is built on his shoulders. Honestly, most of my achievements are thanks to him." Shuadad gave her a mock glare, smiling. "I'm not successful, so how could you be? Just a little bit of progress and you call it success. Shameless." "It really is success," Third uncle said. "You're wrong there. In my eyes, Ling Ling is already very successful among her peers. Most of her businesses are long-term and profitable, like the rental properties, the photo studio, and the book royalties. Those are steady income. Selling houses and running factories bring in big money. She's got both, and her income is stable and diverse. Cheng Muhai quickly agreed. Absolutely. I think Ling Ling is amazing. She's much better at making money than a Yuan. Not at all, Xue Mom laughed. If a Yuan didn't take care of her and the family, and if you two elders didn't help, how could she have the chance to earn money? Look, it's Ying who helps with the kids. Liu Ying, who was feeding little Ranran, looked up and laughed. As grandparents, it's our job to help with the grandkids. Without Ling Ling, this family wouldn't have grown so fast. We just know how to grow some veggies and cook. Nothing else. That's already a lot, Shuadad said. Ahu came over with 2 big grilled fish. All right, enough talking. Let's eat while it's hot. Try my specialty grilled fish. Wow, it smells amazing. Looks delicious. Golden crispy skin, snowy white flesh. It smells so good. Come on, everyone, dig in. Don't be shy, Ahu's mom called out cheerfully. Everyone gathered around 2 tables, eating and chatting. Ahu grilled fish and ate at the same time, and the atmosphere was lively and warm. By the time they finished and cleaned up, it was already past 8 in the evening. Little Yang was fast asleep in Xue Ling's arms. Cheng Tianyuan, Liu Ying, and the others helped tidy up, while Chen Lan and Kui Liu washed the dishes. Chen Min poured several cups of hot tea for everyone. With so many hands, everything was done in less than 10 minutes, and everyone sat down to chat and drink tea. Little Ranran was overjoyed, not sleepy at all, running around and pestering Ahu to give him a shoulder ride. Ahu couldn't refuse, so he hoisted Ranran onto his shoulders and dashed off toward the riverbank. Ahu's mother watched her son take little Ranran out to play, her eyes crinkling with joy. My son really likes children, especially little Ranran. He loves her from the bottom of his heart. Liu Ying giggled and said, once he gets married at the end of the year and works hard to have a chubby baby boy next year, he'll dote on him even more. Ahu's mother was overjoyed and whispered, Sister, let me tell you, Ching is truly a good girl, and she's so literate. Every time I see her writing away with a pen, I feel so proud. How can she be so smart? She can make money just by writing. She's amazing. Liu Ying, sharing in the pride, said, Yes, she's amazing. Wang Ting is gentle and lovely, a perfect match for Ahu. Chen Min, who was nearby, said, Brother Ahu has already decided to pick an auspicious day to get married at the end of the year. Sister-in-law has agreed, and the family is all on board. Brother Ahu even bought several houses, planning to give them all to sister-in-law. Good, 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 Ahu's mother nodded repeatedly. As long as the young couple has decided, they can do whatever they like. Chen Lan then brought over a package, took out the account book, and quickly handed it to Xue Ling. Xue Ling held little Yang in one arm and flipped through the account book with the other, unable to help but praise. Alan, your handwriting is getting prettier and prettier. Not bad, the accounts are all very clear. Chen Lan blushed and explained softly, This is last quarter's, a total of 3,500 win. After deducting our salaries, some film and photo paper, plus utilities, there's a little over 2,800 left. Sister-in-law, this is for this quarter. So far it's only about 1,200. Xue Ling nodded and said, Leave 500 for the shop's use and hand the rest over to my mother-in-law. Liu Ying asked in surprise, Why give it to me? Xue Ling lowered her voice. You and Dad keep this money for daily household expenses. Yuan and I are busy and can't always look after the house, so if you have money on hand, we won't have to worry. That's too much, Liu Ying said softly. Xue Ling explained, Mom, you and Dad are Ahu's godparents. He and Wang Ting are planning to get married at the end of the year, so you'll need to prepare some gifts. This money is for you and Dad to get ready. That's right, Liu Ying suddenly remembered and laughed. I can't be a mother-in-law without showing anything. Don't worry, I still have money to spend. Let's keep this for household use. Xue Ling shook her head and whispered, We can't be too stingy. Ahu loves Wang Ting so much, they'll definitely have a big wedding. You and Dad should use this money to buy some gold jewelry for Wang Ting. Gold is perfect for weddings, bright, valuable, and beautiful. Liu Ying thought for a moment and asked, But isn't that very expensive? She had grown up in the countryside and had only occasionally seen people wearing gold jewelry, knowing it was very valuable and that ordinary families couldn't afford it. Xue Ling smiled and replied, "This is enough. Take the money and discuss it with Dad." "Oh, okay." Liu Ying took the thick wad of cash from Chen Lan. Xue Ling smiled and asked, "Lan, has Tongzi bought his house yet?" "He has," Chen Lan replied with a shy smile. "He even took me to see it. The house is spacious, with 2 big rooms and a small one, and you can see the river from the balcony. The view is really nice." Xue Ling let out a sigh of relief and said, "He's so young and already managed to buy a house on his own. That's really admirable. He's hard-working too, working one job during the day and another at night. It's tough." "It's been better lately," Chen Lan explained. "Because of a change in the program schedule, he doesn't have to host on Saturday and Sunday nights, so he gets some rest. And the shop isn't busy all the time. Sometimes he sits in the shop reading for an hour or two and complains to me about being bored. He even drags me to chat with him." Xue Ling looked at the girl's blushing face but didn't say anything. "You're colleagues, working together, so chat more when you have time. By the way, are you still in charge of the meals?" Chen Lan nodded. "Sister-in-law, the shop gives a subsidy of 5 yuan per person per day. I usually buy groceries according to that standard and rarely go over." "That's fine," Xue Ling said. "You have to eat well to work well. If it's not enough, just add a bit yourself." "It's definitely enough," Chen Lan said with a shy smile. 5 yuan per person per day buys a lot of food. He told me yesterday that since I started working at the shop, he's been eating so well that he's gained a lot of weight this year. "Ha ha," Xue Ling laughed. "He used to be a bit thin, so it's good for him to put on some weight. Seeing you two get along so well and work happily together makes me feel at ease as the boss. If everyone works well together, we'll all make more money in the future." Chen Lan smiled sweetly. Ahu's mother chimed in, "I've met that Tongzi. Last time it rained, he rode his bike to bring Elan home. He's such a handsome young man and his voice is so nice. How can there be such a good man? He's like someone out of a movie." Everyone burst out laughing. Suddenly, Liu Ying remembered something and looked at her husband. "There's no TV at home, so he should be able to quit watching, right? When we were in the capital, he became a TV addict, watching every day, even late into the night, sometimes until 11 or 12. Ahu's mother laughed. "Ahu said there are already people selling color TVs at the department store. He's planning to buy one next month for his new house. The new house is in the 2nd phase, and Ahu says he wants to buy all new furniture and household items." "A TV? A color one?" Liu Ying asked in surprise. "How big? When we were in the capital, the ones we saw were about this big." "There is?" Ahu's mother replied. "Ahu said it's even bigger than a big wok." Xue Ling thought of her own father and father-in-law's obsession with TV and pretended not to hear, with no intention of buying one. Liu Ying made a shushing gesture to Ahu's mother and whispered, "Don't let my old man hear. He loves TV too much and will definitely want to buy one, then just watch and watch." "Let him watch," Ahu's mother said cheerfully. "No way." Liu Ying shook her head angrily. "When we were in the capital, I was already annoyed. Now it's not as leisurely as in the capital. There's work at home and at the shop. How can he watch TV all the time? He's not allowed. Don't even mention that the department store sells them. Don't let him know." Ahu's mother remembered the warning and nodded quickly. Xue Ling saw that little Yang was sleeping soundly and felt sleepy herself. She checked the time. It was already 9 in the evening. "Everyone's tired from flying and traveling today. Let's go back, take a bath, and rest." Cheng Tianyuan stood up first and went to the riverbank to call Ahu and little Ranran back. Soon, Ahu and Cheng Tianyuan drove the whole family home. Ahu dropped them off at the door, waved goodbye, then turned and walked quickly to the stairwell, heading downstairs to Wang Ting's door. He stepped forward and knocked, calling, "Ching! Ching!" The door opened quickly. Wang Ting, dressed in plain white pajamas, looked at him in surprise and delight. "You're back? When did you arrive? I came home a bit earlier and went upstairs to check, but Ling Ling's place was still all dark." Ahu stepped inside and closed the door. "We arrived in the evening. I ran up to look for you then, but you weren't back yet." I figured your event might run late, so I took Godfather and the others to the development zone for dinner first. My mom and Amin wanted to welcome sister-in-law's family, so they made a big table of dishes. I even grilled a dozen fish. Everyone had a great time. I just dropped everyone off to rest and hurried down to see you." Wang Ting's pretty face flushed and she said softly, "I didn't get back until after 6. There were a lot of activities today. On the way back, the road was bumpy, and it took us over half an hour to get back to the newspaper office. After that, I rode my bike home." "Tired?" Ahu asked with concern, his eyes fixed on her. Wang Ting replied shyly, "Not really. We just went to deliver some books and newspapers for the kids, chatted with them, taught them how to use a dictionary, and then it got dark. The place was a bit far, so I got back late." Ahu moved closer and took her hand. "Don't worry. Even if you take a leave of absence in the future, you can still go back often to chat with your colleagues. Whenever we have time, we'll drive to Rongcheng. It's only a little over 2 hours. We can leave in the morning, have lunch with your family, spend some time with my mom, visit relatives and friends, and head back after dinner. It won't be too late." Wang Ting smiled softly and said, "I know. I never said the provincial city was far. Besides, I only have my family and colleagues here, not that many relatives or friends. Ling is my best colleague." "Sister-in-law already quit her job," Ahu said. Wang Ting thought for a moment and couldn't help but say softly, "Actually, I always wondered why Ling didn't work a few more years before applying for a leave of absence. Now it seems she never planned to stick with a long-term, stable job." "Exactly," Ahu laughed. "Sister-in-law is a remarkable woman, someone who likes to do big things. With her personality, she'd never be content with a small office job. Look at her. Just a few years, and she's opened shops and bought buildings. She said she might invest in a big shopping mall in the capital next year. If it works out, that'll be real money." Wang Ting asked curiously, "She wants to open a mall?" "Not exactly," Ahu replied. "She can't run that many stores herself. She said she wants to build it and rent it out. Maybe sell some of the good ones and make money that way." "Ling has always been amazing," Wang Ting said sincerely. Ahu gently stroked the back of her hand and said softly, "In my heart, you're amazing too." Wang Ting blushed and playfully scolded, "All right, stop trying to flatter me." Ahu pulled her into his arms and coaxed, "You're my fiancé, soon to be my wife. If I don't try to make you happy, who should I make happy? Cheng, I've missed you so much lately." Wang Ting smiled shyly, leaning against his strong shoulder. "I know." Ahu raised his eyebrows and teased, "You know? Then let me ask you, did you miss me?" She lowered her head bashfully, not daring to answer. Ahu laughed heartily, his chest vibrating. Wang Ting said softly, "Ahu, when I got off work yesterday, my mom came to see me. She told me something and asked me to discuss it with you." "What is it? Tell me," Ahu said. Wang Ting thought for a moment, then said quietly, "My mom said, since I've already been married and divorced, she only hopes I'll be happy now and doesn't expect anything else. She also said that in the future she'll have to rely on my brother, not me. Now that my brother has a stable job and his wife treats her well, she's already very happy that I can remarry. But she wants me to tell you, every year on my father's death anniversary I have to go home to pay my respects. She says a parent's kindness is as heavy as a mountain, and she hopes I won't forget my father's anniversary." "Of course," Ahu agreed readily. "Don't worry. After we get married, I'll definitely go with you to pay respects to your father." Wang Ting's eyes shimmered with tears. "My father passed away when we were very young. I was 7 or 8, and my brother was 2 years younger, still too little to understand. I just remember my mom crying so hard, and my brother and I standing there, not knowing what to do, just staring. My father loved us so much. My mom hopes that after I get married, I'll come back every year on his anniversary to pay my respects." "That's a good thing," Ahu said softly. "Of course I'm willing." Wang Ting smiled, moved, and leaned into his arms. "Thank you. Thank you for understanding." Ahu gently stroked her hair and said softly, "I've already picked out a house in the provincial city. There's a bus stop right outside the complex, so it's very convenient. The house isn't big, but it's very nice. I want to have a desk made for you right by the window. The window faces a wide-open area with plenty of light. You can sit by the window every day, reading and writing, plant flowers on the balcony, and cook delicious meals for me. We can eat out whenever we want. There's a whole row of shops and restaurants outside the complex. Whether you want Hunan or Sichuan food, spicy or fragrant, it's all there. Wang Ting couldn't help but look forward to it. I've been working for years since I graduated. I always had a dream that once I could afford it, I'd stay home and write and read at my leisure. Read the books I love, write the essays and poems I like. It's you who helped me realize my dream. Ahu kissed her hair and said gently, "Your dream is to be a great writer. I can't help you achieve that, but I can do my best to provide the other conditions. You're so talented, your writing is beautiful. It shouldn't be wasted. You should cherish your gift." "Thank you." Wang Ting lay on his chest and said softly, "Ahu, you're so good to me." Ahu was different from other men, who thought a wife should depend on her husband and focus on the family. Ahu respected her interests, her dreams, and even worked hard to help her fulfill them. This respect moved her deeply and made her happy. Ahu chuckled softly, gently stroking her shoulder. "You're my wife, the woman I love. If I'm not good to you, who should I be good to? In the future, we'll have our own little family and maybe 2 more kids, turning our little family into a big one." I don't really know how to take care of kids," Wang Ting said, blushing. "Hey." Ahu grinned and said softly, "When the time comes, you'll know what to do. Once you become a mother, it'll come naturally." Wang Ting asked shyly, "Do you like children?" "I do," Ahu replied. "I really like little kids. I especially like Ran. Oh, right. Sister-in-law's baby, little Yang Yang, is already over 3 months old now. He's so cute. He looks a lot like his mom." Wang Ting's eyes widened in surprise. Then she smiled. Ling is amazing. She's given her husband 2 big, healthy sons in no time. I've already bought 2 little blankets, planning to bring them up to little Yang Yang tomorrow." Ahu chuckled, lowering his voice. "We'll have 2 big, healthy kids too. No, even better, 1 boy and 1 girl." Wang Ting was so embarrassed she moved away. "I'm not talking to you. You always say such shameless things." Ahu didn't dare tease her further and quickly changed the subject. All right, I'll stop. By the way, did you boil any water? I'm a bit thirsty. I ate a lot of grilled fish tonight but didn't drink much water, so I'm really thirsty now." "Yes," Wang Ting explained. "I always boil water in the morning and keep it in the thermos, so there's always hot water to drink. It should be just the right temperature now. I'll pour you a cup." "Thank you," Ahu said with a smile. Wang Ting quickly brought him a cup of water and asked, "By the way, when are you heading back? Early tomorrow morning?" "No, I'm leaving in the middle of the night," Ahu explained. "The wholesale market opens really early, usually around 6 or 7. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, there's hardly any business left. I've already taken a day off, so I can't waste any more time. I'll drive over, do business in the morning, and then get some good sleep in the afternoon." Wang Ting, worried about him driving at night, tried to persuade him. "It's just 1 day, why not leave tomorrow afternoon instead?" Ahu gave a wry smile. "I don't want to leave either, but I have to. I can't keep the shop closed. If customers come by a couple of times and can't find me, they'll think I'm out of business. Business is really good at the end of the year, and winter clothes are already selling. This busy season will last until the end of the year. In clothing, we make most of our money at year-end. This winter, my sister-in-law and I ordered a lot of winter clothes, planning to sell them all before the year's end. Oh, and I ordered 100,000 sweaters. One of my regular customers ordered 5,000 more. Such a big order, I have to keep an eye on the stock and make a good profit." Wang Ting asked in surprise, "That much stock? Is your shop big enough to hold it all?" "No," Ahu explained. "So I rented another shop to help with storage. And with such big orders, the goods usually come in batches so I can sell while new stock arrives, keeping things moving. Most of our goods come from the capital with great styles, so business is good and turnover is high. In our wholesale market, I dare say I'm second to none." "You? Aren't you being a bit too proud? Be careful. People might get jealous," Wang Ting teased. Ahu laughed, remembering something that had happened before, and told Wang Qing about it. At the beginning of the year, we sold 2 huge batches of sweaters, and the shop was packed every day with customers fighting to buy. I was so busy I couldn't handle it alone, and even the neighbors came to help pack orders. Some people got jealous of our business and, while I was out for lunch, tried to splash red paint in my shop. I caught them, got angry, and threatened to drag them to the police. They begged me, saying they were just jealous and didn't mean any real harm. I thought about it, then took out some cigarettes and smoked with them, and even treated them to drinks. After that, we all became friends. Just drinks? That simple? Wang Qing asked in disbelief. Hu shook his head and explained, "Of course not. I told them I was just working for my boss, making money for him. I also said my boss was a big manufacturer from the capital with booming business and that he was a well-known figure in the provincial city, not someone to mess with. They'd never seen much of the world, so after I bluffed them, they actually believed me. Since then, they've been very respectful and never caused trouble again." Wang Ting covered her mouth, laughing softly. "So you were just borrowing power to scare them?" "No way, I'm a tiger myself," Hu said with a laugh. "Mainly, I'm generous. I treat them to food when I can, sometimes give them a pack or 2 of cigarettes. Small favors like that aren't much, but people see your goodwill and know you want to be friends, so they treat you as a friend too." Wang Qing knew Hu was always generous and helpful. She understood him well. Hu continued, "Once I sell off all these winter clothes and sweaters, I'll come back to prepare for our wedding. I've thought about it. I want to throw a big banquet, invite your family and my relatives and friends. Getting married is a big deal, and I don't want you to feel wronged." "No," Wang Ting said shyly. "Marrying you, I don't feel wronged at all. What matters is a happy and stable life, not putting on a show for the wedding. I want it simple, not extravagant. It's a waste of money and really unnecessary." Hu looked doubtful. "But people might say I'm being stingy or that I don't cherish you enough. Are you sure you want it this way?" "Yes." Wang Ting's eyes sparkled. "I've already been married before, and a lot of people know. For me, what I need is someone to live a good, steady life with, not someone who can throw a grand wedding. I don't like being too flashy. Simple is best." Rongcheng isn't a big city, but this neighborhood is small. Her previous marriage and divorce with Liu Xing were well known. Now that she was remarrying, she just wanted a simple wedding, to marry a man who would cherish and respect her, and not care about showy displays that might invite gossip. Hu understood, and nodded slowly. "How about this? We'll just have a few tables, invite Godfather's family, my relatives and friends, and your mom, brother, and sister-in-law. How does that sound?" Wang Qing smiled happily and said softly, "The simpler the better." Hu said, "We'll get our marriage certificate first, then go to the photo studio for pictures. By the way, Tongzi is good at photography. Let's ask him to take a few more photos for us. When we're old, we can look at those photos and remember what we looked like when we got married." Wang Ting blushed and nodded quickly, smiling. Hu reached out and pulled her into his arms, and the two of them held each other tightly. Under the light, the loving couple nestled together in intimacy. As dawn broke, Cheng Tianyuan got up. Seeing that his youngest son's diaper was already wet, he quickly changed it, worried the little one might catch a chill, and covered him with another thin blanket. Xue Ling was sleeping soundly, wrapped tightly in her quilt. Cheng Tianyuan didn't have the heart to wake her, so he went to wash up and then headed to the kitchen. Liu Ying was already busy in the kitchen, speaking softly. "I've made millet porridge. Last night Ahu's mom brought over a plate of rice cakes we haven't eaten yet. I'll steam them so everyone can have a piece with their porridge." "Good," said Cheng Tianyuan. "Third uncle isn't picky. He'll eat anything." Liu Ying replied quietly. "He must have slept well last night. Haitang and the others are already up, but he's still sleeping." Cheng Tianyuan was relieved and said softly, "We have to be good hosts to our guests. They've come such a long way, and we might not get another chance to invite them again." "Of course," Liu Ying said. "He's a great doctor, so knowledgeable." Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "After breakfast, I'll hurry over to the shop. Last night, Chen Min said everything's normal with the stock, but the shop's accounts have been delayed for months. I need to check them. Once Ling Ling's eaten, she'll be busy at the sales office and might not even make it home for lunch. Mom, I'll have to trouble you with the 2 kids. There's no other way. You all go do your work. I'll watch the kids, Liu Ying said with a smile. Haitang and the others are here too. They'll help out. Cheng Tianyuan breathed a quiet sigh of relief and explained, Ling Ling will be really busy for a while, so she probably won't have much time to take Dad and the others out. I'll try to make time to take them around. Liu Ying waved her hand. There's nothing much to see in this rural place. Better to just make some good food to treat them. She'd been to the capital, seen the sights, and visited famous landmarks. Compared to those, this place was truly the countryside, backward and simple. It's fine, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. Sometimes it's nice to visit the countryside and see the natural scenery. They'll still enjoy it. Mom, if I don't make it to the market, just buy more good food. Here, take some money. No need. Liu Ying shook her head. Last night, Ling Ling gave me all the photo studio's income from the past few months. I have plenty, several thousand. She said Ahu's getting married at the end of the year, so we should buy some gifts for our goddaughter-in-law as a token from us elders. I talked it over with your dad last night. We'll spend about 1,000 on gold jewelry, and the rest will go to household expenses. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and explained, The money I have is all from the rental income of those apartments, which is also hers. Since you have enough, I won't give you more. After a pause, he said quietly, Ahu's making good money now, much better than before. When it comes to gifts, I suggest you give a bit more. After all, a wedding is a big event, and this is your only chance to give something to Wang Qing. Give a bit more, and it'll look better for everyone. Liu Ying hesitated. How much more? Half again as much? Yeah, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Make it 2,000. Gold jewelry isn't cheap, and if you buy something too small, it'll look stingy. Since Ling Ling gave you so much, she probably wants you to buy more. Liu Ying mumbled, But when you and Ling Ling got married, your dad and I couldn't give her anything. You know how things were back then? We really had nothing to give. Now life is better, and all our money comes from you and Ling Ling. As long as we have enough to spend, we never thought about saving up to make it up to Ling Ling. Don't worry, Mom, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. Ling Ling isn't petty. She doesn't even like flashy gold jewelry. She understood how things were back then. If you tried to make it up to her now, it would seem forced, especially since the money you have now is all from her anyway. That's not right either, Liu Ying said with a wry smile. Think about it. The goddaughter-in-law gets gold, but our own daughter-in-law gets nothing. Of course we love Ling Ling. How could she end up with less than the goddaughter-in-law? That just won't do. If Xue Ling hadn't brought it up last night, she'd only planned to give Wang Qing a small red envelope. After all, when they married their own daughter-in-law, they had nothing to give. Now that things were better and they had some money, that's why she was making these arrangements. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said quietly, Don't worry, Ling Ling won't mind. When I make a lot of money in the future, I'll buy her a bunch of jewelry. She'll be even happier then. He knew his wife well. She wasn't vain and didn't care for gold or silver jewelry. Her confidence came from her own abilities, not from material things. Besides, she didn't like those things. Since he'd known her, he'd never seen her wear jewelry, not even a ring. He remembered when he was helping her copy and translate a manuscript, there was a passage where the male lead proposed to the female lead with a bouquet of beautiful red roses and a custom diamond ring. When the heroine saw the ring, she burst into tears of joy, and the hero immediately put the ring on her finger, and they embraced and kissed. At the time, Xue Ling had smiled and said every girl is enchanted by a castle prince and by roses and diamond rings. He'd heard her and asked if she liked diamond rings. She'd giggled and said she did. He'd remembered that and decided that when he had money, he'd buy her a big diamond ring and put it on her finger. Liu Ying couldn't help but ask, So when will you give it to her? Ahu's getting married in 2 or 3 months, and we'll be giving Wang Qing her gifts then. It doesn't matter, Cheng Tianyuan said with a smile. You just give your gifts as usual. It won't affect me. Don't worry. Ling Ling won't be upset. After her son's repeated assurances, Liu Ying finally nodded. Then when we have time, I'll go shopping with your dad. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. You don't know the way. I'll take you. There's a gold and silver jewelry shop on the west side of town. I've passed by and the jewelry looks nice. I'll take you there. It's settled then, Liu Ying said. Soon everyone got up for breakfast. Xue Ling fed little Ranran some millet porridge, then quickly ate her own breakfast, grabbed the car keys, and headed downstairs. Wife, Cheng Tianyuan called after her. Take the car from yesterday. The one downstairs hasn't been used in months. It must be filthy. I'll go clean it up later, then head to the shop. Okay. Xue Ling turned back to swap keys, smiling softly. Thanks for doing that. Cheng Tianyuan gave her a doting look and handed her the keys. Xue Ling smiled sweetly, then headed downstairs toward Wangjiang Garden. Xue Ling actually didn't need to drive, since the sales office was just a few minutes' walk away. But she'd contacted Boss Liao a couple of days ago, and he mentioned that his wife really wanted to meet her and have a meal together. Thinking that if she was free at noon, she could go out for lunch with them. After all, it was hard to keep refusing such warm invitations. His wife had already asked twice before, but Xue Ling, being heavily pregnant, had felt awkward accepting. Besides, she was carrying several kilos of cured meat and some specialty products from the capital, which were heavy in her arms, so she decided to drive over. This time, she'd been away in the capital for several months, leaving all the affairs here for Boss Liao to handle alone. She felt she had to personally bring some gifts to thank him for all his hard work. What hard work? Boss Liao laughed heartily. It's our own business. Of course I should help. Xiao Xue, you're being too polite. Xue Ling smiled. These are just some specialties from the capital, tasty but not expensive. Just something for you and your wife to try. Thank you. Thank you. Boss Liao accepted them, smiling as he explained. Xiao Xue, over the past month, sales in Phase 2 have been really good. Not long ago, there was a constant stream of people coming and going. It's only gotten a bit quieter these last few days since there aren't many units left. Xue Ling had spoken to him on the phone before and knew that when sales first opened, customers had flocked in, eager to buy. It's fine. How many units are left? Do you have an exact number? Yes. Boss Liao led her to the other side, saying, Take a look. These are the remaining units in each building. The ones you picked are marked in this color. You're red, I'm blue. The white ones are the units that haven't been sold yet. Xue Ling glanced over and estimated. Looks like there are just over 100 left. Not that many, Boss Liao explained. Some of these are still reserved but haven't been officially signed for, so I didn't mark them carefully. Xue Ling smiled and praised. That's already a great result. But Boss Liao looked a bit worried and said quietly, Xiao Xue, there have been very few visitors these past couple of days. Rongcheng isn't a big city and there aren't that many newcomers, so the rest might take a while to sell. Let's aim to sell out by the end of the year, Xue Ling said. It's impossible for a big development to sell out in just half a year. We're already moving fast. The remaining units aren't in the best locations, so we can offer discounts and sell them cheaper. Boss Liao nodded approvingly. We've already got enough units for ourselves, whether to live in or rent out. The rest can go for a lower price. He still had 10 units, and Xue Ling had 30. She already had over 20 in one area, and with these, it was more than enough. I have plenty as it is, Xue Ling said. In a few days, I'll get someone to do some advertising, put out a big special discount sign, and that should bring in another wave of interested buyers. Boss Liao asked, Advertise on the radio, in the newspaper, or on TV? I heard the provincial capital has TV ads now. No, Xue Ling explained. The provincial capital is too far, and there aren't many TVs here, so not many people would see the ads. The effect wouldn't be great. I think radio is best. Most people here listen to the radio, but not many read newspapers. Boss Liao thought for a moment and said quietly, You've always handled that. Maybe you should take care of it again. No problem, Xue Ling smiled. I know a radio host. Last time he introduced me directly to their director. Leave it to me. Boss Liao laughed. I knew you'd have a way as soon as you got back." The two chatted as they strolled around the complex. Boss Liao pointed out the landscaping and some small community projects, explaining, "These were all done according to your and the engineer's designs. At first I didn't think they were necessary, but it turns out they're really popular and look great." Xue Ling smiled. "We humans are part of nature. At first all the concrete and bricks look fresh, but after a while it gets visually tiring. Adding some grass and flowers makes people feel relaxed and improves their mood." "Yes," Boss Liao said with a laugh. "When I'm done with work, I come over here for a walk. People have already started moving in, buying furniture, and moving in right away." Xue Ling nodded and asked, "Have you double-checked the elevators and hallway lights?" "All checked," Boss Liao replied. "Each household pays a 10 yuan annual management fee. We use that to keep everything running, regularly hiring workers to check the elevators, wiring, and lights." Xue Ling thought for a moment. The management office should keep 1 or 2 people on staff for long-term support. "Xiao Chen wants to stay," Boss Liao explained with a smile. "I'm about to retire and the company doesn't plan to start over. Xiao Chen is a good girl. She's worked with me for 5 or 6 years and is very reliable. She said she doesn't want to work on a factory line and hopes to stay here, since she's watched this place grow and loves it." "That's great," Xue Ling smiled. "Just work it out with her and pay her salary from the management fees. Also, let's turn the sales office into the management office. Make the most of the space." "Good," Boss Liao said. "That's what I was thinking too." Xue Ling glanced over at the workers' dormitory and saw it was now empty, with grass growing in many places. "Boss Liao, Phase 3 can't be developed yet." "That land is all yours now," Boss Liao said. "When the time is right, if you want to develop it, I'll come help you." Xue Ling looked at the wide expanse of land outside the complex and couldn't help but smile. "How can you be so generous? Are you really retiring? Didn't you say before you were just taking a break? You're not that old. You could keep working for another 10 years or more." Boss Liao gently brushed his gray hair, half smiling. "Xiao Xue, look, don't I have a lot more white hair now?" "You're in your 50s. It's normal to have white hair," Xue Ling said. Liao Zhongnian sighed softly. 50 years old. The ancients said, "At 50, one knows the mandate of heaven." My eldest son is 20, my youngest is 13. In the blink of an eye, I've reached this age. I didn't have much white hair before, but last year when my wife suddenly fell ill, I stood outside the hospital room helpless and in tears. That's when I suddenly felt life was hopeless, and it was like my hair turned white overnight. Xue Ling's eyes reddened as she listened. "It's all in the past now, and your wife has recovered, hasn't she? You have to believe that after surviving great hardship, good fortune will follow. Good people are always protected by fate." "I believe it," Liao Zhongnian said softly. "I've always believed. But the doctor said that after what happened to her brain, her life expectancy will be much shorter. If she could have lived to 100, she might lose 10 or 20 years, maybe more. Xiao Xue, she's the same age as me. We're both 50. We've worked hard together for most of our lives, and now all I want is to hold her hand for the rest of our days, let her do what she loves, spend more time with her, and take her out to see the world." Xue Ling understood and nodded. "I get it." Liao Zhongnian continued. "When we bought the land before, you also put in money. You invested in almost all the construction, and you gave me so many apartments. You didn't just save my business. You let me make a good profit before retiring, and now I have all these apartments as backup funds. More importantly, you're a lifesaver for my family. If you hadn't helped, my wife might not be here anymore. To have a friend like you, despite our age difference, is the greatest luck of my life." "Ha ha, I feel just as lucky," Xue Ling said with a smile. Liao Zhongnian smiled. "So that land for Phase 3 is all yours now. If you really want to be precise, I've gotten the better end of the deal. After all, you invested most of the money in Phase 2. I barely put in anything." "Not at all," Xue Ling said. "You put in a lot of effort. For Phase 3, I only paid for half the land. The other half was your contribution. I still need to pay you back. Nonsense. Liao Zhongnian lowered his voice. At most, it's the price of 2 apartments. You gave me so many in phase 2. I sold most and kept 10 for myself, and I'm more than happy. Xiao Xue, just accept it. I'm taking my wife back to my hometown soon, and we might buy a small apartment in her hometown too. We probably won't stay in Rongcheng anymore. I won't be developing the rest of that land, so just take it. Well, then I won't be polite. Thank you, Xue Ling said with a smile. The two of them strolled along, chatting in the cool breeze by the river. My hometown is in the north and my wife is from the capital. I told you before, right? We met when we were sent to the countryside, went through thick and thin together and have always been very close. I remember, Xue Ling said with a smile. I also remember your eldest son is very handsome and his name is beautiful, Liao Jinhan. Such a poetic name. Liao Zhongnian smiled and explained, both of our sons' names were chosen by my wife. After she was discharged, she went back to work, but she just doesn't have the energy anymore and often forgets things. We agreed she should retire early. 3 months ago, she took her hospital report and applied for retirement, and her boss approved it quickly. She finished handing over her work and retired last month. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, I've always heard about your wife, and I've met her at the hospital, but I never knew her name. Her name is Tianyuan, Liao Zhongnian said gently. Her father gave her that name. Her family was quite well known in the capital in the past. There were many virtuous people and even a governor of 8 provinces in the old days. It's a scholarly family. Xue Ling nodded and praised. It's a beautiful name. Very poetic, too. Back in those days, only highly educated people were sent to the countryside. This Yunyan must have been very well educated, or she wouldn't have become a leader after returning home. Liao Zhongnian chuckled, proud. It is a lovely name. I always call her Yanner. By the way, Xiao Xue, you and she are from the same hometown. That's right, fellow townsfolk, Xue Ling said. What a coincidence. So today at lunch, I must have a good chat with her. I even brought some specialties from the capital. That afternoon, Xue Ling drove Boss Liao to their home. Their home was still in the work unit compound. Quiet surroundings in a building 4 or 5 stories high, one of the best in Rongcheng a decade ago. Boss Liao got out of the car and led her inside. This used to be the city center, very lively. She loves it here. It's convenient for work and shopping. So when phase 1 was finished, I kept 2 apartments for us, but she never wanted to move, so they've always been empty. No worries, Xue Ling said. Just rent them out now. Rent them together with the phase 2 units and have Xiao Chen manage them and collect the rent. Liao Zhongnian nodded. I've already put the word out. People are coming to look at them. They went up to the 3rd floor and soon reached his door. Yanner! I brought Xiao Xue over, Boss Liao called as he changed his shoes, quickly fetching a pair for Xue Ling. Xue Ling bent down to change, and the door soon opened. Tianyuan appeared, dressed simply, with fair skin and an elegant, gentle air. She greeted Xue Ling with a warm smile. Xiao Xue, I'm so glad you could come. I've wanted to meet you for so long, but never had the chance. Come in, come in. No need to change shoes, the floor isn't that clean anyway. Xue Ling quickly stood up and took her hand. Sister Yan? Hello, hello. Her hand was warm and soft, just like her personality, kind and gentle. Tianyuan led her inside, explaining warmly, I wanted to visit you back in the summer, but he stopped me saying it was hard for you being pregnant. Then I heard you went back to your family in the capital and had your baby there. I even thought we might meet in the capital instead, but now you're back, and we finally get to meet. She invited Xue Ling to sit and had prepared a pot of jasmine tea, pouring a big cup for her. Xue Ling thanked her with a smile, took a few sips and explained, It's already winter in the capital and the weather is cold. The factory there is shut down for a while, so I brought my parents here for the winter. The kids are still little, so it's better to spend the winter here. Tianyuan's eyes narrowed as she fell into memories. Winters in the capital really are cold. When it snowed, everything was white. My siblings and I would wait for the snow to stop, then rush out to build snowmen and have snowball fights. I loved making snowmen the most, giving them big noses. Then my mother would come out and call us back for ginger tea, scolding us for being naughty. Xue Ling could tell she was feeling homesick. Sister Yan, I heard from Boss Liao that you're going to live in his hometown next, and also spend time in the capital. You must still have a lot of family there, right? My family is in the old city on the east side. Oh, then we really are fated, Tianyuan said with a smile. My family is also on the east side of the city. Finding out they were from the same hometown and even lived close by, the conversation between the two women quickly became warm and intimate. Liao Zhongyan stood up with a smile. You two keep chatting, I'll go cook. Yaner, just now Xiao Xue brought a bunch of specialties from the capital, including several big sausages. I'll cook one for lunch. Wonderful, Ka Yunyan replied with a gentle smile. I haven't tasted those flavors from the capital in so long. Go on, hurry and cook. Liao Zhongnan nodded eagerly and carried Xue Ling's gifts into the kitchen. Xue Ling couldn't help teasing, who would have thought Boss Liao is a master in the kitchen too? He cooks often, Ka Yunyan said softly. I've always been busy with work, sometimes with back-to-back meetings, and often got home late. Ever since we got married, he's helped with all the housework. This past half year, while I was recovering, he took care of all the meals and chores. A good husband, Xue Ling praised. He's so considerate. You definitely made the right choice marrying him. Ka Yunyan smiled shyly and said gently, He told you our story? Actually, my family didn't look down on him, but his hometown was so far from the capital. My parents felt sorry for me just back from the countryside and didn't want me to marry so far away. But he was persistent, and I was determined, and my family was open-minded, so they finally agreed. When we got married, the only furniture we had was an old wooden bed. Xue Ling chuckled. Boss Liao told me a bit. You two have been through a lot to get here. Luckily, the hard times are over. Now you're retired, he's made good money, and your kids are grown. Everything will be smooth from now on. Ka Yunyan smiled. You really know how to say the right things, Xiao Xue. No wonder old Liao always praises you. Actually, life is full of ups and downs. Now that we're older, we have to let go of some things and look on the bright side. My younger son is only 13, just started middle school, so there are still plenty of worries ahead. If a kid in his rebellious years can still study and read, that's already great, Xue Ling said. Don't be too strict. Boys shouldn't be too quiet. Being lively is more manly. It's not bad, Ka Yunyan said gently. Our eldest, Jinhan, I don't worry about. He graduated from technical school this year, and 2 months ago my eldest brother helped him find a job in the capital. He's staying there now, earning a small salary each month, and his work unit provides housing, so we don't have to worry. That's wonderful, Xue Ling asked. What does he do? Which department? He works in the land management department with a government position. The pay isn't high, but it's stable. That's a good, secure job, Xue Ling nodded. Ka Yunyan smiled softly. He sets a good example for his younger brother, so we don't have to worry as much. He's the eldest, the pillar of the family. When his father and I are old, he'll guide his brother. You two aren't old yet. No need to worry so far ahead, Xue Ling said. Boss Liao plans to rent out all his apartments, and the monthly rent will be a considerable income. Each apartment should last for decades, so it's a very stable, long-term source of income. He learned that from you, Ka Yunyan explained. He kept a few apartments for us in Phase 1, but when relatives and friends came asking, he sold most of them. Only 2 were left, and he planned to move in, but because of my work, we never did. Those 2 have been empty until now. When he saw you renting out over 20 apartments and getting a steady monthly income, he was inspired. Now he's following your example. Xue Ling smiled, a little embarrassed. I just like to invest and keep a backup plan. If an investment fails, at least life won't be too hard, and the whole family can live steadily. Xiao Xue, you're young but very mature, Ka Yunyan said, her years of leadership experience giving her a quick read on Xue Ling. You're not just smart, but also steady and innovative. To have such vision and courage at your age, you're sure to achieve great things. Xue Ling laughed. I just rely on the help of friends. This whole Phase 2 project wouldn't have happened without Boss Liao's help. Having people to help you also takes luck and ability. Tianyuan said gently. If you didn't have the skills, who would dare to partner with you on such a big project? Thank you, Xue Ling said happily. Sister Yan, you really know how to make someone feel good. Your words are sweeter than this jasmine tea. They both laughed. Tianyuan took her hand. Old Liao must have thanked you already, but I want to say it myself. Thank you. If you hadn't helped us at the end of last year, I probably wouldn't be here now. No. The real credit goes to the doctors and yourself, Xue Ling said modestly. I just made a few connections and helped a little. Tianyuan shook her head. If you hadn't visited me in the hospital, I probably wouldn't have made it. The doctors and your aunt did a lot, but you did even more, connecting people, helping financially. If you hadn't stepped in when you did, Sister Yan, I'm just glad I could help. No need to thank me again and again. Xue Ling smiled. Boss Liao and I are friends and partners. It's only right to help each other. Tianyuan smiled, holding her hand. I can see the kindness in your eyes, and that's rare in the business world. You and my husband being friends is no accident. He's a gentle, upright businessman, too. Yes, Xue Ling said softly. Boss Liao is a true gentleman. When Phase 1 finished, I met him and was so impressed that I immediately agreed to help with the publicity. We've always worked well together. Even if we don't work together in the future, I still want to stay friends with you both. Tianyuan smiled and squeezed her hand. Xiao Shui, will you be going back to the capital again? I probably will, Xue Ling explained. My husband and I have discussed it. Once the kids are a bit older, we'll move to the capital for the long term so they can go to school there. The teachers and resources are better. So, that won't be for a few years? Tianyuan asked. Your kids are still very young, right? One is just a newborn? Xue Ling nodded and explained. The older one is just over 2 years old and the younger is only a little over 3 months. Tianyuan smiled helplessly. Then I guess we'll have to wait a few more years. Are you planning to move to the capital? Xue Ling asked. Tianyuan nodded. To be honest, both Old Liao and I think the teachers and education quality are much better in the capital, so we've always wanted our younger son to study there. But my job was here, and transferring was just too difficult, so we had to give up. This child used to be playful and not very focused, but after my serious illness last year, he's been working hard and doing well in all his subjects. I contacted my eldest brother, and he said he could get him a spot at the best middle school in the capital, so he'll transfer there. As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with tears. Xiao Shui, when you get older, you start to miss home, especially after a serious illness when you almost lose your life. Now, what matters to me isn't work or status, but cherishing family. All my family is in the capital, my brothers, sisters, and a younger sister. My parents have both passed away, so it's just them now. A few months ago, my mother-in-law passed away, and in Old Liao's hometown, apart from a few relatives, there's no one left. My eldest son is in the capital, and my family is all there. I can't bear to be separated anymore, so we decided to buy a place in the capital, settle down there, and be with the kids and my siblings. That's wonderful, Xue Ling said softly. Of course, your younger son should transfer too. Having the whole family together is the most important thing. Tianyuan nodded with a smile. So, we're planning to move to the capital at the end of the year, once our younger son's school break starts. He'll start school there in the spring. Xue Ling couldn't help asking, where are you planning to buy a place? The old city east side is all old houses. Maybe not there? No, Tianyuan explained. Our old family home is there, but my siblings all moved out after getting married and finding jobs. My son's workplace is not far from the city center, so I've already asked my eldest brother and sister to help look for a place in the city center, something with a few rooms for us to live in. Old Liao used to be tight on money, but after the project funds came through and Phase 2 sold well, the family was no longer short. Even buying a big apartment in the city center of the capital was easily affordable. Xue Ling smiled. If you're in the city center, we'll definitely have lots of chances to meet. Tianyuan asked, will you be living there too? We have an apartment there, Xue Ling replied. And next year I plan to invest in a small project in the city center. Once winter's over and the weather warms up, our family will probably move over. Next spring? Tianyuan said happily. That's wonderful. Then we can see each other often. Yes, Xue Ling was delighted too. If my husband's business here can run on its own, I hope he'll bring the whole family to the capital with me. There are better opportunities there. But isn't there a big shopping mall in Phase 2 here? Tianyuan asked. Old Liao said you insisted on that mall for your husband. Don't you want it anymore? I do, Xue Ling said with a smile, lowering her voice. Just not yet. There are only a few residents here so far, and even though Phase 1 has quite a few, it's still not enough. To run a big mall, you need a lot of people living nearby or the business won't work. So when will you open it? Tianyuan asked. When there are more people? Yes, Xue Ling explained. I plan to wait until there are more residents along the river, then open the mall. It's fine. We'll keep the space. Sooner or later, we'll use it. It just needs time. See, you're a real businesswoman. You know what can be done and when, Tianyuan said with a laugh. I don't understand any of this. It all sounds confusing to me. What's confusing? Liao Zhongyan came over, wiping his hands with a towel and smiling. Come eat, everyone. Let's chat over lunch. It's noon, and Zhao Xue must be hungry. I am hungry, Xue Ling laughed. Just smelling your cooking made my stomach rumble. Tianyuan quickly took her hand and stood up. Come on, let's try old Liao's cooking. The three of them sat around the table, eating and chatting. Xue Ling asked, Is your younger son not coming home for lunch? No, Liao Zhongyan explained. He usually brings food in the morning and steams it at school. The school's pretty far from here, and we don't feel safe with him biking back and forth, so he eats at school and comes home after classes. Tianyuan said with a wry smile. I was just telling Xiao Xue there's only one middle school here, and not enough teachers. It can't compare to the capital at all. Of course not, Liao Zhongyan said. That's why we want to transfer him to the capital. Once he's settled and his brother's job is stable, we'll travel around. There's a lot to see in the capital. Yes, Xue Ling agreed. Just the capital alone is enough to keep you busy sightseeing for a long time. Tianyuan added gently, Xiao Xue said her family has an apartment near the city center, and she might go back to invest in a business next year, so she'll probably live in the capital too. Oh, that's great, Boss Liao said happily. Then we can see each other often. By the way, Xiao Xue, what kind of business are you planning to invest in? Don't you already have a factory? That's for making sweaters. Xue Ling shook her head. This time, I'm not investing in a factory. I want to do some real estate investment. Build a big shopping mall. That sounds great, Tianyuan said with a smile. The capital's economy is strong and the city center is bustling. If you invest in a big mall, you'll definitely do well. But the investment must be huge, right? Boss Liao asked. Xue Ling nodded with a smile. You hit the nail on the head. Yes, I'm still hesitant because I don't have enough cash reserves yet. Tianyuan couldn't help asking, Didn't you just sell a lot of apartments in Phase 2? Even with that, it's not enough? Not enough. Far from enough, Xue Ling said softly. Prices and labor are much higher in the capital. I plan to start construction and earn as I go. If needed, I'll look for a trustworthy partner. I'm out, Liao Zhongyan joked. I don't have enough money or energy to help anymore. They all laughed. Xue Ling said, You have money and energy. You're just busy now. Not necessarily, Tianyuan said gently. If you ever need help, just call him. If it's for you, he'll find the strength no matter what. Xue Ling laughed and said, Boss Liao, I'm going to remember what Sister Yan said. If I ask for your help in the future, you can't refuse. Liao Zhongyan laughed heartily. As long as you ask, I'll never say no. If it's within my power, I'd go through fire and water for you. After all, you're our family's great benefactor. The three of them laughed again. Tianyuan, eating the cured meat, said warmly, Xiao Xue, we'll probably head to the capital at the end of the year and spend the new year there. Once my younger son's winter break starts, we'll head north, probably by train. Great, Xue Ling said. Anyway, sales for Phase 2 are almost done. Just put up the rental ads, get all the apartments rented out, and let Xiao Chen handle the rent collection for you. We'll still come back to Rongcheng, Liao Zhongyan explained. After all, we have so many apartments here, it's like half our hometown now. Plus, we have so many relatives and friends here, so of course we'll visit. Kai Yunyan seemed to remember something and asked, Xiao Xue, I heard you have a sister-in-law? Yes, Xue Ling replied. She's studying in the provincial capital, majoring in hydraulic engineering. Oh, hydraulic engineering and a girl? Kai Yunyan chuckled. She must be as tough as you, otherwise why would she pick such a major? Xue Ling explained. She's very independent and cheerful. She's good at science and likes things like water and electricity, so she chose hydraulic engineering. That's a good field, Liao Zhongyan said. Yaner's second brother used to work in government, then transferred to the Water and Power Bureau in the capital. The benefits get better every year, and retirement will be great. Kai Yunyan smiled. No one in my family knows how to make big money. We just study, serve the people, and do administrative work. My siblings all work in government departments. My eldest son got his job not just because of his good grades, but also because his uncle helped him find it. That's wonderful, Xue Ling praised. That kind of job is stable, unlike us in business, where things can rise and fall and nothing is certain. If the market's bad or an investment fails, decades of hard work can go down the drain. Stability has its advantages. At least it's peaceful, and the family is steady. Every path has its merits, Liao Zhongyan smiled. We're in business, so we can't say our field is bad, or young people won't want to do it. Commerce is important. People used to focus on agriculture, but now that the economy is better, policies are supporting business. Our field has a bright future. Xue Ling nodded. The policy environment is really good now, especially in the past 2 years. For example, our Phase 2 project went very smoothly, of course thanks in no small part to Sister Yan's help. It's all family business. No need to talk about helping, Kai Yunyan said gently. As long as it's good for the people of Rongcheng, I support it. Our job is to serve the people, and that will never change. Liao Zhongyan laughed. There are champions in every field. Xiao Xue, I think you're just getting started. Your future is limitless. No, I still have a long way to go, Xue Ling said with a smile. Kai Yunyan liked Xue Ling very much and said softly, After the new year, when you go to the capital, you must keep in touch. When we get there, I'll call you right away and give you my number. Deal, Xue Ling said. Let's make it a date. That afternoon, after saying goodbye, Xue Ling hurried to the photo studio. Now that Phase 2 needed discount sales, she planned to ask Tongzi to help her get an ad on the radio. She parked her Jeep at the studio entrance. When she opened the door, she found only Tongzi inside, cleaning a camera. Seeing her, Tongzi quickly came over, happily calling, Sister Xue, Boss Xue, haven't seen you in months. Hello, hello, welcome to inspect our work. Xue Ling laughed. Hello, Comrade Tongzi, busy today? Where's Alan? Tongzi replied with a smile. Not many customers this afternoon, so she went to the market to buy some cold briquettes. We ran out in the kitchen. Good, Xue Ling said, noticing how clean everything was, the glass display cases spotless. She couldn't help but praise, Alan is so diligent. Tongzi smiled with pride. She really is. Never idle, never lazy for a minute. They sat down and Tongzi poured her a glass of water. Sister Xue, congratulations on your new baby boy. Your husband is so lucky. 2 big, healthy sons in 2 years. Xue Ling waved her hand, laughing. They're both mischievous. I'm hoping for a little girl next time. That's the spirit, Tongzi said with a grin. I think girls are more gentle. Parents' little sweethearts. My family is just me and my brother. My mom always complains, wishing I were a girl. She's so disappointed. Ha ha, Xue Ling said. But now you have a stable career, bought your own place. Your mom must be prouder of you than any daughter. Boys or girls, as long as they're your own, you'll always love them. Exactly, Tongzi smiled. My mom complains, but she loves me most. She was so happy when I bought my place. When I move in, she and my brother's family will all come. Xue Ling nodded. That's wonderful. After chatting a while, Xue Ling glanced toward the loft and asked, By the way, does Liu Xing still come here to develop photos? He does, Tongzi said quietly. His business isn't as good as ours, so he comes every 3 or 4 days. Xue Ling sighed softly. When I came back, Ahu told me, something happened at his place during the Mid-Autumn Festival and it was a big deal. You're close to him. If you have time, keep him company and encourage him. When people are down, they need friends and family most. I just had dinner with him the day before yesterday. Tongzi sighed. This past month has been really hard for him. Only in the last few days has he started to look a little better, but he's lost so much weight and looks exhausted. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, Is his business not doing well? Or is his dad watching the shop? No, Tongzi said, face serious. He's running it alone now. His dad was hit hard and has been sick ever since. His mom applied for early retirement and is at home taking care of his dad. Liu Xing sits alone in the studio every day. If there's business, he works. If not, he just sits there for hours staring into space. After all, they used to be colleagues who got along well and friends who enjoyed working together. Hearing about Liu Xing's current state, Xue Ling couldn't help but sigh with regret. Well, Tongzi, if his business isn't doing well, maybe you should persuade him to go back to work at the newspaper. He only took a leave of absence, and old Liu has always kept his position open for him. Tongzi was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected her to suggest that. Go back to the newspaper? But isn't his shop still open? Would he even want to go back? Xue Ling nodded. Whether he wants to or not, you should at least suggest it and let him decide. Think about it. He's alone in the studio every day, only working when customers come in, otherwise just sitting there. How can that be good for his mental state? No, it can't be, Tongzi agreed. Xue Ling said, If he goes back to the newspaper, at least his income will be more stable. Plus, all his old colleagues are still there, and everyone gets along well. Besides work, they joke and chat together, and the atmosphere is great. If he goes back, his old friends will definitely welcome him. In a lively, friendly environment, his mood and spirits should improve. That makes sense? Tongzi said quietly. All his old friends are at the newspaper. Now, besides me, no one really reaches out to him. I've noticed he's become more and more withdrawn. When we met the other day, we just drank in silence. I'd talk and he'd just nod or shake his head, barely saying a word. Sigh, Xue Ling said softly. So young. And to end up like this, it's both pitiful and infuriating. Seeing him now, with nothing left and so downcast, was truly sad. But thinking of how he cheated, betrayed Wang Qing and their marriage, and rushed into divorce just to marry the woman he thought he loved, she couldn't help but feel he brought it on himself. He's not some teenager. How could he be so impulsive? He knows plenty of people, so why did he fall for someone like that? He must have been completely bewitched. He finally married someone who was a good match, and instead of cherishing it, he... Never mind, let's not talk about it. Tongzi sighed too. Sister Xue, I know everyone's disappointed in him, especially Sister Wang Qing. Now that she's found happiness, Liu Xing is left all alone. He brought it on himself, Xue Ling said firmly. Tongzi lowered his voice. His mom used to hope he and Sister Wang Qing would get back together, but after hearing she's engaged, she can't say anything anymore. She and his dad both know Liu Xing wronged Wang Qing, but there's nothing they can do. Xue Ling waved her hand. It's too late for all that. In the end, it's simple. You reap what you sow. People who are never satisfied end up with nothing. Tongzi said quietly. I'll talk to him. Xue Ling thought for a moment. You've always been close. If he ever asks to borrow money and you can spare it, lend him a little. If you can't, just let me know. You can take some from the shop and lend it to him. Consider it from me. Everyone runs into tough times, and if it's just a small amount, I can help. I'll thank you for him in advance, Tongzi said gently. Xue Ling shook her head. Don't tell him. He knows I can't stand him, and he's proud. You get it, right? I do, Tongzi replied quickly. Xue Ling soon got back to business, explaining that there were still over 100 apartments left in Phase 2, and she planned to advertise discounts on the radio. Oh? What kind of discount? Tongzi asked curiously. Xue Ling smiled. There's no choice. The remaining units aren't as good, so we have to lower the price. First, a 10% discount, then 20% for the lower floors. No problem, Tongzi said. Whenever you're free, I can take you to meet our station manager. Of course, you'll need to review the script yourself, but once it's ready, we can air it any time. I'm free now, Xue Ling suggested. Why not wait for Alan to come back and we'll go together? So soon? Tongzi asked. Aren't you all back now? Why the rush to return to the capital? It is a bit urgent, Xue Ling explained. Some of the apartments belong to Boss Liao, and he's about to move to the capital with his wife. If we can sell them quickly, he can cash out. Phase 2 was a joint project. I see, Tongzi nodded. Then when Alan gets back, I'll go with you to the radio station. After chatting a bit more, Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Tongzi, do you have a girlfriend yet? You're not that young anymore, right? Tongzi blushed. Not yet. Xue Ling smiled. You've already bought a house and have a stable job. It's time to find someone and settle down. Life's big events should be considered carefully, but when the time comes, don't hesitate. Tongzi's eyes sparkled as he smiled shyly. I believe in fate. I haven't been watching the clock. When the time comes, I'll get married right away. Maybe fate just hasn't arrived yet. Sister Xue, can I ask you something? Go ahead, Xue Ling replied cheerfully. Tongzi glanced at the door, then asked shyly, Do you think if I pursued Alan, she'd say yes? Alan? Xue Ling burst out laughing. Have you tried? Have you tested the waters? No, Tongzi said softly. She doesn't seem to feel that way about me. I don't know. Honestly, I once wrote a love letter to a girl, but that was just once. I've never really dated. You're married and have such a good relationship, so I wanted to get some advice from you. Xue Ling tried not to laugh. To be honest, my husband and I didn't date before marriage. We were engaged as kids, met briefly when we grew up, and then I married him. We fell in love after getting married. So what advice can I give you? Tongzi. He stared in disbelief, then blurted out, An arranged marriage? No way! Sister Xue, you're so well educated. How could you accept that? No, I don't mean anything bad. I know you and your husband are happy. It's fine, Xue Ling said. You grew up with people who all married for love, so it's normal you find it hard to believe. But we fell in love after marriage, so yes, we had romance too. Fall in love after getting married? Tongzi couldn't help but laugh. How does that work? What if you're not compatible? By then you're already married. Xue Ling wasn't surprised by his question and explained softly, He's a few years older than me. We grew up together like childhood sweethearts. Later, after some family troubles, we got engaged and then separated in a hurry. A few years ago, when his father was seriously ill, he and my mother-in-law came to the capital to ask me to marry him, hoping it would bring good luck. I was confused and he didn't want to, but my dad was very firm. He said Yuan was steady and honest, would take care of his family, and that we were a good match. So he told me to take the train south and marry him. Tongzi shook his head. How could you agree? You'd only met once as adults? Your dad probably didn't really know him either. That's too rash. This is your whole life. Exactly. Xue Ling's eyes softened. My family lived in a big apartment and drove a car. But when I married into the Cheng family's village, they had just 2 mud brick rooms, lots of debt, and couldn't even afford a broken bicycle. The gap was huge. At first, I was lost and I didn't know what to do. But Yuan was calm. He told me if I really didn't want to, he'd never force me. He even said he'd leave home to work in the county the next day and wouldn't stay. I was moved by that. And then? Tongzi asked quietly. I didn't say much at the time. We got married, I helped pay off his family's debts, and then packed up and followed him to Rongcheng. At first, I stayed in a small inn. He was worried about my safety, so he'd come every night and sleep on a chair outside my door. He worked hard, ate simply, but was generous to his family. He never complained, no matter how tough things got. He worked during the day, then did manual labor at the docks at night to earn a little extra. No matter how late, he'd come to keep me company, just to make sure I was safe. Back then, he thought I didn't want to stay with him, but he still treated me so well. Tongzi was visibly moved. Xue Ling continued, "This man, even if I'd broken off the engagement and left, he wouldn't have blamed me. He supported me finding a job in the county, did everything he could to protect me. Even if I'd left for the capital, I don't think he'd have complained. I knew he liked me, but he thought there was too much distance between us, so he respected me and gave me freedom." "And then?" Tongzi asked again. Xue Ling smiled. "I found a job at the newspaper and a place to live. I told him I wanted to rent together, to live with him. At first he didn't dare agree, but when he saw I was serious, he finally said yes. When we moved in, we still lived separately. He cooked all the meals, worked during the day, took side jobs at night, always working hard. But in my heart, I'd already chosen him." Tongzi blushed. "So you fell in love over time?" "Sort of," Xue Ling said. "But more importantly, I knew he was someone I could rely on for life. First, he respected me, cared for me, and liked me. I was sure of that. But he also gave me freedom, which is a huge sign of respect. Second, he's a man you can build a life with, hardworking, family-oriented, willing to struggle. Even if we had to eat plain food every day, I'd be content. And I believe a man like that will never have a bad future. Good character, steady, loves his family. Where else could I find someone like that?" She shrugged and smiled. "I'm lucky. I already picked such a good partner. Why would I look anywhere else?" Tongzi seemed to understand, falling silent for a moment. "So, you two discovered after marriage that you were right for each other, and that's why you truly came together." Xue Ling nodded. "Honestly, I think marriage and love are very different. Love is all about hearts in sync, mutual affection, and it's beautiful. But marriage is different. It's about daily life. Loving someone doesn't guarantee happiness living together. Take Liu Xing and Wang Ting, for example. Wang Ting and Liu Xing were colleagues, shared the same dreams, both were artistic. When they were dating, they wrote love letters and poems, took walks at sunset, went to the movies, everything was romantic and sweet. But marriage doesn't guarantee happiness. Marriage is about daily life, not romance, just meals, elders, kids, and chores. That's why many couples who seem perfect in love struggle after marriage. On the other hand, we started with marriage as a test. If we could live together, there'd be no other obstacles. You're dating with marriage in mind, so you need to see if that person is right for daily life." Xue Ling gave a wry smile. "To put it bluntly, Liu Xing is a warning. He loved the feeling of romance, but his marriages all failed. One reason is he never found someone truly suited for daily life. Another is he didn't know what he really needed. Actually, Wang Ting wasn't right for him either." Tongzi smiled slowly. "Sister Xue, talking to you is better than reading 10 years of books. After hearing all this, I feel like I suddenly understand." Xue Ling giggled. "Back to the topic. Do you like Alan?" "Yes," Tongzi said quietly. "I think she's a good girl. Patient, honest, eager to learn, hardworking, filial, and a great cook." Xue Ling asked, "But you're still hesitant. Why? Afraid you won't have much to talk about?" "Sort of," Tongzi said softly. "At first we didn't have much in common. She'd just respond politely. Now it's better. We work on photos together, and she does most of the work. Now when we talk about photos, she really knows her stuff. And since I work at the radio station, she sometimes listens to my shows and even gives me good advice. I think she's right for me, and life with her would be peaceful and warm." Xue Ling smiled and teased. "You don't know, do you? She's been your fan for ages. She loves your show." "Really?" Tongzi was shocked. She never told me that." Xue Ling chuckled. "She's just shy. That's why she never said anything. She knew you before she ever came to the studio, and she used to ask me about you all the time. But she always saw herself as just a listener, never daring to get close to her idol. Really? Tongzi asked, delighted. Xue Ling teased. Why are you suddenly so lacking in confidence? Why would I lie to you? Remember when someone caused trouble at the studio and you got hurt? Of course I remember. Tongzi nodded quickly. I was in the hospital for days. You visited me several times. Right, Xue Ling continued. Do you remember those times I brought a bag of rice cakes when I visited? I do. They were delicious. Wait, were those from Alan? Exactly, Xue Ling explained. She heard about the trouble at the studio, and when the radio station changed the schedule, she guessed something had happened to you. She found out you were in the hospital and made rice cakes for you. I ran into her outside and she just said she was worried about her idol and wanted to bring you something. I helped her deliver them. The next time, she gave them to me again and asked me to bring them to you. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Tongzi's face turned red. I had no idea. You should have told me. Xue Ling laughed. She asked me not to. Tongzi grinned. When she gets here, I'm going to ask her myself. Wait a sec, Xue Ling said quietly. I have a favor to ask. Save your sweet talk for later when you two have some privacy. Deal, Tongzi agreed. As they chatted, Chenlan came back carrying a basket of cold briquettes. Tongzi hurried over to help. I'll take these to the kitchen. You take a break. Chenlan wiped her sweat and smiled at Xue Ling. After Xue Ling explained why she was there, Chenlan called out, I'll handle this. You go help Sister Xue. She's busy and has 2 little kids at home. Finish up early so she can get back. Tongzi teased, You always think of others. So considerate. When will you start thinking more about yourself? Chenlan was startled, then said, I'm fine. Tongzi gently flicked her hand. Go wash up and have some water, then come back to the coal. I'm heading out with Sister Xue. Oh, and tonight I want your rice cakes. My dear Alan, will you make them for me? Chenlan blushed and stammered, Okay. What's gotten into him? Why is he talking so strangely? Tongzi patted her shoulder. I'll be back soon. Then he hurried to the front of the shop to go with Xue Ling to the radio station. Chenlan watched them leave, dazed for a moment, then quickly went to wash her hands. After finishing the ad business, Xue Ling went home. It was already around 5 in the evening. After winter set in, the weather was dry and the days much shorter. By 5, it was already getting dark. Xue Ling went straight home to Jiangyuan. As she stepped out of the elevator, she saw both her doors closed and a white note stuck to one. Wife, we're going to the development zone for roast lamb. If you see this note, come join us. Huh? Roast lamb again? Where did that come from? Xue Ling went inside, drank some water, changed into a warmer coat, grabbed her car keys, and was about to leave when there was a knock at the door. Lingling, Lingling, it's Wang Qing! Xue Ling was delighted, hurried over, and opened the door. Wang Qing stood there with a small shoulder bag, looking like she'd just gotten off work, still in her office clothes. The two hadn't seen each other in ages, so they hugged excitedly and started chatting. Xue Ling pulled her inside, explaining, Everyone's gone to the development zone for roast lamb. I just got home too. You're just in time. Let's catch up, then go eat together. No, Wang Ting blushed. The wind from the north has been fierce lately, and I'm feeling a bit under the weather. Lamb is too warming, it'll make it worse. Xue Ling rolled her eyes, teasing, I think you're not worried about your health, you're just shy. Wang Ting blushed even more and playfully punched her shoulder. You, always making fun of me, you're so bad. Xue Ling feigned innocence. I'm just telling the truth. What's so funny about that? Wang Ting pouted. He went back to the provincial capital at 2 in the morning. He called me at noon, said business was good this morning, and he only got a break at midday. He's resting now. Xue Ling nodded. Good. He knows to check in with you. You've got him well trained. Wang Ting was so embarrassed she could barely speak. Can't you be serious for once? I came to see you because I have something to discuss. What is it? I've already given out a lot of life advice today, Xue Ling joked. Looks like I'll get to give out some more. Wang Ting asked suspiciously, "What life advice?" Xue Ling was a little embarrassed. "I said I'd make chicken soup tomorrow. Looks like we'll be busy again soon." Wang Ting gently patted her cheek. "You've really lost weight lately." "I was pregnant before, had to put on weight." Xue Ling laughed. "This is my normal weight." Wang Ting shook her head. "Don't get too thin, or the northern wind will blow you away." Xue Ling laughed. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Wang Ting blushed. "Our wedding apartment is in phase 2. Hu and I have already checked it out. The decor is simple, which I like, but Hu thinks it's a bit too plain and wants me to buy some furniture and decorate it to my taste." "How thoughtful," Xue Ling smiled. "Want me to help you pick things out?" Wang Ting nodded. "I want to get curtains and bedding first. I also want to buy a set of traditional-style wooden sofas." "Curtains and bedding are easy," Xue Ling said. "But for the traditional sofa, you'll need a specialty woodworker." Wang Ting smiled. "Hu said you used wood for your home's decor. He really likes it, and so do I. Can we copy your style?" "Of course," Xue Ling said. "The carpenter is a bit old, but he's very skilled. All the woodwork in my place was done by boss Liu Xiaoyu, and that craftsman." "Liu Xiaoyu?" Wang Ting remembered the name. "He's Hu's good friend, right?" "Right," Xue Ling said. "I met him through Hu. Liu Xiaoyu also lives in our complex, in the unit on the far left." Hearing it was someone they knew, Wang Ting immediately brightened up. "Great, please introduce me. I also want the master to make 2 writing desks for me," Hu said. "Since I read and write a lot, he hopes to have 2 good quality desks made, one to keep here in Rongcheng and one to take to the provincial capital." "Oh, that's wonderful," Xue Ling couldn't help but tease. "He's really thoughtful, isn't he?" Wang Ting blushed and said softly, "He really is considerate. My mom said a man like that is worth marrying because he won't let me suffer and knows how to care for and respect me." Xue Ling squeezed her hand and let out a long breath. "You know, I never imagined you two would end up together. When I heard the news, I was so happy because you're just perfect for each other. Hu will be a great family man, and you'll never feel wronged with him. You'll definitely be very, very happy." "Thank you." Wang Ting smiled with a sigh. "Lingling, sometimes late at night I can't help but wonder, if I hadn't had the courage to get divorced, if I'd chosen to endure and forgive, what would my life be like now? Looking back, I know I made the right decision. If she'd begged him to come back, or asked her in-laws to help persuade him, what would things be like now? When he was caught, he was scared and wouldn't admit it. When things blew up, he didn't dare ask for a divorce. It was she who brought it up. If she hadn't, and just kept going, how much pain and heartbreak would she have had to swallow? Even thinking about it now made her want to cry. Facing it in real life would have been even worse. Xue Ling smiled gently. "Do you know why I supported you so much back then? I never tried to talk you out of it, not even once. Do you know why?" Wang Ting smiled softly. "Because you cared about me and supported me. My mom hesitated at first, thinking I was already married and should think it through. But I was determined, and when she saw no one was trying to stop me and was angry at Liu Xing's attitude, she finally agreed." "It's more than that," Xue Ling sighed. "You're my friend, and seeing you go through all that, of course I felt for you. But I truly supported your divorce, and I never lied to you. First, I noticed you never seemed happy after getting married. It wasn't just that he couldn't have children. There were lots of little things making you unhappy. Second, Liu Xing's heart had already changed. He wasn't just tempted into cheating. His heart was gone. You two went through so much to be together, but he changed so quickly and got so close to another woman. His heart wasn't with you or your family anymore, so there was no point forcing it." Wang Ting smiled. "Anything else? I love hearing your analysis." "There is," Xue Ling said seriously. "I wasn't worried about the impact of divorce on you. First, you're still young, not even 30. Your life is just beginning. You know how to dress and take care of yourself so you still look young. Plus, you have your own income and it's stable. That's a big reason many women don't dare divorce. They rely on their husbands for everything, so when he changes, they're afraid to lose that support and would rather suffer than leave. But you don't need to depend on Liu Xing. Most importantly, you didn't have kids. Yes, Wang Ting lowered her eyes. If we'd had kids, I definitely wouldn't have dared divorce. No matter who the child stayed with, there would be something missing. Either mother's love or father's love. Kids are innocent, and I'm soft-hearted, so I wouldn't have been able to let go. Exactly, Xue Ling said. Now that I have kids, I know how much more stable a family feels. But that also means parents have more to consider if they split up. Wang Ting smiled. So I guess I'm lucky. Because of him, I've been happy and hurt. But I also learned what kind of person I need for my next marriage. What kind of person is right for me. Everything has pros and cons, Xue Ling smiled. But in your case, the good outweighs the bad. Wang Ting looked a little nervous. Ling, I have something else to ask you. Go ahead, Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. Is it about Liu Xing? She could tell from Wang Ting's nervousness that it probably was. Wang Ting nodded. I've heard about how he's doing. It's not great. I don't hate him anymore, not at all. Whether as friends, former colleagues, or ex-spouses, I just hope he's okay. There's no need to be enemies just because we can't be a couple. His studio isn't doing well, is it? Not really, Xue Ling replied. If someone can't manage their own family, how can they run a business long-term? Tongzi told me his business is slow, but he can still scrape by. Has he thought about going back to the newspaper? Wang Ting asked. His position is still there? If he applies, he can have a stable job again. Xue Ling sighed. I told Tongzi to try and persuade him, but whether he does or not is up to him. Wang Ting said apologetically. I was hoping you could talk to him. I don't have the time, and I don't run into him, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. After what happened between you two, he didn't even dare stay at the hospital or take care of you. I was so angry at him, I didn't want anything to do with him. We're basically not in contact anymore. Wang Ting fell silent. Xue Ling patted her hand gently. You're still so kind-hearted. Even though he hurt and betrayed her, she still hoped he'd be okay. Only someone who truly loved could feel that way. By now, it was getting dark. Xue Ling said, Let's go to the development zone for dinner. I'm starving. Brother Yuan and the others are making roast lamb and my parents and in-laws are there too. I'll skip it. Wang Ting blushed. Hu and I are engaged now, so if I see your parents, I'll have to address them differently. I just got off work and haven't had time to prepare a gift. Next time. Xue Ling couldn't help teasing. What's this? The new daughter-in-law is afraid to meet the in-laws? Don't worry. They've seen you countless times already. It's not that. Wang Ting blushed furiously, whispering, It's just different now. Knowing how shy she was, Xue Ling didn't tease her further and let her go. I'll walk you downstairs, then I'll drive over. Xue Ling closed the door and walked down the stairs with her. By the way, how are Old Lu and Chief Editor Lin? I heard Old Lu's son bought a place in Phase 2, and it's a pretty big one. Wang Ting smiled. He's been bragging about the big discount you gave him and how he picked the best view. He's over the moon. His son is a lot like him, gentle and honest, a bit slow to learn but always diligent. Xue Ling asked. He arranged for his son to join the paper, hoping he'll take over someday, right? Exactly, Wang Ting explained. It wasn't easy for Old Lu to get and keep his position. He's one of the most respected veterans at the paper, one of the founders. His son has the qualifications, but he'll need years of experience. Give it a decade or so, and he'll be ready. She lowered her voice. Let me tell you, Deputy Director Jen is secretly very upset. She's been hoping to become director, thinking it's her turn after all these years. She's had a tough time too, and it hasn't been easy for her. Xue Ling was surprised. By the way, is she married? Does she have anyone? No, Wang Ting said, lowering her voice. She was actually scammed recently, lost money and got her heart broken. What? Xue Ling was caught off guard by the gossip. What happened? Is she okay? Wang Ting smiled wryly. She's fine, don't worry. She's been through a lot over the years. This is nothing to her. What? Xue Ling was skeptical. Wang Ting explained, That's what she said afterward. What could we say? If we tried to comfort her, she'd probably think we were pitying her. Xue Ling laughed. She's still so proud, huh? Wang Ting whispered, About half a year ago, someone introduced her to a teacher, supposedly a rural teacher from Rongcheng Middle School, originally from the provincial capital. He wasn't much to look at, short and chubby, but he was a teacher from the capital, an intellectual, so she was smitten. They exchanged letters, went to the movies together. They got together? Xue Ling asked. Yeah, Wang Ting said. She told everyone she was getting engaged. We've all worked together for years, and even though she's not the easiest to get along with, we were genuinely happy for her. We all chipped in 10 yuan each, planning to buy her an electric fan as a gift. But before we could, something happened. The guy took her savings and disappeared, vanished without a trace. Xue Ling asked, A marriage scam? Did she call the police? Wang Ting shook her head. She said he just borrowed her savings for a business deal and would be back soon to marry her. We didn't dare say anything, just let her be. Turns out he only taught at the school for a month before quitting. No one could confirm if he was really from the capital or even if that was his real name. She confronted the matchmaker, but the matchmaker said she only knew he was a teacher. Everything else was what he claimed, and she couldn't prove anything. Xue Ling smiled wryly. So what happened? Still no police? Wang Ting shook her head. She waited for months, but he never sent a letter or showed up. Deep down, she knew, but none of us dared bring it up. Old Lu told us not to mention it. If we don't, she'll just say she's been through worse, so we don't say a word. Exactly, Xue Ling laughed. Who knows if she's really strong or just pretending to be over it? If she were really strong, she wouldn't have cried at home for days, Wang Ting said with a bitter smile. She took sick leave, but really she was just at home crying. That's pretty sad. Xue Ling thought of her proud, stubborn ways and shook her head. I hope she can change, or she might get hurt again. Sigh, Wang Ting said softly. She's so headstrong. Even after all these years, most colleagues can't stand her, let alone anyone else. She used to look down on her brother and sister-in-law because she was educated and had a good job. After her parents died, they stopped talking to her. She lives alone in Rongcheng, with few friends or family. It's really sad. Xue Ling thought for a moment. Has she changed at all? Wang Ting nodded. A bit. She's only in her 30s. No need to act so world-weary. Old Liu talked to her, gave her books to read. She's not as picky or aggressive as before. That's good, Xue Ling said. Just take it as paying for a lesson. Every experience teaches you something. Wang Ting continued. Chief Editor Lin is the same as always. Her eldest did well on exams and is now studying in the provincial capital. She and her husband scrimp and save to put their kids through school. Luckily, their marriage is good and the kids are obedient, so she says life is hard, but happy. Xue Ling smiled and asked, When is old Lu retiring? Wang Ting shook her head. No idea. Probably a few more years. The longer he works, the better his pension. Plus, his son needs his help, so he can't retire yet. Wang Ting went on to talk about several other colleagues. Everyone's work and family life was stable, not much different from before. As long as everyone's doing well, that's good. I'll visit when I have time. Xue Ling waved goodbye and headed to the development zone. When she arrived, everyone had already eaten. Only she and Cheng Tianyuan hadn't. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I just fed Zhao Yangyang his milk. He's asleep now, and Mom's holding him inside. Zhao Ranran went out to play with Chen Min and isn't back yet. Come on, let's eat. Where's Quiliu? Xue Ling asked. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. She suddenly wanted lamb today, but after a couple bites she got sleepy and went upstairs for a nap. Ahu's mom and Liu Ying were in the kitchen, chatting as they washed the dishes. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan sat down to eat, cabbage and roast lamb. Cheng Tianyuan explained. Third uncle and dad both ate a lot of lamb. My dad had several big pieces. This afternoon, Dad and I went back to the village to hand out wedding candies and cakes. Now that little Yang Yang is born, we had to go back and let everyone know, and tell the village chief so he can add Yang Yang's name to the family genealogy. Oh, I almost forgot, Xue Ling asked. All done? All done, Cheng Tianyuan said. I bought a lot of white sugar this morning, and 200 small cakes from the bakery. When we got back, Uncle Chang and the village chief helped hand out the candies, and it was all done quickly. Xue Ling asked, How are the village chief and Uncle Chang? They're both in good health, Cheng Tianyuan said. Uncle Chang is still raising sheep. Recently 3 or 4 old ewes had lambs, tiny and cute. When he saw us, he slaughtered a sheep and gave us half. That's not right, Xue Ling said quietly. He raises them for a living. We can't just take it for free. A sheep is expensive, isn't it? Cheng Tianyuan replied. Dad gave him a bag of sugar and several packs of cigarettes. When we left, I gave him a red envelope with 30 yuan inside. Good, Xue Ling said. Give him a bit more. Don't let him lose out. It's not easy for an old man to raise a flock of sheep. He needs to make a living too. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Uncle Chang was really happy. He said when the next batch of lambs is bigger, he'll slaughter another and bring it to us. Dad and Mom both love lamb, so I agreed, and told him to bring it when he comes to the county market. Nice, Xue Ling said, eating the roast lamb. If the elders like it, let's get more. It's good to eat lamb in cold weather. It's just that without ahu here, it's not as tasty. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. It's not that it's not tasty. It's just cold, so the meat gets tough. Earlier, I had a piece and it was pretty good. Ahu's mom is a good cook, but Ahu's even better, so his is the best. Xue Ling ate and asked, You went to the shop this morning. How's business? Still steady? Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows and said quietly, It's steady, but not as good as before. That's to be expected. Even though Amin delivers on time, with the boss not around, the staff aren't as motivated, so sales are down a bit. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. We're not losing money, are we? No, Cheng Tianyuan replied. We're not losing, just making a bit less. How much less? Xue Ling asked. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. 200 or 300 less a month. It's fine, as long as we're not losing money. Xue Ling's eyes flickered, but she didn't say more. Cheng Tianyuan noticed and asked quietly, What's wrong? Nothing, Xue Ling muttered. We'll stay here for the new year, and business will pick up. If we do well, we can make up for the slow months during the holiday rush. Business is always good at New Year, Cheng Tianyuan said. Last year it was so busy I was scared, one batch of goods after another selling like crazy. Xue Ling giggled. I'll help you this year. Maybe we can run a New Year's sale and make up for it with volume? We'll see, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. You should rest too, and we have 2 kids at home. It's fine, Xue Ling said. We'll leave the little one with Mom and Dad and take the older one to help. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. All right, we'll talk about it then. If we have enough help, let's do it. Xue Ling said, There are only 100 or so apartments left in Phase 2. We're planning to discount them and sell them cheap. Really? Cheng Tianyuan seemed to think of something. Are there any small units left? Yes, about 80 square meters, Xue Ling said. Small units. Cheng Tianyuan explained. Earlier, Uncle Chang told me his son has been working in the county for over 10 years. His grandson is already 10, but they've always rented in the old city. He wants to buy a small place. He asked if I could lend him 200 or 300 yuan to help out. I agreed. In our family, only Uncle Biao's family is gone, so we're closest to them. If we can help, we should. Xue Ling agreed readily. Bring them over. I'll find a place for them. How cheap can you go? Cheng Tianyuan asked. 80 square meters must be at least 1,000 or 2. Xue Ling shook her head. After the discount, just over 1,000. The ones left don't have the best views, so we're selling them cheap. For family, I'll give them an even better price. 1,000? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Is that okay? Of course, Xue Ling said. They're family. A few hundred doesn't matter. Besides, if he's borrowing a few hundred from you, it's the same thing. Better to just give them a good deal and do them a big favor. All right, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. I'll thank you for Uncle Cheng. When he comes, I'll explain everything. They're all honest people. Uncle Cheng and his wife, their daughters and son. He only has one son, the youngest. He works here, his wife stays home with the kids, and the whole family lives in a small rental. Luckily, Uncle Cheng helps out with food and supplies, or they'd really struggle. Xue Ling clicked her tongue. If that's the case, it'll be hard for them to come up with 1,000 all at once. It's fine, I can cover it for them, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Whatever they can pay, I'll make up the rest. They can pay me back when they have it. Xue Ling stifled a laugh. Isn't that a hassle? What's the difference if you pay or I pay? If that's the case, she might as well just give the apartment to Uncle Chang's family and let them pay her back when they can. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and shook his head. No difference. If you built the place yourself, I wouldn't mind giving them a unit. But this project is a partnership with Boss Liao. Selling cheap to family is already a big favor. If you give it away, it affects Boss Liao's share. He owns 20%. 200 yuan is still money. Money is one thing, but respecting your partner is another. You have to keep that in mind. Good point, Xue Ling nodded. I hadn't thought of that. All right, I'll sell it cheap and you can cover the rest for them if needed. Cheng Tianyuan picked out a tender piece of cabbage for her. Eat up before it gets cold. After dinner, everyone piled into 2 jeeps and left the development zone, heading back to Phase 1. Grandma carried little Yang Yang, while little Ran Ran was with her maternal grandparents, all resting at the house across the way. That left only Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling, just the 2 of them. Xue Ling was a bit tired. She poured herself a glass of water and told Cheng Tianyuan about the people and things she'd encountered that day. By the way, if you run into Lu Xiaoyu, please tell him about this. Wang Qing urgently needs help with her renovations, and she also needs 2 writing desks. No problem, Cheng Tianyuan said. He always leaves for work early, and since I'm up early too, I often run into him at the gate. Xue Ling had a good impression of Lu Xiaoyu. He's straightforward and hardworking. Over the past year or 2, he's helped me a lot. I heard he has a lot of kids. Yeah, 4, Cheng Tianyuan replied. 2 boys and 2 girls. The youngest is already 6 or 7, so it shouldn't be too hard now. Xue Ling laughed. I hope our kids grow up quickly, too. When they grow up, you'll be old, Cheng Tianyuan teased. And when they really do grow up, you'll wish they were still little. By then, they'll have their own ideas and might even argue with us. We'll see when the time comes, Xue Ling said. Let them do what they want. If it gets too much, I'll just stop caring. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. You say that now, but you won't be able to let go later. Xue Ling leaned against his shoulder, feeling lazy and content. Brother Yuan, Boss Liao and his wife said they're moving to the capital soon. Their eldest son already works there, and since his wife is from the capital, she wants to be closer to her family and siblings. Plus, the education and teachers are better there, so they want their younger son to go to middle school in the capital. Really? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. That's great. The education there is definitely better. Boss Liao and his wife are both intellectuals, so of course they care about education. Transferring their son to the capital makes perfect sense. Xue Ling thought for a moment, then said softly, When spring comes and the weather warms up, I'll have to head north too. I want to invest all the money I've made these past few years into the new mall. It'll be really busy, probably for at least 2 years. Do you have enough funds? Cheng Tianyuan asked in surprise. Didn't you say the investment for that mall is huge? I've got the startup funds, Xue Ling explained. I didn't touch most of the money from the sweater factory this year, especially in the second half. Add in the profits from the clothing store and the proceeds from Phase 2, and it's enough. I'll keep investing as we build. Cheng Tianyuan knew she was prepared and didn't try to stop her. If you think it's right, go for it, but 2 years is a long time. Xue Ling bit her lip and said softly, How about we do what we did before and move the whole family to the capital? What do you think? Cheng Tianyuan was taken aback. his mind a bit muddled. Last time they went to the capital, it was because her father-in-law had a car accident and she was about to give birth, so the whole family had to go north. But they just settled in Rongcheng, only lived here for about 2 years, and now they'd have to leave it all behind for the capital. Wife, that's a big decision. I can't make it alone. Let me talk it over with Dad and Mom, and then we'll discuss it. Xue Ling nodded gently. I understand. It's a big deal. No rush, take your time. My thought is, if we want the kids to get their education in the capital, we might as well go early. That way they can get used to the environment, not just the surroundings, but the language too. And we can start a new life and business there. Of course, we won't give up Rongcheng. We can always come back for holidays. Cheng Tianyuan was silent for a moment. If that's the case, Mom and Dad would have to come north with us. If it's long-term, my new shop here, I'd have to close it. The shop was doing well, but Amin only handled deliveries. Without the boss around, sales depended on the staff's initiative. At first, it made a little money, but over time, profits would drop and the shop would have to close. It's okay, Xue Ling said. You can open a shop in the capital. You're not limited to Rongcheng. I'll always keep a spot for you in the Phase 2 mall. It's just that there aren't enough residents yet, so there's no business. In 4 or 5 years, when the population grows, we can open the mall here. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. I understand. Let me think it over. Xue Ling hugged his arm, snuggling up. I'm not forcing you. If you don't like the capital, I won't go. I'll stay home and take care of the kids and maybe go develop Phase 3 in a few years. No, Cheng Tianyuan said with a smile. It's not that I don't like the capital. It's a big modern city with lots of opportunities. My parents liked it when they stayed for 3 months, but this is a big decision for our family's future, so we need to think it through. Right, Xue Ling sighed. Cheng Tianyuan gently stroked her short hair. Now that the baby's born, if you want to grow your hair out, you can. When she was pregnant with Ranran, she cut her hair short for convenience. Same with Yang Yang. Now that both kids were born, she could finally focus on her own beauty routine. Xue Ling shook her head and pouted. No, I'm sticking with short hair. Why? Cheng Tianyuan asked, stroking her waist. You recovered quickly after giving birth and your hair's growing out. Why not let it grow? Xue Ling giggled. Every time I grow it out, I get pregnant again and have to cut it. I'd rather keep it short. Easy to wash, and sometimes I don't even have to comb it. She hugged his arm and teased. If I get ugly, will you stop loving me? Cheng Tianyuan smiled, eyes full of affection. When it was just the two of them, she'd sometimes act spoiled or playful. He loved this side of her, and the warm, cozy atmosphere. He gently stroked her cheek. As long as it's you, I'll love you, whether you're young and beautiful or old and gray. Hee, Xue Ling giggled sweetly, snuggling into his arms. He pulled her up and led her toward the bedroom. They shared a long, intimate moment, and she knew his feelings well. Blushing, she let him lead her back to their room. Night fell and love filled the air. 2 days later, Lu Xiaoyu arrived, carrying a bundle of sugarcane on his shoulder, grinning as he said it was grown back home. It's really sweet and delicious. Uncle, Auntie, hurry and try some. After some greetings, Xue Ling took Lu Xiaoyu downstairs. What have you been busy with lately? Still working in construction? Lu Xiaoyu laughed heartily. Sis-in-law, this is all I know how to do. Nothing else I'm good at. That's a real skill, Xue Ling smiled. Your crew is still with you, right? All of them. I've got over 50 people now, Lu Xiaoyu explained. The guys all trust me, so I have to take on reliable projects to make sure everyone earns something. He couldn't help but sigh. But big projects like Phase 1 and 2 are rare. If there were more, we'd be more stable. Xue Ling apologized softly. Phase 2 is selling well, but it's not time to start Phase 3 yet. The area is big, but the roads aren't great, so it'll take time to develop. Plus, Boss Liao is retired, so I don't have a partner. That's a shame, Lu Xiaoyu said honestly. To be honest, I always planned to keep working with you. Now that you're not developing, I was really at a loss. Xue Ling explained. I'll be heading to the capital for a while. Liu Xiaoyu knew she was from the capital. He'd just seen some of her relatives at her house, so he quickly said, "Then I wish you all the best, sis-in-law." "Thank you." Xue Ling thought for a moment, then asked, "By the way, have you heard about the economic development zone being built toward Chengjia village?" "I have," Liu Xiaoyu replied quietly. "It's supposed to start early next year, with lots of factories and dorms going up." Xue Ling suggested, "Why not take your crew there? It's not far, and the work should last at least a year or two." "Those are all government projects," Liu Xiaoyu said with a wry smile. "Sis-in-law, I'm not connected enough to get those jobs." Xue Ling paused, then lowered her voice. "Go ask Boss Liao for help. He's done government projects before and knows people. If you ask him to introduce you, I'm sure he'll help." She wasn't wrong. Boss Liao was friendly and always willing to help. Liu Xiaoyu got excited. "Thank you, sis-in-law. I'll talk to old Liao tomorrow. After Phase 2, I heard he's not doing Phase 3, so I've been scrambling to find smaller jobs for the crew. I haven't had a chance to talk to him properly. He's mostly at home these days, except for selling the Phase 2 apartments." Xue Ling explained, "That's because his wife is still recovering and needs his help at home. I visited a few days ago. He's doing all the housework and cooking." "That's how it should be," Liu Xiaoyu laughed. "Family comes first." Xue Ling explained that Hu's new home needed more detailed renovations for the wedding, which made Liu Xiaoyu laugh. "He only told me he got engaged. I didn't even know he bought a place. The Phase 2 units are already nicely finished, and he wants it even fancier? That's a rich man's mindset." Xue Ling laughed. "People work hard to live better, right?" Liu Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. Xue Ling knocked, and soon Wang Qing opened the door. Wang Qing and Liu Xiaoyu discussed the renovation plans, and Liu Xiaoyu promised to bring his crew in a couple of days. He soon took his leave, but before he left, he quietly asked Xue Ling, "Sis-in-law, can I have a word?" Xue Ling nodded and followed him outside. "What's up? Something else?" Liu Xiaoyu gave an embarrassed smile. "Sis-in-law, I wanted to ask if you'd be interested in investing in a farm." "A farm?" Xue Ling was surprised. "What kind of farm? Where?" Liu Xiaoyu replied, "Just south of the city, outside the village downriver. There's a big flat piece of land. Someone wants to build a large pig farm there." "Raising pigs?" Xue Ling chuckled. "How do you know about this? Are you in charge of the construction?" Liu Xiaoyu smiled. "To be honest, my wife is from that village. My brother-in-law leased that land from the village for 50 years. I told him it's not great for crops, but it could be good for something else. He wants to make money, but he doesn't have the capital. His family is really good at raising pigs. Most people can only sell 2 big pigs a year, but they can sell 3 or 4, twice a year. My wife suggested he build a small shed for pigs, but I think that's a waste of such a big space." Xue Ling realized he was serious and listened carefully. "It's a big place. It'd be a shame not to use it well." Liu Xiaoyu said apologetically, "I wanted to help him build it, but I can only do so much. I have workers and we could work for free, but materials are expensive. I thought about asking Hu to invest, but I haven't been able to reach him. My brother-in-law is anxious to find an investor to get started and buy a few hundred piglets. But I have a big family, and the elders get sick sometimes, so I never have enough savings. Otherwise, I'd help him myself." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "Raising pigs isn't too risky, as long as you take good care of them. The environment matters too. Not every place is suitable." Liu Xiaoyu smiled. "That spot is well ventilated, right by the river. The dike is high, and the waterworks were just fixed a couple of years ago. No risk of flooding." Xue Ling asked, "How much investment are we talking? How big is the place? How many pigs could it hold? How long to break even?" Liu Xiaoyu had clearly done the math. "I talked it over with him. If we build a farm, it's a big area. You'd need at least 30,000 yuan to start. Even with the cheapest, sturdiest materials, it's over 20,000. Add in piglets and feed, you need at least 20,000 more to keep it running. Each pig can sell for several hundred, so if all goes well, you could break even in a year. 30,000? Not a small sum. No wonder Lu Xiaoyu couldn't do it alone. Xue Ling smiled. I'm interested. Bring your brother-in-law over when you have time and we'll talk. But I have to be clear, I'll invest, but I can't manage it myself. I can put up all the money, but we'll split the profits. Great! Liu Xiaoyu was thrilled. I'll bring him over soon, or better yet, why don't I take you to see the place and then have my brother-in-law explain everything? He's honest and trustworthy. Xue Ling nodded. Sure, I've got time now, let's go take a look. Xue Ling said goodbye to Wang Ting, turned to get the keys, and left together with Lu Xiaoyu. She returned in the evening. Cheng Tianyuan was slicing lamb and dipping it in sauce. He asked, Where did you and Boss Liu go? I was worried you'd miss out on the lamb slices. Xue Ling glanced at the big leg of lamb and couldn't help but ask, Uncle Cheng came? Did he slaughter another sheep? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan explained. He slaughtered one and brought us a leg, sent some to our son's place too. The rest he sold to the villagers. At that moment, third uncle and Shua's father came back, leading little Ron Ron. This afternoon, Chen Min took his wife back to her parents' home. Muhai had to go help out and said he'd be back tonight, so we don't need to wait for him for dinner. Liu Ying and Shue's mother were helping out in the kitchen. Not seeing her younger son, Xue Ling quickly asked, Where's the second one? Why haven't I seen him? He just had his milk and went to sleep, Shue's mother explained. It's already getting cold, so we bathed him a little after 3 in the afternoon. He loves playing with water and never wants to sleep, gets all excited. Just now, after feeding him, he got sleepy and fell asleep. Liu Ying laughed. He probably won't sleep long. He only sleeps soundly in the second half of the night these days. Third uncle smiled. Both these kids are good. I've never heard them cry at night. Xue Ling listened carefully and couldn't help but ask, Third uncle, do you have insomnia every night? Otherwise, how would you know if they cry or not? Third uncle laughed heartily. I sleep well every day. How could I have insomnia? It's very quiet here at night. If the kids cried, I'd definitely be woken up. Since I wasn't, it means they didn't cry. Everyone laughed. Third uncle looked at Cheng Tianyuan slicing the lamb and clicked his tongue in admiration. This lamb is really fresh. The food here is delicious, mainly because it's fresh. In the capital, even if you want to eat something like this, you have to wait half a day to buy it, and by the time you eat it, it's the next day. No way it's still fresh. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. This was slaughtered this afternoon, about 3 hours ago. Still counts as fresh. Fresh enough, Xue's father said. Plus it's cold, so things don't spoil easily and the meat stays good. Third uncle leaned back and chuckled. I've been here 10 days or so, and I feel like I've gained several pounds. I'm getting fatter than a pig. Everyone burst out laughing. When Xue Ling heard the word pig, she explained, Earlier, I went with Lu Xiaoyu to look at a plot of land by the river. It's really nice. I'm planning to invest in a pig farm for his wife's younger brother. Raising pigs? A farm? Just for pigs? How big is it? How many pigs can you raise? You only know how to eat pork? What do you know about raising pigs? Meddling in things you don't understand. Xue Ling stifled a laugh and explained, The place is pretty big. I calculated it should hold 300 or 400 pigs. If we use the space well and build another row, maybe 500? That's pretty big, third uncle nodded. Xue Ling said, I've already talked to him. Tomorrow I'll get the money to invest. I'll put up the capital, and he, his wife, and their parents will take care of the pigs. We'll split the profits 50-50. Not a big investment, right? Xue's father asked. Around 30,000, Xue Ling explained. Their family is too poor. They don't have that much to invest. They usually get by raising pigs. They're good at it, but there are too many mouths to feed and not enough people working, so their finances have always been tight. There are 7 kids in the family, almost one every year. Amazing. 30,000 isn't much, Xue's father said. If you have enough pigs, you can make your money back in a year or 2. But the initial investment is big, and it takes about a year to raise a batch, so unless you have spare money, it's not easy. Exactly, Xue Ling said. So when I suggested a 50-50 split, they agreed right away. but I'll have to pay for the pig feed and such. I told Liu Xiaoyu I trust him. He can help keep the accounts, and when the pigs are sold, we'll split the money. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but remind her, Liu Xiaoyu is usually very busy. His wife will help feed the pigs, Xue Ling explained. She can read and do simple math. He just needs to help with the calculations. It's not a big business, so there's no need for complicated bookkeeping or taxes, so it's not troublesome. Seeing that she had everything arranged, Cheng Tianyuan didn't try to stop her. If you think it's good, go ahead and invest. Maybe we'll get some fresh pork. If we ever want roast suckling pig, we can just pick one. Everyone laughed. Yeah, free pork in the future. Just hearing about roast suckling pig makes my mouth water. That's a great dish. By the way, I wonder if Ahu's mom knows how to make it. Xue Ling giggled and took her son to wash his hands. You're already planning to eat the pigs before the farm is even built. Ha ha! After washing the child's hands, she cooled the millet porridge and fed it to him bit by bit. Cheng Tianyuan heated up some oil and started frying lamb slices. In an instant, the whole kitchen was filled with the aroma of cumin and fried meat, mouth-watering. Some people ate, some fried. Everyone chatted and laughed as they ate, the atmosphere warm and joyful. After eating, everyone suggested going for a walk by the river. Xue's mother and Liu Ying stayed behind to help clean up the kitchen and watch over the still sleeping little Yang Yang. The others went downstairs, planning to walk by the river. No, the river breeze is too strong. It'll be too cold at night, Xue Ling suggested. Let's walk along the road in the neighborhood. There are streetlights, the road is flat, and there aren't many cars. All right, Xue's father agreed. Cheng Tianyuan hoisted his son onto his shoulders, and the father and son happily walked ahead. Xue Ling walked beside third uncle and her father, chatting quietly. Third uncle squinted at the faint stars appearing in the sky and said softly, Winter evenings are really too short. It feels like it gets dark in the blink of an eye. Xue Ling smiled and asked, Third uncle, are you feeling homesick? You clever thing, third uncle chuckled. When people are away from home, they always get homesick. I'm getting old and I often think of my younger days. Life was so carefree back then. Suddenly, Xue Ling thought of the old house in the east of the city and couldn't help but ask, Third uncle, is the old house in the east of the city really run down now? No one lives there anymore, right? No, third uncle explained. The house is too old, hasn't been maintained, and no one looks after it. It's not livable anymore. Too dangerous. Thinking of Kai Yunyan, Xue Ling curiously asked, Third uncle, since you lived in the east of the city, do you know a family with the surname Kai? I do, third uncle said. They lived right behind our old house, very close, basically neighbors. The Kai family is also a big family, lots of descendants. They're a bit younger than us, about the same age as Zilan and the others. They used to play together a lot. Xue's father nodded in agreement. I still remember a bit. The eldest in their family was about my age. When we were kids, we often played slingshots together. But later, things changed. The old house declined and we lost touch. Third uncle sighed. Yes, it's all in the past now. Xue's father looked at his daughter and asked, What's up? Why are you suddenly asking about this? You hardly ever went to the old house and you definitely don't know the Kai family. I know someone named Kai Yunyan, Xue Ling explained. She said she's from the capital. Her family lived in the old house in the east of the city, about the same location as ours. I figured that area was full of big families, so you all probably knew each other. Kai Yunyan? Third uncle squinted, exchanged a glance with his younger brother and muttered, Could that be the third daughter of the Kai family? It should be, Xue's father said. That's the name. Aha! Xue Ling exclaimed excitedly. So you know her? That's great! She's Boss Liao's wife and she lives in Rongcheng now. She and Boss Liao fell in love when she went to the countryside, and later they got married. About 10 years ago, because of a job transfer, they settled in Rongcheng. Boss Liao is my partner for the second phase of the project. Third uncle and Xue's father exchanged another look, their eyes full of complicated emotions. Xue Ling was sharp and immediately noticed, so she couldn't help but ask, Dad, third uncle, what's going on? You know Kai Yunyan? We do, third uncle answered slowly. You could say we know her. Xue's father waved his hand. Don't ask too much. Since you know her, just keep in touch and chat with her. Why so mysterious? Xue Ling asked with a laugh. Are you hiding something from me? Come on, tell me. Xue's father frowned and lowered his voice. It's not a good thing. Don't be curious. But third uncle said, It's fine. The kid's just curious. Besides, it's all so long ago, and everyone has their own families now. They've long since let it go. Xue Ling immediately picked up on the hint. It seemed Sister Yunyan had some history with someone in her family. Third uncle smiled. It's nothing. Kai Yunyan is 2 years younger than your uncle Zilan. They went to the same school and lived close by, so they grew up together like childhood friends. Later, our family situation got bad. We moved away from the east side and lost contact. Xue Ling's eyes turned as she quickly guessed what had happened. Her family didn't approve of her being with Uncle Jilan? Yes, Xue's father said quietly. At that time, our family was in dire straits, barely surviving, with no status at all. Your Uncle Jilan was in his teens, just starting to have feelings. He told us about it, but none of us dared to agree. First, he was too young. Second, our situation was terrible. We could barely eat, let alone talk about marriage. Besides, the Kai family didn't want to get close to us and rejected us early on. And then? Xue Ling asked. Third uncle forced a smile and said softly, What else? Her family was against it, wouldn't let her see Zilan. Later we were afraid of dragging down the neighbors, so we packed up and moved away. I went to live in the clinic's backyard. Your dad stayed in the warehouse at the factory, and Zilan worked and studied part-time, just hoping we could all get through the hard times. We didn't dare hope for anything more. Kai Yunyan went on to study, got married, and found her own happiness. Your Uncle Zilan also found your aunt and got married. It was just a youthful crush, nothing more. Oh. Xue Ling clicked her tongue softly, surprised that Uncle Zilan and Sister Yunyan had such a past. Uncle Zilan was tall and handsome. Even in his 50s, you could tell how good-looking he must have been when he was young. Sister Yunyan was elegant and gentle with delicate features. It wasn't hard to imagine how beautiful she must have been in her youth. But so many feelings in life don't work out as hoped. So much helplessness, so many tears. Force people who love each other to part ways and start new journeys. Finding new people to love. Third uncle lowered his voice. Lingling, don't bring this up again, so it doesn't affect anyone's feelings. If someone's spouse is jealous, it could cause trouble. I understand, Xue Ling said with a smile. It's all water under the bridge. I won't say anything. Third uncle smiled approvingly and nodded. After their walk, third uncle and Xue's father went back next door. Cheng Tianyuan took little Ran to wash up and get ready for bed. Xue's mother came over smiling. Let Ran sleep with us tonight. It's rare that he doesn't mind staying with us and his grandpa, so let him sleep with us. In a few years, he'll have to sleep on his own, and chances like this won't come often. Cheng Tianyuan quickly nodded, gave his son half a bowl of water, took him to the bathroom, and then let his mother-in-law take him across the hall. Once the door closed, it was quiet again. Xue Ling stretched lazily and smiled. How nice. We have our world to ourselves again. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled and pulled her into his arms. Wife, there's something I want to discuss with you. Go ahead. Cheng Tianyuan said, Tomorrow, let's go to the department store and buy a small color TV. Huh? Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Did Mom and Dad say they wanted one? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan smiled, explaining. My dad told me in secret. He said he and your dad both really like watching TV, especially the news. With winter coming, if we had a TV at home, we could watch it in the evenings. Otherwise, it gets too boring. Sure, Xue Ling said. Take the money tomorrow and try to get a big one. But we'll need to install a pole for the antenna on the balcony, which might take some time. The department store will arrange for workers to come and install it. Cheng Tianyuan said with a sigh of relief. I was a bit worried you'd say no. Of course not. I just don't want the kids watching too much, but I'd never stop the elders, Xue Ling explained. They're getting older, and if they don't have TV to watch at night, they'll get bored. Third uncle is fine, he reads and goes to bed early, sometimes plays chess with my dad. Soon my parents will go back to the capital, and then only your parents will be here. With TV, they'll be in better spirits and won't feel so lonely. Cheng Tianyuan said, I told my parents, if they're busy, they can go back first and come down to spend the new year with us, just like last year. I said little Yang is too young to go to the capital for the winter. They agreed. Older folks love lively company even more than the young, especially during the new year, when everywhere is bustling. Who wants to stay home staring at each other in silence? Besides, last year they had a great time here for the new year. Whenever the sun came out, they could go out and have fun, visit temple fairs, and so on. Xue Ling smiled and snuggled lazily against his shoulder. This new year will be even more lively. Xue's father nodded in agreement. I still remember a bit. The eldest in their family was about my age. When we were kids, we often played slingshots together. But later, things changed. The old house declined and we lost touch. Third uncle sighed. Yes, it's all in the past now. Xue's father looked at his daughter and asked, What's up? Why are you suddenly asking about this? You hardly ever went to the old house, and you definitely don't know the Kai family. I know someone named Kai Yunyan, Xue Ling explained. She said she's from the capital. Her family lived in the old house in the east of the city, about the same location as ours. I figured that area was full of big families, so you all probably knew each other. Kai Yunyan? Third uncle squinted, exchanged a glance with his younger brother, and muttered, Could that be the third daughter of the Kai family? It should be, Xue's father said. That's the name. Aha! Xue Ling exclaimed excitedly. So you know her? That's great. She's Boss Liao's wife and she lives in Rongcheng now. She and Boss Liao fell in love when she went to the countryside and later they got married. About 10 years ago, because of a job transfer, they settled in Rongcheng. Boss Liao is my partner for the second phase of the project. Third uncle and Xue's father exchanged another look, their eyes full of complicated emotions. Xue Ling was sharp and immediately noticed, so she couldn't help but ask, Dad, third uncle, what's going on? You know Kai Yunyan? We do. Third uncle answered slowly. You could say we know her. Xue's father waved his hand. Don't ask too much. Since you know her, just keep in touch and chat with her. Why so mysterious? Xue Ling asked with a laugh. Are you hiding something from me? Come on, tell me. Xue's father frowned and lowered his voice. It's not a good thing. Don't be curious. But third uncle said, It's fine. The kid's just curious. Besides, it's all so long ago and everyone has their own families now. They've long since let it go. Xue Ling immediately picked up on the hint. It seemed Sister Yunyan had some history with someone in her family. Third uncle smiled. It's nothing. Kai Yunyan is 2 years younger than your uncle Zilan. They went to the same school and lived close by, so they grew up together like childhood friends. Later, our family's situation got bad, we moved away from the east side and lost contact. Xue Ling's eyes turned as she quickly guessed what had happened. Her family didn't approve of her being with Uncle Zilan? Yes, Xue's father said quietly. At that time, our family was in dire straits, barely surviving, with no status at all. Your Uncle Zilan was in his teens, just starting to have feelings. He told us about it, but none of us dared to agree. First, he was too young. Second, our situation was terrible. We could barely eat, let alone talk about marriage. Besides, the Kai family didn't want to get close to us and rejected us early on. And then? Xue Ling asked. Third uncle forced a smile and said softly, What else? Her family was against it, wouldn't let her see Zilan. Later, we were afraid of dragging down the neighbors, so we packed up and moved away. I went to live in the clinic's backyard. Your dad stayed in the warehouse at the factory, and Zilan worked and studied part-time, just hoping we could all get through the hard times. We didn't dare hope for anything more. Tianyuan went on to study, got married, and found her own happiness. Your uncle Xue Ling also found your aunt and got married. It was just a youthful crush. Nothing more. Oh. Xue Ling clicked her tongue softly, surprised that Uncle Xue Ling and Sister Yunyan had such a past. Uncle Xue Ling was tall and handsome. Even in his 50s, you could tell how good-looking he must have been when he was young. Sister Yunyan was elegant and gentle, with delicate features. It wasn't hard to imagine how beautiful she must have been in her youth. But so many feelings in life don't work out as hoped. So much helplessness, so many tears, force people who love each other to part ways and start new journeys, finding new people to love. Third uncle lowered his voice. Lingling, don't bring this up again, so it doesn't affect anyone's feelings. If someone's spouse is jealous, it could cause trouble. I understand, Xue Ling said with a smile. It's all water under the bridge. I won't say anything. Third uncle smiled approvingly and nodded. After their walk, third uncle and Xue's father went back next door. Cheng Tianyuan took little Ranran to wash up and get ready for bed. Xue's mother came over, smiling. Let Ranran sleep with us tonight. It's rare that he doesn't mind staying with us and his grandpa, so let him sleep with us. In a few years, he'll have to sleep on his own, and chances like this won't come often. Cheng Tianyuan quickly nodded, gave his son half a bowl of water, took him to the bathroom, and then let his mother-in-law take him across the hall. Once the door closed, it was quiet again. Xue Ling stretched lazily and smiled. How nice! We have our world to ourselves again. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled and pulled her into his arms. Wife, there's something I want to discuss with you. Go ahead, Cheng Tianyuan said. Tomorrow, let's go to the department store and buy a small color TV. Huh? Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Did Mom and Dad say they wanted one? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan smiled, explaining. My dad told me in secret. He said he and your dad both really like watching TV, especially the news. With winter coming, if we had a TV at home, we could watch it in the evenings. Otherwise, it gets too boring. Sure, Xue Ling said. Take the money tomorrow and try to get a big one. But we'll need to install a pole for the antenna on the balcony, which might take some time. The department store will arrange for workers to come and install it? Cheng Tianyuan said with a sigh of relief. I was a bit worried you'd say no. Of course not. I just don't want the kids watching too much, but I'd never stop the elders, Xue Ling explained. They're getting older, and if they don't have TV to watch at night, they'll get bored. Third uncle is fine. He reads and goes to bed early, sometimes plays chess with my dad. Soon my parents will go back to the capital, and then only your parents will be here. With TV, they'll be in better spirits and won't feel so lonely. Cheng Tianyuan said, I told my parents if they're busy, they can go back first and come down to spend the New Year with us, just like last year. I said little Yang Yang is too young to go to the capital for the winter. They agreed. Older folks love lively company even more than the young, especially during the New Year, when everywhere is bustling. Who wants to stay home staring at each other in silence? Besides, last year they had a great time here for the New Year. Whenever the sun came out, they could go out and have fun, visit temple fairs, and so on. Xue Ling smiled and snuggled lazily against his shoulder. This New Year will be even more lively. Early the next morning, Xue Ling took her bank book to the bank and withdrew 30,000 yuan. Rongcheng's bank was a small one, with few customers. Most people deposited 100 or two, or withdrew a few dozen or a couple hundred. Big clients like Xue Ling were rare, so she ended up waiting at the counter for a full hour before the cash was finally counted. The teller recognized her and couldn't help striking up a conversation. Miss Xue, you must be doing big business, right? Every time you come to get money, it's always at least several thousand. Business people really are different. So much money. Xue Ling chuckled and replied quietly, Just small business. It's not a lot of money, but I feel safer keeping it in the bank, so I have to rely on you and trouble you to handle the deposits and withdrawals. That's our job. That's our job. The teller, a middle-aged woman, gossiped. May I ask what kind of business you do? I've always been curious. You're really lucky. If this were 10 years ago, someone like you would have been targeted and labeled a capitalist. Xue Ling gave an awkward, and laughed. That's why I say I'm lucky. Now there's all kinds of investment promotion, development zones, economic zones, popping up everywhere like bamboo shoots after the rain. The environment is better, so small people like me finally have a chance to do business. What kind of business do you actually do? The middle-aged woman pressed. At 40 or 50, people tend to talk more and love to gossip. While Xue Ling waited for her money, the woman kept asking her questions. What kind of business is so profitable? Tell us. Give us some tips so we can learn. Look at you, so young, what, 24 or 25 at most? And you can move tens of thousands at a time? Amazing. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh and had to answer. I used to wholesale clothing. Last year I invested in the second phase of Wang Jiangyuan, just a bit of small construction work. What? What did you say? The woman shot up from her seat, excited. You're the boss of the second phase? The Wang Jiangyuan by the river? The second phase? The ones that are selling now? Xue Ling was startled by her shrill voice and replied with a smile. Yes, that's right. Wang Jiangyuan Phase 2 is a joint investment between me and the original Phase 1 boss. It's more than twice as big as Phase 1, quite a large area. Oh my! The woman leaned over the counter, thrilled. So you're a big boss. I've been to Phase 2. The place and the air are really great. My son and his wife have always wanted to buy a small unit, but I just can't bring myself to do it. It's 1,000 or 2,000 at a time. Where would I get that much money? It hurts. Xue Ling laughed. You work at a bank and see money every day. How can you still feel the pinch? The other staff joined in the laughter and the conversation. Hey, are there any apartments left over there? I heard they're all sold out. No, there are still about 100 units left. We're planning to lower the price a bit, just to make them more affordable. If you or your friends are interested, you can send them over. The layouts aren't as ideal now, but the views are still good and the prices are low. How much cheaper? How much for a 100 square meter unit? The cheapest is only 30 yuan per square meter, so a 100 square meter unit is about 3,000. If you buy several at once, you can get another 200 or 300 off, maybe even 500 for more. Wow, that sounds pretty good. When I went to look before, it wasn't this cheap. These must be the leftovers, the ones nobody wanted. That's not quite right. Selling apartments is like selling anything else. There's always some inventory left. It's true, these are what's left after the early sales, but we started pre-sales half a year ago. The best locations and views sold first, but they were also more expensive. What's left are still brand new elevator apartments. How could nobody want them? Ha ha, if they were free, everyone would want one, the woman joked. Xue Ling laughed. If they were free, I'd want one too, but it's not that easy. Ever since we started advertising the price drop, a lot more people have come to ask. Everyone loves a bargain, it's only natural. The woman nodded eagerly and asked, Sister Xue, let me ask you, if there were only 2 or 3 left, what would you do? Would you sell them for just 1,000? Not necessarily, Xue Ling answered honestly. Such nice elevator apartments can be rented out if they don't sell. No need to let them go for nothing. And if it's for relatives or friends, of course we'd give them a special deal. The woman grinned. Sister, if I wanted to buy one, could you give me a better price? I mean, these are the leftovers. A few hundred off isn't enough? Xue Ling teased. I'm in business to make money, right? The woman raised her eyebrows and whispered, You must have made plenty already. Such a big place, so many apartments. How much must you have sold for? Xue Ling smiled and explained, People only see your gains, not the hard work and investment you put in before. I invested 2 or 3 million over there. How would anyone know? The woman was dumbfounded. Xue Ling urged the staff to hurry up. The woman kept asking, saying she only had one son and hoped to buy an elevator apartment before he got married, so he could stand a little taller when looking for a wife. Xue Ling laughed. If you're serious about buying, go take a look first. If there's something suitable, I can give you a bit more of a discount. But I can't sell at a loss, right? There's a saying, the heart is never satisfied, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. How true. Give someone a discount, and they'll want an even bigger one. She took the money, put it in her backpack, left the bank, got into her jeep, and quickly turned toward the riverside. Liu Xiaoyu had taken the day off and was waiting for her at the entrance to Phase 1, ready to take her to sign the contract and hand over the investment with his brother-in-law's family. When Xue Ling arrived at the entrance, she saw that Liu Xiaoyu was standing with a woman in her 30s. Though a bit plump, she was neat and tidy, clearly Liu Xiaoyu's wife. She parked, got out, and Liu Xiaoyu quickly brought his wife over, calling out with a smile, "Sister-in-law, you're here. We just came out to wait for you. This is my wife. Her name is Jinhua. This is sister-in-law Xue from the Cheng Tianyuan family, also Hu's sister-in-law." I know, sister-in-law Jinhua said cheerfully, taking Xue Ling's hand warmly. Hu and his dad have told me about you many times. You're so pretty, definitely a city girl, so fair and good-looking. Xue Ling greeted her and invited them into the car. We agreed yesterday that I'd bring the money this morning. Sister-in-law Jinhua, your brother's name is Jinshan, right? Yes, Jinhua said shyly, lowering her voice. Well, my parents weren't educated, so they didn't know how to name us. We were already teenagers when my mom finally came up with these two names. They don't sound great, don't laugh. Xue Ling laughed. They sound nice. It shows your parents hoped you'd be rich and successful. The names have a great meaning. Sister-in-law Jinhua was delighted and said enviously, People who've been educated really are different. Everything you say sounds so nice. It's wonderful. Sitting in the back seat, Liu Xiaoyu helped his wife settle in and said gently, Sister-in-law is a cultured person, so of course she speaks differently. Sit tight now. You need to hold on when the car is moving. Xue Ling started the car, and soon they were on the road. Jinhua was full of curiosity, running her hand over the car and marveling, What's this made of? It looks so heavy. Xue, family girl, isn't it hard for you to drive? I've only ever seen men drive. You're the first woman I've seen behind the wheel. It's not hard, Xue Ling explained with a smile. You just control the steering wheel for direction and use the brake and gas pedals with your feet. Step on the gas to go, step on the brake to stop. You shift gears with your hand depending on the speed. The faster you go, the higher the gear. Oh, Jinhua nodded. Liu Xiaoyu laughed. What are you oh-ohing for? You don't understand a word. Just sit tight and stop asking so many questions. Sorry, sister-in-law. My wife is just curious. It's fine, Xue Ling said. It'll take us about 10 minutes to get there, so chatting on the way keeps us awake. Sister-in-law Jinhua, what's your maiden village called? It's called Mujing Village, Jinhua said warmly. Our village is on the outskirts of Rongcheng. It didn't used to be part of the city, but after the old city gate broke and the walls fell, it got connected to Rongcheng. Now we're officially part of Rongcheng, included in all the planning and such. Whatever the government says, that's how it is. But some people in the city still don't accept us. So unreasonable. Xue Ling nodded. Whatever the government plans, we just go along with it. Jinhua continued. There used to be a small lake in Mujing Village. The water was so clear, like a mirror. There were lots of kapok trees around it, so our ancestors named the place after that. Xue Ling nodded. That's a fitting name. Jinhua went on. My family lives at the back of the village, not far from the river. A few years ago, my brother got the idea that since the river didn't flood anymore, he could dig some ponds by the river to raise fish and make money. My parents scolded him, saying everyone around here catches fish from the river. Who would buy his fish? The land by the river isn't good for farming, so the rent is cheap, and he rented a lot. If it weren't so cheap, my parents would have scolded him even more. Liu Xiaoyu chimed in. It's good to rent it. There's only so much land in a village. If you don't rent it, someone else will. Now you've got it for decades, so you can use it for decades. Who knows what the future holds? It's always better to rent first. Right, Xue Ling agreed. With land, you have the possibility to develop. Without it, even if you want to start a farm, you can't do anything. If you didn't have the land, you wouldn't have had the idea, and I wouldn't have come to invest. It all works together. That's true, Liu Xiaoyu said, explaining. My father-in-law said he'll plant pigweed by the river in the future so the pigs will have plenty to eat. There's lots of space by the river and pigweed is easy to grow. I don't know much about that, so I'll be relying on Jinshan's family, Xue Ling said with a smile. Sister-in-law Jinhua, you still have to take care of your own family. Will it be too much if you help out at the farm too? Not at all, Jinhua replied. My youngest is already 7, turning 8 after the new year. The kids all go to school early, and their dad goes to the construction site. I just have to cook for the elders at home. I can ride a bike, so I'll go back and forth by bike. It's not hard. I'll help in the morning, come home at noon to cook, then go back after lunch and come home in the evening. At night, I'll do some cleaning, no problem. Plus, my eldest daughter already knows how to cook. When she gets home from school, she helps out. The younger ones can do chores too and don't run off, so I'm not worried. Kids helping with chores, that's great. Xue Ling sighed. My oldest is only 2, and the little one is just a few months old. Who knows how long it'll be before they can help out at home? It'll happen before you know it. Jinhua laughed. I've had 4 kids. When they were little, I was always yelling at them every day. But time flies, blink and they're all grown up. My eldest is already 13. They chatted all the way and soon arrived at the riverside. Jin Shan was waiting under the trees with his wife and parents. Everyone got out and greeted each other. The elders warmly invited Xue Ling to their home for tea. Xue Ling smiled and declined. No, I still have things to do later. She took out the money, several thick bundles of large bills, which left Jin Shan's whole family stunned. Jinhua swallowed hard, unable to speak for a while. Liu Xiaoyu nudged her and whispered, Go get some paper and a pen. Borrow from a family in the village with kids in school. Oh. Jinhua nodded and hurried off to the village. Half an hour later, Xue Ling had drafted the contract and handed it to Liu Xiaoyu to read aloud. Jinshan couldn't read, and neither could his parents. Luckily, Jinhua had often snuck outside the school as a child to listen to the teachers, so she knew some basic words and arithmetic. After Liu Xiaoyu finished reading, he said, Jinshan, it's not safe to keep so much money at home. Take some and hide it, and I'll keep the rest for you. I'll buy the bricks, sand, and cement myself, and I promise to get the cheapest with guaranteed quality. I'll get receipts for everything, and your sister will collect them all. Every cent will be accounted for. Sister-in-law Xue trusts us and gave us this big opportunity. We can't mess up the accounts or we'd be letting her down. Of course, Jin Shan said with a simple smile. Brother-in-law, you know best. We'll listen to you. Jinhua gave her brother 1,000 yuan, then said, Your brother-in-law will start buying things tomorrow. This afternoon we'll start clearing weeds and such, so when the bricks and cement arrive, there'll be a place to put them. All right, Jin Shan agreed. Xue Ling didn't know much about these things, so she signed her name and handed the contract to Jin Shan for his signature. Jin Shan managed to scrawl his name, then pressed his thumbprint on it. Xue Ling kept one copy and left one for them, then said goodbye and drove off. Everyone watched the jeep leave, then snapped out of their daze. Jin Shan's wife giggled. She must be really rich. Just hands over tens of thousands like it's nothing. I've never seen so much money in my life. She didn't even seem to care, just gave it to us and left. She trusts us, Liu Xiaoyu explained. And besides, sister-in-law Xue really is rich. She doesn't even see this as a lot of money. That's just the truth. 30,000 is still considered a small amount? The old man exclaimed in disbelief. Jin Shan stammered. Her car alone must be worth a lot. Brother-in-law said she's a really wealthy big boss. Liu Xiaoyu chuckled and explained, Her car is worth over 30,000, even more than this whole bundle of cash. And her family has another one. Her husband drives one and she drives the other. Heavens, that's so much money. A real big boss. Liu Xiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed and said quietly, She may not think much of this small sum, but the fact that she's willing to invest in our farm means she trusts us. We have to work hard and not let her down. If the pigs are raised successfully, it's possible for us to earn several thousand, even over 10,000 in a year. Ha, then we'll be rich soon too. Exactly, Liu Xiaoyu added. We should be grateful to sister-in-law Xue and thank her properly. If she hadn't given us this opportunity, we wouldn't be able to build this farm, right? It's only because she invested that we have a chance to make money. Without this money, even if we had all the land in the world, it wouldn't matter. That's right, Jinhua said with a smile. Don't worry, we'll work hard and won't let her investment go to waste. Liu Xiaoyu turned to his father-in-law and said gently, Dad, since the farm is just starting, you should go plant more pigweed now. It grows fast, so you can start feeding it to the pigs soon. All right, I'll go look for seedlings this afternoon and plant them by evening. The old man nodded repeatedly, promising again and again. His son-in-law had always been capable and contributed a lot to the family, always caring for the old couple. This time, the farm was his son-in-law's idea, and he'd brought in the help. Listening to him was always the right move. The mother-in-law smiled. Don't worry, if there's not enough to eat, we'll just go around the village and pick wild grass. Pigs love that stuff. Liu Xiaoyu nodded. All right, let's all get to work. I'll go find a friend to buy bricks, and I'll come help tidy up the place this afternoon. The family quickly got busy with their own tasks. Xue Ling had arranged to meet Cheng Tianyuan at the sales office around 10 o'clock. But she'd been delayed at the bank, so by the time she finished and got there, she was almost half an hour late. Cheng Tianyuan was waiting outside the sales office with Uncle Cheng, and next to them stood a plainly dressed man of about 40. As soon as Xue Ling parked, Uncle Cheng hurried over, smiling and calling out, Sister-in-law Yuan! Sister-in-law Yuan! Xue Ling quickly got out and went to help the old man. Uncle Cheng, long time no see. I heard from Dad and Yuan that you've been going straight to the shop in the development zone lately. I haven't been there much, so I haven't run into you. Yes, Uncle Cheng said happily. Sister-in-law Yuan, you're so blessed. You gave Yuan another big, healthy boy. That's wonderful. Yuan was an only child and his younger sibling is a girl. Now you've given him 2 sons. Your family will definitely be blessed with many children and much happiness. Thank you. Xue Ling glanced at Cheng Tianyuan, then turned to Uncle Cheng. You must have been waiting a while? I'm so sorry, I got busy and was a bit late. Come on, let's go inside for some tea. But Uncle Cheng held her back and said quietly, Sister-in-law Yuan, wait a moment. Xuanzai, come here. This is Sister-in-law Yuan, Yuan's wife. Cheng Tianyuan explained in a low voice. He's my cousin, Uncle Cheng's son. His name is Tian Xuan. Xue Ling greeted him. Brother Xuan, nice to meet you. Tian Xuan was shy, his dust-covered face breaking into a bashful smile. Sister-in-law Yuan. Hello, sorry to trouble you. Uncle Cheng shot him a look and said, You can't even talk properly. Move aside. Then the old man smiled apologetically at Xue Ling and explained, Sister-in-law Yuan, he's not good with words. Especially when he's nervous, he gets tongue-tied. Don't mind him, just ignore it. It's fine. We're all from the same area. Why would I mind? Xue Ling smiled. Uncle Cheng, it's windy out here. Let's go inside and talk. There are models and floor plans inside. I'll show you and Brother Xuan around first. All right, let's go. Uncle Cheng nodded eagerly, then said quietly, Sister-in-law, I counted up everything, and with the sheep we sold the other day and a little donkey, we can barely scrape together 1,000 or so. Could you help us pick a smaller, cheaper one? Of course, Xue Ling smiled. Don't worry, I'll help you choose. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling led Uncle Cheng inside. Xiao Chen and the others were busy, but when they saw Xue Ling bring people in, Xiao Chen hurried over to greet them. Xue Ling instructed, Xiao Chen, pour some tea. Xiao Chen quickly complied. Uncle Cheng had come into town early by donkey cart. The weather was cold and dry, and he was already thirsty, so he drank half a cup in one go. His son waited nearby, quietly looking around. Xue Ling asked, Brother Xuan, can I ask how many kids you have and how old are they? Tian Xuan quickly replied with a smile, 4 kids. One lives in the factory dorm. He's 14. There are 2 girls, and the youngest boy is 9. Xue Ling nodded. 2 boys and 2 girls, and they're not that young anymore. In that case, you'll need at least 3 rooms, 1 for you and your wife, and 2 for the kids. It doesn't have to be that big, Tian Xuan said, embarrassed. Too big. We can't afford it. The kids don't need much. As long as they have a place to squeeze in, that's good enough. Uncle Cheng swallowed and asked quietly, Sister-in-law Yuan, what's the cheapest one? How big is it? Xue Ling thought for a moment. Don't worry, I'll arrange it for you. She went over to ask Xiao Chen a few questions, then came back. Uncle Cheng, Brother Xuan, I checked out 2 units for you yesterday, and there's another one in the front building. Come with me and I'll explain everything in detail, then you can decide based on your family's needs. Great. Let's go look, Uncle Chang said happily. I'm almost 70 and I've never ridden in an elevator. Mu Hai keeps saying he'll take me to your place to try it, but I'm afraid I'll fall. Xue Ling laughed and explained, Uncle Chang, the remaining apartments are all on the 2nd or 3rd floor. You can take the elevator, but if you don't want to, you can walk up. Our stairs are very wide, with lots of windows and plenty of light. The lights come on at 5:30 in the evening, and all the lights in the complex and stairwells are turned on, so it's safe for residents to come and go. Oh, so you don't need a flashlight? Uncle Chang said happily. That's great. Old folks have bad eyesight and are afraid to use the stairs. Tianyuan hesitated, then said quietly, Dad, if you and Mom want to come live here, I'm fine with it. But I won't be able to take care of things at home. Who said I want to live here? Uncle Chang said gruffly. Your mom and I will stay in the village. It's better there. When it's hot, we can just lie down on the ground. Buying this place is for my grandkids. Cheng Tianyuan grinned sheepishly and said in a low voice, Whatever you say goes. We'll listen to you. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a glance and both smiled secretly. As the group walked toward the residential complex, Xue Ling said, Let's take a look nearby. Personally, I think Building 1 has the best location. It's more convenient to get in and out of the complex. Also, since it's at the front, it gets better sunlight than the others. You can't see the river from here, but you do get a view of the wide road outside, which is nice too. Uncle Chang nodded repeatedly at her recommendation. Sister-in-law Yuan, you're the expert. Whatever you say, I'll listen. Let's go take a look. Xue Ling led them into the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. The elevator quickly arrived and everyone stepped out. Uncle Chang was incredulous and exclaimed, Just this iron box, it shook a little and now we're on the 3rd floor? My goodness, that was fast, so fast. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. That's why everyone wants to buy an apartment with an elevator, especially families with elderly people. They can't climb up to the 4th or 5th floor, so they all want elevator access. Yes, Uncle Chang said excitedly. Just one ride and I'm convinced. But this must use electricity, right? Kids shouldn't play with it. It must use a lot of power. Xue Ling explained. Kids shouldn't press the buttons randomly. It's not safe. Before residents move in, when they sign the purchase contract, we always remind them that children can't ride the elevator alone. Once there are more residents, the property management fee will be collected, and if there's enough, we'll hire more security guards to patrol the complex and prevent accidents. That sounds great, Uncle Chang said with a big smile. It's different. Living in a complex is just different. Xue Ling took out the keys, checked the label, and opened the door. This is a 120 square meter apartment. Because it's near the road, it has 2 balconies, one big, one small. Take a look. 3 bedrooms, and the master has a small bathroom. The kitchen and big balcony are over there. The entrance opens into the living room. It's simply decorated, so you just need to buy furniture and move in. No wiring? Asked Cheng Tianyuan. Cheng Tianyuan pointed to the wall and explained, See up there? Right now, only the living room has a light installed. If you need more, just hire someone to put them in. The wiring and outlets are all ready, so it's easy to add things. Oh! Cheng Tianyuan swallowed and praised. So spacious, so bright. Uncle Chang looked around, nodding nonstop. Beautiful, really nice, so open and bright. After looking around, both father and son were very satisfied, but neither dared to bring up the price. Xue Ling then took them to see 2 smaller units in the back, one on the 2nd floor, one still on the 3rd. But those had less light than Building 1, and since they were smaller, each only had 1 balcony and 2 bedrooms. Uncle Chang said quietly, The small ones are cheaper. We'll have to borrow money from Yuan anyway, so let's just get a small one. You and your wife can have 1 room and the kids can squeeze together, or sleep in the living room. As long as there's a bathroom, a balcony, and a kitchen, that's good enough. Yes. Cheng Tianyuan nodded quickly. Just having a place of our own is enough. The smallest one will do. Xue Ling smiled. No rush. Let's go downstairs and talk it over. Sister-in-law Yuan, you're a busy person. We've troubled you long enough, Uncle Chang said apologetically. Thank you. Of these two small ones, whichever is cheaper, we'll take. Xue Ling shook her head and said quietly, I'll give you the one on the edge. With 6 people in your family and 4 kids almost grown, it's not good to buy something too small. Plus, Uncle Chang, you and your wife aren't young anymore. If you ever catch a cold or need care, it'll be easier for Tianyuan to bring you over. So you need at least 3 bedrooms. You saw it just now. The light is good and the space is wide. Uncle Chang swallowed, troubled. But that's too expensive. It must cost a lot more. No, Xue Ling said, showing a number with her fingers. 1,500 yuan is enough. Uncle Chang and Tianyuan stared in disbelief. Xue Ling said softly, It was supposed to sell for several thousand, but we're from the same hometown, and you're my father-in-law's cousin. I just need to cover my costs. If it were my own business, anything would be negotiable. But this is a partnership, so I have to make sure my partner doesn't lose out. Of course, of course. Uncle Chang nodded, then looked at Cheng Tianyuan. Ah, Yuan, your wife is being so generous. But you'll have to lend your uncle a few hundred. No problem, Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I have 500. Once you start making money, you can pay me back slowly. I'm doing well now, so I'm not in a hurry. Just pay me back when you can. Thank you so much, Cheng Tianyuan said, hardly able to believe it. This is so cheap. Thank you. My wife has always wanted a big house, but with our situation, 100-something yuan a month is just enough to get by. Unless we stopped eating and spent nothing, it would take over a year to save for a small apartment. But we have to eat, and there are so many mouths to feed. Plus, the kids get sick sometimes, and my dad often has to help out. All right, enough. Uncle Chang interrupted sternly. No need to go on. Just being able to put together 200 is already hard. Feeding a big family, I understand. As your father, if I don't help you, who will? Cheng Tianyuan chuckled, his honest face full of gratitude. This time it's all thanks to sister-in-law Yuan and Yuan. Brother, thank you. Cheng Tianyuan and his wife exchanged a smile. Cheng Tianyuan pulled out a wad of cash from his heavy army green coat, counted out 50 bills and handed them to Uncle Chang. Uncle Chang hurriedly took them and said quietly, Yuan, thank you. I'll write your dad an IOU later, just to keep things clear. It's always good to have a record. Sure, whatever you think is best, Cheng Tianyuan said. Let's sign the contract now while it's quiet so no one else comes and snatches it up. Uncle Chang agreed at once. Xue Ling pulled the father and son aside and said quietly, Uncle Chang, Brother Tianyuan, I have to remind you, when it comes to selling apartments, there are rules about prices and discounts. This apartment is half gift, half sale, and much cheaper than for anyone else. Please don't mention it to others, or I won't be able to do business in the future. Also, when you go back to the village, try not to talk about it. We're family, so it's different. But if other villagers come to buy, I'll give them a discount, just not like this. I understand. Uncle Chang nodded repeatedly, then turned to his son. Don't say a word. No one is allowed to talk about this, got it? Cheng Tianyuan was an honest, simple man. After hearing this, he nodded quickly. I won't say a word. I won't. Hearing their promise, Xue Ling felt reassured. She led them downstairs to fill out the contract and hand over the payment. Xiao Chen glanced at the amount, a bit incredulous, but Xue Ling gave her a nod, signaling her to just follow procedure and not ask questions. Xiao Chen was smart and quickly complied. After the paperwork was signed, she handed 2 front door keys to Cheng Tianyuan. He kept one and gave the other to Uncle Chang. Xue Ling glanced at the clock on the wall and saw it was already past noon. Brother Yuan, take Uncle Chang and Tianyuan to the canteen in the back. Make sure they eat well before heading home. No, that's too much trouble, Uncle Chang said with a smile. I made some steamed buns at home and brought a few with me. I'll just eat a couple. No need to waste money. Xue Ling laughed. It's no trouble. I told the canteen auntie yesterday to prepare extra food today. There are 6 or 7 of us eating at the canteen at noon, and lunch is all included. Since it's already prepared, it would be a waste not to eat it. Cheng Tianyuan led the elders to the back, and Tianshuan quickly followed. Uncle Cheng was still a bit uneasy and said quietly, Yuan, this really is too much. We already got a cheap apartment. How can we eat here too? No matter how generous your wife is, we can't be so shameless. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Don't worry. She's running such a big project. She's not worried about a little food cost. Didn't we just say? The canteen food is free for the workers. When I used to help out, I ate there too. Now there are fewer people, the place is tidier, and the food is even better. Free? That's great. Uncle Chang laughed. You get a salary working here and a free lunch? What a deal! Cheng Tianyuan took them to the canteen. The plump canteen auntie had been told by Xue Ling yesterday that relatives would be coming, so she prepared extra meat dishes. She usually cooked for Xiao Chen and 5 or 6 girls, and sometimes for Xue Ling or Boss Liao, so the workload was never much. Hearing there'd be 3 or 4 more people, and with Xue Ling giving her an extra 10 yuan, she happily bought another chicken and pocketed the rest. When she saw Cheng Tianyuan, she hurried over to greet him. Mister, you're here. I didn't expect it to be you. Boss Xue told me yesterday, but I thought it was someone else. Come in, come in. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. This is my uncle and cousin from my hometown. They came to buy an apartment today, and after signing the contract, it was a bit late. My wife said there was food here, so we came to eat. Oh, so you're here to buy a place. Wonderful. Come in, come in. The auntie chopped up half a chicken, brought out 3 bowls of rice, 2 plates of dishes, and a bowl of soup. Uncle Chang kept thanking her. Cheng Tianyuan urged the father and son to eat. Uncle Chang had left home before dawn, and by noon he was starving. With meat, vegetables, and chicken, he ate quickly. Cheng Tianyuan grabbed an extra pair of chopsticks to help them with the food. After Uncle Chang finished a bowl of rice, the auntie quickly brought him another. Just then, Xue Ling arrived and asked the auntie to make a bowl of plain noodles, then sat to the side. Uncle Chang invited her to eat some meat, but Xue Ling thanked him and said she wasn't hungry, telling them to eat and drink as much as they liked. A while later, the noodles were ready. Xue Ling ate slowly, and after finishing told Uncle Chang and the others that she had to get back to work and that the secretaries would come eat in turns. Uncle Chang, come to the city more often when you have time. Be careful on the road. The old man nodded repeatedly. Xue Ling hurried off. By then, Cheng Tianyuan had finished eating too and ladled some soup for the elders. Have some to soothe your throat. If you drink it too late, it'll get cold. Uncle Chang took it, drank a few sips, and seeing his silly son still wolfing down food, couldn't help but mutter, all you do is eat. Not like Yuan? So thoughtful and filial. Cheng Tianshuan didn't hear a thing, just kept eating. Uncle Chang watched him gnawing on meat and felt a little pained. Slow down, don't eat so fast. Cheng Tianshuan nodded and kept eating. Uncle Chang sighed. Yuan, this fool is too honest and not very capable. You know, he came to the city more than 10 years before you did. He's been working every day, just slogging away. And after 20 years, he's only managed to save 200 yuan? What can you make of that? Cheng Tianyuan forced a smile and said quietly, Uncle Chang, you said it yourself. Being able to support a wife and family is already no small feat. Uncle Chang smiled and looked at him. You've been in the city for 10 years and already bought 2 apartments, have 2 shops and a car. That's what I call making it in the city. Do you know, in our village, even the whole town, everyone says your family is rich now. Your dad has finally made it. He went through so much when he was young, even lost an arm. But now, in his old age, his son and daughter-in-law are making good money. He lives in a big house, rides the elevator every day, and has even been to the provincial capital and the capital city. He's satisfied with life now.